In a world where deities are vanquished, Kane finds himself endowed with the remnants of a bygone paradise, within which lie the fractured imprints of 13 legendary heroes. By absorbing the energy of the Forbidden Realm, he may restore these imprints and acquire their formidable abilities. Furthermore, he can procure supply cards through the defeat of enigmatic foes, drawing forth divine weaponry. At the outset, he repairs the imprint of Savior, unlocking a novice gift pack, which includes the key of destruction, heavenly Fire Judgement. Upon mending the imprint of fleeting life, he awakens the transcendent swordsmanship of the celestial sword god, leaving the sword saint, Zhou Ping, in awe. Chapter 1. The Emergence of Heavenly Fire. In the oppressive night, amidst a shadowy alley, the air reeked of decay, rousing Kane from his stupor. Slowly, he opened his eyes, disbelief flooding his senses. Hadn't he been lying in bed, engrossed in a novel about slaying gods? What was happening? Before him loomed a grotesque creature, half-human, ravenously devouring a severed hand. The monster was a hulking and bizarre figure, with a pallid and monstrous visage. Its blood-red tongue licked the flesh, its sharp teeth stained crimson. "Forget about that blind fool. Run!" shouted terrified voices from the depths of the alley. This sense of déjà vu was unsettling. Wasn't this a scene from the initial chapters of the Slaying Gods narrative? The ghastly figure devoured Lin Chie, only for Lin Chie to awaken the realm of mortals. Had he truly been transported into the story? Kane's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, a sharp pain seized his mind, and a vision flickered before him. Dark clouds engulfed the sky, while raging flames consumed the earth. A white-haired man stood at the edge of the world, leaning upon a molten gold sword. The fierce winds billowed his coat, yet he remained as steadfast as a monument. That solitary silhouette felt familiar. Abruptly, Kane clutched his head in agony. Countless cold, somber whispers echoed, as though a dark incantation burrowed into his brain, inducing a splitting headache. Regardless of the cost, humanity shall triumph over ruin. A sword becomes my weapon only when I alone can shatter it. As for power, I can only speak thus. When the final meteor descends in the Cretaceous, only the free bird can escape predetermined annihilation. It is not a matter of choice nor existence at this moment. The aspirations of the masses converge into a singular grand vow. Step forth. This is the inscription of salvation. In an instant, the whispers ceased and the vision vanished. The scene returned to the blood-stained alley, and a message surged into Kane's mind. Character name: Kane. Imprint held: Savior. Repair level of Savior 1. Fusion factor: Parvati. Activation level 0.5. Backpack: attire of the first hero. In the blink of an eye, Kane comprehended it all. He had indeed crossed into the realm of slaying gods. Furthermore, he had received the imprint blessing of Kevin, the fusion warrior from the world of Collapse 3. As the name suggests, fusion warriors are those who have integrated the genes of the Collapse beasts. They were bioweapons developed by the human organization, the Moths to the Flame, in the pre-epoch of the Collapse, to combat the impending calamity. Originally, there were many fusion warriors, but after the tragedy of restraint, only 13 remained. To facilitate management, these 13 warriors formed the 13 heroes of the flame. Among them, the first, bearer of the Savior inscription, was Kevin, the strongest entity in the game, second only to the Finality Ruler. For 50,000 years within the world of Collapse, Kevin reigned unchallenged as the mightiest human. Moreover, he was the progenitor of the Kaslana lineage, the ancestral bloodline of the game's female protagonist. At the story's climax, he transformed into the Finality Ruler, presenting the ultimate trial to the trio of protagonists. Now, if Kane could restore the Savior imprint, he would gain the powers of the hero. Yet, there was more in his mind housed the imprints of the 13 heroes of the flame. These 13 imprints represented the yet-to-be-awakened powers of the heroes. By absorbing the fluctuations of the Forbidden Realm, he could repair the imprints and acquire their abilities. Although the other heroes may not rival the Savior in strength, they each possessed capabilities not inferior to it in their respective domains. However, Kane sensed that this heroic power felt incomplete. It seemed to be merely an imprint blessing, not a proportional acquisition of the fusion warrior's strength. Kevin's one power remained formidable, yet the current one of the Savior did not provide Kane with an equivalent flow of energy. The method to restore the imprints was straightforward. Absorb the forbidden fluctuations released during battles by extraordinary beings. In essence, this meant that Kane could merely stand by as a spectator, and the restoration progress would increase without further effort. Naturally, If he could join the fray, the efficiency would soar. The higher the opponent's forbidden sequence, the more effective the restoration would be. Thus, it was only natural that Kane would align himself with the protagonist, Lin Xie. At present, the repair level of the savior imprint stood at a mere 1. The information indicated that upon reaching 5, Kane would be granted a novice gift pack. Fortune smiled upon him upon his arrival. He had encountered the moment of Lin Kai's awakening. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. Having grasped these revelations, no more than 3 seconds had passed. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Kane turned to meet the gaze of a young man, cloaked in black satin and leaning on a crutch. Yes, it was him. Lin Xie suddenly halted. Within his perceptive range, not only were the 2 terrifying monsters present, but there was also an additional figure. White-haired, blue-eyed, clad in a black and white coat of unknown material. He appeared remarkably youthful, yet carried an aura of gravitas and detachment, as if he had endured countless trials. An inexplicable chill radiated from him, lowering the temperature of the entire alley. Behind you, Lin Xie alerted, sensing movement behind the man. As Kane turned, the ghastly creature lunged at him with its gaping maw. Yet to Kane, the creature's actions seemed to unfold in slow motion. Its blood-red tongue and sharp teeth were vividly discernible, as if time had come to a standstill. He raised his right hand, palm leading, and struck the creature's face with a sudden force. Bang! A dull thud resounded as the creature was sent sprawling, tumbling several times in its retreat. Kane stared at his hand, astonished. This power, this reflex, was this the amplification bestowed by the one of the savior imprint? Yet in comparison to Kevin's one, it still fell woefully short. I refuse to accept this. A brilliant golden light erupted behind him. In an instant, the night of Tsangnan City was illuminated. Kane gazed in astonishment at Lin Xie, now bathed in golden radiance. A pillar of holy light pierced the heavens, showering the earth with divine grace. Remarkable. The descriptions in the book had not done it justice. Witnessing the awakening of the divine realm firsthand was a spectacle to behold. In the next moment, a warm energy flowed into Kane's body. Before his eyes, the repair level of the savior imprint began to rise. 1, 2, 3, 5 savior repaired to 5. Would you like to activate the novice gift pack? Indeed, Lin Xie was swift. Without hesitation, Kane promptly activated it. As golden light erupted, he squinted, catching sight of the prize. It was a molten sword ablaze with golden luminescence. The hilt of the sword is a transformation of 2 combined firearms, with a golden blade affixed above the gun barrel. Below, a brief introduction reads, Heat of Destruction, Celestial Fire Judgement charge fully completed. 0 rated power. Celestial Fire unsheathed, ready cost. Celestial Fire consumed. Offset complete, offset cooldown. 7 days. Kane's eyes widened in astonishment. The phrase Celestial Fire unsheathed resonated like thunder. It was the most formidable skill within the established lore. Moreover, it was a life-costing technique. Aside from the venerable ancestor Kevin, no one could wield the Celestial Fire unsheathed without sustaining damage. Yet, here he was granted a weekly opportunity for its flawless use. Was this novice gift overly generous? Furthermore, Kane noticed a small line of text in the corner. Celestial Fire unsheathed, critical power overflow, cost offset about to take effect. 60, 59, 58, 57. Kane was taken aback. What? Did this mean he had only 1 minute left before this weekly opportunity vanished? Just as he had acquired this ultimate move, he was being told it was about to expire? He had intended to save it for the Ghost Face King in a few days. After a fleeting moment of shock, Kane composed himself. After a few moments of contemplation, he resolved that it would be a pity to squander such a powerful move. Zhao Kongsheng was on his way to the scene. If Kane wished to align himself with Lin Xie and join the Night Watchers, that was one option. He recognized that deploying this skill against a mere ghost face was somewhat excessive, almost akin to using an intercontinental missile to swat a fly. However, if Kane could showcase sufficient value here, his subsequent interactions with Zhao Kongsheng and even his potential recruitment into the Night Watchers would undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. Logically, the actual power of that move could level an entire city. Yet, Kane discovered he had the ability to control the output of this skill, constraining its devastation to a remarkably small area. In other words, he could diminish its power at will. At that moment, from a distance, the ghost face, having shaken off the oppressive force of the Seraph's might, lunged at him once more during Kane's moment of distraction. Be careful, Lin Xie exclaimed, his golden eyes wide with alarm. Yet in the next instant, Kane flipped his palm, and a magnificent sword of molten gold, ablaze with brilliant flames, materialized in his grasp. In an instant, the temperature soared. Kane's black trench coat billowed in the heat wave. The concrete beneath him seemed poised to melt under the extreme temperatures. The ghost face halted its charge, displaying a visage of terror. Within the surging heat, it sensed an overwhelming frenzy and rage. This pressure, though slightly less formidable than the previous seraph's might, exuded a destructive aura that filled it with dread. A strong instinct for survival eclipsed its primal thirst for flesh. The ghost face turned and fled, its mind consumed with thoughts of escape. Kane raised the great sword high. A cold, indifferent voice echoed through the alley. Celestial fire unsheathed. Chapter 2. The Forbidden Ruins? I have no forbidden ruins. A brilliant flame rent the night sky asunder. Its radiance, akin to that of a star, outshone even the majesty of the seraphim. How dazzling. What is that? Is there a fire somewhere? It seems so. That towering inferno. Could it be a massive explosion? First, a beam of light, then flames. Tonight is truly lively. Quick, capture this and share it on social media. The people of Tsangnan City bore witness to the golden pillar reaching into the clouds, followed by the awe-inspiring flames that tore through the firmament. Half of the city's populace posted on their timelines, fervently discussing this sudden phenomenon. The seventh key of the gods, the key of destruction, heavenly fire's divine judgment. A weapon forged from the core of the seventh lawbearer, the lawbearer of flames. Its gun barrel, a striking black and white, is adorned with gilded accents, with a crimson core embedded at the safety catch. To temper its formidable power, the core of the lawbearer of flames is usually divided into two fragments, each housed within the dual pistols. When the dual pistols unite, the core reverts to its singular form, allowing the might of the flame law to manifest as the heavenly fire greatsword. When the heavenly fire is drawn, only the light of extinguished stars can rival its brilliance. The remnants of the cataclysmic fire faded. Kane stood, sword in hand, feeling somewhat drained. Utilizing such a formidable technique against the ghoul-faced man indeed mirrored the awkwardness of using the hellfire of Noah to swat a mosquito. Yet, in terms of results, Kane sensed the latent power within the heavenly fire's divine judgment, allowing him to gauge his own strength, which far surpassed that of an ordinary person. To avoid collateral damage to the surrounding structures, Kane aimed skyward, dispatching the ghoul-faced man with merely the ensuing shockwave. However, this display of might consumed 70 to 80% of his stamina. If he fully restored the Savior's mark, that strike, a pair of specially designed holsters awaited him at his belt. He secured the heavenly fire's divine judgment into the holsters, perfectly fitting. Having done so, Kane turned to observe a young man nearby, who appeared utterly astonished. The clouds above were torn apart by flames, and the silvery moonlight illuminated the dark alley. Lin Chiye could see more clearly now. The man appeared to be in his 20s, strikingly handsome, with features that deviated from the traditional appearance of the Daxia people. His eyes mirrored the depths of the ocean, while his hair shone as white as snow. A peculiar detachment and weight lingered in his gaze. He stood alone in the moonlight, akin to a sword thrusting toward the heavens. Are you all right? Kane asked, noting Lin Chiye's stunned expression and offering his concern. I'm fine, Lin Chiye replied, shaking his head. Ever since childhood, when he glimpsed the angel upon the moon, he had steadfastly believed in the existence of the extraordinary within this world. The inability to open his eyes yet perceive everything within a 10-meter radius only bolstered this conviction. His encounters with those monstrous beings further solidified his belief. Yet, this mysteriously appearing man, along with the immense destructive power he exhibited, this level of strangeness nearly rivaled his encounter with the angel. A soft thud echoed nearby as an object fell to the ground. Kane turned to see a middle-aged man in a red cloak standing at the alley's entrance, his mouth agape, a straight knife having slipped from his grasp. What the hell? He's too damn handsome. With that exclamation, Zhao Kongcheng, the most handsome man in the entire narrative, made his grand entrance. Suddenly, Kane realized he needed to fabricate a backstory for this power. Otherwise, how could he explain such a commotion? Zhao Kongcheng's astonishment lasted only a moment. Being somewhat of a professional, he quickly regained his composure. What a windfall. Two ghoul-faced men encountered simultaneously by two divine agents. One a seraphim's agent, and the other a god of fire? Or perhaps another deity's agent. In any case, tonight marks a stroke of luck for me, Zhao Kongcheng. Who are you? Kane feigned ignorance, scrutinizing Zhao Kongcheng. Approaching someone directly with familiarity could easily raise suspicions regarding motives. It was best to remain natural. I am Zhao Kongcheng. No need to worry. I am a good person, not affiliated with that creature on the ground. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled. Let's move to a more suitable location to have a proper chat. Lin Chiye observed Zhao Kongqing's attire, gradually deducing the man's identity. All right, you two wait here. I'll go grab my backpack. Go on, go on. Zhao Kongqing waved his hand, grinning as he approached Kane. It was then he noticed that aside from the peculiar hair color, Kane's appearance bore subtle differences from that of the Daxia people. Brother, what should I call you? Zhao Kongqing inquired, offering a cigarette. Kane declined, gesturing that he did not smoke. By your appearance, you aren't from around here, are you? Zhao Kongqing noted, intending to light up for himself, but soon realized he lacked a source of flame. Brother, do you have a light? I do. Kane opened his trench coat, retrieving a pistol and aiming it at Zhao Kongqing's cigarette. He pulled the trigger, not releasing a bullet but a small flicker of flame. Thanks, Zhao Kongqing inhaled deeply, savoring the smoke. After a moment, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Did you just use a gun to light my cigarette? Indeed, Kane crossed his arms, silently observing Zhao Kongqing. Is that all you wish to inquire? Cough, cough. Zhao Kongqing discarded the freshly lit cigarette, extinguishing it underfoot. Never mind. It's likely just a handgun lighter. Initially, he assumed Kane's cool demeanor indicated he was hard to approach, prompting him to break the ice. However, it appeared this stoic, handsome man preferred directness. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Kongqing continued, Kane, do you know that divine beings exist in this world? And naturally, their agents do as well? Go on, Kane replied, intrigued by Zhao Kongqing's enthusiasm. Seeing Kane's engagement, Zhao Kongqing excitedly delved into various worldviews. His expressions animated and his gestures lively, seemingly forgetting his previous demands and the fact that a certain divine agent had quietly slipped away. Approximately 5 minutes later, Kane felt a headache coming on. What could be conveyed in 2 minutes had somehow expanded into this much content. Old Zhao, you might as well become a leader. Your oratory would surely be useful in meetings. All right, I believe I understand the gist. Kane interrupted Zhao Kongqing's monologue. But I must inform you, I am not a divine agent. I apologize for the disappointment. Huh, you're not? Zhao Kongqing was taken aback. The overwhelming aura he had just exuded, coupled with the immense destructive force, how could it not be linked to a high-risk divine ruin? Kane clarified, I am an agent of the heroic spirits. Which character is that? The hero? Or spirit? Does such a being even exist? Zhao Kongqing's mind momentarily faltered. Brother, could you clarify? Kane contemplated. The unruly spirit of a hero. Oh. Zhao Kongqing seemed to grasp the concept, yet was still puzzled. So, you mean the heroic spirits? Thus your agent is human, not a deity? Kane remained silent, pondering how Zhao Kongqing had come to such conclusions in his studies. Was this the quality expected of a night watchman? Perhaps he should have simply stated he represented Jesus. Yet, it was of little consequence. As long as Zhao Kongqing believed it, that sufficed. If you wish to interpret it that way, I have no objection. All right. Zhao Kongqing continued to ponder, perplexed by the notion of heroic spirits having agents. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he abandoned the thought. In this world, there remain countless unknown entities. And even the known only reveals the tip of the iceberg. Given the existence of divine agents in this chaotic realm, the emergence of a heroic spirit's agent seems rather justified. Zhao Kongqing resolved to overlook these matters. May I inquire about the name of this heroic spirit? He hails from the west, and his name is Kevin, a slayer of gods, Kane replied. He could not claim to be an agent of the end god. For some reason, the term "in" churned his insides with disdain. Moreover, he was reluctant to admit to being the agent of the Indian deity, Pavanthi, as it would complicate matters later when the great Xiao would confront the Indian gods. Kevin, a slayer of gods? Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brow, striving to sift through the archives of his knowledge. For a night watcher, mastering the mythological systems of various cultures was essential. Yet, who on earth was Kevin? Was there such a figure in Western mythology? Cautiously, Zhao Kongqing asked, aside from slaying gods, what else has this heroic spirit accomplished? Kane paused momentarily. He has slain dragons and vanquished the ruined beasts. Slain dragons? Zhao Kongqing's mind instantly conjured several names. Many Western heroes had slain dragons, but only a few could truly be deemed heroic spirits. Zhao Kongqing recalled too, Beowulf, the English hero who had vanquished giants, dragons, and sea monsters, and Siegfried, the dragon-slaying hero from the German epic, Nibelungenlied. May I ask which region of the West this heroic spirit originates from? Zhao Kongqing continued. Kane fell silent again. Germania. In the lore, Kevin bore no specific nationality, yet considering that the Castellana family spoke German, Germania referred to ancient Germany. Oh, I see. Although Zhao Kongqing was unsure, he sensed that Kevin might be akin to Siegfried. Perhaps he had merely overlooked it. After all, Western epics were numerous and diverse. Nonetheless, the feats of slaying gods and dragons were universally revered in ancient heroic epics, recognized across various human legends. Yet, the flames that had soared earlier were undeniably imbued with a sense of destruction. Was this not characteristic of a malevolent deity? Zhou Ping scrutinized Kane, beginning to doubt his words. Did he ask you to do anything? To save the world. To save the world? In the name of salvation. To eradicate all that threatens humanity, including deities themselves. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping felt as if struck by a thunderclap, his scalp prickling. Such a heavy directive could perhaps elucidate that overwhelming aura of destruction, to cleanse all threats to humanity, including deities. Accomplishing such would indeed require great power. The kind that could be bestowed with a command of salvation. This lad was a natural night watcher. Typically, when a divine agent receives a gift, they also receive the deity's instructions. Yet, Kevin merely recited a lengthy monologue to Kane without providing any clear directive. Thus, Kane was compelled to distill a singular instruction from it. Most importantly, just moments ago, when he had vanquished the masked demon, a minuscule wisp of energy had escaped from its corpse, drawn by the flow of energy and entering his own being. This energy was too minute to mend the seal, but illuminated another treasure within his mind. Precision supply box. This was a card pool for drawing weapons in the game Honkai Impact 3. As Kane hunted mysterious entities and claimed their souls upon death, they would accumulate within this box. When the energy reached a certain threshold, it would unlock a weapon lottery. What thrilled Kane most was that this precision supply box contained not only all the soul-steel weapons from Honkai Impact 3, but also a few remaining god keys. By collecting these god keys, Kane would genuinely possess various means to hunt deities. If he could draw the creation key, Abyssal Bloom, then Zhou Ping would not have to perish. Thus, Kane needed a legitimate reason to hunt the mysterious while aligning with the heroic image of a spirit. Brother, what forbidden domain did that heroic spirit grant you? Zhou Ping pondered, suspecting that such a significant disturbance must correlate with a high-ranking forbidden domain. Kane replied, Forbidden domain? I have none. What? Chapter 3, Paradise, activate. Quite reasonable. As human beings, even in death, souls should enter the cycle of reincarnation, not be entirely relegated to the realm of the mysterious. How could one bestow a forbidden domain upon another human? Then what was that infernal blaze? How did you conjure it? Zhou Ping was on the verge of madness. After such a ruckus, how could there be no forbidden domain? Was this lad deceiving him? Is this what you speak of? Kane drew forth the twin guns of heavenly fire from his waist. In that instant, a gentle wave of heat washed over them. Zhou Ping's gaze sharpened. The peculiar pistol bore no resemblance to any standard equipment, seemingly forged from some extraordinary material. He could sense a ferocious energy tightly restrained within the gun's chamber. Kane explained, This is the weapon bestowed upon me by Kevin, named Divine Judgment of Heavenly Fire. It contains a fragment of an unknown deity's power, and when the divine energy is unleashed, it transforms into a great sword. You have witnessed its power, so let us consider it a highly dangerous forbidden object. However, just because I do not possess a forbidden domain now does not mean I will not in the future. Please understand. For safety's sake, Kane refrained from making too absolute a statement, as Kevin possessed more than just the divine judgment of heavenly fire. As a fusion warrior, he also harbored the ability to manipulate extreme cold, derived from the genes of the emperor-level ruined beast, Pavanthi, colloquially known as the Iceboar. This extreme cold kept Kevin's body temperature consistently below -30 degrees Celsius. Thus, when unleashing the heavenly fire, he would not be scorched by the intense heat. However, his descendants did not share his abnormal temperature. For them, the use of heavenly fire and the summoning of demons could only occur once in a lifetime. At present, the salvation seal had only been repaired to 5, and the Pavanthi factor was a paltry one. Kane possessed a physique far surpassing that of ordinary humans but lacked the ability to manipulate extreme cold, maintaining a temperature within the normal human range. Therefore, if Kane were to unleash the heavenly fire again within the week, he would suffer from the backlash of its searing heat. Yet this was merely temporary. Once the salvation seal was sufficiently restored, granting him the ability to wield extreme cold, that side effect would dissipate. All right, Zhou Ping nodded. Having gone through the list of forbidden domains recorded by the Great Xia, indeed discovering some that could manipulate flames. However, he still felt something was amiss. Zhou Ping's eyes widened slowly. Did he just use this thing to ignite a fire for me? No, that's not the point. The crux is, despite feeling an immense aura of destruction, why could he not sense any fluctuations from a forbidden domain? A forbidden domain is an influence that affects the external world. Among the extraordinary, one can perceive the fluctuations of a forbidden domain. Although Zhou Ping was not extraordinary, the detection device he carried could sense such fluctuations. Brother, are you certain this object is forbidden? Zhou Ping inquired. Kane affirmed, it is a forbidden object. That's absurd. It does not belong to this world at all. Kane shifted the conversation. Rather than that, do you not find something strange? What's strange? There should be 3 of us. Where has the other one gone? Suddenly, Zhou Ping snapped to attention, glancing around. What the hell? The Seraphim agent. That lad actually slipped away while I wasn't paying attention? The topic had successfully shifted. With Zhou Ping's intellect, he likely would not linger on that point any longer. Kane glanced at the sky and holstered his twin guns. Have you finished your inquiries? Time grows late. I must take my leave. Until we meet again. Wait a moment. Zhou Ping pressed Kane's shoulder, chuckling. Brother, why are you in such a hurry? We haven't finished our conversation yet. Apologies, but I have no interest in men. Cough, that's not what I meant. Zhou Ping cleared his throat and said earnestly, have you considered joining the Night Watchers? Reason? Our motto aligns perfectly with your ideals of heroism. And your strength is precisely what we need. Kane furrowed his brow in contemplation. Let me think it over. I'll give you a definite answer in a few days. All right. No problem. If you have any concerns, feel free to reach out. Their communication flowed effortlessly, and the two reached a pleasant agreement, exchanging contact information. Kane hesitated to join the Night Watchers immediately, as doing so could drastically alter the timeline. In the original narrative, Zhou Ping would perish in his duel with the Phantom King, and it was his death that prompted Lin Xie to join the Night Watchers. Thus, Zhou Ping was a pivotal character, embodying the essence of the story. Although, by the end of the tale, all the sacrificed individuals returned. Kane pondered that Zhou Ping served as the anchor for this cycle. His sacrifice facilitated Lin Xie's 10-year journey into the night. Should Kane join the Night Watchers now? Given his display of strength this evening, it was possible he would be sent to confront the Phantom King instead of Zhou Ping. Of course, to protect newcomers. The Night Watchers would likely avoid such a scenario. Nevertheless, to eliminate this possibility, Kane opted to delay his joining. Though at the story's conclusion, Lin Xie reset the world, resurrecting nearly all the sacrificed characters except for a select few. Zhou Ping's death remained a poignant regret throughout the narrative. Driven by sentiment, Kane wished to rectify this regret. The challenge lay in saving Zhou Ping without disrupting the anchor of this cycle. This was a dilemma that weighed heavily on Kane's mind. Unbeknownst to him, as he contemplated these matters, a certain profound rationality was gradually taking control of his thoughts. Half an hour later, Kane stood before a quaint residential complex. Its name resplendent, Golden Courtyard. It was already late at night, and the residential building was dimly lit. Kane took the elevator to the 23rd floor, retrieved his keys, and unlocked the security door. Before him lay an immaculately tidy room. While the larger furniture was relatively complete, the essential living items were conspicuously few. Indeed, Kane possessed a home in this world. The previous occupant, sharing his name, was an online novelist, orphaned and solitary, having severed ties with friends and family long ago. 2 years prior, he had relocated to Tsangnan City, maintaining only a distant rapport with his neighbors. This was reassuring news. At least no one would notice the changes within Kane. As for why he found himself dressed in the uniform of the Night Watch's foremost figure and standing beside Lin Xie, he could only attribute it to the omnipotent system. Kane removed the Night Watcher's coat, took a brief shower, turned off the living room lights, and returned to his bedroom, lying on the soft bed. After a night of tumult, he finally had the opportunity to assess his current situation. With hands resting on his chest, a powerful force surged beneath his solid muscles. Though devoid of the forbidden ruins, he felt capable of punching through reinforced concrete walls. His superhuman physique, the Night Watcher uniform, and a divine key with a 5 restoration degree were the gifts he had received. However, Kane sensed something amiss upon his arrival. Deep within the recesses of his mind, and magnificent columns reached toward the ceiling. Adjacent to the hall were open areas such as a lounge, intelligence room, and equipment room. The Paradise of Ur was a permanent feature in the game Honkai Impact 3, a virtual space composed of data left behind by pre-collapse civilization. Funded by Eden, the 4th Night Watcher, and refined by Apollonia, the 3rd. The Paradise consisted of 18 levels, each with a time limit for completion, and players would encounter a boss every few levels, progressing as if delving into an abyss. The higher the levels climbed, the greater the challenge, and the rewards grew more abundant. In the Hall of Paradise, Kane observed the attack devices identical to those in the game. Kane noticed 13 engraved seals floating within the portal's void, of which only one, in the shape of a sword, glowed, displaying a 5. The remaining 12 remained dim. This indicated that he currently possessed only the Savior seal, while the other 12 were still locked. Kane furrowed his brow. Although absorbing Forbidden Ruins fluctuations could repair seals, he was uncertain of the unlocking methods for the others. Just then, he caught sight of a dense array of annotations on a monitor beside the portal. After reading carefully, realization dawned on him. It turned out that unlocking the other seals required entering paradise and locating the hidden Night Watcher memories, defeating them. Notably, once the trial commenced, exiting was impossible unless one succeeded or succumbed to time. Enemies slain within paradise would transform into energy, replenishing the precision supply box. However, the energy yielded from enemies defeated in paradise would be double that of those outside, given they shared the same difficulty. Yet, the trials in paradise could only be attempted once a month. On the day of conclusion, the attack portal would close, remaining inaccessible for 30 days. Kane felt a surge of excitement alongside an immense pressure. Although the annotations indicated that the strength of the Night Watcher memories would be adjusted, they were still beyond Kane's current capabilities. He feared he could only best the weakest of them, not just the Night Watchers, but other foes in paradise could easily take his life. The immediate priority was to enhance his strength, and the trials in paradise were undoubtedly the optimal choice. Thus, Kane placed his hand on the portal. The void within the portal displayed the message. Would you like to initiate the trial? Without hesitation, Kane selected yes. Paradise, activate. Chapter 4. The silver-haired maiden. A flash of brilliance enveloped him. Kane opened his eyes, feeling the solid ground beneath his feet once more. Before him lay a futuristic city above the sea of clouds. Towering buildings floated among the clouds, reaching towards the heavens. Looking up, Kane beheld a colossal sun suspended in the sky, neither gold nor red, but a soft, gentle pink. Its glow was not blinding, yet it illuminated everything around, draping the future city in a veil of ethereal mist, blurring the line between dreams and reality. This was paradise. Kane squinted, fully immersed in the experience. Distinct from his time in the game. Except for the absence of people, everything felt warm and inviting. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through. Kane crouched to evade a slash, swiftly unfurling his coat and drawing his gun. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the assailant soared through the air, enveloped in smoke, crashing heavily in the distance. Bang! Bang! Kane maintained his aiming stance, gradually advancing. As the thick smoke dissipated, he discerned the appearance of his adversary. Her snow-white short hair obscured a pallid visage. Her delicate figure cloaked beneath a fitted black turtleneck, and her creamy long legs were shod in high-top combat boots. Regrettably, she bore several charred wounds. And beside her lifeless form lay a massive black scythe. Ah, a charming young girl. Alas, she was already deceased. Yet, the culprit was not Kane. She had perished long before. She was a dead soldier, the weakest foe in the game Honkai Impact 3. According to the lore, these were humans eroded by the Honkai energy, transformed into mindless zombies upon losing consciousness, characterized by their lack of features, white hair, and wielding oversized scythes. They indiscriminately attacked all moving organic beings. Their movements were sluggish, and their attacks simplistic, merely involving sweeping strikes. The real threat emerged when they swarmed in numbers to encircle their prey. Ding! As a surge of energy flowed into Kane's body, he was pleasantly surprised to find the energy pool of the precise supply box had significantly increased. This amount equated to 1.5 times that of a ghost masked man. In other words, in the outside world, a dead soldier's energy was equivalent to 0.75 of a ghost masked man. By this calculation, if Kane were to eliminate 6 or 7 dead soldiers, he would be able to partake in a lottery draw. To amass enough for a tenfold draw, Kane would need to slay at least 70 dead soldiers. Although the killing energy in paradise doubled, the quantity of dead soldiers required was no small feat. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps surrounded him. Kane decisively drew another heavenly fire gun, adopting a dual-wielding stance. Indeed, the surrounding space shattered. From the black rifts of space emerged countless white-haired maidens, each wielding a scythe. Simultaneously, a 5-minute countdown appeared in the sky above. Kane felt a chill run down his spine. This was not how it was supposed to be. Typically, the first level of paradise would only feature a few minor enemies as a warm-up. Yet now, he faced a horde of corpses. No matter, this was fortuitous. He had been lamenting the lack of foes to vanquish. Gritting his teeth, Kane raised his gun, the heavenly fire simmering with flames. Bang! 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 Countless fiery explosive rounds erupted from the barrel. Although these dead soldiers were strikingly beautiful white-haired maidens, Kane felt no compassion. Bang! 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 Following the barrage, the white-haired maidens collapsed en masse, each with gaping wounds. Yet, a few dead soldiers managed to close in on Kane, raising their scythes. With a Spartan kick, Kane sent the nearest dead soldier flying, then sprang into the air. His body was nearly parallel to the ground as he executed a series of mid-air flips, narrowly dodging several scythe strikes. During this brief moment, Kane, with remarkable dynamic vision, locked onto the heads of several dead soldiers. Bang! 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 The heavenly fire fired in rapid succession. 3 more dead soldiers fell. After completing this, Kane landed lightly, his trench coat billowing, pristine and unblemished. He was somewhat astonished at his own reflexes. Such instinctual reactions, akin to a beast's, were still something he had yet to fully adapt to. Now was the perfect opportunity. The precise supply box now contained enough energy for him to perform 5 consecutive draws, a significant bounty indeed. Kane had become familiar with this firearm. Although the heavenly fire pistols discharged energy in the form of concentrated flames, they were not without ammunition limitations. After firing 12 consecutive shots, the energy chamber would temporarily deplete. A recharge of 5 seconds was necessary before further shooting could commence. Kane felt the bullets it fired were comparable to those of a heavy machine gun. However, given its capability to effortlessly eliminate Honkai beasts below the Emperor rank, the weapon's true power likely exceeded this. Coupled with the fact that previous wielders of the heavenly Fire Judgement boasted combat prowess on par with S-rank Valkyries, rendering it akin to a heavy machine gun in his hands. The powerful recoil from the high fire rate also imposed considerable strain on Kane's physique. Yet, this burden was trivial compared to the release of the heavenly fire. After a moment of reflection, Kane felt somewhat dissatisfied. Given the feeble strength of these dead soldiers, 1 shot per foe should be the norm. He still needed practice. After a brief respite, Kane rose and made his way toward the central black spatial portal. The second layer awaited. 10 minutes later, timeout detected. Paradise trial concluded. Ding! With a burst of colorful light, Kane tumbled onto the ground of the Paradise Hall in a disheveled state. He stood, brushing off the dust from his attire. Indeed, elite monsters were considerably stronger than common ones. Kane, fueled by momentum, pressed onto the third layer after completing the first. The monsters in the second layer mirrored those of the first, albeit in a quantity 5 times greater. Although the number of dead soldiers had doubled, Kane had mastered his gunplay, successfully advancing to the next level in under 3 minutes. However, in the third stage, he encountered an elite foe, a loyal warrior dead soldier. She towered twice the height of an ordinary dead soldier, boasting greater strength, swifter speed, and more varied attacks. Her form was larger and wider, with exceptional evasion capabilities against ranged attacks, making her nearly impossible to hit. Simultaneously, she commanded an army of 60 dead soldiers, launching a concerted assault on Kane. With agile movements, Kane maneuvered through the throng of dead soldiers while seeking opportunities to strike down enemies and evade the vigilant warrior's relentless pursuit. Yet, alas, time ran out. This realm resembled a high martial world, where every high-ranking extraordinary being could tear apart a main battle tank with their bare hands. Lacking a forbidden ruin, Kane could not excessively rely on firearms. He required a god key for close-quarters combat. Now was the moment for the precise supply box to make its entrance. The number of foes he had vanquished this evening was sufficient for a 12-fold draw. Nonetheless, he decided to opt for a 10-fold draw, reserving the remaining 2 draws for the next round due to his compulsive tendencies. Ding! With a thud, a supply box adorned with the emblem of the helm landed, accompanied by the sounds of steam and intricate gears. As the box opened, purple light emerged. USP 1, Siege Muramasa 1, Great Sword 1. Kane expressionlessly skipped past these unimpressive items. What he yearned for most was the creation key, Black Abyss White Flower, the key item necessary to resurrect Old Zhou. Soon, only 1 draw remained. At last, the final draw yielded a glimmer of golden light. Kane fixated intently on the object within the golden glow. Judgment Key, Purification 7 Thunders 1. Chapter 5, Judgment Key, Purification 7 Thunders. The third God Key, Judgment Key, Purification 7 Thunders, was forged by the pre-civilization anti-Honkai organization, the Moths of the Flame, utilizing the core of the third Hershers of Thunder. According to lore, Purification 7 Thunders possesses its own consciousness. In various circumstances and in different hands, it exhibits an ever-changing array of forms. Not merely power, strength, ammunition type, and performance, but even the very form of the weapon undergoes transformation. In the game, it was once wielded by the world-renowned operative, Zyora, manifesting as a sniper rifle. Yet, when it came into the possession of Raiden Mei, one of the protagonists, it morphed into a violet, otherworldly katana. Now, the divine key presented before Kane is none other than that katana from the game. Cradling the blade in his hands, Kane fell into a contemplative silence. Why? Couldn't it be the Black Abyss White Blossom instead? Avoid one would suffice, wouldn't it? Wait, I still have a double pull, don't I? Kane promptly reopened the supply box. Shursho Muramasa 1, Shursho Muramasa 1. Alright, this time it's truly over. Sigh. Kane moved to a nearby lounge, sinking into the plush sofa, resting the judgment of 7 Thunder across his lap. He merely wished to take a moment to relax. After laboriously battling through the dungeon, familiarizing himself with this body was indeed a priority, but acquiring a melee weapon was secondary. The primary goal remained to discover a means to save Zhou Ping. While the judgment of Seven Thunder could effectively combat, rescuing someone was a formidable challenge. A moment later, a thought struck Kane. He suddenly rose, scrutinizing the judgment of Seven Thunder in his grasp. After a while, he tightened his grip on the hilt, furrowing his brow. The judgment of Seven Thunder is a conscious divine key. In the original narrative, it could transform into various tools based on one's emotions, including lipstick and slingshots. However, Kane now perceived an emptiness within the divine key, devoid of consciousness. The intrinsic awareness was absent, yet it still manifested as a katana. What is the meaning of this? Kane pondered. If so, could he temporarily allow Zhou's spirit to reside within, seeking a way to reconstruct Zhou's physical form later? Kane had just discovered that the Paradise Space, being a data repository, lacked the capacity to preserve souls. Had he drawn the consciousness key, Yudishin, he would not face such dilemmas. At the end of the original work, Lin Qiye needed to recreate Zhou Ping's legendary strike before Zhou's son, Zhou Zhibin, to complete the causal loop by slaying the world boss. Thus, as the origin of this tale, Zhou Ping provided Lin Qiye with the final strength to transcend dimensions, seemingly necessitating his sacrifice along the journey. Ultimately, the world reset, and Zhou Ping returned. Yet, as the most significant regret that permeates the entire narrative, Kane resolved to save Zhou Ping, provided it did not disrupt the causal chain. Currently, it appeared that the only means to rescue Zhou Ping hinged upon his sacrifice. Kane's gaze narrowed, a flicker of coldness igniting in his azure eyes. An absolute rationality began to eclipse the brilliance within. Throughout history, the most effective method for a youth to mature is through loss. Thus, Zhou Ping must sacrifice. 2 days later, dark clouds enveloped Songnan City, heralding an impending downpour. At Songnan City No. 2 High School, a black Santana 3000 slowly came to a halt at the school gate. Kane rolled down the car window, his gaze directed towards the campus. Due to an unforeseen incident the previous evening classes had been temporarily suspended, allowing students to leave around 5 o'clock. This very night, Zhou Ping was destined to perish. Kane had to save him. This was not a matter of rational calculation. Rather, it was a man's respect and lament for another man. Kane's sole purpose for driving here was to wait for Lin Qiye. By the way, this car was a second-hand vehicle purchased through a loan by the previous owner. It was in decent condition overall, albeit with high mileage. His primary aim was to ascertain Lin Qiye's residence and confirm the battleground between Zhou Ping and the Phantom King. Following him openly would risk exposure, especially since Kane's striking white hair drew attention wherever he went, rendering stealth impossible. Moreover, Lin Qiye's perceptive abilities were formidable. Thus, it was more prudent to drive and offer Lin Qiye a lift home, albeit they were yet unfamiliar with one another. However, Kane had his ways to establish rapport. Before long, Kane spotted a familiar figure at the school gate. As the figure passed by the car, Kane softly uttered, "Agent of the Seraphim." The youth abruptly halted, turning to glance towards the vehicle. At that moment, Lin Qiye had removed his black satin, his golden eyes brimming with caution and scrutiny. Kane gripped the steering wheel with one hand, gesturing towards the back seat. "Get in." "Why? It's about to rain. I'll give you a ride home." Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. "Do we know each other?" "We don't, but we have met." Kane turned his head, his azure gaze locking with Lin Qiye's golden one. "Do you remember?" Lin Qiye stared into those azure eyes for a moment, finally experiencing a moment of clarity. "No." Kane had anticipated Lin Qiye's refusal. After all, who would enter the vehicle of a mere acquaintance? Kane gazed into Lin Qiye's eyes. "You owe me a life. Remember?" Indeed. Lin Qiye recalled that night when he had unleashed his fury to slay a phantom, but he had been powerless against another. Had it not been for Kane's intervention, Lin Qiye would never have seen his aunt and cousin again. He was not ungrateful. It was just that Zhou Ping had instilled in him a deep-seated fear, leading to instinctive wariness of any sudden confrontations. "Come on, show me a little courtesy and get in." Kane motioned towards the interior of the car. After a brief hesitation, Lin Qiye entered the back seat. Kane started the car, and the Santana 3000 roared to life. "Where do you live?" "In the old district of the northern city, XX Alley, XXX number." After a moment of silence, Lin Qiye spoke first. "Thanks for that night. I owe you a favor. Just a small matter." Kane picked up a box of mint candies from near the handbrake, tossing one into his mouth and offering another to the back seat. "Care for a mint?" "Thank you." As the mint's fragrance diffused in his mouth, Lin Qiye's tension eased considerably. "Has Zhou Ping sought you out?" Kane turned the steering wheel, engaging in casual conversation. Neither the original owner nor Kane were particularly fond of socializing, yet it was essential to leave a reliable first impression, considering their future entanglement with Lin Qiye. "He has. Did you promise him?" Lin Xie glanced at Kane through the rearview mirror. Did he make that request to you as well? We're all intelligent individuals. Such matters need not be explicitly stated. We understand implicitly. Kane nodded. Yet you still haven't answered my question. I declined. You did? Kane chewed on the mint. Is it because you cannot let go of your family? More or less. Lin Xie then queried, what about you? Do you wish to join them? I certainly intend to. Lin Xie recalled the words spoken to him by Li Yifei earlier that day, those vague, romantic, idealistic, and unrealistic fantasies. So, you also aspire to contribute to the nation? After careful consideration, Lin Xie decided against using the phrase sacrifice for the country. Kane internally mused that the primary motive was to eliminate the mysterious adversary, and even more so, to be tied to Lin Xie. This should be viewed as a duty, not a justification. Kane articulated, living a mundane life versus fighting once for the country and its people. Which do you deem more significant? Have you considered your family's feelings? My family is long gone, invincible. It was the first time Lin Xie had heard someone speak of the annihilation of their entire family so nonchalantly. He realized that this individual was not as cold and heavy as he had initially perceived. Conversing with him was surprisingly comfortable. Lin Xie appreciated this efficient and succinct mode of dialogue. However, he remained curious. That night, from that flaming greatsword, I sensed an unparalleled madness and fury. The pressure it exuded was only slightly weaker than my seraphim's divine might. However, the overwhelming force of destruction left him in shock for quite some time. May I inquire? Lin Xie was taken aback. How did you achieve that then? I am a spirit agent. Kane reiterated what he had told Zhao Ping that night. I see. Lin Xie pondered. Kevin, the savior. It is no wonder you chose to join the Night Watchers. Perhaps my intention to protect my small home seems a bit selfish now. 10 minutes later, the vehicle halted in front of Lin Xie's modest abode. This is the place, right? Yes, thank you. Wait. Just as Lin Xie was about to open the door to exit, he noticed a phone with a QR code being extended towards him. Add me on WeChat. All right. Lin Xie scanned the code and added the contact. Kane retracted his phone. What is your name? Lin Xie. And you? Kane. Thank you, Uncle Kane. Just call me brother. I am not that old. Fine. Goodbye. Farewell. Lin Xie shut the car door and rushed into the house through the pouring rain. Kane drove into a nearby dark alley, turned off the engine, and waited in silence. As night fell, the torrential rain continued. The streets were nearly deserted. Rainwater cascaded over the windshield of the Santana, although it obscured his view somewhat. Kane could still vaguely see the entrance to Lin Xie's home. After waiting for about half an hour, the most handsome man emerged from Lin Xie's house, his face flushed. A few minutes later, he hurriedly returned, glancing only briefly at Lin Xie's door before running off in another direction. Moments later, the youth dashed out of his home, quickly determining his bearings before racing eastward. After watching him disappear, Kane opened the storage compartment in the front of the car and retrieved a black umbrella. Chapter 6. The second time, Heavenly Fire. Zhao Ping, I know you are in the boundless realm. Open the door. Let me in. It's pouring rain. What are you doing out here? Get lost. Kane, holding the umbrella, had not ventured far when he heard Lin Xie and Zhao Ping's voices in the distance. The night was dark as ink, and the rain fell heavily. Lin Xie's small figure was already soaked, anxiously pounding on the invisible barrier outside the boundless realm, shouting loudly. What business do you have with me? I know you are fighting that ghost-faced man inside. Let me in. I can fight too. Zhao Ping, exasperated, retorted. You can fight? This is not a ghost-faced man. This is the ghost-faced king of the Chuan realm. He is 2 major realms above you, you little brat who just entered the lamp realm. A high schooler going head-to-head with him? As Lin Xie continued to pound on the barrier, he was about to say something when a figure appeared in his perception. The next moment, that person held an umbrella, shielding him from the rain. What are you doing here? Kane asked, tilting the umbrella slightly towards Lin Xie, leaving half of his shoulder drenched. Brother Kane. Lin Xie was about to ask Kane how he ended up there when Zhao Ping's furious shout came from inside. Kane, if you want to join the Night Watchers, you better tie this brat up and keep him from going out to die. You too. You, an ordinary person without even a forbidden wasteland, should stop meddling in this. Haha, don't think I don't know that after you swung that blade the other night. You can't even stand properly now. Don't think I'm blind. Be smart and take him away quickly, or I'll make sure you never join the Night Watchers. Kane sighed softly. Zhao Ping, a former special operations team member, could tell at a glance that Kane was in poor condition. Indeed, the unleashing of heavenly fire that night had taken a toll on Kane's body. The harm caused by forbidden artifacts often came at a steep price, a common understanding in the extraordinary realm. However, what Zhao Ping did not know was that Kane could wield more than just heavenly fire. At that moment, Kane felt a burning gaze upon him. He turned his attention back to Lin Xie, who was similarly fixed on him. From that gaze, Kane understood everything. If he complied with Zhou Kongqing's orders, Lin Chia would not hesitate to use the Starry Night Dancer to incapacitate him. Kane looked again towards the boundless realm. Lin Chia is an extraordinary being. While I am merely an ordinary man, I cannot take him away. You bastard. Cough, cough, cough. The exasperation in Zhou Kongqing's voice was palpable, as if he were about to spit blood from rage. You should leave, Brother Kane. This is a matter between Zhou Kongqing and me. Lin Chia said coolly. I will not join the Night Watchers. His threats mean nothing to me. You, on the other hand, if you wish to join the Night Watchers, it would be best to heed Zhou Kongqing's advice and act as if nothing happened here. Lin Chia scanned the barrier of the boundless realm. He had penetrated the boundless realm at a glance to aid old Zhao. Kane had chosen this moment to appear because he intended to absorb the forbidden wasteland fluctuations that Zhou Kongqing would unleash before his sacrifice. This was a rational consideration. Regrettably, old Zhao must sacrifice. As for the emotional aspect, he wanted to enter and give old Zhao a grand farewell while also bringing him back. Now, Kane's interference would prolong Lin Chia's search for weaknesses and time would run out. However, Kane, this butterfly, possessed not only the power to flutter its wings, but also the ability to rectify time. Sigh. Kane softly lamented, I never expected that my car would break down, my phone would die. And while searching for a repair shop, I would stumble upon such a situation. Is this luck good or bad? Lin Chia suddenly understood. So, this was the reason he had found his way here, and coincidentally, a threat to the mortal realm had appeared. Kane narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists, and a subtle chill radiated from him. Lin Chia sensed the anger emanating from Kane and recalled what Kane had told him in the car. In the name of salvation, eliminate all threats to the mortal realm, including the deities. Lin Chia's eyes widened slowly. Brother Kane, are you? Step back. Kane's voice carried an undeniable coldness and weight, reminiscent of that night when he swung the blazing sword. Solitary, frigid, unperturbed, resolute. Lin Chia instinctively took a few steps back, his heart racing. Could he truly wield that sword again? But didn't Zhou Kongqing say he couldn't handle it? In the midst of Lin Chia's bewildered gaze, Kane held the umbrella with one hand and extended his right hand outward. A flicker of crimson flame emerged in his palm, spreading, growing, melding, and taking shape. The sizzling sound filled the air as raindrops transformed into a cloud of steam, dissipating into the atmosphere. The blazing red lotus ascended, unleashing the suppressed arrogance and fury within him. In Lin Chia's eyes, the image of the burning bolten sword was reflected once more. Lin Chia. You wished to enter and assist Zhou Kongqing, did you not? Kane's right-hand muscles gradually tightened. I shall assist you. Nightfall. In the old city, rain fell incessantly. The small figure of a human grappled fiercely with the towering, monstrous entity within the confines of a barrier not more than a few meters wide. In an instant, the pitch-black crescent moon broke through the rain curtain. As a massive arm struck the ground, scarlet blood instantly stained the earth. The ghost-faced king stared incredulously at its empty right hand, a look of disbelief etched across its face. It had only been a short while since their battle commenced, and it had almost crushed that little rat. However, unexpectedly, at the critical moment, the mouse unleashed an indescribable force, severing its right arm. Opposite him, Zhou Kongqing gripped a straight blade, his dark crimson cloak drenched in blood. Yet, his eyes shone brightly like stars. So, this is the forbidden abyss. What a thrill. Truly exhilarating. Roar. The ghost-faced king let out a furious roar, its muscles bulging, legs bending, and its massive body leapt forward. The two figures, one large and one small, collided in midair dozens of times in the blink of an eye. Although Zhou Kongqing's strength paled in comparison to the ghost-faced king, his battle-hardened experience and the forbidden abyss technique, mincing slash, triggered by the divine, allowed him to far surpass the ghost-faced king. Old Zhao was not lying. With the forbidden abyss, he could slay the ghost-faced king 800 times. Phew. Zhou Kongqing leaned on his straight blade, gasping for breath. It had been a while since any sounds emerged from outside. Very well. It seems Lin Chia, to some extent, recognizes his place and knows he is unworthy to meddle in battles of this caliber. As for Kane, Zhou Kongqing had thoroughly examined his profile. He was just an ordinary man, smoking, drinking, staying up late, indulging in junk food, and avoiding exercise. Such a person Zhou Kongqing could defeat 20 of. So what if he had a forbidden object? With that frail physique, using such an object once would leave him utterly incapacitated. Ha ha ha. Uffed. Zhou Kongqing spat out a mouthful of blood, wiping the corner of his mouth. Despite feeling his life force rapidly draining away, he could not help but smile. Damn, I look truly magnificent. To be this handsome before dying. Worth it. You brat, prepare to meet your end. Zhou Kongqing summoned all his strength. gripping the straight blade tightly, poised to deliver a final strike when a familiar soft voice reached his ears. Heavenly Fire. Chapter 7. You are clearly much handsomer than me. The brilliant flames sliced through the rain, tearing apart the boundless void. In Zhou Ping's eyes reflected the fierce fire and the fragments of the boundless void cascading like petals, accompanied by sparks. The wind jacket billowed, the great sword glimmered. That commanding and powerful figure was etched deeply in Zhou Ping's mind, one he would never forget in this lifetime. Damn it, why be so dashing? Can't you let someone else shine? No, wait. Zhou Ping snapped back to reality, his eyes widening as he saw two figures stepping into the boundless void through the opening. You. What the hell? Kane, why did you bring him in here? Showboating? I could throw you out, you believe me? Zhou Ping was furious. If it weren't for his severe injuries, he would have taken the time to address Kane's entire lineage of female relatives in turn. An adult. Why act like a hero? You jerk? Fine. So this is how we play? As long as I, old Zhou, am alive. Kane, you will never set foot in the night watch. Lin Xie glanced at the battlefield, and his expression towards Zhou Ping turned peculiar. You said you had no forbidden abyss? This is something a mere human could wield. Humph. Zhou Ping shot him a fierce glare, indicating his irritation and unwillingness to explain. Bang, bang, bang. But the next second, a barrage of gunfire erupted nearby. Kane, expressionless, held an umbrella in one hand while the other fired the heavenly fire, holy judgment continuously. Roar. The ghost-faced king, about to rush in for a finishing blow, was repelled by the incoming bullets. The heavenly fire, holy judgment was formidable. Each bullet that struck the ghost-faced king triggered small explosions. The powerful kinetic force battered the already wounded ghost-faced king, worsening its injuries. Soon, 12 rounds were expended, and the heavenly fire, holy judgment entered a brief recharge period. However, the ghost-faced king let out a furious roar, its muscles bulging even more. Though it had lost an arm, its entire body radiated an immense pressure reminiscent of the Hulk. Kane withdrew his pistol, squinting his eyes. Truly, the enigma of Chuanjing. Regular ghost-faced beings could not withstand such a barrage from the heavenly fire, holy judgment. If it were Zigfi Kislana firing, the ghost-faced king would likely not endure a single shot. It wouldn't even need the heavenly fire, holy judgment. He could tear the ghost-faced king apart with his bare hands. Kane simply lacked the capacity to unleash its full power. Moreover, the recent slash of the heavenly fire greatsword nearly backfired on him from the extreme heat. Logically, that strike, capable of slicing through the boundless void, should also suffice against the ghost-faced king. But Kane felt that would be too merciful. It deserved to perish at Zhou Ping's hands, reduced to molecules, leaving no trace behind. Wait. Zhou Ping hastily called for Kane to stop. Was that last strike not enough for you to shine? Ordinary people, step aside. And you, retreat as well. Zhou Ping believed Kane had already overexerted himself, and using that forbidden object again would be reckless. In reality, Kane's recent strike was merely a basic attack and did not carry the same magnitude as that night. Though there were some side effects, he could still fight. At least, it was more than sufficient to deal with an injured ghost-faced king. I am strong enough to help you fight, Lin Xie insisted. I know, but you should step aside for now. Zhou Ping replied. One more slash, let me finish this one, and then you can assist me. And you. No more firing. Oh. Lin Xie stepped under Kane's umbrella. Kane merely lowered his gun, but his gaze remained fixed on Zhou Ping. He was bidding farewell. Zhou Ping took a deep breath, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, his focus locked on the ghost-faced king in the distance. Kane, are you deaf? I am listening. Ha. Zhou Ping lowered his posture, concealing the straight blade behind him, a defiant smile gracing his lips. I admit, you looked quite dashing earlier. But this strike, you all better watch closely. Why? This strike will be even more magnificent. Lin Xie was about to show a look of disdain when Zhou Ping made his move, propelling himself like lightning toward the ghost-faced king. The ghost-faced king recognized that this man was at the end of his rope. Instead of countercharging, it prepared to withstand his attack. Zhou Ping burst through the ring, charging straight at the ghost-faced king. He raised his hand and swung the blade. An unprecedentedly massive crescent cut through the night. As the crescent passed, the raindrops parted, and the ghost-faced king's head fell to the ground. Thud! The headless corpse of the ghost-faced king stood rigid for a moment before crashing down like a mountain. Zhou Ping staggered and fell as well. Lin Xie reacted swiftly, catching Zhou Ping's body. But the next moment, his expression grew grave. In his perception, Zhou Ping was riddled with wounds, and perhaps due to the loss of adrenaline, blood gushed from his injuries. A crimson pool of blood spread beneath him. Kane approached. gently shielding the two with the umbrella while exposing himself to the rain. Lin Xie, at a loss, said, Zhao Kongcheng, your body. Cough, cough. It's just the after effects of forcibly unleashing potential. But you will die. I know. Is dying not acceptable? Zhao Kongcheng chuckled, but halfway through, he coughed up blood. Kane, I am here. Disobeying orders on the battlefield is a grave taboo for night watchers. Do you understand the consequences of this? The consequences are just like me. Zhao Kongcheng trembled as he extended his hand, revealing a hint of a relieved smile. But, damn it, it was worth it. At least I experienced the forbidden abyss before dying. Moreover, I did it. Slashing the abyss, blood staining the heavens. Though with this little blood, I can't stain the sky, but it should suffice to color the ground beneath me. Lin Xie murmured, but, apart from me and Kane, no one witnessed your efforts. Was it worth it to do this? Hehehe. 7 nights, I have a pack of cigarettes in my pocket. Help me light one up. Lin Xie fumbled to retrieve a cigarette from his companion, placing it between his lips. However, the lighter had been dampened by water and refused to ignite. Ultimately, it was Kane who utilized the divine flame to light the cigarette. A deep exhalation followed. As old Zhao found solace in the moment, Kane and Lin Xie, did you witness me just cleave the ghost face king in two? Indeed, we did. At that moment, Lin Xie's body shuddered as he looked into the distance. The corpse of the ghost face king began to rise slowly. A pale and eerie visage sprouting small and tinny, reminiscent of a cockroach, crawling from its legs to its back, and then traversing to its chest. Finally, it burrowed into the chest cavity. Meanwhile, the severed head bore no trace of the ghostly face. The ghost face king was not yet vanquished. Kane's attention remained fixated on the corpse of the ghost face king. He refrained from delivering a finishing blow. The noise would undoubtedly alert Zhao Kongcheng. Moreover, Kane had resolved to grant Zhao Kongcheng the most magnificent conclusion. Hence, the ghost face king must perish at Zhao Kongcheng's hands. Yet Zhao Kongcheng's gaze was vacant. His eyes turned skyward, oblivious to the state of the two men. The ghost face king of the Chuanjing realm, let me be the one to slay him. You know, if I survive, I am destined to be a general, right? More than just a general. You shall ascend to the commanding officer of the night watch. Kane whispered softly. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Zhao Kongcheng's laughter rang out, perhaps a fleeting resurgence of spirit. Or perhaps envisioning a delightful scene, his vitality seemed to recover somewhat. Kane, I am here. Speak. Did I not just look splendid? More splendid than I. Kane nodded gently. Lin Xie, am I not handsome? Handsome. You surpass everyone I have ever seen. Lin Xie gritted his teeth and nodded emphatically. Hee. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled, but the vitality in his eyes continued to wane. Kane, do you know why I hold you in such high regard? Because. Damn it, you are far too handsome. I recognized it at first glance. Your pretentious aura is undeniably innate, something I cannot replicate. However, there is one trait about you that I detest. Do you know what it is? No idea. Zhao Kongcheng's eyes fluttered shut, his body easing into relaxation. You lie. You are clearly far more handsome than I. Chapter 8. The withering moonlight. The rain fell relentlessly. Lin Xie sat there in a daze, the rain blurring his vision. It was hard to discern whether the moisture streaming from his eyes was tears or rain. Kane held an umbrella, bending down gently to close old Zhao's eyelids. No, in this world, no one is more handsome than you. As Kane's palm shimmered with a faint purple light, Zhao Kongcheng's soul was drawn into the realm of bliss. The appearance of the purification thunder also underwent slight transformations. At this moment, Lin Xie was engulfed in the despair of losing Zhao Kongcheng, oblivious to Kane's subtle movements. When Kane straightened up, he had already drawn the divine flame. He turned his gaze coldly toward the ghost face king, his presence momentarily intimidating the grotesque visage within the ghost face king's chest. Lin Xie gently positioned the umbrella over Zhao Kongcheng's body, taking 2 steps forward to grasp the straight blade embedded in the ground. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Kane, they were a student and a writer, 1 blade, 2 guns. Both their eyes ignited with boundless fury. The ghostly face on the ghost face king's torso contorted, manipulating the massive corpse as it lunged toward the 2 men with an uncanny gait. Having lost its right arm, it could only rely on its left claws to slash through the rain, unleashing a relentless assault. Lin Xie deftly sidestepped the strike, his body transforming into countless afterimages, gliding around the ghost face king like a specter. Thanks to the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer and his terrifying dynamic vision, the ghost face king could not graze him, while Lin Xie left several wounds on the creature in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. Kane maneuvered around the periphery of the battlefield, his dual guns spitting forth flames. The shooting prowess derived from the Savior ensured each shot struck true, leaving no room for collateral damage. The headless corpse of the ghost face king howled, contorting its form as it charged at Kane. It had realized that the greatest threat on the battlefield was Kane, this remote gunman. Lin Xie was too swift for it to catch, so it aimed to eliminate the white-haired one first, before turning back to deal with Lin Xie. Watch out, Lin Xie cautioned. The Ghost-Faced King's enormous claws swung down at Kane, wielding immense force, bent on tearing the diminutive human apart. Yet Kane did not flinch. Instead, he tossed his guns into the air, crouched low to evade the strike, and drew closer to the Ghost-Faced King's form. Then, an uppercut. Bang! With a dull thud, the Ghost-Faced King was struck in the abdomen with such force that its feet momentarily left the ground. Bang! Following that, Kane stomped down powerfully, delivering a Spartan kick that connected with the ghostly face on the Ghost-Faced King's chest. The creature winced in pain, staggering back several steps, almost toppling over. Just then, several blades flashed through the air. The Ghost-Faced King's body finally lost its balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Kane caught the falling guns, his expression stern. Lin Xie too had landed beside Kane, his eyes filled with astonishment. This man possesses immense strength. Despite being an ordinary person without a void, he managed to repel the Ghost-Faced King with his bare hands. Instead of granting him a void, he augments his physical prowess. Is this the essence of the heroic spirit agent? Lin Xie had no doubt. Even without him, Kane could single-handedly face the Ghost-Faced King. Its weakness lies in the ghostly face on its chest. Kane asserted, that is not a weakness, it is its essence. Lin Xie narrowed his eyes, recalling how he had already struck that ghostly face numerous times. Yet despite his limited strength, he couldn't sever it. The Ghost-Faced King was also aware of this. Remaining on guard, Kane continued, strike its legs, immobilizing it for 5 seconds. Can you manage that? Lin Xie, I can. There were no excessive words, only the trust that came from standing side by side. Lin Xie transformed once more into the Starry Night Dancer, pressing forward toward the struggling Ghost-Faced King. Kane sheathed the divine flame, extending his hands forward to sense the judgment key within the realm of bliss. Just a little more, just a bit more, and Zhou Ping's soul would fully merge with the purification thunder. Rumbling, the sky thickened ominously, with purple lightning flickering ominously. Kane tightly shut his eyes, radiating with electric energy, a faint crescent-shaped light appearing at the back of his head. Thud! At that moment, several slashes connected, severing the Ghost-Faced King's tendons, forcing its massive body to kneel. Now's the time, Lin Xie shouted. Kane suddenly opened his eyes, his azure gaze transformed into a striking purple. Crack! A robust purple lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking Kane. No, to be precise, it struck the outstretched hands of Kane, leaving him unscathed. In an instant, its black sheath radiated an eerie purple glow, and the elongated hilt was adorned with a red tassel. Though it was termed a straight blade, it resembled the legendary Miao knife. Within Lin Xie's perception, the blade in Kane's grasp emanated an overwhelming power of judgment. This is... Lin Xie's eyes widened. Behind Kane, a towering purple silhouette slowly materialized. The figure was indistinct, resembling a man cloaked in a robe. Though it possessed only the upper half of its form, it towered over the Ghost-Faced King. Likewise, the apparition wielded a massive straight blade. Lin Xie stared at the figure in disbelief, struggling to accept his own vision. Zhao! Consheng! Kane's gaze was icy as he gripped the hilt of his sword and slowly drew it from its sheath. The shadowy figure mirrored his actions. A fierce spark erupted as the dark purple blade scraped against the sheath, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder. The demon-faced king knelt before the towering shadow, his chest displaying a visage of fear. An overwhelming force constrained him, rendering him immobile. This sensation was strikingly reminiscent of the deceased man from before. At the moment the blade was fully unsheathed, the sheath vanished in a flash of lightning. Kane held the sword high above his head, while the shadow did the same. With a crack of thunder, the sword in the shadow's hand was imbued with lightning, radiating a deadly purple glow. The Key of Judgment, 0 rated power. Kane's expression remained cold. Cut. Chapter 9. Defeat me, boom. The thunder roared as the shadow swung the sword down in tandem with Kane's movement. The colossal crescent of energy, entwined with thunder, cleaved the demon-faced king in two, body and face alike. His corpse gradually disintegrated into molecules, dispersed and extinguished. The border realm was enigmatic. The demon-faced king was confirmed vanquished. Kane felt an intense weariness wash over him as the shadow behind him dissipated. Thud! He leaned on his sword, half kneeling on the ground. He had unleashed the 0 rated power of the Key of Judgment. Despite his body being enhanced, he could barely withstand it. Unsurprisingly, the power he wielded was not as astonishing as that of the ruler of thunder. Theoretically, 0 rated power represented 100 of the deity's key's capacity, Yet beyond that lay the boundary release akin to the peak of the rulers and the state of transcending limits. It was akin to the heavenly fire saint's cataclysmic blaze and the final extinction unleashed by ancestor Kevin. However, apart from the heavenly fire saint's key, no one had yet achieved the ability to surpass the zero-rated power with any other deity's key. At this moment, a slender hand extended towards Kane. He lifted his head. Lin Xie looked down at him, raindrops streaming down his cheeks. Kane did not stand on ceremony. A forbidden item bestowed upon me by Zhou, the cleansing thunder of sin. Kane held the cleansing thunder of sin, deciding to offer Lin Xie a brief explanation. Zhao Kongqing's soul has been absorbed into the sword. It has now become the sword spirit. Can it return? Yes, but it will take a very long time. Kane did not offer an easy way out, for he wanted Lin Xie to make a resolute decision. He spoke softly. However, I will use it to fulfill my promise. To eradicate all threats to humanity. The rain continued to pour, the thunder subsiding. Lin Xie took the cleansing thunder of sin from Kane's hands, quietly examining it. The dark purple blade was adorned with flowing forging patterns, its smooth surface reflecting his golden eyes. Cleansing thunder of sin. Such a striking name, fitting for him. Lin Xie returned the long blade to Kane, stepping over the pool of blood as he brushed past him. I thank you on his behalf. Kane held the hilt, narrowing his eyes slightly. The enormous shadow had indeed exceeded his expectations. He had intended to absorb Zhao's soul into the cleansing thunder of sin and use it to terminate the Demon Face King. In a sense, it could be considered that Zhao had personally slain the Demon Face King. However, he did not anticipate the manifestation of Zhao's spirit when he activated the zero-rated power. Perhaps it was because Zhao had just become a sword spirit and Kane had unleashed the zero-rated power too soon, leaving Zhao's soul still in slumber. In the short term, the sword would likely be unable to wield the zero-rated power again. Kane summoned the sheath with a click, returning the long blade to its scabbard. When he turned around, he saw Lin Xie had already returned to Zhao Kongqing's side. I have long told him that being a hero is not easy. Lin Xie murmured, uncertain whether he was speaking to Kane or addressing Zhao Kongqing's cold corpse. Kane approached Lin Xie, remaining silent as he quietly observed him. At this moment, Lin Xie did not require any comfort. He merely needed an outlet for his feelings. Kane, do you know? 10 years ago, I saw the seraph on the moon, and because of that, I was confined in a mental hospital for 10 years and was blind for a decade. In those pitch-black years, I contemplated suicide more than once. But it was my family that saved me, not those myriad of beings. Thus, I have no intention of protecting the multitude. I only wish to safeguard my family. Upon finishing, Lin Xie glanced at Kane. Is that very selfish? Right? Selfishness carries no fault. It is the essence of being human, Kane replied, arms crossed, holding the cleansing thunder of sin. However, loyalty and filial piety cannot both be fulfilled. Lin Xie looked again at Zhao Kongqing's corpse. Indeed. Loyalty and filial piety cannot coexist, and he chose loyalty, opting to save my family, only to die silently in a corner, unnoticed by anyone but us. Therefore, I am unwilling to be a sentinel, yet I cannot bear to owe a debt of gratitude. Lin Xie fell silent for a moment, seemingly making a profound decision. Lin Xie turned to look at the sword in Kane's hand. He shouldn't mind, right? Kane responded, I apologize, he cannot answer you at present. If he later declines, what will you do? Lin Xie met Kane's gaze. Kane sighed, raising the sword in his hand. Very well. I will decide for him. 10 years hence, if you can defeat me, I shall release you from the role of sentinel. Ha ha. Lin Xie laughed joyfully in the rain, as if he had acquired a rare treasure. It is settled. If he does not agree, please stop me in 10 years. Lin Xie extended his fist, colliding it with Kane's sword-holding hand. Kane gazed at the sky, pondering whether this constituted a bond. Regardless, since he was bound to Lin Xie, such a trivial agreement would not alter the course of events. After sharing these words, Lin Xie plunged the straight sword into the ground and knelt, bowing deeply several times. Auntie, I am leaving. Ah, Jean, while I am away, do not make Annie angry again. You are already a man, protect her well. When I return in 10 years, I will ensure you both live well. Afterward, he withdrew the straight sword, cradling Zhao Kongqing's corpse, and turned to leave. Kane picked up an umbrella, silently shielding them from the storm, while he himself stood drenched in the downpour. When Hong Ying arrived at the scene, in the hazy distance, 2 figures emerged, one large and one small. The larger figure donned a black and white trench coat, holding a black long sword in one hand while shielding the smaller figure with the other. The smaller figure, a high school student, bore a sword on his back and cradled the body of a martyr. Upon spotting Hong Ying, the youth stopped and shouted hoarsely, as if wanting the world to remember the martyr's name. Junior Lin Xie, sending General Zhao Kongqing home victorious. Chapter 10, Are you two relatives? In Songnan City. At the Peace Bridge, the Peace Office, underground. In the spacious and brightly lit hall, Lin Xie sat on the sofa, his head bowed in silence. Kane leaned against the wall, cradling the cleansing thunder of sin, scrutinizing the figures before him. Wu Xiangnan, Hong Ying, Lung Xian, Si Xiaonan. Wen Qimo, and the captain, the late Chen Mai, leaned against a pillar with his hands in his pockets. Feeling the weight of Kane's gaze, Chen Mai furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed a seasoned aura emanating from Kane. So you two are the divine agents recommended by old Zhao? Wu Xiangnan settled across from Lin Xie, casting a glance at Kane. And there's another, the Dragon Slayer agent. Am I correct? Indeed, Kane raised an eyebrow. The Dragon Slayer agent. Is this how Zhao Kongcheng presents it to the outside world? It matters not. It does not exist. Wu Xiangnan introduced himself. I am Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain of the Night Watch Squad 136 from Songnan City. The one in black leaning against the pillar is our captain, Chen Mai. And you all, stop dawdling and introduce yourselves to the newcomers. Night Watch Squad 136. Frontline combatant, Hong Ying. Combat support and military medic, Si Xiaonan. Long-range fire support. As everyone concluded their introductions, Wu Xiangnan fixed his gaze on Lin Xie. Lin Xie, and Mr. Kane, do you have any additional insights regarding Zhao Kongqing's sacrifice? Lin Xie spoke softly. He opened the boundless space and perished alongside the Phantom King. We have articulated this clearly. Were you all present? Indeed. Then can you explain how you entered the boundless space? Lin Xie looked up at Kane. He helped me enter. All eyes turned to Kane, who calmly replied. I cleaved it open with a single strike. Wu Xiangnan cast a meaningful glance at the slender black blade in Kane's possession. Unlike the flamboyant and awe-inspiring burning sword described by old Zhao, this was different. Mr. Kane, could you detail the specific circumstances of the battle? He used his sword to carve out a massive black crescent, severing the Phantom King's head. But upon realizing it wasn't entirely dead, he struck again. Reducing it to ashes, Kane recounted. You did not assist him? I did, but not extensively. Wu Xiangnan frowned in contemplation. At that moment, Chen Mai, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. The massive crescent, that was the soul-devouring crescent moon. Old Zhao activated his forbidden domain with the phantom goddess guidance. When Qimo exclaimed in surprise, sequence 083. So old Zhao harbored such a high-risk forbidden domain. Lin Xie glanced at Kane, noting that he refrained from revealing Zhao Kongqing's transformation into a sword spirit. Otherwise, it might lead this group through another emotional roller coaster. Everyone harbors secrets, and Lin Xie is no exception. Just as Kane did not pry into why Lin Xie, a high school student, possessed abilities surpassing human limits. Some matters are better left unspoken. Ha ha, had we been there, he would surely boast that his forbidden domain was the most impressive of all. Hong Ying forced a chuckle, but sorrow soon dimmed her eyes once more. Wu Xiangnan pondered for a moment. The soul-devouring crescent moon is indeed perilous. But why were only an arm and a head found on site? Where did the rest of the body go? The soul-devouring crescent moon seemingly lacks the capacity to obliterate a corpse in one strike. You truly aided him, did you not? Yes. But Zhao Kongqing's final blow annihilated the Phantom King solely with his sword. And you, Lin Xie? What Kane has said is true. I can attest to it. Strange. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the two. Mr. Kane, is this truly the case? Kane gazed steadily into Wu Xiangnan's eyes. I do not know what you are doubting, but I sense that you seem unmoved by Zhao Kongqing's sacrifice. Not at all. Chen Mai approached Kane, placing a hand on his shoulder. Zhao Kongqing was our comrade. His sacrifice grieves us all. Old Wu merely seeks to understand the events, without any intent to offend. Very well. Any further questions? Kane closed his eyes, seeking a moment of respite. I heard from Hong Ying that you all intend to join the Night Watch, correct? Chen Mai took a seat beside Lin Xie. However, as I understand it, Lin Xie, Zhao Kongqing previously invited you to join the Night Watch, yet you declined. Why now the desire to join? Out of obligation. Whose obligation? Zhao Kongqing's. I made a pact with him. I will join the Night Watch, but I have a condition. What condition? I will only remain with the Night Watch for 10 years. After that, I shall depart. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned peculiar. Kid, do you think this is a regular civil service? You can't just resign at will. Chen Mai patiently explained. Sorry, that condition cannot be agreed upon. The Night Watch is not a place one can enter or exit freely. Once you join, it is a lifelong commitment. Lin Xie maintained his calm demeanor. No matter. If I cannot leave, it is my own issue, not the Night Watch's. The crowd's expressions grew more curious. Kane crossed his arms, silently observing Lin Xie's bravado. Unexpectedly, Lin Xie pointed his thumb at Kane. It's also his problem. Chen Mai raised an eyebrow, looking between Kane and Lin Xie. What does that mean? This was a clever move, playing on the notion that if I cannot endure, neither shall you. Well, as previously agreed, after 10 years. If he wishes to leave the night watch, he must first defeat me, Kane stated. Oh. Chenmai understood, so you two are relatives? Not at all. Oh. Seeing the significant glance from old Chen, Lin Xia sensed a misunderstanding and quickly added, I have only met him once. We have not known each other for more than 2 hours. Do not overthink it. No, I am not overthinking. Chenmai smiled slightly. Youth is a time for passion. It's good to spur one another on. No one knows what will transpire in 10 years, do they? We truly have only known each other for less than 2 hours, Lin Xia asserted, looking Chenmai in the eye, enunciating every word. Kane placed a hand on Lin Xia's shoulder. No further explanations needed. Further explanations could lead to serious complications. Lin Xia and Kane locked eyes for a brief moment before Lin Xia turned his head obediently, remaining silent. Hong Ying suddenly poked Si Xiaonan beside her. What is it? Si Xiaonan asked in confusion. Hong Ying whispered in her ear. Hey, don't you think those two have a strong CP vibe? CP vibe? Si Xiaonan surveyed the two. Their personalities seemed as cold as ice, and she couldn't see any chemistry. Cold Xian, who was cleaning his gun, interjected. Why are you staring at me? Hong Ying retorted. I didn't say anything about you. Cold Xian just remained silent. Chapter 11. One can call thunder, the other can ignite fire. As for you, Brother Kane, we have questions for you as well. Chenmai turned to Kane, who stood to the side. Why not take a seat? Relax, we are a legitimate organization. Kane surveyed the surroundings and then took a seat opposite Chenmai, laying the purifying Thunder 7 lightning on the coffee table. Hong Ying blinked at Kane, seated beside her. Wait, he just walked over like that? Kane shot her a glance. You were the only one with an available seat. Oh. Chenmai cleared his throat, his expression peculiar. I wonder if Zhou Ping ever informed you that in the history of the Night Watch, there has never been a spirit agent, though there are a few genuine spirits. What I am curious about is, what exactly did that spirit bestow upon you? 2 forbidden artifacts. Kane believed there was no need to conceal the key of the gods, for they would be comrades fighting side by side in the future. It was essential to lay bare the abilities he possessed. Simultaneously, he felt no inclination to correct the group, let them call him as they pleased. With that, Kane lifted his trench coat and revealed the heavenly fire sacred judgment, hidden beneath the hem, placing it beside the cleansing sin 7 thunders. The onlookers were instantly captivated by these 2 forbidden artifacts. The extraordinary individuals present could sense the cataclysmic power contained within them. The blade was named Cleansing Sin 7 Thunders, and the firearm was called Heavenly Fire Sacred Judgment. Kane succinctly explained, one can summon thunder and the other can ignite fire. Is that all? Indeed. Its power is immense, highly effective. Certainly, the names themselves reveal much. Cleansing Sin 7 Thunders, Heavenly Fire Sacred Judgment. Kane opted to introduce only the primary functions, as he was genuinely fatigued and preferred not to engage in excessive conversation. He had not spoken incorrectly. These 2 keys of the gods were crafted solely for combat, lacking any superfluous features in this world. They were simply weapons of destruction. When Qima suddenly recalled, wait, didn't Zhou Ping mention you possessed a colossal sword? Chenmai interjected, you should have a particularly large golden sword, right? Kane replied, that is a technique released when these 2 firearms merge, but it has significant side effects. Depending on the situation, it can only be used once or twice a week. What about this blade? The blade can be imbued with lightning, generating high voltage. Is there anything else? It can slay monsters. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. How about you demonstrate these 2 artifacts for us? Chenmai tentatively suggested. Kane glanced around. Is there a shooting range? There is. The group proceeded to the training space located beneath the Peace Affairs office. Lin Xia followed, astonished to discover such a vast area hidden underground. Seemingly not reaching its limits yet, Chenmai inquired, is a 10-meter target sufficient? Too close, 50 meters. Cold Xian interjected suddenly. The effective range of a handgun is 50 meters. Are you certain you can shoot that far without training? Kane replied, 10 meters is too close. It's easy to be injured by debris from the target. At Chenmai's urging glance, Cold Xian sighed and went to set up the target. Soon, a half-human target was erected 50 meters away. Bang! Kane raised his gun and fired. The Heavenly Fire's Sacred Judgment unleashed a torrent of flames. A tremendous explosion resonated. The target, 50 meters away, was obliterated into countless fragments. Aside from Lin Xia, who felt nothing, the others fell silent. Such a tremendous noise. Could it truly be produced by a handgun? Cold Xian returned from the nearby operations room, his gaze fervent. Though he did not possess a forbidden artifact, he owned a unique one, a mobile armory, and no one in Team 136 rivaled his knowledge of firearms. He rushed up to Kane, his usually aloof demeanor flushed with excitement. What is the caliber of this gun? I do not know. What is its magazine capacity? 120 rounds. Does it require reloading? No. Can I see it? No. Why? Because you will get burned. All right, Cold Xian, calm down. Don't frighten the newcomers. Chen Mai pulled Cold Xian aside and turned to Wu Xiangnan. Old Wu, have you noticed anything? Wu Xiangnan frowned, stroking his chin. The power is immense. I cannot sense any fluctuations from the forbidden ruins. Is this truly a forbidden artifact? Indeed. Is it possible that there is something wrong on our end? Wu Xiangnan clutched his head, perplexed. It makes no sense to lack fluctuations from the forbidden ruins. The undying swordsman began to delve into his thoughts. Chen Mai noted that Kane's hand holding the gun trembled slightly. Is your right hand injured? Kane glanced at his right hand. No, it's just fatigued. After the battle, he had hardly rested, and this shooting had indeed placed some strain on his arm. It turned out he was simply tired. The reason he had remained until now was likely to avoid disrupting the atmosphere. Chen Mai sighed. All right. Let us call it a night. We want to showcase your other artifact for the time being. Since you all wish to join the Night Watchers, there are a few things I must clarify. The Night Watchers operate under a semi-militarized structure, and all newcomers must undergo a training session before officially becoming members. Every September, in a month's time, all newcomers are required to undergo militarized management, participating in a year-long training camp to familiarize themselves with various military skills, including proficient use of the Forbidden Ruins. Lin Xia asked, so what are we considered now, interns? You could interpret it that way, but we generally refer to them as temporary members. Chen Mai solemnly reminded. By the way, concerning temporary members, we do not provide accommodation or meals. You need to be aware of that. That is fine. Kane had a home, so he was indifferent to such matters. Lin Xia, however, appeared flustered. I do care. Where will I stay this month? He instinctively glanced at Kane. Kane immediately replied, sorry, I only have one bed at home. Such a crucial point could not allow Lin Xia to stay with Kane. He resolved to dispose of all the beds in the other rooms except for the master bedroom to prevent any slip-ups. It's all right, you can stay with me. Hong Ying stepped forward, her charming smile radiant. My home is quite spacious. I can easily offer you a room. Don't worry. I'll look after you from now on. She patted her ample bosom and struck a pose like a big sister. You two can't even tell who is older. So don't call me that. Chen Mai crossed his arms. I can call you whatever I want. It's none of your concern. Hong Ying glanced around, retrieved a piece of paper and a pen from the side, and wrote down her address on the table, passing it to Lin Xia. All right. The innocent young virgin averted his gaze from the alluring Hong Ying. His cheeks flushed. Okay, Hong Ying, sister. Oh, newcomer brother. You're so adorable. Kane turned to Chen Mai. Has she always been like this? The narrative of the book could not compare to witnessing such vibrant scenes firsthand. Characters like Hong Ying, akin to manga heroines, were indeed rare in reality. Yes, we have grown accustomed to it. Chen Mai glanced at Kane, offering a gentle smile. Relax. The atmosphere in our team is not as dreary as you might imagine. After the paperwork is completed, allow Qima to guide you around here and help you familiarize yourselves. Chapter 12. Is this blade not magnificent? Lin Xian nearly fled as he followed Wen Qima into the corridor. Kane glanced at the direction they were heading, knowing what Wen Qima intended to do next. He was not keen on joining them, for in the original narrative, these two had hidden by a grave. The amount Zhao Kongqing left behind with his dying, oblivion-flashing moon was even greater than that of the Seraphim, boosting the imprint of Savior from 5 to 15. He subtly sensed that the land of bliss was calling to him. However, since he was to join the Night Watchers, leaving without a word would hinder his integration into the group. Rewards could be checked at any time, but opportunities were not always available. Thus, Kane sheathed the judgment of the heavens and picked up the cleansing 7 thunders, following the group ahead. Minutes later, in the wilds, at the Night Watchman's cemetery, the 3 individuals took refuge beneath an ancient tree, silently observing Hong Ying, who was diligently carving inscriptions on a tombstone not far away. What is Sister Hong Ying doing? Lin Xia inquired. She is inscribing a tombstone for Zhao Kongqing. It is an unwritten rule among the Night Watchmen, Kane replied. Practicing with a gun at night? Who would believe that? This was originally my duty, but Hong Ying and old Zhao share a close bond, making her the one most eager to assist him. Standing behind Wen Qima and Lin Xia, Kane cradled the cleansing 7 thunders. He had refrained from placing it into the paradise space because he noticed that the essence of Zhao Kongqing within the weapon seemed to subtly enhance his restoration efficiency. Though the improvement was minuscule, almost negligible compared to Lin Xia's divine ruins, Kane resolved to keep the cleansing 7 thunders close at hand. He found no inconvenience in carrying this blade, which housed Zhao Kongqing's spirit. Suddenly, the cleansing 7 thunders began to tremble slightly in his grasp. Kane cast a glance downwards, his expression growing solemn. After listening for a moment, His demeanor shifted to one of intrigue. Indeed, Zhao Kongqing was quite the character. He was dreaming within the core of the lawgiver. Perhaps due to the bond with the key of God, Kane could perceive certain psychological fluctuations within it, even glimpsing the contents of Zhao Kongqing's dream. In the dream, Zhao Kongqing found himself transformed into a blade, eagerly requesting Kane to demonstrate his impressive form to Hong Ying. It was a simple yet persistent desire. It was rare for Zhao Kongqing to dream, indicating that he was in good spirits. Perhaps satisfying his vanity and allowing him to enjoy a pleasant dream would further elevate his condition? To Kane, it would be a trivial task. However, it would require a small concession from Hong Ying. "Hey Kane, where are you going, Kane? Come back." When Shima urged in a hushed tone, anxiety lacing her voice. Yet, Kane paid her no heed, striding purposefully towards Hong Ying. Even Lin Chiye and the pair hidden in the thicket on the hillside, along with a voyeur a kilometer away, were momentarily taken aback. What was he intending to do? Kane approached Hong Ying, halting just a meter behind her. Hong Ying sensed his presence only when he was nearly upon her, startling her into a leap. "Why you? What are you doing here?" She quickly concealed her chisel behind her back, wiping away her tears. "I came out for a joyride and happened upon this place illuminated by light. So I followed my curiosity," she stammered. "Stumbled upon it? Given how secluded this spot is, you found it effortlessly?" Kane pointed to his eyes. "The spirits did not grant me the forbidden ruins, but they bestowed upon me extraordinary senses, allowing me to perceive the presence of people here. And you? What are you doing alone in a cemetery?" "I am not doing anything. It's an unwritten rule among the night watchmen. I'm merely inscribing a tombstone." Hong Ying replied, her gaze evasive. She hoped the others would not approach. Otherwise, when Shima would surely accuse her of stealing his task. Kane focused on the unfinished tombstone. "Is this Zhao Kongqing's tombstone?" "Yes, indeed. May I pay my respects?" "Yes, but not just yet. Allow me to finish the inscription first." "Very well, I shall wait." Kane settled onto a nearby stone, quietly observing her. Hong Ying pouted, ignoring him, and resumed her carving. Moments later, she could no longer endure the silence and stood up. You may pay your respects first, but hurry and leave after. I cannot continue if someone sees me. Also, do not tell anyone I am here." "Thank you." Kane rose and approached the tomb, laying the cleansing 7 thunders before the gravestone. From his coat pocket, he produced a small bottle of 250 milliliters golden grape wine. This was a relic from the pre-collapse civilization he had discovered in the Paradise Lounge, marked with the label, Eden exclusive, though it felt somewhat impolite. He had no other libation to honor Zhao Kongqing. "This cup of wine, I toast to you as a man. For the past decade, I have kept watch over Lin Xie on your behalf. It is no mistake." Kane uncapped the bottle, drinking half before pouring the remaining onto the grave mound. Subsequently, he drew the cleansing 7 thunders, unsheathing the blade. Hong Ying's expression sharpened, and she stepped back. "What do you intend to do?" Kane glanced at her, extending the hilt of the sword toward her. "I wish for you to examine this blade closely." "What? After all this fuss, you are merely showcasing a forbidden object? Can it wait until tomorrow?" Hong Ying sensed Kane bore no malice, slowly accepting the cleansing 7 thunders and examining it. The blade was not heavy. Its dark purple edge adorned with intricate water-patterned forging marks, the smooth surface reflecting her visage. The elongated hilt was perfectly designed for single or two-handed grips, and a deep red tassel decorated its end. "You may wield it." Although uncertain of Kane's intentions, Hong Ying decided to comply, primarily due to his formidable presence, which intimidated her. It was ironic, as she was the senior, yet here she was, intimidated by a newcomer. Thankfully, no one else was present. Otherwise, she would be mortified. She grasped the hilt and stepped into an open space, beginning to practice. Under the moonlight, the young woman danced with the blade, graceful as a startled swan, elegant as a swimming dragon. Though she primarily trained in marksmanship, her time spent with Chin Mai had imparted some knowledge of swordplay, as she executed a series of moves, becoming increasingly effortless with each swing. "Indeed, it seems this blade has taken a liking to you," Kane remarked, sheathing the cleansing 7 thunders. After the exercise, some of Hong Ying's sorrow had been alleviated. She felt much better than before. Could it be he orchestrated this to deliberately guide me, to help me release my emotions? Hong Ying mused quietly. "Hey, why did you want me to look at this blade? I might be somewhat familiar with guns, but swords are a mystery to me. That is of little consequence. Now, how would you rate this sword?" "Well, it is an excellent blade." "Just excellent? It becomes easier to wield as I use it? Is that all?" Kane gazed into her eyes. "Do you not find it striking?" A gentle breeze rustled between them, stirring fallen leaves. Hong Ying paused, the phrase sounding eerily familiar. A familiar figure surfaced in her mind. Kane unsheathed the sword again, holding it before her. "Please contemplate and tell me, is this sword striking?" Hong Ying squinted, scrutinizing the blade. It is quite striking. Are you being truthful? Yes, it is the truth. This sword is indeed striking. Far more imposing than the Night Watchman's star blade. Excellent. I too find it quite striking. Sensing the fluctuations of the dream, Kane exhaled, sheathing the blade. Thank you for indulging me, Hong Ying. Oh, it was no trouble. Unbeknownst to Hong Ying, a faint glimmer flickered across the blade's edge. The hilt ceased to tremble. The consciousness within the core stirred, awakening. A yawn echoed in Kane's mind, followed by self-reflection. Oh, I had a dream where I became a sword, thinking to show off in front of Hong Ying, and it turned out to be hey. This is truly bizarre. After a brief silence, a man's voice resonated softly. Where is this? Chapter 13. The Inscription of Heavenly Wisdom. After presenting the blade to Hong Ying, Kane withdrew. The individual went to carve a monument. Kane recounted the events of the past few hours to Zhou Ping, who fell into a prolonged silence. Hey, Kane, can I talk to them now? Not yet. I can only relay your words. What do you wish to convey? In that case, there's no need. Such a formidable forbidden object should remain low-key to avoid attracting the gaze of the ancient god church. I'll stay here for now. I don't want to worry them further. Zhou Ping seemed to have come to terms with it, then suddenly recalled something and burst into laughter. You two? What nonsense is this? A decade-long duel? Ha! And you ask if I agree? As if that is within my purview. He must consult the commander. So, what is your answer? Refusal. A resounding refusal. Zhou Ping chuckled. I want to see who is stronger in the end. Can you keep him as a night watchman? Or will he thrash you and return home? Unexpectedly, Zhou Ping shared a penchant for amusement akin to a certain pink-haired fairy. After all, it was merely a matter of sparring with Lin Xie, nothing too serious. Following their conversation, Kane hurriedly washed up, lay on his bed, and addressed the dagger beside him. Old Zhou, accompany me to a place shortly. Where to? You'll find out once we arrive. Why the suspense? As his consciousness sank into a sea of dreams. Entering the trials would restore him to peak condition. All right, let us see if I can achieve another 10 consecutive victories tonight. Kane stretched his neck and summoned the 7 thunders of purification and the divine fire of judgment to himself. Then, with a thought, a man clad in a red cloak materialized in the Hall of Paradise. Huh? Zhou Ping, like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, surveyed his surroundings and quickly spotted Kane. What is this place? How do I have a body? Wait, why am I half-transparent? This is the past paradise, a realm that belongs solely to me. Kane briefly explained the concept to Zhou Ping. Oh, I see. Zhou Ping nodded thoughtfully, realizing that such significant secrets lay hidden within. That dagger, and those 2 guns of yours, must have originated from here, right? The dagger, yes. The guns, no. Kane readied himself, donning dual pistols and wielding the long dagger. Old Zhou, join me in the trials of paradise. We may face a fierce battle that will require your assistance. Fierce battle? Zhou Ping stared at the ominous strike device for a moment, then grinned, rolling up his sleeves. Don't hold back. Give it your all. I felt nothing during my previous haze. Let me see just how impressive I can be now. Of course. With that, Zhou Ping's spirit transformed into a shimmering light, drifting back to the 7 thunders of purification. Hurry up and get in. I can hardly wait. Zhou Ping cheered, and for a moment, Kane found him a bit too boisterous. Should I activate the 0-rated power once more to let him rest a little longer? Kane took a deep breath and stepped into the strike device. As light swirled around him, he was surprised to find himself not in the previous Cloud City, but in a poetically tinted space dominated by yellow hues. Ahead lay a landscape of bizarre stones, upon which a towering ancient Bodhi tree stood resolutely, its roots entwined amidst the rocks. Time, silent and unyielding, flowed gently, and a pale yellow leaf drifted down from the Bodhi tree. Beneath it, a delicate hand caught the leaf. A man leaned elegantly against the roots, eyes closed, with a strikingly handsome face, waist-length gray hair, and dressed in gray and white garments, exuding an ethereal presence akin to a lake spirit. In the next moment, an erudite voice resonated through the space. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Welcome, visitor Kane. I have foreseen your arrival. In that instant, Kane understood everything. The 15 restoration of salvation, while enhancing his physical capabilities, had not brought about a qualitative change in himself. However, it appeared that this was the true reward bestowed upon him by the 15. He was to encounter the 7th of the Flame Chasers, the bearer of the heavenly wisdom insignia, Su. Kane sheathed his dagger. How do you know my name? In this paradise, all things are born from recognition. From the moment you entered this realm, you became a part of that recognition. Su smiled gently, his expression blooming like a garden of flowers. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am a forerunner, the 7th of the Flame Chasers. You may call me Su. Huh, this fellow seems even more handsome than you. but in a peculiar way, like a young lady. Zhao Kongqing commented. Indeed, in the game, he often played the riddle maker, and upon facing him in reality, one could truly appreciate his beauty. According to the lore, he and Kevin had been close friends in their student days, fighting for the same cause until the end. Yet, unlike Kevin's transition from sunny to aloof, Zhou maintained a consistently kind demeanor, and his combat prowess as a fusion warrior was not particularly high. His fused creature was the Emperor-class Moyili, a grand peacock, primarily possessing mental perception abilities and leaning towards support. Now that Kane bore the salvation insignia, it was not surprising that the second to be unlocked was the one most closely related to salvation. However, Kane had no interest in his plethora of riddles and philosophies. There was no need for further discourse. Kane gazed up at him. Zhou, since you have foreseen everything, you must understand why I have come. Indeed. Suddenly, Kane's vision blurred, and in the next moment, Zhou appeared before him, still with eyes closed, his exquisitely handsome face adorned with that same smile. Suffering is a trial. Tranquility is also a trial. Your trial has already begun and will continue. If you wish to possess this heavenly wisdom insignia, step forward and accept this gift of impermanence. Zhou gently extended his hand, and an object materialized within his palm. Kane raised an eyebrow. The item was round, pink, with black lines adorning its surface. A basketball? In the next moment, several thick old roots emerged from the ground behind Zhou, intertwining and growing until they formed a leafy basketball hoop. The surroundings were also marked with the outlines of a basketball court made of leaves. Best of 3, the first to 5 points wins the first round. Zhou tossed the basketball to Kane. Basketball should be your forte. Kane stared silently at the basketball in his hands. This trial. Is this it? The trial is like the leaves of the Bodhi tree. The patterns and textures may vary infinitely, yet fundamentally, there is no difference. Zhou declared, assuming a defensive stance. Finally opening his crimson eyes, signaling his seriousness. What is the matter? If you're unsure, I can teach you how to dribble. No need. I know how. And they both shared the same white hair. Seeing Kane naturally reminds Zhou of Kevin. However, it is essential to note that Kane is simply Kane, the successor to Kevin, not his replica. A basketball duel between the heir and a close friend seems only fitting. 10 minutes later, with a thunderous slam dunk, Kane's powerful move sent Zhou's frail body crashing to the ground. The score now stood at 10-0. Kane 10, Zhou 0. That's surname Kane. Zhao Kongqing suddenly spoke up. Is this what you call a fierce battle? Don't ask me. I have no idea. With a peculiar expression, Kane extended his hand towards Zhou, who was panting slightly as he grasped Kane's hand and rose to his feet. Have I succeeded in my challenge? Naturally. I have no need to deceive you. Zhou elegantly brushed off the dust, returning to his previous composed demeanor. I have witnessed your cause. Yet your effect remains shrouded in mystery. Go forth, follow this Bodhi leaf, and seek to perceive, listen, and feel. One day, the answers you seek will emerge from within, and I shall witness your path alongside this world. This lengthy discourse sounded like a chant, causing Kane a headache. Nevertheless, he accepted the leaf Zhou offered. Thank you. In the next moment, the surroundings began to warp and twist before Kane's eyes. Zhou's figure also distorted, yet his voice rang out with clarity. All phenomena are impermanent. Causality turns, momentary existence and extinction are but dreams and illusions. Come, step into this boundless light. This is the inscription of heavenly wisdom. Chapter 14. Forbidden Ruins. The awakening of heavenly wisdom. As radiance flowed, Kane opened his eyes to find himself in the Hall of Paradise. The green Bodhi leaf-shaped imprint within the dark launching device had also been illuminated. A screen materialized before him. Heavenly Wisdom. Repair level, 20. Unlocked inscription. Secrets of Heavenly Wisdom skill. Heavenly Wisdom. Awakening eyes. At that moment, Zhao Kongqing's spirit suddenly emerged from the seven thunder of purification. However, and this trial is quite baffling. Which trial specifically targets the strengths of the challengers? Zhao Kongqing stretched lazily, gazing at Kane. So, what is the purpose of the leaf he gave you? Of course it has purpose. Kane closed and opened his eyes, his pupils instantly turning crimson. Heavenly Wisdom awaken. He understood why Zhou often kept his eyes closed. As a spiritually perceptive fusion warrior, he, like Lin Xie, found little difference between closing and opening his eyes. In fact, Zhou's perceptive range was even broader. Currently, Lin Xie could sense within a radius of 20 meters, while Kane could extend his to 60. However, after only a brief duration, Kane felt a wave of dizziness and quickly shut off the ability. It appeared to be an active skill, contrasting with Lin Xie's passive ability honed over a decade. What is happening? Zhao Kongqing floated closer, waving his hand before Kane's eyes. What did you just do? I felt as if I was completely exposed for a moment. Kane regarded the older man with a peculiar expression. Must you really do this? Like a ghost? I think it looks quite cool, fitting my current identity. Zhao Kongqing was unfazed. Quickly, tell me, did you gain any new equipment? Not new equipment. I believe I awakened the forbidden ruins. Oh, you awakened the forbidden ruins. What kind of ruins? Kane did not catch the slight bitterness in Zhao Kongqing's tone. This ability is called Heavenly Wisdom, Awakening Eyes. Once activated, I can perceive objects and souls within a 60-meter radius, but only for a brief period, as it is quite taxing. Zhao Kongqing stroked his chin. It resembles Lin Xie's ability. Oh, I forgot to mention, that lad can also sense spiritually, but his range is only 20 meters. Yes, I know. Then why not try to reduce the range a bit? Perhaps the consumption will be less. Oh, that makes sense. Kane activated his eyes again, his crimson gaze narrowing the perceptive range until it matched Lin Xie's 20 meters. Indeed, the consumption decreased significantly. However, he still could not maintain it for as long as Lin Xie could, managing perhaps a mere 10 minutes. Well done, old Zhao, you're impressive. Kane acknowledged him. Hee. You could just tell me I'm handsome, Zhao Kongqing replied, puffing out his chest. One must admit that in terms of experience, Zhao Kongqing was a senior in this field, possessing many qualities worth emulating. Currently, Kane possessed only superhuman physique and muscle memory for combat reactions. In other aspects, he still needed to humbly seek Zhao Kongqing's guidance. At that moment, Kane noticed the repair level of Heavenly Wisdom's imprint. 20. Having just unlocked the Heavenly Wisdom imprint, it was automatically restored to 20, and he had also gained an elite ability. Meanwhile, the Savior was at a 15 repair level. Did this indicate that upon reaching 20, the Savior would unlock Kevin's elite ability? What could it be? Ice control? Or perhaps, the power of annihilation? After practicing Heavenly Wisdom, Awakening Eyes in the Paradise for a while, Kane withdrew. Although he brought the 7 thunder of purification with him, Zhao Kongqing's spirit remained in the previous era's paradise. He expressed a desire to become better acquainted with this wondrous place, mainly to enjoy the games in the lounge. This was acceptable. As long as Kane held the 7 thunder of purification, he could freely traverse between reality and paradise. Returning to reality, fatigue washed over Kane once more as he collapsed onto his bed, reflecting on the evening's gains, rescuing old Zhao, unlocking the Heavenly Wisdom imprint, and awakening an elite ability. The Savior's 15 repair level further enhanced his physical strength, increasing the thickness of steel-reinforced concrete. He could penetrate from 200 millimeters to 250 millimeters. Tomorrow, he was set to begin training with Team 136, soon facing the impending mysterious event involving the Naga Demon. This was an excellent opportunity to hunt the mysterious, and Kane could not afford to miss it. However, should he let Zhao Kongqing emerge to meet the members of Team 136? At present, Kane could make Zhao Kongqing appear in reality, but due to the God Key's connection, only he could see and hear him. Others were oblivious to his presence. It seemed prudent to inquire about his opinion. Also, he needed to bring a small gift. It was not only to apologize to Hong Ying, but also to demonstrate goodwill to the other team members. Breaking the rules and crashing into Hong Ying without any gesture would paint the newcomer as arrogant and difficult to approach. Hence, social niceties must be observed. Simultaneously, this would also serve as a token of gratitude for awakening old Zhao. Several hours earlier, in the old streets of the city, a battle had erupted here, and now the monster's remains and blood had been cleared, the scent washed away by the heavy rain, leaving only scars on the ground. At that moment, a black, scruffy dog splashed through puddles, striding into the street center. After confirming its position, it opened its mouth, its voice booming. Return, O soul. No response. The scruffy dog tilted its head in confusion. The soul is not lingering here. Who has taken it away? A night passed without incident. The next day, at Ping Bridge in Sangnan City, the Peace Affairs Office. Ding. Welcome. The electronic female voice was crisp and bright. Kane and Lin Xie arrived at the entrance almost simultaneously. Kane observed Lin Xie, noting the significant transformation in his aura. Gone was the childishness of the previous night, replaced by a more mature and composed demeanor. It appears that the farewells have already been exchanged through letters with family. Lin Xie also scrutinized Kane, sensing an inexplicable change in him. The tall man with white hair still donned his striking black and white trench coat, gripping a black long knife in his left hand, while his right hand held a light green gift-wrapped cake. Good morning, Lin Xie, Kane greeted first. Good morning, Brother Kane. Lin Xie looked at the cake he was holding. Is this your breakfast? No, it's an apology. An apology? Kane glanced down at him. You know why? Just don't say anything reckless later. Lin Xie fell silent, recalling the incident from the previous night when he had abruptly approached to pay his respects. Truthfully, after spending time with Hong Ying, he believed she would not hold a grudge over it. To his surprise, this seemingly aloof man displayed such sentimentality. In that moment, a flash of realization struck Lin Xie, reminiscent of the melodramatic television dramas he had watched with his aunt. Could it be that Kane had fallen head over heels for Sister Hong Ying? As they entered, Kane and Lin Xie found Hong Ying engaged in conversation with an elderly lady in the reception area. The old woman held Hong Ying's hand, lamenting about her husband's faults, while Hong Ying listened intently, responding earnestly to the various grievances. Eventually, they reached a consensus. The elderly lady's husband must be unfaithful. Lin Xie's expression stiffened. What was happening here? He turned to Kane, who shrugged in ignorance. When Shima, who had been playing the supportive role nearby, rose to greet them. Oh, you're here. Kane, did you bring a cake? Yes, it's for someone as an apology. Kane looked toward Hong Ying, lowering his voice to ask, when will she be free? Not for a while. She's probably busy. When Shima replied, casting a peculiar glance at Kane before beckoning them forward. Come on, let us go inside. When Shima and Lin Xie entered first, Kane turned back to glance at a certain ethereal figure hovering nearby. Let us go, stop staring. Zhao Kongqing floated over, curiously observing Hong Ying, waving his hand in front of her eyes. Wait, can only you see me, old Kai? I told you long ago. Stop fooling around and follow along. Kane entered the basement, while Zhao Kongqing passed through the wall. Ahead, Lin Xie was conversing with Wen Qima about the expansion of the Peace Affairs Office and the introduction of the underground training ground. Kane was already familiar with this information and chose to remain silent, listening quietly from behind. Suddenly, he heard a sigh echoing in his mind. Why the sigh? That girl. Hong Ying must have cried. After returning home last night, she likely practiced shooting all night. I could tell, she didn't even bother to put on makeup today. It seems you know her well. Of course, I regard her as a sister. After a pause, Zhao Kongqing leaned closer to Kane, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Later, just take Hong Ying to a secluded spot and give her the cake. She is shy, so don't present it in front of everyone. Understood. Choosing the cake as an apology gift was Zhao Kongqing's suggestion, even down to the specific shop and flavor. Kane had noted it down and driven early to purchase the cake, customizing a design on it at Zhao Kongqing's insistence. Although Kane found the design a bit peculiar, he trusted Zhao's judgment. The group arrived at the end of the corridor in the basement training hall. All right, the captain is waiting for you inside. Go ahead. Okay. Lin Xie pushed open the iron door, revealing a vast training arena. Indeed, it was expansive. Well, Lin Xie was taken aback. Kane squinted, estimating the space. The arena wasn't as exaggerated as described in the original text. It was not quite the size of 3 football fields, but rather equivalent to a 7-person baseball field. Nevertheless, it was still considerable for a training ground. The surface material seemed compacted and reinforced, likely for accommodating certain high-risk forbidden zones. You're here. Chen Mai, seated at the center of the training ground in meditation, opened his eyes. Clad in a white robe with a straight sword and a bamboo sword lying behind him. He greeted, Good morning, team. Good morning, Captain, Lin Xie responded. Yes, Chen Mai nodded. Wen Qima should have briefed you about this training ground. What do you think? Very spacious. That's right. Some large-scale destructive forbidden zones can be practiced here without concern for damage, as it was constructed by a high-level extraordinary being. Lin Xie continue. Chen Mai said, tossing a straight sword at Lin Xie. You'll practice swordsmanship with me in the morning, learn forbidden zones with Wen Qima in the afternoon, and train with guns in the evening. For the month leading up to the group training, you will train here daily. We cannot afford to lose face during the training. Our team 136 cannot afford that. With just a few words, Chen Mai had filled their schedules to the brim. Lin Xie stared at the sword in his hand, entranced. The hilt bore the name Zhao Kongqing. With a stoic expression, Chen Mai remarked, You have been chosen by him. He sacrificed himself. Now it is your duty to safeguard his sword. Do not let him down. Suddenly, Lin Xie felt a heavy hand on his shoulder. He turned sharply, but there was nothing behind him. What's wrong? Kane noticed his sudden movement. Nothing. Lin Xie glanced at Kane, then at the sword in his grasp, before standing attentively once more. Could it have been an illusion? Suddenly, Lin Xie was unleashing cries akin to a slaughtered pig within the training arena, as Chen Mai relentlessly bested him. Despite wielding a real sword, Lin Xie could hardly last 2 rounds against Chen Mai. Kane observed alongside, narrowing his eyes as he analyzed Chen Mai's techniques. He was both observing and learning. The physique of a hero endowed him with extraordinary learning capabilities, quickly assimilating the combat skills he had observed. After all, the character Kevin in the game was a natural athlete, capable of taking on a war beast with just a baseball bat, even before becoming a fusion warrior. However, this bout was merely one-sided beating, devoid of any techniques worth emulating. As he watched, Kane suddenly spoke up. Are you sure you don't want to say a few words to him? He knows you've returned. Zhao Kongqing's ethereal form stood beside him, observing the stubborn youth who, despite being knocked down repeatedly, was still seeking an opportunity to retaliate. Zhao Kongqing shook his head. Not the right time. I see now, this kid talks endlessly about family, but at his core, he lacks motivation. He tends to slack off. If my departure could spur him to strive harder, then it wouldn't be in vain. Zhao Kongqing glanced at Kane. Old Kai, this child is in your hands now. He is a genius, but as far as I know, geniuses can be impulsive. Don't let him stray down the wrong path. You are mistaken. He is not just in my hands. Kane tapped the sword in his arms. He is in our care. Zhao Kongqing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, indeed. I've become a spirit of the sword. Where else could I go? This is merely temporary. Kane spoke earnestly. In the world of three, there indeed exist instances where souls are resurrected through physical bodies. However, this requires the first divine key, known as the omniscient and omnipotent void vault, or the sixth divine key, the black abyss white flower, along with numerous experiments. If one could locate the 10th of the illustrious heroes, Dr. Mobius, who wields the inscription of infinity, and persuade her to lend her assistance, there exists a genuine possibility that Zhao could be resurrected as a pure human rather than as a Hershers. Of course, whether this definition of a pure human aligns with the common understanding may depend on Mobius's level of cooperation. Kane sensed that this journey was still long and arduous. Take your time. It's quite all right as it is now, Zhao Kongqing remarked, draping an arm over Kane's shoulder. By the way, what were you doing before? Your words are quite agreeable. A web novelist, Kane replied. Oh, a great literary figure, Zhao quipped, unaware of the misconceptions surrounding that profession. Meanwhile, the banter continued as the altercation with Lin Xie reached a temporary halt. Chun Mai, having shattered his bamboo sword, miraculously produced another from somewhere. It's your turn, Kane. Kane watched Lin Xie, battered and bruised, make his way to the edge of the arena before refocusing on Chun Mai. Shall I use this sword? Go ahead. Chun Mai replied, narrowing his eyes. From the first day, he sensed something amiss about this lad. How could a mere web novelist exude such a seasoned aura? Even the Athena agent, upon acquiring the Forbidden Ruins, did not possess this demeanor. Today would be an apt occasion to test his skills. Kane exhaled deeply, unsheathing the cleansing thunder, casting aside its scabbard, and wielding it with both hands. At the moment Kane assumed his stance, Chun Mai's pupils constricted. In Kane's eyes, he discerned the glint of a beast. Chapter 16. I forgot to mention, I possess the Forbidden Ruins as well. In the Forbidden Ruins testing ground. When Chima observed the duo, suppressing laughter at the sight of Lin Xie and Kane, who leaned on one another, both sporting swollen faces. Kane fared somewhat better, being in his 20s and possessing a robust physique, though his cheeks bore a few red marks. Lin Xie, however, was in a dire state, his body marred with bruises. A consequence of his ongoing development, his enhancements only activated at night. Nonetheless, this battle imparted valuable lessons to Kane. Despite his superior physical attributes, he realized that apart from his reflexes, he could not match Chun Mai's combat experience. Relying solely on the remnants of the illustrious legacy was insufficient. True enhancement could only come from real combat experience. The captain is formidable. We are no match for him, Kane stated candidly. Let us be honest, aside from Redling, the rest of us might struggle even together. When Chima shook his head, recalling his own initiation into the team, where he had been incapacitated for 3 days after his first encounter with the captain. You're already far stronger than I was. Don't worry. After we find Xiao Nan and get treated, you'll be ready to face more challenges by tomorrow. All right, class is now in session. After completing the basic course on the Forbidden Ruins, Lin Xie demonstrated the mundane domain of the Divine Ruins, only to realize his was incomplete. Kane remained silent until when Chima prepared to move on to the next segment, when he suddenly recalled. Wait, there is something I forgot to mention. What is it? I now possess the Forbidden Ruins as well. Lin Xie, when Chima. So, your Forbidden Ruins are also of the mental perception type, similar to Lin Xie's? When Chima pondered Kane's earlier description. Yes, with a maximum range of 60 meters, but it only lasts for a few minutes. Kane's pupils glowed crimson like fresh blood. If restricted to a 20-meter radius, it can last for around 10 minutes. Does it have a name? Celestial Insight. When Chima rifled through his mental catalog of Forbidden Ruins, but found no match. Is that all? Yes. When Chima contemplated searching the list later and noted in his notebook, it seems to be a simple mental detection type, quite good. Another scout with great potential for future development, much like Chia. At that moment, Si Xiaonan passed by the laboratory door. When Chima glanced outside, then at Kane, leaning closer to whisper, Hey, tell me, what color are Xiaonan's underwear today? Kane blinked, rising from his seat. Wait a moment, let me ask. See Xiaonan. When Shima wants to know. Hey, come back. When Shima leaped forward, covering Kane's mouth, but it was too late. See Xiaonan timidly poked her head through the door. What is up? Who called me? Nothing. Xiaonan, you may continue your work. Oh. When Shima cradled his hand, astonished at Kane's solid build. Is this really necessary, Brother Kane? Lin Xie, too, was taken aback by Kane's candidness. Having thought himself quite straightforward, Kane shook his head, apologizing. I merely believe your actions are rather inappropriate. Is the Forbidden Ruins meant for such purposes? When Shima and Lin Xie were momentarily stunned, realizing Kane was a paragon of virtue, they exchanged glances, quickly stifling their playful spirits. My apologies. It's all right. Let us resume the lesson. Kane was serious. Si Xiaonan was the girl Cold Xian admired, the second human to ascend to divinity in history. How could one casually invade her privacy? Although at this moment, Cold Xian likely had not yet developed a deep connection with Si Xiaonan, Kane held firm to his principles and would never resort to such invasive behavior for the sake of rapport. Fortunately, when Shima was not petty, he merely enjoyed jesting. Following this incident, he held a deeper impression of Kane. All right, since we have a grasp on our abilities, let us commence training with the Forbidden Ruins. When Shima quickly devised 2 training plans on a nearby desk, Kane examined the densely packed plans and inquired, how long will the training take? One afternoon. Why do you ask? Kane reflected on the original narrative where everyone gathered for a meal before swiftly transitioning to firearms training, with little to no downtime. I can't wait. You all practice first. I'll step out for a moment and return shortly. Hey, when Shima watched as Kane strode away with purpose, scratching his head in confusion. Why is this person so enigmatic? He turned to Lin Xie, leaning closer. Hey, Xie, do you know him well? Can you tell me what kind of person he is? I've known him for less than 24 hours. Lin Xie sighed, adding, but I can sum it up in 2 words. What 2 words? Reliable. Kane's crimson eyes flared as he maximized the range of his celestial insight. One hand gripped the cleansing thunder while the other held a cake, traversing the expansive underground training facility. With the cleansing thunder in hand, he acknowledged Zhao Kongqing's restriction of remaining within 10 meters of his physical form. Old Zhao, where would Hongying typically be at this time? I pondered for a moment. In the afternoon, Hongying usually practiced her spear alone, either in training room 3 or 4. Zhao Kongqing's expression was peculiar. Old Kai, are you in such a hurry? I fear I might become busy later, so I wanted to swiftly complete what needs to be done. Ah, yes, let us get everything done. Zhao Kongqing replied with a cryptic smile, regarding old Kai as one might a brother-in-law. Chapter 17. Some matters are best left unspoken. Hey. In training room 3, a slender figure was gracefully wielding a red spear. Her long hair was tied back in a practical ponytail. Her exquisite form enveloped in a snug black sports tank and fitted trousers. Glimmering beads of sweat trickled down her porcelain chin. Her gaze radiated determination, and the spear in her hand moved with the ferocity of a dragon. Thrusts and parries, the phoenix's nod, the retreating counterstrike, advancing thrusts, and deceptive feints. Kane stood at the doorway, silently observing Hongying, who was engrossed in her training. This time, he had learned to refrain from interrupting. He intended to wait until she finished before entering. It must be noted that Hongying's spear technique was indeed impressive. Although Kane was not adept with the spear, he could discern the lethal intent lurking beneath the seemingly flashy maneuvers. Suddenly, Hongying executed a stylish counterstrike, the tip of her spear aimed directly at the doorway. At that moment, she spotted Kane standing there. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence ensued. The door was ajar, and he had watched her for a while. Kane, breaking the tension, remarked, "Your spear technique is remarkable." "Oh, thank you." Only then did Hongying lower her spear. This fellow was indeed somewhat intimidating. His silence rendered her motionless. "May I come in?" "Ah, yes, please do. Sorry for intruding." Kane stepped into the training room. Hongying plopped down onto the floor, grabbed a towel to wipe her sweat, and took a sip from her sports drink. Eventually, she could not contain her curiosity. "Do you need something? Why are you just standing there?" Kane approached her directly, producing a cake he had concealed behind his back. Although he was unsure why he had hidden the cake, it was a request from Zhao, so he assumed it would be fine. "This is for you." Hongying blinked, her eyes sparkling. "Is that a strawberry ice cream cake from Sahangxuan? The one I adore." Though she was strict with herself to maintain her figure, she seldom indulged in cake. However, her roommate, Si Xiaonan, had no such reservations and often devoured Hongying's favorite cake in front of her, leaving Hongying yearning for a taste. Thus, she had taken to distracting herself by practicing her spear. But now, Hongying. Hongying snapped back to attention, realizing Kane was gazing at her earnestly. "What's wrong?" She hastily turned her face away, waving her hand as if shooing away a fly. Why did you bring this in? I don't like cake. Take it away. Kane furrowed his brow, exchanging glances with Zhou, who hovered nearby. The intel seems off. Didn't you say she loves cake? Have you ever had a girlfriend? No. What does that have to do with it? All right, let us rephrase. Do you have any female friends? No. Slap. Zhao Conching face-bombed. What madness had possessed him to play matchmaker? This guy appeared quite astute. Yet he was utterly dense. Perhaps writing web novels had dulled his social skills. Forget it. Zhao waved dismissively. Just apologize to her directly. I can't help you anymore. Kane shot him a puzzled glance, but this suited him just fine. He wished to conclude the matter swiftly and return to his training in the Forbidden Ruins. Thus, Kane straightforwardly stated, Hongying, I came today to apologize. Hongying's large eyes reflected confusion. Apologize? For what? Last night. Suddenly, Kane's brow furrowed, glancing toward the entrance of the training room. What happened last night? Last night, I inadvertently interrupted your training, likely making you uncomfortable. I'm here to apologize for that. Please accept this as a token of my contrition. Kane half knelt before Hongying, offering her the cake. The half-kneeling position was Zhao's suggestion, meant to convey sincerity. He was to maintain eye contact with Hongying to emphasize the importance of this apology, especially in the presence of others. Hongying stared, dumbfounded, at the cake presented to her. Is this really for that? Yes. Uffed. Ha. Hongying clutched her stomach, laughing. Is that really all? Oh, there's no need for that. In fact, I should thank you. If not for you, I might have spent the entire night feeling down. Thank you for keeping me company in our conversation last night. I didn't expect you to appear so intimidating. I thought you were like the vice captain, all serious. Oh, so that is how you see me. Kane suddenly understood, clarifying, you've misunderstood. I'm actually quite easygoing, not at all as rigid as the vice captain. Achoo. In the office, Wu Xiangnan sneezed. Hey. Hongying leaned back, extending her long legs, leveraging her momentum to spring to her feet. All right, let us stand and talk. Who taught you to apologize like that? It feels more like a confession. Confession? Kane recalled previous moments, realizing something felt amiss. Zhao Conching seemed intent on leading him astray. Kane furrowed his brow, directing a pointed look at Zhao, enunciating, confession? Zhao Concheng replied, a dialect for apologizing? Kane simply stared. Fine, I'll deal with you later. Zhao's heart raced as he observed Kane's frigid demeanor, fearfully clutching his chest. Yikes. Yikes. Shut up. Huh. Why are you dazed? Get up. Hongying tilted her head, noticing Kane still half kneeling, his expression shifting from confusion to indifference, then to mild exasperation. She found it amusing. Oh. Kane stood. Having just finished her workout, she exuded a fragrant scent of sweat. Her brows arched with joy, her eyes like autumn waters. Glistening droplets of sweat clinging to her fair collarbone. Indeed, the descriptions in books always fell short. Only by observing closely could one truly appreciate Hongying's beauty. Like a heroine from a comic, she stood with her hands behind her back, leaning forward, her eyes brimming with mirth. This seemingly aloof exterior concealed a playful spirit, piquing her interest. Fine, I accept your apology. However, I'll graciously decline your cake. I'm currently on a diet and avoiding sweets. Diet? But you're not even chubby. What do you know? For girls, the scale never lies. There's never a maximum weight, only a higher one. Hongying scrunched her nose at him before glancing at the knife in Kane's hand. Hey, why do you carry that knife everywhere? Is it precious to you? Kane glanced at the blade, the seventh thunder of penitence. Because it's just me. Just you? It's like a real sword, handsome, but also genuinely lethal. Uffed. What a jumble of words, filled with unfamiliar descriptors. Hongying turned, retrieving her red spear from the floor. Is there anything else? If not, I'll continue my training. I still have my quota to complete for today. Kane noticed that as she turned, her gaze flickered towards the cake. All right. I won't disturb your training any longer. Okay, see you tonight. See you tonight. Kane cast a deep glance at her, quietly placing the cake down before turning to leave. As he walked away, faint and urgent voices urged him from outside the door. Upon stepping out, he surveyed the empty corridor and let out a long sigh. However, when he returned to the Forbidden Ruins laboratory, he found the two inside engaged in exercise. 101, 102. It was when Chima performing one-handed push-ups. Huff, huff, ha, ha. This was Lin Xie doing the campus radio calisthenics. Kane observed them. Have you already trained? Oh, you're back? Not yet, just waiting for you. Thank you. Indeed, some matters are better left unspoken. No need to bring them to light. In the training hall, Hongying ostentatiously performed a series of gun flourishes. After a few minutes, she abruptly tossed the gun aside, rushing to the entrance, peering outside while glancing left and right. Left? No one. right? Also no one. Safe. She firmly shut the door and hurriedly knelt beside the cake, eagerly tearing open the packaging. Just one bite. Just one bite. Upon opening the box and seeing the design on the cake, she froze. Smack. After a moment of silence, Hong Ying hastily closed the cake box. She pressed her lips together, cupping her face with both hands, a blush spreading across her cheeks, quickly turning as red as an apple. An hour later, inside the Forbidden Ruins laboratory, Kane and Lin Xie, who had been thoroughly pummeled by rubber bullets, emerged from the training apparatus. How was the first test in the Forbidden Ruins? When Shima stifled a laugh, these two unlikely brothers were always amusing to watch. It's hard to dodge. It's acceptable. In terms of evading rubber bullets, Kane and Lin Xie were quite evenly matched. Lin Xie lagged behind in physical fitness and reflex speed, while Kane fell short in the duration of his stamina in the Forbidden Ruins. Kane had just tested his Heaven SI ability, which could maintain a coverage of 60 meters for 3 minutes, 20 meters for 15 minutes, and 10 meters for over half an hour. After closing the Heaven SI, the cooldown time to reopen it was roughly 1 second, but the duration would decrease accordingly. The reduction depended on the remaining mental energy. If his mental energy remained above 30%, the duration would not diminish. Thus, with proper allocation of his mental resources, Kane could achieve full coverage during a battle. Very well, you both performed admirably. Lin Xie, although you possess extraordinary dynamic vision, your movements are too rigid. While your mind reacts, your body fails to keep pace. When Shima provided individual feedback for both. As for Kane, tell me, have you really never served in the military? Chapter 18. As long as you're alive. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie turned his gaze toward Kane. Kane replied, indeed, I haven't. I only began noticing the changes in my body these past few days. This was a candid truth, devoid of any embellishments or fabrications. Is that so? When Shima furrowed his brow in contemplation, recalling the earlier tests, unlike Lin Xie, who had shown hints of panic and even resorted to expletives, Kane remained utterly composed, only frowning when struck by bullets. Initially, with his mental perception combined with exceptional physical prowess, he could evade most bullets. It was only later, when he could no longer maintain the Forbidden Ruins, that he began to be hit. Nonetheless, his instinctive reactions left a lasting impression on Wen Shima. This was certainly not something an ordinary web novelist could achieve. However, Kane had revealed to Hong Ying the previous night that his physique was a gift from an ancient spirit. Could it be true? In reality, Kane's current physique could be considered human, yet it also seemed to transcend humanity. He sensed that as the restoration of the Salvation Seal progressed, the paraveni factor within him became increasingly active, and the traits of a fusion warrior became more pronounced. Although he still could not control frost, his normal body temperature had already begun to drop to 30 degrees, while the average human temperature hovers around 34 to 37 degrees. At this rate, if the restoration of salvation reached a certain level, Kane might become like Kevin, with a body temperature of minus 30 degrees, resembling a human refrigerator, capable of inflicting frostbite with his attacks. If he were to face a fire deity afterward, Kane mused whether he might replicate the ancient spectacle of freezing flames spanning 3,000 miles, or perhaps combine it with divine fire to encase the deity in flames, eternally enduring the torment of both ice and fire. If he could actively control his body temperature, that would be even better, but that was merely a thought for the future. At present, Kane was more focused on the upcoming month's new recruit training. He recalled that the opening of that training would involve the massed team descending from the sky, accompanied by the new recruits. This chaotic brawl would undoubtedly cause significant fluctuations in the Forbidden Ruins, especially since in the original story, Lin Xie and Wang Mian would ultimately engage in a confrontation between the God Ruins and God Ruins. Kane could not afford to miss this opportunity. He had to participate in the decisive battle, creating a 2-on-1 scenario. Ideally, he would force Wang Mian to reveal his true strength, thereby maximizing the fluctuations in the God Ruins that Kane could absorb. To achieve this optimal scenario, Kane needed to enhance his own strength during this period. First, let us see if the Nanda Snake Demon would suffice for 10 consecutive wins in half a month. 10 minutes later, when Shima clapped his hands. All right, the break is over. We now commence the second phase of training. Everyone, up. Go. Quickly, get in. Let us go. Kane steadied himself and stood up, with Lin Xie closely following. The two entered the training apparatus side by side, and the door promptly closed behind them. At that moment, Lin Xie suddenly raised his hand to speak. Teacher, may I ask how many phases of practice there are? This is a great question. According to Captain Chin's training regulations, our Team 136 has only one basic principle for training, when Shima's cheerful voice echoed from all directions within the training apparatus. As long as you're alive. Awesome. Bang, 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 bang. Countless rubber bullets were unleashed once more. The basement was filled with a lively atmosphere. In the evening, the basement hall was bustling. Dinner time. Chinmai personally cooked, placing a platter of fragrant braised pork on the table. The members of Team 136 cast wolf-like gazes at it. When Chinmai exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow! The captain actually cooked himself. Are we not having bento today?" Chinmai shot him a glance. "If you don't want to eat, I'll approve you to have a month's worth of bento." No. I want to eat." Si Xiaonan wrinkled her nose. "Chinmai, you should eat slowly. There are still others who haven't eaten. Sister Hong Ying, let me help you with some." Thank you." Hong Ying took the bowl to accept the braised pork, appearing somewhat distracted. Wu Xiangnan, noticing Hong Ying's demeanor, frowned. "Hong Ying, what's wrong? You used to be the fastest to grab food when the captain cooked. Why do you seem off today?" "Oh, no, I'm fine. Delicious. Captain, your cooking skills have improved again." Lin Xie, seated in the middle, held his bowl and chopsticks, noticing Hong Ying's unusual behavior. Meanwhile, Kane was at ease, picking up chopsticks and placing a piece of braised pork into Lin Xie's bowl. "Eat more meat. It'll help you grow." Lin Xie blinked. "Thank you." With Kane leading the way, Lin Xie began to devour his meal heartily. "Never mind. Let's eat first." "Well, I'm full now. You all can continue." After the meal, Hong Ying set down her bowl and chopsticks and turned to leave. The members of Team 136 exchanged glances. Wu Xiangnan stroked his chin. "Have you all noticed that Hong Ying seems a bit strange today?" Si Xiaonan also found it peculiar. Sister Hong usually eats 2 bowls of rice. Why did she only have a small bowl today? Chinmai furrowed his brow. Indeed, it's somewhat unusual. Is she still grappling with Zhao's sacrifice? That makes sense. Zhao was her closest companion. Kane remained silent, focused on his meal. Lin Xie quietly observed Kane's profile. He was certain that Hong Ying's odd demeanor was undoubtedly related to this man, as both he and Wen Qima had witnessed it. Kane had knelt before Hong Ying. Although they were in the center of the training ground, far beyond Lin Xie's mental perception range, he had seen it clearly. Could it be, just as he suspected, Kane had fallen for Sister Hong at first sight, and had rushed to confess? At that moment, Lin Xie suddenly noticed, to his surprise, a large piece of meat had appeared in his bowl. He glanced at the cold and aloof Lung Xian beside him. He needed to be steady when practicing with the gun later, and if he hadn't eaten enough, he wouldn't be able to grip it properly. "Oh, all right. Thank you. There was one more thing." Long Xian turned to Kane. "You can skip gun practice tonight." Why?" "Being able to single-handedly manage that level of recoil means any gun will be manageable in your hands." "Fine." Kane didn't argue, preferring to head back to the paradise to practice with Zhao properly. Just then, Long Xian added, "But I have a condition." "What condition?" Long Xian reached out. "Let me study the Heavenly Fire Saint's judgment for a few days. Then I'll just stick to gun practice." After their meal, as Long Xian had predicted, Kane could indeed control the Heavenly Fire Saint's judgment single-handedly, and essentially every gun. 10 rings, 10 rings, still 10 rings. Long Xian inspected the shooting results with an odd expression. "How can you shoot so accurately while dual-wielding light machine guns? What kind of monster are you?" "Apologies. It's a gift from the heroic spirit, not for sale or trade." Kane puffed the smoke from the muzzle of his enormous gun. Dual-wielding the M249 was quite exhilarating. But the ammo was running low. Meanwhile, on the other side, bang, bang, bang. After emptying his pistol magazine, Lin Xie turned to Lung Xian. "How about it? Is my shooting talent commendable?" 2 words. "Which 2 words?" "Disaster." Lin Xie gazed at Kane, who was impressively wielding the M249, and coincidentally, the latter was also looking at him. He noticed a subtle, barely perceptible smirk tugging at the corner of Kane's mouth. Lin Xie's pride nearly shattered. "Damn it. You white-haired mutt. Do you look down on me? Just wait. I'll score a perfect 10 today." Bang, bang, bang. Kane never forgot that he and Lin Xie were rivals. This kid was the destined protagonist with a universal consciousness. He had to seize every opportunity to suppress him while he could. It would be far more challenging to do so in the future. In no time, the training ground was filled with the sound of gunfire, echoing with a festive atmosphere. Chapter 19. "I'm sorry, you're a good person, old Kai. Brother, listen to me. I do want to match you with Hong Ying, but it's really unnecessary. Truly unnecessary." In the Paradise Hall, Kane rummaged through the equipment box, where all the precise supplies were stored. He ignored the panicked Zhao Kongqing, muttering to himself. "Strange, where did my knife go?" Kane pulled out a gleaming samurai sword from the box. It was Shizhou Muramasa. Then, he tossed the Purification 7 Thunders to Zhao Kongqing and took up the Shizhou Muramasa. "Hey!" Zhao Kongqing received the sword, looking perplexed. "Old Zhao, you're an expert with knives. You should know how to use this type of long sword, right?" "Yes, why?" Let us practice against each other. Kane walked to the center of the training ground. The Purification 7 Thunders and the Star Blade differ in style. I can't use Chun Mai's techniques, but I'll attack you with the moves he demonstrated today. I want to see how you handle a longsword. Wait. Are you saying you've memorized the entire technique that the captain used today? Pretty much, about 80 to 90%. Zhao Kongqing's mouth twitched. Damn it, Lin Xie as the divine agent is one thing. But how is it that you, a heroic spirit agent, are also so monstrous? To encounter two freaks in one night, I should have gone to buy a lottery ticket. Are you ready? Kane lowered his stance, gripping the hilt of the sword. Wait, I have a question. Zhao Kongqing hastily waved his hands. You're not mad at me, are you? Why would I be angry? Because I took the liberty of trying to match you with Hong Ying without your consent? Kane straightened up and sighed. May I ask what your reasoning is for this? Well, the reason is. Zhao Kongqing scratched his head with the sword sheath. That girl isn't getting any younger. And it's not easy for her. Her parents are gone. And besides us, she has no relatives. You've seen the kind of people we have in our squad. The captain is settled. The vice captain is too old. Lung Xian's personality isn't likable. Wen Shima is often unpredictable. And Lin Xie is too young to consider. After thinking it over, although you're quiet, you're reliable, and Hong Ying is always so boisterous. The captain can hardly manage her. Perhaps only you can keep her in line. You've only known me for a few days. Why do you trust me so much? Hey. Zhao Kongqing shouldered his sword, smiling casually. If you were a scumbag, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you, would I? Kane gave Zhao Kongqing a deep look. Next time, you can just say it directly. No need for all this roundabout talk. All right. Zhao Kongqing nodded eagerly, but the next moment he realized something was off. Wait, what do you mean by that? I can pursue her, but I don't like being led around. Kane lowered his stance once more. His gaze sharp as a blade. Hong Ying is a kind-hearted girl, and I certainly know that. In truth, I've liked her for a long time while reading. And I wouldn't mind developing a relationship with such a good girl. I just don't appreciate your teasing. In fact, no one does. As for the information regarding Hong Ying, you can provide me with more, but the subsequent actions are mine to handle. All right then. Zhao Kongqing beamed. If this works out, you both better raise a glass for me at your wedding. Being a matchmaker feels fantastic. Moments later. Damn it, Kane. You say you're not mad? You're definitely seeking revenge, aren't you? No, you're just too weak. Little brat, do you really think I don't have a temper? Watch the blade. The next day, in the training ground. Clang. A crisp sound of the sword echoed. Chun Mai's bamboo sword flew far away. He silently stared at his wrist, struck by the back of the blade, leaving only a faint red mark. Sorry, Captain. Kane brushed the dust off his trench coat. Your techniques, I've already seen through. Chun Mai cast a deep glance at Kane and extended his hand toward the astonished Lin Xie. Xie, bring the real blade. Lin Xie, regaining his composure, clenched his teeth and threw the star blade over. With a clang, Chun Mai caught the blade and instantly drew it from its sheath. In that moment, an overwhelming aura reminiscent of a hellish realm engulfed the surroundings. Having led Team 136 for quite some time, I had only felt such a sense of oppression from Zhao Kongqing. And you are the second. Chun Mai pointed the blade at Kane, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Come, let me witness the surprises you still have in store for me. Kane lowered his stance once more, gripping the hilt tightly, his gaze sharp as a sword, a pursuit rarely fulfilled. During the ensuing days, Kane trained at the Night Watcher's base during the daytime and sparred with Zhao Kongqing at night, rapidly advancing his swordsmanship. By the end of the week, Chun Mai ceased his own training, allowing Kane to spar with Lin Xie while he stood by, primarily guiding Lin Xie. Of course, Lin Xie, a prodigious talent, had already mastered most of Chun Mai's techniques. After several days of rigorous practice, Lin Xie's skills had nearly matched Kane's, though he still lagged significantly in strength. At times, due to his constantly activated spiritual perception and dynamic vision, Lin Xie could even outmaneuver Kane in high-intensity duels. However, as time passed, Kane would eventually gain the upper hand. In summary, during their sparring sessions, Kane emerged victorious more often than not, with his losses primarily occurring at night, when he was still holding back his strength. As for shooting, that was a different story altogether. The circumstances dictated that Lin Xie should focus on close combat, effectively stifling his shooting talent. Conversely, Kane's remarkable strength, capable of overpowering the divine judgment of heavenly fire, undeniably established him as an innate sharpshooter, a hybrid warrior excelling in range combat. Possessing a 360-degree field of vision, Kane had virtually no weaknesses. Such was the enhancement derived from sheer power. Meanwhile, Hong Ying had evaded Kane for over a week. Until that fateful Friday night, just days before the impending eruption of the Nantua serpent demon, Hong Ying arranged to meet Kane in a secluded alley. I'm sorry. You are a good person. But let's start as friends first. Kane observed Hong Ying, who bowed at a 90-degree angle, casting a casual glance at the elderly Zhao beside him. What did I tell you? Zhao Kongqing covered his face, unable to meet Kane's gaze. Confessing on the first day of acquaintance, even if you were more handsome than Wu Yanzu, you cannot escape the good guy card. Chapter 20. He is pretending. Kevin, 17 years old. The prince of the former civilization, Qinyu Academy, and the most handsome student. Handsome? Indeed. How long had he pursued Meihua? There are no official records, but it was no less than a month or two, a result of his relentless persistence. Although Kevin ultimately succeeded, it did not negate the fact that it was the most foolish approach to wooing a girl. Kane would never resort to such relentless tactics. Engaging in such behavior before establishing attraction with a girl is rather lowly. Thanks to old Zhao's cake, this approach would only backfire. The design on the cake no longer mattered. That night, Kane learned that the pattern in this world symbolized a lifelong bond. Such a heavy confession would be hard for Hong Ying to reject. Based on the personal information provided by old Zhao, Kane devised a counter-strategy. Rather than using conventional methods, this approach might yield smoother results. Kane helped Hong Ying to her feet and said, "No problem, I'm fine with it. Is there anything else?" Hong Ying blinked, taken aback by his reaction, which deviated from her expectations. In her memories, a boy should at least attempt to plead after being rejected, or at the very least, appear dejected. This was not her first rejection, yet she had never encountered a boy who remained so composed after being turned down. "And no, that's all. All right, see you." "See you?" Kane walked away without looking back. "Huh." Hong Ying slowly waved her hand, contemplating as she retraced her steps. While soaking in the bathtub, she pondered. Lying on her bed, she thought. Sitting in the training room during a break, she considered. Even while listening to client requests, she reflected. During mealtime, holding her chopsticks, she mused. That night, Hong Ying abruptly sat up in bed, her eyes bloodshot. "No, something's wrong. It's either his problem or mine. He was the one rejected, not me. Why is he eating and training as usual, while I can't find peace? Why am I so concerned about this?" The image of that guy flitted through her mind, igniting her frustration. "Damn it, that white-haired brat. Get out of my head." In that instant, Hong Ying seemed to realize something. Could it be that cake was his prank? No, that doesn't seem right. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, that guy wasn't the type to act like that. He rarely spoke unless necessary, and his expressions were few and far between. However, he wasn't as unapproachable as Lung Xian, greeting everyone with kindness and sometimes even engaging in lively conversation with the stern vice captain. If he were truly indifferent, he wouldn't have brought her a cake to apologize. Nor would he have remembered to honor Kong Cheng. Could it be he is pretending? With that thought, a smile crept upon Hong Ying's lips. Yes, it must be so. Rejected, feeling downcast, yet not wanting others to see it, he feigned indifference. He must still be unable to let go of his feelings. She had seen many boys who, after being rejected, clung to her for over a month before finally giving up. Kane confessed on their first day of acquaintance. Clearly, he had fallen for her at first sight. How could he move on so quickly? He must be suppressing his feelings, channeling his energy into training to numb himself. Yes, it must be that way. Understanding this, Hong Ying enjoyed an unusually restful night. By the time she arrived at the office the next morning, a radiant smile graced her face. Passing by Wenqima, he couldn't help but wonder, "Hong Ying, what is you so joyful?" "It's a secret. I won't tell you." Descending to the basement hall, Hong Ying spotted Kane seated on the sofa, meticulously maintaining the seven thunder of purification. Her smile widened even further. "Good morning, little Kane." She skipped over and patted him on the shoulder. "Morning." Kane did not look up, merely nodding slightly before returning to his task of wiping the blade. TCH, still pretending. Hong Ying pouted before turning back toward the training hall. Just then, the announcement echoed with Wu Xiangnan's serious voice. "Everyone, gather in the conference room. There is an urgent situation." "Lin Xie, is that you? Didn't you say you were going to enlist?" In the basement of the office. Within the conference hall, Li Yifei gazed at Lin Xie in disbelief. He had been rather disheartened when his good friend left to join the military. "What happened?" Lin Xie replied, "Something unexpected occurred, but that's not important." "How did you end up here?" I witnessed a mysterious murder." Li Yifei recounted his harrowing experience with trepidation. A classmate, Lu Xiaoyan, had lured the head of the teaching department into a corner, her mouth splitting into a monstrous grin as she devoured him whole. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xiaoyan regurgitated an identical version of the head of the department, and the two left the classroom, laughing together. Upon finishing his tale, Li Yifei turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. "Classmate, you're fortunate to have encountered such a thing and come away unscathed." Wenqima teased from the side. Kane stood against the wall, holding his blade. quietly scrutinizing Li Yifei. As the mastermind behind this incident, Li Yifei played a significant role within the confines of the psychiatric hospital. It can be said that without him, the Asylum of the Gods would cease to exist. Although Kane harbored a strong desire to eliminate him, he understood that Li Yifei was untouchable, or rather, it was Red Ying who dispatched that Nanda Serpent Demon King with a powerful strike. This implies that Kane must seize Red Ying's kill. Kane cast a glance at Red Ying, who, coincidentally, was also looking in his direction. Their eyes met, and Red Ying immediately blossomed into a radiant smile. It seemed she was in good spirits today. Conversing with her might yield favorable responses. However, the timing was not right. It was time to collect his thoughts. After a period of reflection, Kane realized the truth. The 16 of Savior did not equate to the 16 of Ancestor Kevin. If measured by Ancestor Kevin standards, Kane should at least be on par with a Klein. Yet, in reality, he struggled against Chun Mai. Marking did not equate to the fusion warrior's essence. It merely enhanced and bestowed, rather than directly proportioning the power of the fusion warrior. Therefore, Kane needed to approach this incident with utmost seriousness. Presently, he possessed a few cards in hand: Heavenly Fire Judgement, Cleansing Thunder, and Heavenly Wisdom Awakening. The zero-rated power of the two divine keys had been prepared. However, these were ace-in-the-hole techniques, especially Cleansing Thunder, which should not be used lightly. The zero-rated power of Cleansing Thunder would summon the Phantom of Old Zhao, making it difficult for Kane to explain to his teammates. As for the Heavenly Fire Unleashed, it was employed against the ghostly-faced man to demonstrate value to the Night Watchers. Now, facing merely a few small serpents, Kane deemed it unnecessary. Regarding the overflow issue of the Heavenly Fire's critical power, Kane discovered that as long as he fired a few rounds of Heavenly Fire Judgement each week, the problem would not arise. Depending on the situation, if the Nanda Serpent Demon King proved too troublesome, Kane did not mind unleashing a blast of Heavenly Fire to demolish that building. At present, the most useful ability was Heavenly Wisdom Awakening. Against such elusive mysteries, extensive reconnaissance methods were often exceedingly effective. However, this was contingent upon Kane's ability to participate in the campus operation. After extensive discussion, the team decided to focus on two objectives for this mission: determining the true nature of the mythical creature and identifying the extent of the infection. Consequently, the entire squad was divided into two groups. As the vice-captain, Wu Xiangnan made the following arrangements. The first group, centered around Sangnan Second High School, would disperse outward to investigate and locate potential infected individuals. The second group would infiltrate the school to identify the true nature of the mythical creature. Captain, what are your thoughts? This plan is viable. Chun Mai nodded, glancing over the members of Team 136. Since they were to infiltrate Sangnan Second High School without alerting the mythical creature, the members must conform to the image of high school students. Therefore, the first group would consist of myself, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qima, Lung Xian, and Kane, tasked with conducting investigations around the school. Red Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Lin Xie. The three of you are more suited for infiltrating the school to trace origins and confirm the true nature of the creature. That task is entrusted to you. However, Captain, Wu Xiangnan had concerns. According to regulations, temporary team members should not directly participate in missions. Following this, a discussion ensued between the two captains regarding whether temporary members should engage in the task. Ultimately, after Lin Xie volunteered, Chun Mai made the decision. Then, Chun Mai turned his gaze towards Kane. Kane, what about you? Would you prefer to stay behind or join the mission? Chapter 21, The Auditorium. No mystery, everyone's attention shifted to the silent white-haired man. Kane stood tall, meeting Chun Mai's gaze. I can participate. Good, but I want to join the campus group. Red Ying felt a stir of emotion. Although it was ill-timed, she couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. The charm of this lady has not diminished after all. You wish to join the campus group? Chun Mai scrutinized him, dismissing the idea, stating that his appearance was unsuitable. He acknowledged that Kane was handsome and youthful, but his striking white hair and blue eyes were far too conspicuous for such a stealth operation. Nevertheless, Kane did not waver. He had his reasons. Oh, do elaborate. Kane explained. The nature of the campus mission is akin to operating deep within enemy territory, where the situation is complex and fraught with danger. We possess no intelligence regarding the enemy. Even a minor misstep could lead to mission failure. In such circumstances, having an additional member in the campus group would enhance our security. As for appearance, I believe that should not pose a problem. Wigs and colored contact lenses can serve as disguises. Firstly, my Forbidden Ruins ability is akin to Lin Xie's, enabling rapid identification of the mythical creature, thereby increasing efficiency. Lastly, aside from the three of them, do you believe anyone else in our team possesses an appearance suitable for supporting the campus mission? Chunmai regarded Kane thoughtfully. Kane calmly stated, "Time is of the essence. Wasting even a minute could result in another student facing tragedy. Captain, please issue your command swiftly." "Indeed, Captain." At this moment, Redding raised her hand. "With so many students in the school, the situation is complex. Having an additional person to assist only increases our assurance. I support Kane joining the campus group." Lin Xie observed the two engaging in playful banter, his expression somewhat peculiar. Just a week prior, Redding had consistently avoided Kane, akin to a rabbit evading a wolf. Why, today, was she suddenly defending him? Moreover, a few days ago, Redding had appeared so distressed that both Xiaonan and he had worried for her, yet now, inexplicably, she seemed to be in high spirits. Such odd behavior. If it were unrelated to Kane, he would be the first to doubt it. No, after this mission concludes, I must bind this white-haired fellow and interrogate him rigorously. In the end, Chunmai nodded, conceding, "Very well, approved. But remember, do not act recklessly." "Understood." Kane exhaled in relief. He had prepared disguises to secure this task, fearing Chunmai might reject his proposal. But now, it seemed his worries were unfounded. At that moment, Redding nudged Kane's shoulder. "Humph, little Kane, now we're in the same group. Are you happy?" Kane glanced at Redding. "Not particularly." Redding pouted. "Silly boy, still pretending. Just wait. This lady will eventually rip off your disguise." "Redding, be serious. We're in a strategic meeting," Wu Xiangnan admonished. "Oh." Regardless of her happiness, Redding was adept at discerning priorities, immediately tempering her emotions. The ensuing meeting focused on the detailed arrangements for various tasks, ultimately confirming that Li Yifei would also join the campus group, promising that if he performed well during the mission, he would be allowed to join the Night Watchers. This, too, was the ultimate goal of the Nanda serpent behind Li Yifei, to infiltrate the Night Watchers and survive. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of Cangnan Second High School, "Chia, why do your school uniforms look so unappealing?" The girls were somewhat acceptable, but the boys' uniforms were a disaster. Moreover, whether uniforms were stylish was subjective. Perhaps. "Little Kane, how do you think I look in the school uniform?" The traditional summer uniform, although sporty and loose-fitting, could not conceal Red Ying's impressive figure. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, and her bright eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding a youthful air as if she were preparing for a mountain hike rather than a perilous mission. The only incongruity was the enormous black box slung behind her. Kane, now transformed into a high school student with black hair and eyes, cast a glance at it and offered a succinct appraisal. "Not bad, indeed." Hong Ying lifted her chin with pride. Lin Xie and Si Xiaonan exchanged peculiar glances at the two of them. Si Xiaonan glanced at the security guard at the entrance. Worry etched on her face. It's class time now. Carrying such a large box through the front entrance will surely lead to scrutiny. What should we do? Climb over the wall, of course. Hong Ying gestured toward the 2-meter-high fence on the other side of the campus. The group approached the wall. First, the two girls gracefully vaulted over, followed by Kane, who supported Lin Xie's feet and helped him execute a somersault over the barrier, landing effortlessly. "Wow, little brother Xie is so cool," Hong Ying applauded. Finally, it was Kane's turn. He leaped over the wall in a single bound, the black box still on his back, landing within the campus grounds. Lin Xie was speechless, marveling at Kane's extraordinary physical prowess, effortlessly scaling the wall without needing his hands. "If you eat more fruits and vegetables, you can do it too." Kane ruffled Lin Xie's hair, only to have it swatted away in disdain. Lin Xie surveyed the surroundings and instructed, "Let us stick to the plan. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, you two head to the principal's office to investigate, while I check the teaching building for Lu Xiaoyan. Kane, you go to the library and auditorium to scout for any other infected individuals." "Understood. By the way, where's the principal's office?" "Building 403. Turn left ahead." After parting ways, Kane assessed the area for any onlookers, then removed his unsightly school uniform jacket, opening the black box to reveal the prepared attire within. The next moment, his hair was as white as snow, his blue eyes deep as the ocean, and his dark coat billowed dramatically. Zhao Kongqing's spirit floated nearby, smacking his lips. "I must say, this outfit is quite impressive. But I don't understand why you would shed your disguise before the mission even begins. Aren't you afraid of alerting the main body and jeopardizing the mission?" "Not at all." Kane slid the heavenly fire sacred judgment into the holster beneath his coat and held the purification 7 thunders in his hand. From the very start of this mission, we've already been exposed. That mythical creature is merely waiting for our arrival. Whether we disguise ourselves or not, it is of little consequence. Zhao Kongqing gasped in astonishment, then curiously asked, "How do you know this?" Kane shot him a glance. "Do you recall what Su mentioned to me earlier?" "Su, Zhao Kongqing pondered for a moment before realization dawned. Ah, that lad who resembles a young lady. What did he say? He claimed he had foreseen my arrival and knew I was here to challenge him. Kane tucked the school uniform into the black box, hiding it in the nearby bushes. In truth, from the moment he gifted me the Bodhi leaf, I developed a vague foresight, as I can now faintly perceive events that will unfold in the coming hours. What did you see? A river of blood. Kane could not disclose to Zhao Kongqing that he was a time traveler. Thus, the pretext of heavenly wisdom was something he had meticulously crafted. Rising to his feet, Kane's eyes shifted from blue to crimson. The vision of heavenly wisdom expanded, allowing him to perceive every detail within a 30-meter radius. Armed with his blade, he strode toward the distant auditorium. Manipulating time within this realm carries dire consequences that no one can bear, and fate must not be trifled with. Zhao Kongqing gritted his teeth. Rest assured, I will assist you. That damned beast will not escape my wrath today. Huh, thanks. Hey, you there. Who are you? How did you get in here? As he approached the auditorium, a patrolling security guard shouted angrily. Kane remained silent, but as he drew near, his right hand instinctively rested on the hilt of his blade. With a swift motion, the blade glimmered. The dark crescent froze in the air before gradually dissipating. The guard stood motionless. A line of blood slowly appeared on his neck. Kane sheathed his blade, brushing past him. Thud! The guard's head fell to the ground. Yet, upon impact, the head grotesquely inflated and twisted into a gaping maw resembling petals. There was no gory splatter. The wound had been seared to char by the lightning at the moment the crescent struck. Kane glanced up at the grand auditorium and activated his hidden earpiece, stating, "The auditorium shows no signs of the supernatural." Chapter 22. Apologies, ladies, this path is blocked. Chia, how many do you estimate are in there? Chinmai's voice crackled over the radio. There are 2 in my classroom, and, just on this floor, there are about 6. Is there any hope? None. They are left with nothing but a skin suit. Their insides have long since transformed into some indescribable flesh. I can assure you that the moment they were consumed, they were already sacrificed. The radio fell silent for a moment. And you, Kane? What is the situation in the library? Inside the library, Kane stood in the expansive hall, pressing the hidden earpiece. There are 7. All infected are faculty members. Just as Chia mentioned, they are all dead, leaving behind only their skins. Indeed, they are deceased, scattered across the floor. Surrounding Kane were the lifeless bodies of the Nandu snake demons, all decapitated by his blade, their wounds charred by the lightning at the moment of execution. In the realm of Crumble 3, the Purification 7 Thunders possess the ability to reduce targets to atoms, but that can only be utilized in sniper form, and using it once damages the divine key temporarily, making it a costly endeavor. Now, in its blade form, the accompanying immense voltage of the Purification 7 Thunders, combined with Zhao's Forbidden Abyss Moonlight, may not atomize the enemy directly, but it holds substantial lethality. Thus, Kane was impeccably clean, with not a trace of blood at the scene. In a corner, a surviving female administrator curled up beside a bookshelf, trembling in fear. Kane noticed her, raised a finger to his lips, and whispered, "Show." The female administrator gasped and fainted, her eyes rolling back. Kane was perplexed. He merely wished to alleviate her fear. Was it truly that terrifying? Chinmai remarked, "All right, continue observing. Do not raise any alarms." Understood, Kane replied, though he regrettably realized he had already raised an alarm. For this serpent had been poised to reveal its fangs from the very beginning, requiring no provocation. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness surged through his mind. Kane steadied his head. The extended use of his vision had drained his mental energy significantly. It seems, maintaining a 30-meter range for about 12 minutes is already the limit. How does that kid Chia train? Kane narrowed his heavenly eye to a 10-meter radius, alleviating some of his mental fatigue. However, he found something unexpected. Ordinarily, such commotion should have drawn the Nandu snake demon's attention. Yet Li Yifei had not dispatched a substitute to investigate, nor had he allowed his offspring to go berserk. It appears that Li Yifei wishes to keep his script free from deviations. Regardless, he intends to have this scene unfold according to the script he has meticulously crafted. Boom. Boom. The sound of rousing music erupted from outside. It was the athletes' march. The flag-raising ceremony was about to commence during the break. Very well, I shall play along. Kane sheathed his blade and ascended the stairs. Before long, he arrived at the rooftop of the library, where he could survey the entire playground and also catch a glimpse of the distant girls' dormitory. At this moment, the playground was teeming with students, engaged in hushed conversations and playful banter, blissfully unaware that they were gradually stepping into the maw of a great abyss. Among the crowd, Kane spotted a familiar face, Lin Xia. Seizing the flagpole, Lin circled the area before racing back to the podium. Standing atop the rooftop, Kane silently observed his actions. Now, any superfluous movement was rendered meaningless. Li Yifei was destined to continue the narrative. He awaited Lin Xie's warning, and soon, the flag-raising ceremony concluded. The crowd ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving the playground desolate. Only a few teachers remained, guiding students as they tidied up the podium. In his earpiece, discussions erupted. Lin Xie warned Chen Mai about the overwhelming number of infected individuals, making it difficult to resolve the situation discreetly. Meanwhile, Chen Mai confirmed the reality of the outbreak and identified the creature involved. In Xiangnan, the monster has been identified as the Nantua snake demon, possessing remarkable camouflage abilities and intelligence akin to that of humans. They can consume the living, implanting serpentine seeds within them to spawn their offspring. However, the production of these seeds is limited. The parent can only produce one per day, while the offspring require 3 days to develop. This indicated that this vile group had been lurking within the campus for an extended period. Had Li Yifei not stumbled upon them, they might have remained undetected for years. After this revelation, the radio fell into a moment of silence. "Captain, what should we do now?" Hong Ying inquired. "I will appoint Lung Xian as the temporary watcher and initiate an unrestricted airspace around the campus. You all may proceed without concern for exposure. Ensure you locate and eliminate the parent entity as swiftly as possible to minimize student casualties." Understood. Kane turned his gaze towards the girls' dormitory, where he faintly perceived 2 figures stealthily entering. At last, Lin Xie's voice crackled through his earpiece. "Sister Hong Ying, Xiaonan, be cautious. I just saw a large group of girls heading your way. Kane, you're nearby. Could you assist them?" Acknowledging the call, Kane stretched his neck and leaped onto the low wall, stepping outward from the rooftop. He plummeted freely, landing with a superhero-like thud, positioning himself squarely before the throng of girls. The leading girl was startled and signaled the others to halt. "Apologies, ladies." Kane brushed off the dust from his trench coat, standing tall with a piercing gaze. "This path is impassable." The leading girl briefly displayed annoyance before donning a sweet smile. "Wow, you looked so cool descending from the sky. How did you do that?" Kane narrowed his eyes. A normal person would express astonishment at his recent feat. Yet her composure was unsettling. Such poor acting. She ought to learn from her progenitor. The girl's smile vanished, replaced by a terrifying grimace. Hiss hiss. The remaining girls' heads swelled and contorted, revealing their gaping, flower petal-like moss. Kane narrowed his eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12 in total. Excellent. Time to make a haul. Suddenly, a rose-colored flame erupted from within the dormitory. The battle on Hong Ying's side had commenced, and at that moment, the snake demon offspring lunged at Kane with frenzied abandon. Humph. Kane collapsed his breath, gripping the hilt of his blade. Kill. In the next instant, a massive crescent arc flashed forth. The foremost snake demon offspring was cleaved in half on the spot. Clink. The scabbard in his left hand vanished. With both hands on the sword, the blade spun around him as he lunged forward. Flash. A powerful diagonal cut severed 2 snake demon offspring in twain. The blade design of his weapon, the Purifying Thunder 7 blades, resembled a double-handed long weapon, which naturally delivered greater cleaving power than a one-handed sword, allowing Kane to fully exploit his strength. Of course, should he choose, the Purifying Thunder 7 blades could also adapt to one-handed techniques. This would increase his speed but sacrifice some offensive power. However, Kane was not facing a speedster but a group of fragile foes. His plan was to leave none behind. Chapter 23. This person can even deliver the finishing blow. Kane wielded his sword with both hands, the black blades swirling with thunder, akin to the blades of a spinning helicopter, mercilessly extinguishing the lives of the snake demon offspring. Simultaneously, the energy from the precision supply box was being replenished. Before long, the energy reached a threshold for a double strike. As Kane had stated, this was not merely a slaughter, it was a procurement operation. The leading snake demon offspring glared fiercely, watching her sisters fall one by one, resolutely choosing to flee. Yet in the next instant, she was blindsided as the terrifying white-haired man appeared before her. Ugh! In an instant, Kane grasped her neck with his left hand, lifting her into the air. The snake demon offspring struggled, her legs flailing helplessly while her flower-like maw attempted to bite him. Yet Kane's grip was as unyielding as forged steel. No matter how she fought, he remained unshaken. "Speak," Kane commanded. "How many of you are there? And where is your progenitor hiding?" Though it was a futile question, the battlefield was ever shifting. Even if Kane understood the plot's direction, he would not squander any chance to gather intelligence. The snake demon offspring cackled mockingly, suddenly trembling as her head drooped. "Humph, suicide. Poor acting." Kane squinted, tossing her into the air like a rag doll. Then, whoosh, The massive crescent blade arched skyward, nearly vertical to the ground. Kane turned, sheathing his sword, and dashed towards the girl's dormitory, where a host of snake demon offspring awaited. He needed to arrive before Hong Ying eliminated them all to claim his share. Behind him, the severed remains of the snake demon offspring fell to the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief before death claimed her. This person can even deliver the finishing blow? Inside the girl's dormitory, the hallways ablaze with flames were filled with twisted and grotesque snake demon offspring. They hissed and recoiled against the walls, as if faced with a formidable adversary. Panting, Hong Ying hefted her flaming spear, wiping the sweat from her brow while surveying the battlefield. 18 had appeared. She had slain 4, and Xiaonan had dispatched 1. 13 remained. Sister Hong Ying, there are too many of them. Xiaonan, having finally killed 1, was utterly exhausted. The battle within the dormitory was far from over. Hee, no worries, just a few minions. Hong Ying's eyes gleamed with battle fervor as her spear unleashed a flurry of gunfire. Bathed in the rose-colored flames, she resembled an invincible Valkyrie. These creatures, while somewhat troublesome, were merely a minor inconvenience, as she had said. Hiss! A snake demon offspring prepared to launch an attack. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted. Its head was pierced by a fiery projectile, instantly incinerated. Boom! 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 Again, several loud gunshots rang out, and nearby snake demon offspring were similarly dispatched. Hiss! The offspring turned, frantically charging toward the figure at the end of the corridor. HM? Hong Ying gazed at the dashing silhouette, one hand wielding a sword and the other a gun, a smile blossoming on her face. He had donned that trench coat and chosen such an opportune moment to appear. Should she compliment him on his handsomeness later? Boom, boom, boom. Kane maintained a calm demeanor as the flames of the heavenly fire Saint Judgment roared forth. These snake demon offspring were far weaker than the likes of the ghost masked men or the death warriors. Essentially, each bullet fired from the heavenly fire sacred judgment is capable of vanquishing a snake demon offspring. However, in the realm of god-slaying, firearms are not particularly formidable, being effective only against lower-tier mysteries. In this world, where technological advancement has stagnated and personal strength reigns supreme, cold weapons often emerge as the preferred choice of the adept. Although the technological level in the world of collapse 3 far exceeds that of the god-slaying realm, it seems to have fallen into a similar predicament. Even the heavenly fire sacred judgment, which possesses the greatest destructive power within the key of God, manifests its most potent attack in the form of a great sword. Thus, Kane surmised that the dual-gun configuration of the heavenly fire sacred judgment may not endure for long. In the near future, once the restoration of the Savior's seal reaches a certain threshold, Kane would fully adapt to the intense heat of the heavenly fire sacred judgment. The heavenly fire great sword might then become his primary weapon of choice. Moreover, the great sword does not unleash devastating flames with every strike. It can also function as a conventional melee weapon. It is regarded as a powerful move by the descendants of the collapse, primarily because, aside from Kevin, no one else can withstand the heat of the great sword, nor can anyone perfectly harness the uncontrollable, raging energy it embodies. Currently, Kane's melee alternative is the cleansing thunder, which houses the soul of old Zhao. However, in terms of efficiency in combat, the heavenly fire gun still surpasses the cleansing thunder. Suddenly, Kane pivoted and knelt, executing a horizontal slash with his long knife. A snake demon offspring that attempted a surprise attack from behind was cleaved in 2 as a result. Humph, all show and no substance, Hong Ying scoffed, refusing to be outdone. With a flick of her long spear, rose-colored flames erupted in a dazzling display. The Forbidden Ruins, rose fire feather garment. She danced gracefully like a valkyrie in the narrow corridor, her spear transforming into her feathered attire, the flames serving as her accompaniment. The intense heat surged through the spear's tip and into the body of the snake demon offspring, instantly reducing it to charred remains. The two fought like tigers among sheep, charging inward from both ends. Before long, they converged in the middle of the corridor. "Are you all right?" Kane observed Hong Ying, noting only minor damage to her clothing and some soot from the smoke. Otherwise, she appeared unscathed. "What's this? A newcomer expressing concern for an elder?" Hong Ying quipped, shouldering her spear with a smirk. Kane shot her a sidelong glance. "I was asking Xiaonan if she's okay." "I'm fine. I even managed to slay 1. See, Xiaonan brandished her straight knife, stained with blood. "TCH, keep pretending, Kane. Let's see how long you can keep it up," Hong Ying retorted, rolling her eyes. Just then, Kane pointed the heavenly fire sacred judgment at her head. Before Hong Ying could react, Kane pulled the trigger. Bang! The crimson flame explosive whistled past her ear, the heat ruffling her hair, and pierced the skull of a snake demon offspring lurking behind her. Kane glanced at her, holstered his pistol, and proceeded down the corridor. Focus on the task. Do not get distracted. Hong Ying pursed her lips, feeling an inexplicable irritation rise within her. What is that supposed to mean? You think you're the only one who can show off? Seizing the moment, Hong Ying thrust her crimson flame spear into a snake demon offspring that had not yet perished. Attempting to launch a sneak attack, Kane turned back just in time to see the offspring reduced to ashes by the rose-colored flames. With her spear held high, Hong Ying walked past Kane with an air of pride, playfully patting his shoulder. You're the real newcomer. Focus on the task. Do not get distracted. With a pause, she glanced back, offering him a smile that was both charming and alluring. But I must admit, your entrance was quite impressive. Thanks. As Si Xiaonan passed Kane, she too stood on her tiptoes and patted his shoulder. Thanks, Brother Kane. That was really cool. Kane observed the two girls. They seemed to be in good spirits today. Hiss. Old Kai. Why do I feel like Hong Ying is treating you much nicer than usual? It's about what I anticipated. It is what it is. I thought you were rather dull, but it seems you have hidden depths. How did you manage that? You'll understand when you reach my age. Huh. Matters of romance are best understood through experience rather than explanation. One could say that many of old Zhao's views have become outdated. Chapter 24. I will protect them. Well, hey. Why are you still in there? It's on fire. Hurry up and get out. Quickly. At the end of the corridor, a plump dormitory matron waved frantically. Coming. Just as Hong Ying was about to move forward, a gunshot rang out behind her. Bang. The crimson flame explosive shattered the matron's chest. As her body crumpled to the ground, her head twisted grotesquely into a terrifying maw. Be careful. This thing is cunning. Kane warned as he passed Hong Ying, his gaze sharp and scanning the surroundings. Hong Ying, now serious, furrowed her brows. According to Qi Ye's deduction, the snake demon's true form was likely concealed here. She and Xiaonan had discovered that the monster had shed quite a few human skins. Yet thus far, no trace of the true form had been found. At that moment, Si Xiaonan tugged at Hong Ying's sleeve, pointing ahead. Sister Hong Ying, look. At the end of the corridor, on the balcony, a colossal snake demon loomed. Its upper half resembling a human, while its lower half was a massive serpent tail. Its dark scales shimmered under the sunlight, revealing a hint of emerald glistening along its serpentine body. Its crimson tongue flickered as its eerie green eyes fixed upon the trio, a mocking smile curling at its lips. In that instant, Kane raised his gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. But the snake creature reacted swiftly, vanishing from the balcony in a flash, leaving Kane's shots unscathed. Kane frowned. A quick response. It seems wary of the weapon in my hands. Pursue. Hong Ying made a decisive call, dragging her spear as she charged ahead. Kane glanced back, hearing distant screams emanating from the teaching building. The snake demon offspring had gone berserk. Kane, you evacuate the students. I'll pursue it. With that, Hong Ying leaped from the fifth-floor balcony. Even without her command, Kane would not have chosen to chase the snake demon. He understood that the non-Tawa snake demon was deliberately slowing its pace to toy with Hong Ying. Given their speeds, even with Tianhui's tracking perception, they would be unable to catch up. Rather than exhausting himself, it would be more prudent to assist Lin Qiyi in evacuating students and eliminate some offspring along the way. Kane holstered his pistol and turned to Si Xiaonan. Xiaonan, are you all right on your own? I'm fine. Look, I have a gun. I can protect myself. Si Xiaonan smiled brightly as she brandished her handgun. This girl, the mascot of Team 136, appeared delicate but possessed an incredibly strong spirit. Kane held deep respect for her, having successfully slain gods with mere mortal strength. Good. Take care of yourself. Kane ruffled Si Xiaonan's hair, then took off with a powerful stride. Bang. In that moment, the floor cracked. Kane's figure shot forth like a cannonball, bursting through the end of the corridor. Ugh. Si Xiaonan struggled to maintain her balance against the force of the wind, then stomped her foot in frustration. What is the big deal about being physically strong? Just as she pondered whether Kane and Sister Hong Ying were dating, she dismissed the thought. It was not the right time. She would ask after the mission concluded. As Kane's figure descended from 20 meters away from the dormitory, he noticed a throng of students running chaotically, like headless flies. A faint roar from a monster echoed nearby. The sky turned a vivid green. Lung Xian, position taken. The forbidden ruins. Unfettered void has been activated. Just then, a snake demon offspring lunged from the bushes, its flower petal-like maw aimed at the nearest female student. Ah! The girl screamed in terror, collapsing to the ground in fright. A thunderous gunshot echoed through the air as the terrifying creature met its demise, its charred body collapsing to the ground. The sound reverberated, instilling fear in all the students on the road. Who is this person? With white hair and blue eyes, he appears to be of mixed heritage. Is that a gun he wields? A police officer? Are you a policeman? Kane surveyed his surroundings, his crimson gaze sweeping over the group of students. At this moment, Lin Xie should be at the school gate, evacuating the students. However, they were deep within the campus, far from the exit. Relying solely on Kane would make it difficult to escort these students to safety. Although he initially intended to hunt the mysterious creature, he felt compelled to save those in need. Thus, in full view of everyone, Kane approached a tall student, whose right arm bore the student council emblem. "You take this." With a flash of brilliance, several swords were placed into his hands. The boy was taken aback. This is a real sword," Kane replied, aiming his gun at another student's head. Boom. At the moment of impact, the head of the creature was revealed in a grotesque manner. A gasp escaped the students as their faces turned pale. Could it be that the monster was hiding among us? Kane's sharp gaze scanned the crowd, his frigid demeanor silencing all. "There are 18 of you. I can only provide 6 swords. You find 5 more tall students to arm themselves and protect the flanks and rear of the group. The rest, gather any weapons you can find, sticks, brooms, anything that can safeguard you. Those without weapons should stay in the center of the group. Follow me." We retreat to the auditorium. After organizing the students, Kane led the group forward, rescuing several others who were being pursued by the monsters along the way. The group swelled to 30. In truth, these serpent offspring were still minors and relatively weak. A normal person could easily overpower them in numbers. Humans only fear when unscathed, when blood is shed. The adrenaline surge transforms them into true, terrifying beings. The students following Kane were a testament to this, especially those wielding swords. Some had killed monsters with their own hands. Blood splattered across them, eyes filled with exhilaration, devoid of the initial fear they had felt upon encountering the creatures. Such a formidable assembly of humans could only be daunted by a substantial number of serpent demons, but that scenario did not exist, for Kane was present. Soon, they reached the auditorium, establishing a defensive line with tables and chairs at the entrance. Students streamed in, among them some serpent offspring disguised as students. All identified and dispatched by Kane's keen sight. Leaning on his sword, Kane stood before the line, quietly observing the fleeing students toward the auditorium. His icy gaze passed over each individual as if he were a guardian deity, ensuring no treachery could slip by him. At that moment, the student council member approached Kane. Everyone is settled inside. Will someone come to rescue us?" "Yes," Kane affirmed. "Good, then I can relax." The council member exhaled in relief, cautiously glancing at Kane. Big brother, can I hold this sword? I think it looks quite cool." "Yes, as long as you promise to protect the students inside." "Of course. I will ensure their safety." The council member replied, retreating behind Kane, but suddenly his head expanded grotesquely, transforming into a gaping maw of petals, inching closer to Kane. At that moment, Kane turned to face the creature, calmly gazing at the serpent offspring with its bloodied mouth agape. The serpent offspring recoiled in shock. Kane's deep blue eyes seemed to penetrate its very essence. Kane's lips moved. Though no sound emerged, the offspring read his lips. Fei. In an instant, a pale blue blade flashed through the air. Blood splattered as the horrifying head soared into the sky. Kane regarded the familiar figure with a hint of disdain. So slow. Chapter 25. Only the free bird can escape annihilation. Why aren't you in uniform? Lin Xie sheathed his sword, casting an odd glance at Kane. "Ugly. So I took it off," Kane replied honestly. "All right." Lin Xie looked down at the offspring's corpse. "Then why did you leave this one alive?" Kane explained. "It's nothing. I'm engaging in a psychological battle with the progenitor of this mythical creature. Let us see if it falls for it." Lin Xie frowned. "You plan to lure the progenitor out? Is that effective?" "Not anymore. Aren't you afraid it will harm the students?" "It dares not. For it wishes to survive. To survive, it must blend in among the students. Yet it still attacked you, because it fears we will eradicate them, especially the progenitor." Kane looked at Lin Xie, offering a slight smile. Lin Xie pondered. "Have you discovered something?" "No, just a sense of unease. This creature is more intelligent than we imagined. You must pay closer attention to your surroundings. Our immediate priority remains the safety of the students." Kane did not wish to be cryptic, but he had said all he could. Keeping this serpent offspring alive was indeed a message for the progenitor lurking behind the scenes. Kane understood the narrative. He knew these serpent offspring appeared to attack instinctively, yet each had a distinct role. Some caused chaos, while others created diversions. The ultimate goal was to allow Li Yifei to shine and smoothly join the Night Watch. Kane aimed to reveal the progenitor's thoughts, exposing its intentions. His primary objective was to draw out the serpent's substitute and eliminate it in advance, while also killing as many serpent offspring as possible. The precise supply box had already satisfied the conditions for an 8 consecutive draw. The serpent's substitute was Qi Jing. Killing it should yield a 10 consecutive draw. What is your situation? Kane inquired. Most students have evacuated. Some remain trapped in the teaching building. What about Hongying? She went after the serpent's progenitor. Kane gazed into the distance, sensing that no results would emerge in the near term. Lin Xie contemplated. I'll go to the teaching building to rescue people. Kane, you guard here to prevent any stragglers from slipping in. All right, go. With that, Lin Xie dashed toward the teaching building. Kane stood firm, watching Lin Xie's figure disappear into the distance. After a prolonged silence, he called out, If you wish to negotiate, come forth. Otherwise, you will all perish here. Hiss. A strange hissing sound emanated from the shadows of a nearby tree. As a half-human, half-serpent creature emerged. Its dark serpentine body slithered across the ground, while its upper half stood upright, its eerie vertical pupils fixated on Kane. Kane narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the trap had worked. Human. The Nanda serpent raised its upper body, slowly twisting its form. I only wish to survive. Spare me, and the students here will not die. HSSSS. Kane grasped his sword, scrutinizing the serpent substitute. What makes you think you can negotiate with me from your position? HSSSS. The serpent writhed. We only wish to survive. HSSSS. I understand you. After all, survival is the instinct of all living beings. When the cataclysmic meteor descended during the Cretaceous period, only the free birds evaded extinction. Such is the case for you, and for us as well. Kane advanced towards the serpent demon, knife in hand, exuding an aura that instilled a sense of dread in the creature, causing it to recoil slightly. This man, since his arrival on campus, had abandoned pretense, immediately commencing the slaughter of its offspring, as if he had seen through its schemes from the very beginning, yet inexplicably refrained from exposing them. Although his spiritual fluctuations suggested that his strength was merely of the lantern realm, the pressure he exerted was no less than that of the woman from the pool realm. Perhaps even greater. I can see that you are eager to survive. Kane paused mid-stride, gazing calmly up at the towering serpent demon. Command your offspring to cease all resistance and release the students within the teaching building. I can allow you to serve as experimental subjects in the Night Watcher's laboratory for the remainder of your lives. The serpent demon twisted its form, tilting its head as if contemplating his words. Only the free birds can escape extinction. HSSS. In the next instant, the serpent demon erupted in fury, its claws lunging towards Kane. In a flash, a black crescent cut through the air, sending a green, severed limb soaring. The serpent's tail whipped up a cloud of dust, obscuring Kane's vision. Yet, he deftly pivoted and leaped back to the entrance of the auditorium, striking downwards with his blade. The powerful crescent shattered the ground beneath him. The figure in the shadows let out a shriek, retreating swiftly into the distance. Impressive speed. Kane furrowed his brows, taken aback by the creature's unexpected agility. Though it was a pity that he could not capture it on the spot, his objective had been achieved. He pressed the radio. Hongying, I have located the serpent demon's true form. It has fled with one of its arms severed, heading towards the eastern side of the auditorium. Pursue it. But be cautious. The auditorium is filled with students seeking refuge. Do not allow it to approach. Understood. And this time, do not lose it. Came the cheeky reply from Hongying, who made a face at the radio. Kane released the radio. The serpent demon's decoy was no longer a concern, for it could not escape his grasp. Narrowing his eyes, he noticed a faint red light darting swiftly among the greenery. Indeed, this was another skill of Tian Hui's marking. Through direct or indirect contact, it imposed a mark of Tian Hui on a target's soul for a duration of half an hour. This skill had been gradually developed during Kane's training in the Forbidden Ruins over the past days, a testament to practice making perfect. The cost, however, was a significant drain on his mental energy. Currently, Kane's range of vision was barely maintained at around 10 meters. Nonetheless, as long as he kept his eyes open, that mark would persist. In Kane's perception, the serpent demon was utterly visible. Sheathing his long knife, Kane retrieved the fallen Zhou Ping and turned back. At the entrance of the auditorium, a student cautiously peeked out from behind the tables and chairs. Big brother, what just happened? What about the senior from the student council? He was a monster, and I have slain him. What? Kane met the student's gaze. Can I trust you? The student was startled, but, after a brief hesitation, nodded vigorously. Yes. Good. From this moment on, you will no longer be a student, but a warrior. Kane placed the Zhou Ping into the student's hands. Within this grand hall, the last of the monsters has been vanquished. Your classmates and friends stand behind you, ready to be relied upon. Your sole task is to organize all available forces, hold the line, and await my return. The student stared at the Zhou Ping in a daze, feeling a surge of fervor within. So, where are you going now? Kane calmly regarded him before turning to walk away. To capture the king. Chapter 26. Capturing the king, the Nanda serpent demon weaved through the campus, its grievous arm injury hampering its speed. Behind it, the woman of the pool realm continued her pursuit. Despite its wounds, this creature exhibited remarkable vitality. Hong Ying, gripping her spear tightly, pressed onward. Even though Kane had previously severed the serpent's arm, it still managed to maintain a quick pace, and for a moment, Hong Ying found herself struggling to keep up. However, she was astonished to realize that man had indeed managed to sever the Nanda serpent's arm with mere Lantern Realm strength. While she had been hiding from Kane, she had gleaned details about the two newcomers from other team members. Lin Xie, without a doubt, was the agent of the Seraphim, a high-risk owner of the Divine Ruins, and a widely recognized prodigy. Moreover, it seemed he practiced with his blade at night, a determination that suggested he might shine brightly in the future. As for Kane, whenever he was mentioned, a solemn silence enveloped the group. He seemed almost inhuman. His physical prowess was extraordinary, and his remarkable ability to learn allowed him to progress in various skills at an astonishing rate. Though he claimed his physique and memory were gifts from heroic spirits, it seemed almost too extravagant. As Lin Xie put it, Kane resembled an extraterrestrial being, or perhaps a life form from a higher dimension. Yet, in the present circumstances, Hong Ying resonated most with the phrase, an aberration cloaked in human skin. Fortunately, he was kind-hearted. Although he spoke little, he connected well with everyone, and once familiar, he could even share a laugh. On the very first day they met, he had awkwardly knelt to present her with a cake, a memory that brought a smile to Hong Ying's lips. Confessing under the guise of an apology, how novel. But no, she couldn't afford to be distracted. If she lost focus, she might lose track of the serpent. She certainly didn't want to hear this junior's teasing again. Just then, Kane's voice crackled over the radio. Hong Ying, drive it towards the library. I will intercept it there. What? Did you not see how fast it's running? It's evading me. Hong Ying shouted into the radio while chasing. I know, but please, this is our only chance to catch it. Kane concealed himself beside a small path on campus, nestled within the branches of a large tree, listening intently to the radio. In his line of sight, a red dot was moving rapidly. All right, I will do my best. Hong Ying clenched her teeth, her long spear swirling into a brilliant rose-colored flame. With a shout, she hurled the spear into the air, leaping after it. Her dark hair billowed, encircled by the fiery hue. In a swift motion, she executed a spinning kick to the spear's end. The spear pierced the air, trailing a long streak of flame, resembling a crimson meteor. Boom! A violent explosion ensued. The attack did not strike the Nanda serpent demon directly, but forced it to alter its course. In the next moment, a shadow leaped from the smoke. Unexpectedly, however, the figure did not flee towards the library, but dashed in an entirely different direction. Blast it! Kane, it's not heading for the library. It's going towards the dormitory. It's fine. I'll wait for it beneath the dormitory. What? In Kane's view, the red dot was rapidly approaching him. The Nanda serpent demon was cunning. It had easily discerned Hong Ying's obvious maneuvering. Thus, Kane had cleverly exploited its intelligence, setting an ambush in the opposite direction. This was an age-old strategy, well-worn yet effective. Even if it did not fall for the trap, it mattered little. With Tian Hui's mark in play, it was akin to having full visibility across the map. The serpent demon's advantage of utilizing the terrain to hide had been utterly nullified. No matter where it sought refuge, Kane would locate it. Kane leapt from the treetops, landing directly before the Nanda serpent demon. The demon's expression turned to one of astonishment as it abruptly halted. How did he end up here? According to the woman's earlier intentions, he should have been lying in ambush at the library. Without uttering a word, Kane immediately charged forward, gripping the hilt of his sword as he landed, closing in on the demon in an instant. With a resounding clang, his massive crescent blade was drawn and swung. Yet, even wounded, the serpent demon remained agile. It twisted its serpentine body, narrowly evading the powerful slash that grazed its scales, while its robust tail swept towards Kane's back. Stepping forward, Kane twisted his waist and executed a counter-strike. The clash of blade against scale sparked fiercely, carving into the demon's hide and drawing forth a trickle of blood. In the next moment, the serpent's tail was sent soaring into the air by Kane's strike. Though he was forced back a half-step by the sheer force of the sweeping tail, Kane frowned slightly. Even the purifying thunder couldn't shatter it. Clearly, the tail was the demon's most resilient feature, while its softer upper body represented its vulnerability. Seemingly unwilling to prolong the confrontation, the Nanda serpent demon darted away after a brief exchange. Its speed was remarkable, and it was far too agile for a conventional pursuit. Kane knew he could not let it escape again. With a thunderous crash, he shattered the ground beneath him, launching himself like a cannonball towards the demon. The serpent demon turned, its vertical pupils wide with disbelief. Is this speed truly achievable by someone at the threshold of the realm? Am I the mysterious one? Or is he? Despite its shock, the serpent demon retaliated, its remaining arm extending claws towards Kane's blade. The clash of the purifying thunder against its sharp nails resounded. This time, Kane's blade sliced effortlessly through the claws, cleaving the serpent's hand as if it were mere tofu. Seizing the opportunity, the demon opened its massive maw, aiming to devour Kane's head. In a mere instant, Kane drew the heavenly fire pistol hidden at his side, thrusting the barrel into its mouth. Farewell. Chapter 27. A Natural Genius. Boom. 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 The heavenly fire erupted from the pistol, flames exploding within the serpent's throat, obliterating its skull. The massive body of the demon crashed to the ground, propelled forward by its own momentum, sliding several meters across the surface. Kane surfed atop the serpent's chest, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire into its mouth. Gradually, the corpse came to a halt. The upper portion of the demon was completely obliterated, leaving only a charred wound. He refrained from utilizing long-range fire, as the serpent's serpentine maneuvers were too agile. If it had been determined to flee, the heavenly fire alone would have been insufficient to retain it. Thus, he opted for close-quarter shooting. Upon successfully dispatching the demon, a surge of warmth flowed into Kane's being. The supply count for the precise supply box incrementally rose from 8 to 9, then 10, finally settling at 10.5. Not too shabby. This serpent demon's substitute yielded more than he had anticipated, akin to the bounty of a dozen serpent offspring. Calculating swiftly, from the moment Kane departed the Grand Hall, precisely 15 minutes had elapsed. Lin Xia was still organizing the evacuation of personnel from the teaching building, where several offspring of the serpent were likely still wreaking havoc. Thus, should he proceed to the teaching building now, Kane could still reap several more supplies. He was adept at managing time, having finished the main course. He had no intention of wasting the remaining dessert. At that moment, Hong Ying arrived late. She witnessed Kane launching the serpent demon and blasting it apart with heavenly fire, her eyes widening in shock. Did he just defeat it in an instant? Brother, are you truly only at the threshold of the realm? Kane turned to see Hong Ying standing there, momentarily stunned. Apologies, you've arrived too late. Sheathing his heavenly fire pistol, Kane brushed past her, giving her shoulder a gentle pat. Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have captured it so swiftly. Hong Ying composed herself, pursing her lips as she jogged back to Kane's side. Hey, may I inquire how you trained to attain such prowess? The gift of the heroic spirit. Again with that excuse, I don't believe it. You are indeed a natural genius. You seem rather self-absorbed, do you not? You claim it's due to the heroic spirit, yet you refuse to believe it. Kane glanced skyward. The void of the airspace had turned crimson due to a prior mishap by Lung Xian, rendering the entire campus a scene of post-apocalyptic desolation. I'll head to the teaching building to assist Lin Xia. Hong Ying, you should guard the Grand Hall. The surviving students are gathered there. Hong Ying scoffed, kicking a pebble with her toes. A mere junior, and yet you presume to give orders. Kane shot her a sidelong glance. Would you prefer I feign submission? Hong Ying's eyes sparkled. Oh, do show me. Kane shook his head, his figure flashing as he sped toward the teaching building. Hong Ying stuck out her tongue at his retreating form. Continue pretending not to like me. Let us see how long you can maintain that charade. Lin Xia, how are things on your end? Kane inquired, racing down the campus path while pressing the earpiece against his ear. The second-year teaching building was a hotspot for the offspring's rampant activity. Though the serpent's main body had been vanquished, the command system among its offspring still remained intact. There are numerous offspring, and one class is currently organizing a resistance. I'm preparing to assist them. What is your status? The main body has been eliminated, and this group of offspring is merely a rabble. I'll help you rescue them. The main body has been located? Lin Xia inquired, surprised. Yes, thanks to Hong Ying's efforts. Sister Hong Ying is truly impressive. That was Si Xiaonan's voice. No, it wasn't me. Kane was the one who defeated it. I merely provided support. Regardless, the crucial point is that the main body is dead, and I have arrived. Kane halted in his tracks, having reached the entrance of the second-year teaching building. Before him stood a blood-soaked youth, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of serpent offspring, reminiscent of a hellish battleground. Observing the carnage, Kane marveled at the protagonist's swiftness. Had he arrived a few minutes later, Lin Xia might have cleared the entire building before he could even have a sip of soup. Lin Xia was slightly breathless, having taken down over a dozen serpent offspring. Even with his stamina and mental fortitude, fatigue was beginning to set in. He noticed Kane approaching. You're late, Brother Kane. Indeed, it appears so. Kane stepped forward, brushing the dust from Lin Xia's hair, his gesture akin to that of an elder brother. Was it necessary to be so disheveled over a few offspring? Humph. Not everyone is as abnormal as you are. Lin Xia scoffed, already accustomed to Kane's peculiarities. It came as no surprise that the serpent's main body fell to Kane's hands. Though he had exerted considerable effort, without his own semblance of a golden finger, the gap between him and Kane would only continue to widen. Nevertheless, Lin Xie possessed an indomitable spirit. 10 years hence, he vowed to surpass Kane. Refusing to remain in his current state, he had to continue aiding the goddess in the psychiatric hospital. As long as he refrained from drawing forth the extraordinary, all would be manageable. The first floor had been cleared, but the other levels still harbored offspring lurking about, and numerous others were concealed in the corners of the teaching building. Lin Xie sensed the situation. With the main body dead, these offspring posed no threat. Brother Kane, let us charge in and rescue them. Agreed. Kane nodded slightly, contemplating whether to advise Lin Xie to take a break while he single-handedly dealt with the numerous offspring. Yet, he anticipated that Lin Xie would surely refuse. This stubborn lad was secretly competing with Kane, and Kane found amusement in their rivalry. Competition fostered diligence, ensuring neither would become complacent. With the precise supply already filled for a tenfold replenishment, Kane desired to slay as many offspring as possible, given the opportunity. However, with Lin Xie present, it would be inappropriate for Kane to claim all the glory. After all, the serpent demon's avatar had already perished at Kane's hands, fulfilling the primary objective of his mission. Seizing the chance to work alongside Lin Xie, he aimed to entice him into utilizing the divine ruins more frequently, while he absorbed the fluctuations of the divine ruins to mend his engravings. Lin Xie, shall we have a friendly competition? Kane approached Lin Xie, gazing at the blood-stained corridor of the classroom. A competition? What shall we compete in? Let us see who can slay the most offspring. Boring. Lin Xie wiped the blood from his blade with his arm and replied nonchalantly, the loser must treat the winner. Agreed. Also, no firearms. The corridor is too narrow and could lead to accidental harm. Understood. Chapter 28. Grow freely. Meanwhile, in a classroom on the 3rd floor, Li Yifei led several strong boys as they braced themselves against a barricade made of desks and chairs, their faces flushed with exertion. Outside the classroom door, several serpent demon offspring opened their gaping jaws, attempting to break through the furniture that stood in their way. Their sharp teeth gnawed at a chair, quickly reducing it to splinters, but just then, another chair came crashing down upon them, reinforcing their defenses. Inside the classroom, a bespectacled, frail boy calmly directed his classmates in fortifying their line of defense, showing no fear in the face of the impending threat. He pondered the inconsistencies of the recent events. 2 had perished, yet 6 were immediately dispatched for reinforcement, indicating that these creatures possessed the ability for neural interaction and visual sharing, along with a commanding intelligence comparable to that of humans. Yet how did they know that the descending rope was the nexus connecting 2 floors? Damn it, we can barely hold on. The students supporting the barricade were on the verge of collapse, their faces reddening with strain. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from outside. Crack! Lightning flashed, and 2 offspring were struck down by the thunder crescent. Hiss! The offspring turned, ready to pounce on the figure clad in a black windbreaker with white hair. Ding! At that moment, a golden light burst forth. The divine aura was so powerful that it stunned several offspring into submission. Soon after, a sharp blue blade flickered through the air. 1 offspring was cleaved in 2 by a swift strike, from shoulder to ribcage. The white-haired man executed a half-kneeling horizontal slash, severing another offspring in half, while a boy in school uniform leapt onto his shoulder. Descending from the sky, he wielded his blade with tremendous force, bisecting yet another offspring. Their coordination was flawless. The thunder crescent and the blue blade intertwined to form a deadly storm, swiftly annihilating the 6 offspring. The 3rd floor was cleared. The white-haired man surveyed the area, ensuring no creatures remained before sheathing his blade and turning to the boy. That makes 10 for me. How many have you? 8. I'm catching up. There are still 2 floors left to clear. The outcome is not yet determined. Why did it take you so long to arrive? Li Yifei exclaimed, nearly in tears. If it weren't for the barricade, I would have rushed over. We were about to collapse under the pressure. And you 2 are here competing? All right. Lin Xie said wearily, waving his hand. Let us in and explain the situation. What exactly is happening now? In the classroom, the girls exchanged glances, stealing furtive looks at the silent white-haired man in the corner, whispering among themselves. Look, that person has white hair and blue eyes. So handsome. Is he mixed? He is holding a knife. So imposing. Who is going to ask for his contact information? I told you, early romances are strictly prohibited. Establishing their next course of action. Though he had already slain the avatar, Li Yifei still presented himself as a harmless persona, his true self yet to reveal itself. He was still playing the part. Kane had no intention of exposing him now. Regardless, he would eventually meet his demise at Lin Qiye's hands. There was no need for him to intervene. He merely awaited the unfolding of events. Having recently faced the true body, his heavenly I had been active for quite some time, depleting his mental energy significantly. It was prudent to close his heavenly I during this interval and recuperate fully. During this brief respite, Kane's consciousness delved into the sea of awareness, approaching the precise supply box. The box was now filled for a tenfold replenishment. However, the energy required to satisfy one replenishment had considerably increased. For instance, the serpent demon from the previous realm could replenish energy for 2.5 instances. Yet now it might only suffice for one. Having just slain 10 offspring, Kane realized it was only enough to cover half of a single replenishment. It appeared that the more times one summoned rewards, the greater the energy required to replenish the box. Following this logic, accumulating enough energy for a tenfold replenishment would necessitate slaying a vast number of entities or formidable beings, perhaps even deities. Excluding the mysterious entities, could humans be targets? These extraordinary beings, each possessing forbidden ruins, should be classified as mysterious in some sense. Coincidentally, in a few months during the Spring Festival, the extraordinary beings from the ancient god cult would come to Cangnan City to trouble Lin Qiye. Perhaps then, slaying a few extraordinary beings would yield the desired energy. Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? Kane snapped back to reality, his awareness returning from the sea of consciousness. Upon focusing, he noticed a small, bespectacled boy standing before him, wearing a benign smile and politely extending his hand. Greetings, sir. My name is Xingyu. I would like to consult you on a few matters. If I may. Xingyu, the vice captain of the 5th Special Team, Nightshade Team, the bearer of the Forbidden Ruins, the only correct answer. A fragment of the key to the door later betrayed the Nightshade Team, killing member Chao Yuan and aligned with the Outer Gods, even finding himself imprisoned by the protagonist Lin Qiye in a mental institution. During this incident, it was his warning to Lin Qiye that ultimately revealed Li Yifei's true identity. After the events, Xingyu stole the corpse of Ananda's serpent demon, awakening the Forbidden Ruins, the only correct answer. Kane surmised his intentions. He had likely uncovered something significant and sought to exchange information with Kane, as well as to grasp the true nature of this world. However, such matters were best left for Lin Qiye to address. Kane had little interest in him. I am merely a henchman. He is the one in charge. If you have inquiries, direct them to him. With that, Kane closed his eyes once more, and Xingyu glanced back at Lin Qiye. Despite the white-haired man's seemingly older and more reliable demeanor, was the one in charge truly just a student? No, it seemed he was merely aloof and uninterested in conversation. Lin Qiye and Xingyu, the leader and vice captain of the Nightshade Team, had their first formal meeting. Kane quietly listened to the entire exchange. The two young men remained composed, strategizing together, their future potential to lead and inspire evident. As the scenes from the book materialized vividly before him, all words seemed inadequate. Kane felt honored to stand alongside these remarkable characters and become a part of this narrative, albeit as the heir to a heroic legacy, wielding powers from another realm. However, the regrets within the original work shall be rectified by him. As for this group of youths, I urge you to flourish in this story devoid of regrets. I shall stand alongside you as we approach the conclusion of this tale. Chapter 29. You are merely a coward. The duel continues. At present, nearly the entire teaching building, save for the 5th floor, has been purged of the serpent demon progeny. To ensure fairness, Kane refrained from using the heavenly fire gun to call out names individually. Yet, armed with the sharpness of the 7 thunders of atonement, Kane wielded his blade with a bold and fierce manner, akin to a tiger amongst sheep against these unarmored foes. Lin Qiye, having mastered the art of the blade under Chun Mai's true tutelage, struck swiftly and decisively, devoid of hesitation. The final score reached 20-20. Before long, Kane and Lin Qiye swept through the 4th floor, charging up to the 5th. There, only one serpent demon progeny remained, Han Ruo. Upon arriving at the 5th floor, Kane and Lin Qiye were met with a cacophony of curses. Let us out. There are no monsters among us. On what grounds do you imprison us? This is illegal detention. Do you understand? Li Yifei is a madman. He intends to commit a crime. Will you all accompany him in his lawlessness? The frantic voice of a boy echoed through the floor. Hearing this, Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, a chill crossing his visage. Kane cast a glance at Lin Qiye. The source of the voice was none other than Lu Yuan. In the original narrative, it was Lu Yuan who had pushed Lin Qiye down during his initial encounter with the Phantom Masked Man. Were it not for Lin Qiye awakening the divine ruins at a crucial moment and old Zhao's timely rescue, the protagonist might have met his demise there, and the story would have concluded. It is fair to say that Lu Yuan's character was crafted solely to be vanquished by Lin Xie. Lu Yuan is a petty individual, and Kane harbors no concern for the life or death of such a character. However, Kane's current focus lies in the fact that his precise supply had halted at 11 consecutive draws, mere inches from achieving 12. This slight gap was driving Kane, with his obsessive tendencies, to the brink of madness. Thus, Kane drew forth the heavenly fire and fired a shot down the corridor. Bang! The resounding gunshot instantly commanded attention, captivating all present. What is that noise? Is it gunfire or cannon fire? Could it be the police? How striking. That gun in his hand looks peculiar. Is it truly a gun? The students cast astonished glances at the duo, murmuring amongst themselves. Lin Xie looked at Kane in bewilderment. What are you doing? It's too noisy. I intend to silence them, Kane replied, holding the gun in one hand and the blade in the other as he strode towards Lu Yuan at the corridor's end. Despite having slain numerous monsters, his attire remained largely unblemished. His black and white cloak billowed gracefully, immaculate in appearance. Yet, the powerful aura he exuded still intimidated the youthful students, who instinctively recoiled, gazing at him with reverence as he passed through their midst. Kane approached Lu Yuan, his cerulean eyes gazing down upon him. What are you doing? Lu Yuan struggled to withstand that piercing gaze, attempting to steady himself. Having just begun a relationship with a pure and lovely girlfriend, he could not afford to lose face before her. Don't come any closer. Am I wrong? You must not harm me or Ruro. Otherwise, I shall fight you. Kane surveyed the surrounding students once more before turning back to Lu Yuan. Are you protecting her? Is that so? What of it? She is my girlfriend. Naturally, I must protect her, even if she is a monster. Impossible. You are all insane. Look closely. She is Han Roro, my girlfriend. She is not a monster. Lu Yuan's eyes reddened, his voice rising in hysteria. The excessive secretion of male hormones clouded his judgment. He had transformed into the knight of his own fantasies. With the princess he vowed to protect standing behind him, any obstacle before him would be perceived as an enemy, commonly referred to as being driven by primal instincts. Very well, if that is the case, allow me to witness your resolve. Kane raised the heavenly fire, directing the muzzle at his forehead. I shall count to 3. After the third count, the gun shall fire. Should you insist on standing before me, you shall perish alongside the monster behind you. What? Lu Yuan's eyes widened. He realized Kane's gaze was as serene as a still autumn lake, devoid of any ripples. He was serious. Kane. Lin Xie stepped forward, gripping Kane's arm. You cannot point a gun at a civilian. There will be consequences. Fear not. I shall exercise discretion. Kane gently brushed Lin Xie aside, counting aloud. 1. Lu Yuan's lips quivered, glancing back at Han Ruruo. She looked at him with tear-filled eyes. Lu Yuan, are you truly going to abandon me? 2. Lu Yuan turned back, his voice hoarse as he shouted. This is armed coercion. You are unlawfully restricting my freedom. I will call the police on you. 3. Click. Without hesitation, Kane pulled the trigger. Yet, in that final moment, Lu Yuan crouched down, hands trembling as they shielded his head. However, the projectile that emerged from the heavenly fire was not a fiery explosive, but a mere flicker of flame. The students looked at Lu Yuan, who cowered on the ground. Trembling, their expressions a mix of disbelief and ridicule. The disparity was stark. Just moments ago, he had declared his unwavering protection of Han Ruo, brimming with bravado. Yet at this critical juncture, he had crumbled into this pitiful state. Lu Yuan, crouching on the floor, heard no gunshot. He lifted his head and noticed the scornful gazes directed at him. Kane crouched before him, extinguishing the flame at the muzzle of the heavenly fire. To dare to stand up for a loved one in the face of peril is indeed a brave act. Yet ultimately, in the face of courage and cowardice, you chose the latter. If you had remained resolute, I might have admired your bravery. But you retreated. This proves that your so-called vows of love were, in essence, nothing more than base carnal desires, as fleeting and fragile as a mirage, shattering at the slightest touch, unable to withstand any trial. In summary, you are merely a coward. With that, Kane stood, aiming his gun at Han Ruo. Han Ruo's pupils dilated. And just as she prepared to react, her chest was suddenly pierced by a colossal fiery explosive. Bang! She slowly fell, her face etched with disbelief as her head grotesquely contorted and swelled. As a gentle warmth flowed into Kane's body, the precise supply finally fulfilled its requirement for 12 consecutive draws. Kane exhaled, his obsessive tendencies finally appeased. Meanwhile, the students collectively inhaled sharply, astonished to discover that Han Ruo was indeed a monster. How revolting that Lu Yuan had sought to protect her. It was utterly distasteful. Only moments ago, he had vowed to safeguard her. Yet at the crucial moment, he faltered, They had never anticipated Lu Yuan would reveal himself to be such a person. The disdainful gazes pierced Lu Yuan's heart and mind like daggers. He collapsed to the ground, his complexion shifting from green to red. At times, the death of the body pales in comparison to the death of one's social standing. Lu Yuan had no path left but to transfer schools. Kane stood, sheathing the heavenly fire in its holster, summoning the scabbard with his left hand to return the 7 thunders of atonement to its sheath. He turned to walk past Lin Xie, patting his shoulder. In this contest, I wielded a gun, so I concede defeat. I shall treat you to ramen later. Lin Xie's lips twitched. Ramen again? Is that truly your only culinary passion? If not ramen, then instant noodles. Recently, Baixiang released several new flavors that are rather delightful. Chapter 30, Zhao Kongcheng. Old Kai, this Qiana bears a resemblance to you. Are you not heading to the auditorium? Hong Ying and Xiaonan are there. Lin Xie looked at Kane in bewilderment. Deciding not to proceed, Kane thought it prudent to take another stroll around the campus, ensuring that no potential threats were overlooked. He patted the dust off Lin Xie's shoulder and suggested they reconvene at the school gate shortly. Kane was well aware of the impending events in the grand auditorium. Lin Xie had seen through Li Yifei's disguise, leading to a fierce confrontation, which ended with Lin Xie, empowered by the Night Star Dancer, easily dispatching Li Yifei and subsequently claiming him for his harem, or rather, for the asylum. Kane wished to remain uninvolved. Feigning shock was exhausting. Moreover, should he get entangled in the fray, he feared he might inadvertently deliver a fatal blow to Li Yifei. Thus, he sought a plausible excuse to withdraw. More importantly, he yearned for a secluded spot to engage in a precise supply draw. As seasoned players of Honkai Impact 3 would know, enduring the torment of staring at the myriad supply cards above the interface, all while restraining the urge to draw from the pool they coveted, is a formidable challenge. Fortunately, Kane did not need to wait. He simply needed to find a quiet corner to assess his gains. At that moment, Lin Xie recalled Kane's prior words. This entity is more astute than we realize. You must remain vigilant about the occurrences around you. Lin Xie cast a contemplative glance at Kane. Could it be that Kane had sensed something amiss even then? As night descended, Kane wandered through the dimly lit campus, where a faint scent of blood lingered in the air, and the remains of monsters littered the pathways. He settled onto a bench by the roadside. Though the day's skirmishes had not weighed heavily upon him, he nonetheless felt a certain mental fatigue. Regarding the restoration of the imprint, the savior stood at 16, while wisdom remained unchanged at 20. It appeared that once the restoration exceeded 20, the pace slowed considerably. After all these days, the savior's progress had been minimal, and it seemed that only after the chaotic battle with the masked squad in half a month could he find an opportunity to elevate the savior to the coveted 20. Putting that aside, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and let his consciousness plunge into the sea of spirits. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the Haven Hall. "Ah, you're back," Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, rising from the couch where he had been gaming. He had felt like a mere spectator during the mission, opting to return to the Haven space for amusement. Fortunately, there were plenty of distractions to keep him entertained. How did it go? Was it successful? Yes, the mission proceeded smoothly. All adversaries have been eliminated. At that moment, Kane's attention was drawn to the electronic screen in the lounge, causing his expression to brighten. "What are you playing?" "Honkai Impact 3. I must say, this game is remarkably enjoyable. All 3 female characters are stunning and incredibly powerful. What level have you reached?" "I just completed the first level." "But is it true that there is no male protagonist?" "It seems there is a hint of romantic tension between the 2 female leads." "Why does Qiana want to drink Raiden Mei's milk tea?" "Such details are trivial." "What do you think of the storyline?" "It's quite engaging. I sense it will culminate in a happy ending." Kane patted Zhao Kongcheng on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. "This game is excellent. Keep playing. The narrative will not disappoint you." "Of course, I was going to continue regardless." Zhao Kongcheng scrutinized Kane with renewed curiosity. "But I can't shake the feeling that you resemble Qiana quite a bit. Let us put it this way. If Qiana were a male, she would undoubtedly resemble you, though she wouldn't be as brooding." King couldn't help but acknowledge Zhao's perceptiveness. In the lore of Honkai Impact 3, Kevin is Qiana's ancestor. However, in the earlier storyline of Honkai Academy 2, Kevin is portrayed as Qiana's alternate universe counterpart. This connection is subtly hinted at in the English names of both characters, Kevin and Qiana. As for their beloved characters in Honkai Impact 3, Mei and Raiden Mei, the translation remains consistent, Mei. Kane never anticipated that this haven would allow him to play Honkai Impact 3. He wondered if it were a pirated version. If so, the experience would be diminished without the excitement of a tenfold summon. Suddenly, Zhao Kongqing recalled something. "Oh, that young lad who seems like a daughter just came by here." "Oh?" Kane raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "You mean Sue visited?" What was his purpose? I'm not sure. When I asked him, he rambled on about things I couldn't comprehend. Then he slipped through that large keyhole. Scratching his head, Zhou Ping added, but from what I gathered, it seems he left you something, a surprise in that precise supply box. Kane pondered. All right, I understand. In the game's narrative, the heroes often resided in the Haven space, but occasionally visited the Haven Hall. Kane hadn't expected that after unlocking the hero imprint, a hero would actually return to the Haven Hall. Unfortunately, he couldn't access the Haven dungeons at the moment, so he would have to wait for the next opportunity. Without further delay, he hurried to check it out. Kane approached the equipment room, where the precise supply box was typically located. Externally, the box appeared unchanged, save for a slight variation in the aura it emanated. On the adjacent table, he noticed a small note left by Zhou. Greetings, visitor. Please forgive my audacity. I have made minor adjustments to your possessions. I have observed that the realm you currently inhabit is fraught with peril. Relying solely on your own strength may not suffice to navigate the forthcoming tribulations. Thus, I have slightly altered your possession permissions. I hope this proves beneficial. Zhou. Well, it seemed the supply pool had undergone some changes, likely not a bad thing. Curious to see the modifications, Kane summoned the equipment pool list and examined it closely. Zhou Ping began to read aloud from the list. Titan Father. Yex Heavy Armored Bunny. Kuroyuri. Phantom Manifestation, Silver Moon. Banauras. Old Kai, what are all these? Are they weapons? Chapter 31 Kane. Old Zhou, how is your luck? The impact of these terms struck Kane with overwhelming force, leaving him momentarily speechless. For instance, in Honkai Impact 3, the S-Class character, once the embodiment of the version S daughter, Bronya Zacic, is accompanied by a combat support mech named EX Heavy Armored Bunny. Now, this mech has been added to the precise supply box. This means Kane could not only draw the Divine Key and conventional weapons, but could also summon the S-Class Valkyrie S companions from the game. Furthermore, it appeared he could even summon some Honkai beasts. This indeed was the surprise Zhou had alluded to. However, Kane wished he could directly integrate character cards into his inventory, summoning these characters outright. Simply having their summons available for him, the hero's inheritor, was less advantageous than if the original characters were wielding them. Nonetheless, considering Zhou was not an omniscient deity, Kane felt content with the current arrangement. At least there is an additional summoning ability, not a loss at all. These can be considered summoned entities, and some may also serve as weapons. Kane replied to Zhou Ping in a rather dismissive manner. Oh, summoned entities. Not bad, Zhou Ping mused while stroking his chin. However, I can't help but notice that this EX Heavy Armor Little Rabbit resembles that robot behind Bronya in the game quite a bit. The names are similar too. You will know the reason, but not now. TSK, would it kill you to just tell me? Kane cast a glance at Zhou Ping. Old Zhou. How is your luck? Don't even mention it. I've only ever won $30 from the lottery. Help me out. Just press this button. Zhou Ping looked at the precision supply box with a peculiar expression. You can't be wanting me to help you win a prize, right? I just think you look so handsome. Your luck must be great. What a line. Let us just draw the lottery. Why keep emphasizing the obvious? Zhou Ping smugly ran his hand through his hair. So it's this button, right? I'm pressing it now. Don't blame me if nothing good comes out. It won T. Kane shook his head. At most, I'll give you a spoiler about the Honkai Impact storyline. Zhou Ping rubbed his hands together, seemingly to muster his courage, then extended his finger. Here I go, 3, 2, 1, boing. With a blend of mechanical whirring and the sound of steam, the precision supply box opened, bathing the entire Paradise Hall in brilliant blue light. Shizhou Muramesa 1, Shizhou Muramesa 1, Shizhou Muramesa 1, Shizhou Muramesa 1. Kane observed the unfolding scene of blue light with an expressionless face. It doesn't look good. We're bound to get a tenfold guarantee. However, Kane felt puzzled as to why Zhou Ping could draw so many Shizhou Muramesas. Is he restocking? Could it be because he is a blade spirit? Finally, after 9 consecutive Shizhou Muramesa draws, golden light illuminated their faces. A black and red dragon emblem appeared on the interface. Kagaligara 1. As always, old Zhou doesn't disappoint. No, it's only fitting for the blade spirit of the cleansing 7 thunders. This wave directly summoned his good partner. Zing. Kane extended his hand, and a red lightning orb appeared in his palm, crackling with energy. Within the orb, a small dragon could be faintly seen, floating with its wings folded, burying its head and tail within its wide wings, seemingly in slumber. Old Kai. Zhou Ping's expression turned tense. Is it a good thing? Kane glanced at him, then smiled reassuringly. Old Zhou, allow me to introduce you to an old friend you've yet to meet, Kagaligaro. In the game, the dragon Kagaligaro is a companion of the Hershers of Thunder. However, Kigali Garo's original form was the judgment-level Honkai beast, Benalis, a subordinate of Kiana, the Hershers of the Void. At that time, Benalis sacrificed itself to protect Raiden Mei, who was not yet a Hershers. After its death, its remains were transformed by Raiden Mei, who had become the Hershers of Thunder, into its current form. While playing the game, Kane mused that this could be seen as another form of NTR. Though Honkai beasts lack gender, out of respect for that Bella, Kane decided to anthropomorphize Kigali Garo. Hiss. An old friend I haven't met? Zhao Kongqing studied the sleeping little dragon. You know, I actually feel it looks somewhat familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere. Ah, I remember. Old Zhao smacked his fist into his palm. That creature bit me in my dreams. Bit you? Yes. It bit my sword hilt. Zhao Kongqing was referring to a derived weapon skill from the Cleansing Seven Thunders in the game. When the Hershers of Thunder uses the weapon skill of the Cleansing Seven Thunders in an explosive state, Kigali Garo would bite down on a massive lightning blade to cleave opponents, dealing substantial lightning damage. That move, Kane recalled, was called Thunderous Roar. It seemed that remnants of memories still lingered within the Hershers' core, affecting Old Zhao. However, the influence was not significant. Old Zhao remained the same. The incredibly handsome man he always was. Now, with the Cleansing Seven Thunders having Kigali Garo as well, could it be possible for Kane to recreate that move? Thunderous Roar, in the world of slashing gods? Kane gazed meaningfully at Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing shivered slightly, clutching his chest. I can't shake the feeling you're thinking of something unfriendly. It's nothing. Kane shook his head. The Paradise Hall wasn't particularly large, making it somewhat challenging for Kane to summon Kigali Garo here. Thus, he looked towards the Paradise launch device. It remained sealed, displaying a countdown for Paradise Trials. 14 days, 12 hours. Kane pondered for a moment. Old Zhao, you just mentioned Su came by, right? Yeah, what of it? How did he arrive? He came directly through that keyhole. Oh, I see. Kane approached the launch device and touched the dark interface. The boundary of the black space rippled, resembling the patterns of water. His hand could reach inside. However, the interface for initiating the trials did not appear. Kane, resolute in his thoughts, stepped decisively into the void. As the light swirled, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a cloud city filled with pink hues. Yet, there were no enemies present. Only an eerie silence. Ah, just as I thought. The dungeon opens once a month, but it never stated one couldn't enter the map. Kane shook his head, feeling as though he had missed a fortune. All right, the space is ample. Let us give this a try. Kane smiled slightly. Summoned the red lightning orb, clenched it tightly, and tossed it into the air. Come forth, Kigali Garo. Chapter 32 Zhao Kongqing. Kane, I curse you. Boom. In an instant, the sky darkened. Ominous clouds roiled with thunder and lightning, casting a shadow over this dreamlike realm. Roar. Accompanied by a resounding dragon-esque roar. A massive dragon descended from the heavens, the gust from its landing tousling Kane's coat. The dragon was not large. Measuring 12 meters in length with a wingspan of merely 20 meters, a typical bipedal dragon form, covered in sharp black and red scales, with tendrils of lightning flickering between its wings. Yet, Kane could not discern where its eyes were. Perhaps obscured by the red scales? Grr. The dragon-esque growl was deep, lowering its massive head to rest before Kane, a gesture of submission. Kane extended his hand to caress the red scales atop Kigali Garo's head. The texture felt icy, accompanied by a tingling sensation of electricity. With such sharp scales, wouldn't Raiden may be pricked sitting atop it? Kane closed his eyes to feel the power contained within this dragon. Kigali Garo seemed not to be at full strength. Nevertheless, it was still significantly stronger than Kane at present. Sea Realm, or Boundless? Uncertain. As a former judgment-level Honkai beast, Kigali Garo should possess Klein-level power. However, this dragon-esque state was linked to Kane, and it would enhance as Kane's strength increased. If one day Kane truly reached Kevin's level, Kigali Garo might experience an epic enhancement. At this moment, Kane noticed a countdown atop Kigali Garo's head. 1 minute. Was her energy only sufficient for 1 minute of activity in reality? No, it seemed to depend on my level. Compared to the 15-second limit in the game, 1 minute is actually quite generous. Summoning her requires depleting her own energy reserves. Currently, given her reserves, a single summoning in reality would likely require a day of rest within the sanctuary before she could be summoned again. If Kane could replenish her energy, perhaps her active time could be extended. As Kane's strength increases, it may become feasible for her to exist in reality for longer periods. 1 minute should suffice. Kane gently caressed Yuri Garo's chin. She appeared quite content, rolling over with a rumble, her tongue extended, and her large head nuzzling against Kane. Why does she resemble a dog so much? Oh, this place can still accommodate her. Goodness, she is enormous. Zhao Kongqing, who had just stepped into the sanctuary, was taken aback. Indeed, she is a dragon. Kane patted Yuri Garo's large head, saying, "Get up, meet your old friend." Yuri Garo rolled over and approached, curiously sniffing Zhou Ping. Hello? I'm Zhou Ping. You might not know me, but we should have met in a dream." Zhou Ping awkwardly waved, then quietly inquired of Kane, "Hey, does she understand human speech?" "She should. And one more thing, she is a female." "Oh, a female dragon." Zhou Ping cleared his throat. Well. Oh well. Suddenly, Yuri Garo bit his legs. Zhou Ping, huh? Kane. Yuri Garo. Under Kane's watchful gaze, Yuri Garo unleashed a hockey dragon great whirlwind against the blade spirit of the Purification Seven Thunders. "Old Kai, save me." Zhou Ping, in a dataformed spirit state, could not be harmed, but that did not mean he was devoid of sensation. At that moment, he seemed to be treated as a toy by Yuri Garo, who was vigorously shaking him in her mouth. Kane stroked his chin. As the current master, Kane could somewhat perceive Yuri Garo's emotions. Her feelings were not of anger, but rather a certain joy of reunion after a long separation. It appeared that Yuri Garo was welcoming her old friend back in the guise of their previous battles. All right then. Estimating that the time was about right, Kane stepped out of the sanctuary. "So, old Zhao, you can catch up with her here for a while. I have limited time. I must be off. Curse your mother." Roar. Kane crossed the dark spatial boundary and returned to the sanctuary hall. Phew, today was quite fruitful. Although the imprint restoration had not progressed significantly, gaining Yuri Garo as an ally was still a valuable outcome. Just then, Kane noticed something amiss. On the dark spatial boundary of the attack device, a new imprint seemed to have been illuminated. Its brightness was rather dim. Had it not been for the display indicating a 1 restoration progress, Kane might not have noticed it at all. This is true self? Gazing at the pink crystal flower imprint, Kane furrowed his brow deeply. This was the imprint of the second flame hero, and the only lawmaker among the heroes, Alicia. When was this imprint unlocked? Could it have been during the defeat of the serpent demon? Kane pondered that he hadn't done anything particularly special in recent days. Nor had he encountered Alicia. Reflecting on her character, it was possible that this was a casual gift from her. Among all the heroes, she was undoubtedly the most enigmatic pink fairy, acting solely on her whims. Although she does not lie, she also does not reveal her innermost thoughts. Kane mused that since she had bestowed an imprint upon him, there would surely come a day when they would meet. At that time, he would seek clarity. As the brilliance shifted, consciousness returned to reality. Kane opened his eyes. The night had fully descended, and the void had been lifted. Gazing at the sky, he could still see the dark expanse adorned with countless stars. Supporting himself on his knees, Kane stood, brushed off the dust from his coat, picked up the Purification Seven Thunders, and walked toward the school gate. However, before reaching the gate, he found the black box containing his school uniform from where he had previously scaled the wall. He couldn't afford to lose that. A few minutes later, from a distance, Kane spotted 3 familiar figures at the school gate. "Hey, we're over here." Hong Ying waved at Kane. He nodded in acknowledgement and approached the trio. "Where have you been?" "We've been waiting here for ages," Hong Ying exclaimed. "Sorry, after searching the campus, I had to make a quick trip to the restroom." Kane chuckled, glancing at Lin Xie. "Is everything wrapped up?" "Yes, it's done." Lin Xie nodded, though his mood seemed somewhat subdued despite the conclusion of the task. "Kane, let me tell you something you might not know. The true Nada serpent demon is Li Yifei." Hong Ying leaned closer to Kane, chattering excitedly as if she were the protagonist of the story. Kane was already aware of this but feigned a degree of astonishment. Oh, is that so? Impressive. Lin Xie, you're amazing." Hearing this perfunctory praise, Lin Xie's eyes twitched. This white-haired dog must have guessed it already. Ahem. Lin Xie cleared his throat a few times before Hong Ying finally reacted. Sorry, Xie, I forgot. It was a rare opportunity, so I just asked." Lin Xie scrutinized the two, his gaze resembling that of a detective uncovering a secret. "What is the relationship between you two? It feels like you're hiding something." "Hong Ying, huh? Kane, just friends, that's all." Lin Xie frowned. "Really just friends?" Kane replied. "It was her who said to start as friends." Lin Xie. Si Shaon and covered her mouth. "Start as friends? Does that mean it might develop into something more?" Kane crossed his arms. "I didn't say that." Hong Ying grew anxious. "Oh dear, you two are misunderstanding something. He and I are truly just friends." Lin Xie, what about us? Just colleagues? Hong Ying panicked. You are all good friends too." Si Shaonan regarded them with suspicion. Seems a bit dubious." "Oh come on, let us go? Don't keep the captain waiting." Hong Ying urged the two forward while discreetly shooting Kane a glare. Kane remained expressionless, offering no response. Near the school gate, a black van was parked. Standing beside it were the captain and vice-captain of Team 136. It seemed everything had concluded smoothly. Chunmai extinguished his cigarette and approached the group. So, Chia Kane, how was your first mission? Lin Chia contemplated for a moment. It was quite simple. Kane lowered his gaze. Too many casualties. How will the aftermath be handled? Oh. Chunmai looked at Kane with some surprise. There are dedicated departments for handling the aftermath. Our team generally only undertakes the most difficult and dangerous tasks. Kane raised his head to gaze at the school, sighing. After today, how many families will be shattered? How many parents will weep in despair? This is beyond our control. Chunmai stepped forward, patting Kane's shoulder. In this world, sacrifices are inevitable. Our goal is to minimize such sacrifices to protect the people under the night, ensuring the myriad homes behind us can enjoy peace and happiness. As guardians of the night, we cannot be shackled by the past. We must continually move forward. For that is the only path. I understand. It's just a moment of reflection. Kane looked at Chunmai. Thank you, Captain. Chunmai smiled. A rare sight. Compassionate yet resolute and composed. This individual is a born sentinel. Hongying gazed intently at that figure. Unlike others, she sensed a profound solitude in Kane's demeanor. The mission concluded swiftly, and Captain Chunmai, breaking from tradition, treated everyone to Hadaleo. However, en route, he received a call from the logistics department. What did you say? The head of the Nantoa serpent demon is missing? This revelation immediately piqued the vigilance of all members of Team 136. Chunmai commanded the logistics team, immediately initiate the unrestricted airspace and conduct a thorough investigation. We must locate the thief who stole the head. When Chima pondered aloud, perhaps a curious student took it? Hongying raised an eyebrow. That is a monster's head. Which student would be interested in such a thing? Lin Xie felt a stirring thought. Could it be him? In the passenger seat, Wu Xiangnan frowned. Though Chima's idea seems absurd, we cannot dismiss this possibility, nor can we rule out the presence of a suspicious individual stealing it. At that moment, Wu Xiangnan recalled something and turned to Kane. Kane, did you notice any suspicious individuals while patrolling the campus? Kane, who had been gazing out the window, redirected his attention to Wu Xiangnan. Yes. Who? There was a person with a sniper rifle, spying on the campus from a high-rise building outside. I was just about to report this. The expressions of those in the vehicle grew peculiar. The suspicious individual you mentioned must be Lung Xian. Chunmai shook his head. This fellow has been all over the place today. Who knows what he's up to? However, Lung Xian is an expert at counter-surveillance. He is always the one following others, never the one being found. How could you possibly notice his trail? He is not hard to find. Kane replied as he looked out the window. I simply sensed a gaze from afar and naturally spotted him. Even now, he is in the back seat of the third taxi on our left. Have you not noticed him? Silence enveloped the vehicle. Damn it. I've seen people show off. But never like this, so effortlessly and naturally. Is this what it means to be an agent of the heroic spirits? Chunmai wore a strange expression as he called Lung Xian to inform him of his exposure. Let me handle this, when Shima said, quietly taking out her phone and dialing a number. Moments later, a cold voice came through the line. Hello? Lung Xian, where are you? I'm at the base. What is up? Are you lying? You're in the back seat of the third taxi on our left. We can all see you. Not far away. The man in the back seat of the taxi froze, silently turning to glance at the rear window. He saw the meaningful expressions of the two team leaders. When Chima's half-smiling face as she leaned out the window, and Hongying, waving enthusiastically with a curious expression. Along with the peculiar agent of the divine behind him and another heroic spirit agent, resting his chin on his hand, gazing out at the scenery. Lung Xian quietly raised his camera and snapped a photo through the window. Then, he picked up the phone and asked, who noticed? Take a guess. Either Lin Xie or Kane. It was Kane. So, are you coming with us to eat Hadaleo? I recall you've missed many team-building events. Fine, count me in. Yay. Cheers erupted from Team 136 on the other end of the line. In the Hadaleo restaurant, the members of Team 136 fervently clinked glasses, with beer and drinks splashing into the hot pot. After several rounds of toasts, Kane excused himself under the pretext of needing the restroom and made his way to the second-floor terrace. The night in Songnan City sparkled with stars and flickering neon lights. The evening breeze caressed Kane's cheek, slightly dispersing the scent of alcohol that clung to him. Kane reached into his pocket and retrieved an electronic cigarette. He felt a twinge of boredom, leading him to smoke. However, he refrained from traditional cigarettes, mindful of the harm secondhand smoke poses to others. Since unlocking the Savior's mark, Kane had sensed that as the restoration of the Savior progressed, some emotions within him were gradually fading. He found it increasingly difficult to experience joy or sorrow, becoming akin to a stagnant pool of water. This was part of the reason Kane agreed to pursue Hongying, as he feared that without introducing some turbulence into his emotional state, he might, in the not-so-distant future, transform into a version of Kevin from the first ending of 3, one who had sealed away all feelings to become the savior who steals the power of the end. Kevin had once been a sunny and cheerful young man. Yet, through continuous loss, he gradually became cold and silent, only revealing himself in the presence of loved ones. After the War of the End, with his beloved passing away, Kevin took on the mantle of saving humanity, completely sealing away his remaining self, his existence forever frozen in that moment. Kane understood Kevin's plight. He bore an overwhelming burden. To avoid suffocating under the weight of this pressure, he had to close off his emotions. It was not that Kevin had erred in that phase, under those circumstances. Only by bearing the power of the end and executing the Mark plan could there be a chance to preserve human civilization. Simultaneously, Kevin was also fulfilling the duties of the end's arbiter, conducting the final trials for the 3 heroines. If the 3 arbiters, inheriting Alicia's will, could not surpass him, the Mark plan would serve as the final safeguard, allowing all of humanity to persist within the spiritual atom. The narrative of 3's pre-civilization has never been a tale of triumph. Rather, it is a story of humans whose ideals were shattered by collapse, struggling to preserve civilization. Though Kane inherited the title of savior and became the agent of the heroic spirits, he did not believe he could surpass Kevin under similar circumstances. For now, he simply wished to utilize this otherworldly power to mend his regrets as much as possible. Kane is Kane, an ordinary person fortunate enough to inherit the will of the heroic spirits. He is not Kevin, nor will he ever become Kevin. Kane tasted the flavor of the electronic cigarette as it lingered in his mouth and sighed softly. At that moment, a clear voice of a girl rang out behind him. "Hey, what are you doing alone here?" Chapter 34. The inscription of the true self. Kane turned to glance at the newcomer before silently returning his gaze to the distant neon lights. "Nothing much. Just taking a breath of fresh air and enjoying the scenery." Just enjoying the scenery? Hong Ying approached him, her bright eyes assessing Kane from head to toe. The evening breeze gently tousled her hair, and Kane could catch the faint fragrance wafting from her locks, mingled with a strong scent of hot pot. Thankfully, there was no trace of blood. Everyone had cleaned up at the office beforehand. Otherwise, with Lin Xia's blood-soaked attire, no Hadaleo would dare let him in. "You smoke too?" Hong Ying scrutinized him with a curious gaze, indicating her disapproval of boys smoking. "I've quit. This is just an electronic cigarette," Kane replied, taking the device from his mouth, wiping the filter with a tissue, and stowing it away. Hong Ying leaned against the railing and asked, "Are you feeling down?" "Not at all." "Then smile for me." "Why?" "Because I feel like I've never seen you smile." Kane turned to look at her. Beneath the neon glow of the night, Hong Ying's water-like eyes appeared bright and clear. She had changed out of her oversized high school uniform and now wore a white jacket and fitted ankle-length jeans. With her lustrous black hair styled into a youthful, vibrant high ponytail, delicate ankles adorned with pink socks, and a pair of red athletic sneakers completing the ensemble, she exuded an effortless charm. Her long lashes fluttered gently, while her soft, rosy lips bore traces of grease, and her fair, luminous complexion radiated beauty. Even without makeup, Hong Ying's allure surpassed that of the majority of girls Kane had encountered. From Kane's perspective, such captivating women typically attracted numerous admirers. It wasn't that Hong Ying possessed a disagreeable personality. Rather, girls of her caliber were acutely aware of their worth. When showered with admiration, they often developed an air of superiority, becoming exceptionally discerning regarding potential partners. In this context, when she encountered a high-quality gentleman who expressed interest yet remained aloof, it intriguingly piqued her curiosity. In layman's terms, the man had successfully captured her attention. Kane's indifference indeed drew Hong Ying closer, placing him in a position of power. What followed became relatively straightforward. A stiff smile emerged on Kane's face. Hong Ying raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Is this how you treat your seniors?" With a playful grin, Kane hooked his fingers at the corners of his mouth, contorting his handsome visage into a comical mask. "Haha, you're quite the entertainer." Hong Ying chuckled, nudging Kane's shoulder, her laughter infectious. As Kane composed himself, returning to his previously stoic demeanor, his gaze shifted back to the bustling street outside. After her laughter subsided, Hong Ying propped her alabaster chin on her hand, silently observing his profile. "Quite handsome," she mused. "I'm referring to the night scene," Kane countered, his eyes still fixed ahead. Hong Ying arched an eyebrow, demanding proof. "Don't slander me." Kane pivoted, encroaching on her space, standing merely a step away. At 185 meters, he towered over her 170-meter frame, his azure eyes gazing down at her with an icy composure. Hong Ying blinked, her heart racing. Yet her pride forbade her from retreating. She stubbornly lifted her chin, meeting his tranquil gaze. After a moment, Kane produced 2 tickets from his pocket. This Saturday, at Sangnan Happy Valley. Just you and me, will you join? Hong Ying paused, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Are you inviting me on a date? Indeed, Kane confirmed, locking eyes with her. Didn't you say we should start as friends? This is a normal invitation among friends. Is it? Hong Ying mused, twirling her hair thoughtfully. Regrettably, I'm unavailable this Saturday. I must accompany Xiao in shopping. Then it's settled. However, I am free on Sunday. With a grin, Hong Ying crossed her arms. Teasing, why not try inviting me again? Kane fell silent for a moment, then gradually advanced towards her. Hong Ying found herself cornered against the wall, with no escape. Kane leaned in, one hand bracing against the wall, his azure eyes narrowing slightly, akin to a predator assessing its prey. His face was mere inches away, his formidable aura seemingly swallowing her whole. Hong Ying's lashes fluttered, her heartbeat quickening. Sunday at 9 in the morning, East Gate of Sangnan Happy Valley. I'll be waiting for you, Kane declared, slipping a ticket into her pocket before turning to depart into the restaurant. Left alone, Hong Ying bit her lip, striving to suppress the upward curve of her mouth, while calming the tumultuous rhythm of her heart. This must reveal his true feelings. I knew he liked me. A mere newcomer, so audacious I shall not attend. Let him wait for me all day. Let us see what he can do. Moments later, Hong Ying regained her composure. Kane sat quietly in a corner, nursing his drink in silence. Sister Hong Ying, you're back. Xiaonan waved at her, excitedly exclaiming. Brother Qi said he wants to challenge you to a bottle flip. What? Hong Ying's laughter erupted, when Mo. Have you forgotten who defeated you last time? When Mo shouted, that's unfair, Hong Ying. Xiaonan was drunk and said nonsense. I didn't say anything. Amidst the playful banter at the table, Kane remained in his corner, cradling his drink as time flowed peacefully. Nearby, Zhao Kongcheng observed, stroking his chin, scrutinizing Kane with a gaze akin to that reserved for a creature of curiosity. Wow, old Kai, I didn't expect you to be so adept at charming the ladies. You claim you've never had a girlfriend? Kane remained silent, his gaze lowered, reflecting on the liquid in his glass. Just moments ago, as he turned to leave, the restoration percentage of the true self imprint had increased by 1, reaching 2. He could ascertain that the restoration of the true self imprint was intricately linked to Hong Ying's affection for him. The greater the fondness, the higher the restoration rate. This was a plausible conclusion, one that aligned with the machinations of Elysia. This pink-haired sprite aimed to orchestrate a romantic comedy between the heirs of the English aristocracy and the native gods of slaying. As the true self imprint advanced, Kane sensed a ripple stirring in the previously stagnant waters of his heart. Was it possible that the true self imprint sought to preserve his humanity, preventing him from succumbing to the weight of the savior? As for the reward, when the true self reached a restoration of 5, all imprints' restoration efficiency would enhance by 10, and the effects of the imprints would similarly amplify by 10. In essence, it was imperative for Kane to pursue Hong Ying. However, a dilemma arose. Kane felt uneasy about Elysia's approach. He intended to treat this relationship with sincerity, wishing to foster a genuine romance with Hong Ying and allow things to unfold naturally, devoid of ulterior motives. He would have preferred that the path to enhancing the true self involved vanquishing gods instead. Elysia understood humanity too well and was too forthright. Yet, when she unveiled the truth of one's innermost thoughts, it often led to discomfort. It was not anger, but rather the embarrassment of having a secret laid bare for all to see. Kane had never encountered such a sophisticated scheme before. The sensation of being manipulated was far from pleasant. What's wrong? Feeling unwell? At that moment, Lin Chiye's voice pulled Kane back to reality. Kane glanced at the youth beside him, shaking his head. It's nothing. Just a low tolerance for alcohol. Would you mind pouring me a glass of orange juice? Chapter 35. Hong Ying. Kane is going. A week later, in the office's interrogation room, Lin Chiyi stroked his chin, recalling the suspect's testimony. So, you and Sister Hong Ying merely spent the weekend at the amusement park, followed by a meal at a restaurant, and nothing more? The suspect replied, yeah. What else do you want me to do? Xiaonan expressed skepticism. Hold on. Why has Sister Hong Ying been glowing and so cheerful these past few days? The suspect shrugged. How would I know? Isn't she always like that? Honestly, Lin Chiyi, you could just ask directly instead of resorting to drugs and restraints. In the interrogation room, Kane was bound to a chair with thick ropes, while 2 young individuals, Lin Chiyi and Xiao Nan, sat across from him. During training, when Kane accepted the functional drink Xiaonan offered, he sensed something amiss with the beverage. Yet, he was curious to see her intentions, leading him to fall into her trap willingly. To his surprise, after feigning unconsciousness, Lin Chiyi had brought in the ropes, and together they had carried him to the interrogation room, binding him tightly for this inquiry. Kane had never felt so speechless in his life. It was astonishing that someone would go to such lengths for gossip. No, I don't think so. Lin Shi fixed his gaze on Kane. If we didn't do this, you wouldn't tell the truth, look at me, and answer again. What is your relationship with Sister Hongying? Just ordinary friends. Kane's gaze remained unwavering. You're lying. Xiaoan abruptly rose from her seat. Her eyes reddened as if she had endured a grave injustice. Then why did you go to the amusement park with Hongying and not with me? And what about Qi? The interrogation room fell into a heavy silence. Sigh. Kane felt utterly disinclined to engage in frivolous banter with these two youngsters. Rather than this, he said, didn't the captain just summon us to his office? Enough with the nonsense. Untie me quickly. Otherwise, I shall break free myself. Observing Kane's demeanor, Lin Shi surmised that further inquiries would yield nothing fruitful. So he decided to assist in releasing him. The two then departed the interrogation room together. On their way to the captain's office, they encountered Hongying. Hongying playfully nudged Kane's shoulder and skipped away merrily. Kane stumbled slightly, patting the spot where he had been bumped, maintaining his usual expression. Lin Shi observed this exchange, his face reflecting a mixture of astonishment. This was clearly off. They claimed to be mere friends, yet it seemed far too intimate. Half a minute later, they arrived at Chunmai's office, which stood ajar. Chunmai was seated behind his desk, engrossed in work, a laptop before him, and a stack of documents piled nearby. Out of politeness, Lin Shi knocked gently on the doorframe. Captain, you called for us? Oh, you're here, Chunmai acknowledged, finally noticing the two of them. What took you so long? What were you doing? Lin Shi chuckled awkwardly. Apologies, we were held up by some matters. Speaking of which, what did you want to discuss with us? Well, the new recruit training is set to commence in a few days, right? Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. He realized that nearly a month had passed since he joined the Night Watchers. Yes, in 5 days. Kane was not surprised. He had kept track of the dates. After the Serpent Demon incident, he and Lin Shi had maintained their training regimen. Following their first-hand experience, Kane had successfully integrated the insight from his powers, now able to maintain heightened perception for 5 minutes under extreme conditions. Their daily sparring continued without fail, and aside from knife techniques, Chunmai also imparted hand-to-hand combat skills. Kane quickly grasped these lessons, able to hold his own against Chunmai without exerting his full strength. As for the true self-imprint, after a recent outing with Hongying, it had successfully surpassed 5. Now, his heightened perception extended to a radius of 66 meters, with an increased duration of 10. The savior ability, bolstered by the true self, had indeed enhanced the speed of absorbing forbidden fluctuations, approaching nearly 18. However, the insight ability had plateaued at 25. Following the 20 threshold, the restoration rate significantly declined. This was already established. Yet, it appeared that the Kajira did not benefit from the true self-enhancement, as its duration remained capped at 1 minute. It seemed that the true self primarily augmented imprints, offering no enhancement to summoned entities or weapons. During this time, Kane had ventured into the Eden map for exploration. Without activating a dungeon, Eden offered nothing but scenic views. He had attempted to locate other heroes besides Su, but found none, with certain areas even barred from entry. The conclusion was clear. To encounter heroes, one must either activate a dungeon or continue to restore existing imprints. The upcoming masked squad would reveal what gains awaited Kane. As for the enhancement of the true self-imprint, even though he had been compelled to part ways with Hongying, it did not deter Kane from continuing to pursue her. In this day and age, who is an adept at using a smartphone? Given the military management of the training camp, there should be a few hours each week allocated for phone use. The new recruit training camp was situated in the northern city of Beijing, as it had been in previous years, and this year would likely be no exception. Chunmai flipped through his notebook and spoke directly. Beijing is located in the north. Its climate differs considerably from Changnan City, being much colder. You two should accompany Hongying to shop for essential winter supplies. Though the camp provides some, the quality is uncertain, so it's wiser to procure them yourselves. Make sure to gather winter clothing, water bottles, and heat packs. Never underestimate a Beijing winter. It can be brutally cold. He continued. You needn't worry about the expenses. I'll keep a tab. After half an hour of detailed instructions, Chunmai finally closed his notebook. That's all you need to keep in mind. Have you noted everything? Yes, I've noted it, Lin Shi replied obediently. Chunmai nodded in satisfaction, regarding Lin Shi with the warmth of a fatherly gaze. And you, Kane? Kane pondered momentarily. He already possessed most of the items needed, so it would suffice for Hongying to accompany Lin Shi on their shopping trip. He recalled that, in the original narrative, the training location was set in Songnan, where Lin Shi had prepared many unnecessary items, even losing hundreds on train tickets. Another reason was that Hongying and Xiaoan had a tendency to make extravagant purchases, even acquiring absurd items like tank tops. Kane felt that with Hongying's personality and the current delicate nature of their relationship, it was likely they would indulge in all sorts of frivolities. No, that won't do. At that moment, the office door swung open, and Hong Ying stormed in with determination. Kane is coming with us. She glared at Kane, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Hong Ying, what are you fussing about now? Chen Mai frowned. Apologies, Captain, but I request that Kane join us in gathering supplies. Hong Ying saluted the captain and then bared her teeth at Kane. Why don't you want to come? We're going to be apart for so long. Can't you at least accompany us one last time? Oh, Chen Mai raised an eyebrow, catching on to her implication, a smirk playing on his lips. All right, approved. Kane, you may accompany them. Since you already have the items, you can guide them on what to purchase and what to avoid. Kane remained silent for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. Very well. Chapter 36. Chen Mai. Those are all my hard-earned money. Their essay saying, no one can surpass a woman when it comes to shopping. This remark had been uttered by a common passerby in Kane's previous life as a simple observation. In the afternoon, within a bustling mall in Songnan City, Kane found himself recalling this sentiment amidst a haze of exhaustion. Ah, it truly was accurate. Accompanying women on shopping excursions is a monumental test of both body and spirit. Even with his heroically endowed physique, Kane found the fatigue almost unbearable. He had been on his feet for nearly 2 hours without resting. His arms were laden with an assortment of goods, including but not limited to bedding, winter coats, thermal underwear, gloves, and heat packs, alongside an array of unnecessary items such as hair removal cream, sunscreen, and eyebrow tweezers. Kane had repeatedly suggested they limit their purchases to essentials, but the enthusiasm of Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying was overwhelming. Their rationale was, the North is not like the South. The necessities vary across the seasons. You Haven Tea experience training, you Woon Tea understand. Kane conceded, all right, as long as you're happy. Kane, look, this outfit suits you perfectly. Hong Ying exclaimed, emerging from a menswear store with a suit in hand, measuring it against Kane's frame. Kane shot her a glance. We're heading to a training camp, not a conference. A suit is not needed. That makes sense. With a nod, Hong Ying picked up a pair of men's underwear from the side. I can choose this myself. Kane promptly stepped forward and pressed down on Hong Ying's hand. Her hand was delicate, almost entirely enveloped by Kane's broad palm. Hong Ying pursed her lips, her gaze dimming slightly. Kane was not oblivious. Their weekend date at the amusement park had not been without progress. On the contrary, it had been remarkably smooth. Although they had not engaged in anything outrageous, they had at least held hands and shared touches. The two were essentially in a burgeoning phase, where various affectionate gestures were permissible. Sometimes, love is indeed like this. With mutual affection, there is less unnecessary tugging and more emotional giving and initiative. There was no need for declarations. Everything could unfold naturally. In just a day, it could all be settled. Once I'm over there, I will call you often, Kane whispered beside her. Once you enter the training camp, all communication devices will be confiscated. Only on Tuesdays will you have 2 hours to use your phones. Hong Ying pouted, questioning the point of having those 2 hours for phone time when there were better things to do than to contact her. But at that moment, I just want to see you. The implication was unmistakable, and even Kane, who was usually dense, could understand this. No visits. Hong Ying returned the item to its place, her cherry lips pouting high. If I want to see you, it will be a year later. Who wants to see you? Silly white-haired one. It's all right. I will keep calling you. During those 2 hours, if you don't answer, your phone will keep ringing. At this moment, it was indeed the right time for persistent entreaty. No way, how annoying. Hong Ying lightly punched Kane's chest, exclaiming about the bothersome white-haired one. Kane grasped Hong Ying's wrist and softly said, stop it. There are too many people around. Go ahead, hit me. Hong Ying gently pushed Kane, her tone wistful. There must be many beautiful girls in the training camp. Other than you, I want to spare them a glance. They might be younger than me. I prefer the older ones, not the younger. Kane quickly added, I meant age. It's best when it's appropriate. Hong Ying lightly nudged Kane's shoulder and teased, you're quite the talker. Lin Xie and Si Xiaonan stood at a distance, observing the interaction between the two with expressions that were indescribably strange. The sweetness in the air was overwhelming, almost suffocating in the mall. I told you. Hong Ying indeed has something going on with Kane, and she kept it from us for so long. Si Xiaonan rolled up her sleeves, ready to catch them in the act. Don't go. Lin Xie pressed down on Si Xiaonan's shoulder, sighing, let them be for a while. They are already openly flirting. The answer is evident. The reason Hong Ying dared to confront the captain was simply because she wanted to go out with Kane one last time, feeling reluctant to part. However, Lin Xie truly did not expect Kane to act so quickly. Had it only been a month? He appeared rather dull. No, not dull at all. This guy is clever, always seizing the opportunity to ruffle his hair and take advantage of him. Yet, Lin Xie found it a bit odd. As for Hong Ying's situation, He was unaware, but in Lin Qia's memory, Kane had only frequently teased Lin Qia, maintaining a serious demeanor with others. Lin Qia couldn't help but ponder. Does this mean my position in his heart is quite special? The next day, at the train station in Songnan City, are all the things packed? Chen Mai stood in front of a black van, looking at the duo before him. A month had swiftly passed, and these two newcomers were finally parting ways with Team 136. They were the most exceptional disciples he had encountered in recent years. One a genius, the other a prodigy. Well, neither had been left behind. Lin Qia carried a heavy load, pulling a pink suitcase and holding numerous bags. As for Kane, he had far less. Just a black suitcase and a backpack, that was all. The divine keys, purging since Seven Thunder, and heavenly fire Saint Judgment. He had temporarily stored in the land of bliss. When the masked squad arrived, Kane planned to give them a grand surprise. Those team members were genuine high-level Forbidden Realms, and the resultant Forbidden Realm fluctuations would undoubtedly be significant. Little Qia, the weather will be cold over there. Remember to use depilatory cream, sunscreen, and lip balm. Hong Ying pressed on Lin Qia's shoulder, her face filled with reluctance. Yes, I will, Hong Ying. Then, Hong Ying approached Kane, bit her lip, and punched his chest. Take care of little Qia, or I'll beat you up. Kane replied. Even without you saying, I will look out for him. Lin Qia rolled his eyes. I don't need you to look out for me. After exchanging a few more playful banters, the two waved goodbye to the members of Team 136 and headed toward the train station. However, Kane walked slowly, seemingly waiting for something. Just then, Chen Mai's phone rang. As he answered the call, his eyes widened in surprise. Damn it, stop them. Quickly. Otherwise, once they enter the station, the train tickets can't be refunded. The next day, what a disaster. I have no idea what the higher-ups were thinking, suddenly deciding to set the training site in Songnan. Captain, you've been complaining for almost half an hour. Shouldn't you take a break? Chen Mai sat in the passenger seat, his face turning green with anger. The blankets, down jackets, electric blankets he bought for Lin Qia. Those were his hard-earned money. It would be one thing if they were used, but the climate in Songnan is such that they wouldn't be needed at all. What a waste. It seems that Kane was more considerate, having prepared everything himself, sparing Chen Mai further expenses. Even when boarding the train yesterday, he had walked slowly, ensuring that they were stopped before entering the station, saving him a few $100 on train tickets. Ah, truly reliable, this heroic spirit agent. However, Chen Mai glanced at the rearview mirror. In the back seat, Hong Ying was smiling, seemingly in a good mood. Seeing her smile, Chen Mai felt a little blocked in his heart. Even though it was not public yet, the news of her affair with Kane had already spread through the team. Yes, you're getting closer to your boyfriend. My hard-earned money is gone for good. Thankfully, Chen Mai was not one to lose control easily. Even when sulking, he wouldn't take it out on the other team members. However, sensing the captain's displeasure, Hong Ying bit her lip, no longer laughing. Yet her little eyes kept darting toward the silent white-haired one. Lin Qia sat between them, feeling like he was on pins and needles. Should I suggest moving seats so you two can cozy up? Chapter 37. He is angry about this unfair fate. Kane gazed out of the car window at the passing trees, lost in his thoughts. In a few days, how should the battle with the masked squad unfold? Firstly, in the original story, the entire masked squad was at the brink of their realms, able to slaughter hundreds of new recruits with just a handful of them. Kane was confident in his abilities, yet not blindly so. He had always been cautious. Secondly, the cards he could play at present were as follows. Heavenly Fire Unsheathed. Kane had practiced this in the land of bliss at the cost of his life. Compared to before, he could now control the Heavenly Fire's output with remarkable precision, allowing for a nearly effortless manipulation of its attack range. Simultaneously, he had become more familiar with the dual-gun mode of the Heavenly Fire Saint Judgement through continuous practice. In addition, he possessed the zero-designated power of purging since Seven Thunder, henceforth referred to as the Annihilation Flash Moon, along with the Mount of the Law of Thunder, Religia. Regarding physical skills, although Kane has made significant progress in combat techniques through sparring with Chen Mai lately, he remains uncertain whether he can push the limits of the masked squad before facing them. He has devised several strategies. The first involves summoning Kurikara, but there is a risk that the special squad may perceive it as a mysterious event, leading to the mission being cancelled and transforming into a hunt for Kurikara instead. Kurikara can truly die, and once dead, Kane would be unable to resurrect it. To mitigate this risk, he might need to communicate with them beforehand. I am about to unleash a formidable attack, but I will hold back my strength, so please do not be alarmed. Just evade as necessary. This would be more suitable to convey when the celestial fire is drawn, yet it does not conflict with the plan. It should prevent Kurikara from being killed. The second strategy is to collaborate with Lin Qia. Lin Qiya's combat abilities, augmented by the fluctuations of the divine ruins, significantly benefit Kane. Together, they could create a 2-on-1 or even a 2-on-many advantage against the masked squad, a direction Kane is keen to pursue. The final strategy involves the zero-rated power. The latter two plans can be merged without conflict. If all goes well, through this battle against the masked squad, Kane could absorb sufficient divine ruins fluctuations, allowing this savior, imprint, to surpass the crucial threshold of 20. At that point, he should acquire a unique divine ruin skill exclusive to savior. The training camp is situated in a desolate mountainous area on the outskirts of Tsangnan City, surrounded by a 10-mile perimeter under strict security, prohibiting the passage of outside vehicles. Consequently, Chen Mai left Kane and Lin Qiya near the camp, instructing them to walk there. Lin Qiya gazed up at the dense forest, sunlight filtering through the trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground. He murmured, "Is this really a wasteland? Is there truly a training camp here? Could it be that Captain Chun was angered by my remark about not allowing returns?" Kane adjusted his luggage. He had been brooding since returning from the train station yesterday. However, his frustration was not directed at Lin Qiya, but rather at the injustices of fate. After they gathered their belongings, the two set off along the rugged mountain path, the sun blazing overhead. Lin Qiya wiped his brow and instinctively moved closer to Kane, feeling a peculiar coolness emanating from him, as if he possessed an innate air conditioning. Since the conclusion of the Snake Demon mission, this refreshing sensation had become even more pronounced. While Kane chose not to address the matter, Lin Qiya refrained from questioning it, both sharing an unspoken understanding. Suddenly, Kane halted, his gaze sharp as he stared in a particular direction. "What's wrong?" Lin Qiya inquired, puzzled. "There's someone nearby?" Kane pointed toward a ridge to the southwest, approximately 500 meters away, where a sniper was positioned, aiming at them from behind the third tree on the left. Lin Qiya examined the slope Kane indicated. Indeed, that location provided a commanding view of the entire foothill, making it an excellent sniping point. This was knowledge imparted by Lang Xian during their firearms lessons. Unfortunately, despite his keen dynamic vision, Lin Qiya could not discern whether anyone was truly there and felt no sense of danger. He looked at Kane as if he were a monster. "How could you see that? Why don't you tell me if it's a man or a woman and what kind of sniper rifle they have? I'm no all-seeing eye. I'm merely sensitive to visual cues," Kane replied, glancing at him before resuming his walk. "Let us go. It seems we're on the right track and will arrive soon." As Kane moved ahead, Lin Qiya murmured to himself, "What a peculiar person." "I can hear you," Kane retorted. 500 meters away, the sniper crouched beneath the tree, clutching his scope, sweat streaming down his camouflaged face. What in the world is this person? The sniper was certain he had made eye contact with Kane. In that instant, an icy chill surged from his feet, racing up his spine to the base of his skull. The white-haired man in the black trench coat was undeniably formidable. With that thought, he pressed the earpiece in his ear. "Reporting to the captain, I've spotted two individuals approaching the camp. What do they look like?" "One appears to be a high school student, and the other is a rather young white-haired man. He seems to have noticed me." "The white-haired man. He noticed you? Are you certain?" "Not entirely, but for a brief moment, I felt like we locked eyes." There was a brief silence over the radio. "It seems these two are the individuals that Commander Yuan wants us to keep a close watch on. Captain, what should we do now?" "You continue monitoring the entrance. I will go retrieve them." "Understood." Shortly after Kane and Lin Qiya set out on the mountain path, they heard the distant roar of an engine. A green military jeep appeared in their line of sight, screeching to a halt beside them. The window of the passenger seat rolled down, revealing an officer who scrutinized them. "What are you doing?" "Training." "Are you both new recruits?" "Yes." "How did you arrive so quickly?" "We're both locals from Tsangnan." "All right, show me your identification." Kane and Lin Qiya handed over their prepared documents. "Good, get in the vehicle." The two climbed into the military jeep, and soon a brand new training camp came into view. As Kane stepped onto the training camp's grounds, he attentively sensed the texture beneath his feet. Externally, there were no visible seams, indicating it was not prefabricated. The material, was it concrete? Or perhaps compacted earth? It seemed to be neither. He looked up at the camp, where the buildings were well arranged, resembling modular structures, yet without any welding seams. The material offered no definitive indication of whether it was reinforced concrete or steel. In the original story, these buildings had seemingly risen overnight. In Kane's original world, such feats were unachievable without a complete industrial chain and robust national power. The so-called miracle of infrastructure during the Battle of Shuangshan Mountain took 10 days to complete. It appeared that the chief engineer behind this construction was also a remarkably powerful, extraordinary being. At that moment, a man resembling an instructor approached, holding a file. Noticing the bewildered duo, he cast them a surprised glance. You two are new recruits? Yes, replied Lin Xie, momentarily taken aback. Do you know us? I recognize you from the files, the agent of the Seraph and the agent of the Dragon Slayer. The instructor grinned widely, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he focused particularly on Lin Xie, who felt the intensity of his gaze. Finally, I'm seeing you in the flesh. Lin Xie felt a bit uneasy and instinctively took a step back. Kane regarded him calmly. Apologies, my companion Xie does not prefer men. Lin Xie frowned at Kane. What do you mean by my companion? Nothing. I don't prefer men either. It seems you are the first two newcomers here. Follow me. And you'll be fortunate enough for me to personally show you around the camp. The instructor beckoned to them. By the way, I'm Hong Hao, your instructor for the upcoming year. And Kane, is that your natural white hair? Yes, why? Oh, just curious. No offense intended. Instructor Hong brushed his black bangs aside. The two followed him as he guided them through the camp. The military camp boasts well-established infrastructure, including a canteen, dormitories, drill grounds, shooting ranges, and training fields. All essential amenities are present. Adjacent to the training grounds, several abandoned buildings stand, which serve as facilities for cultivating the military skills of new recruits. Within the nearby supply station, instructors have gathered, casting curious glances at two new recruits, particularly drawn to Kane, whose striking white hair and flamboyant black and white coat make him exceedingly conspicuous. Their identities are immediately recognizable. Lin Xie feels somewhat uneasy under their scrutinizing gazes. Why are they all staring at us? Unbeknownst to him, agents of the divine are indeed rare commodities, and heroic spirit agents even more so. This is their first encounter with such a multitude of agents. Was there no agent in the previous training session? There was one. Who was it? Lin Xie and Hong Hao conversed nearby, while Kane remained silent, quietly observing his surroundings. The instructors noticed Kane's demeanor, and their expressions turned peculiar. Hey, did you see that? The heroic spirit agent is surveying the terrain. Not blind, am I? Quite impressive. Must be from a special forces background? No. It seems this lad has never served. He's a web novelist. Nonsense. Can a web novelist possess such caliber? Before long. The two arrive at a series of vacant dormitory buildings. You are the first batch of new recruits, so these dormitories are unoccupied. Feel free to choose one. Instructor Hong states. By the way, the training officially commences in 3 days. If you wish to utilize the training grounds during this time, simply submit a request in advance. Understood. Lin Xie surveys the dormitories and suggests, how about we select the one at the far end? Not we. You, Kane replies. You don't want to be my roommate? Lin Xie inquires. It's better to be apart. Kane responds earnestly. I prefer solitude. Lin Xie's expression becomes peculiar. You solitary? If you were truly introverted, how did you manage to win over Sister Hong in less than a month? Did she pursue you instead? Fine, suit yourself. Lin Xie is not one to be overly insistent. Since Kane prefers not to share a living space, he will not compel him. As for Kane, his reasoning is straightforward. Firstly, the reincarnation of Lingbao Tianzuan, Bailey Tumming, is about to arrive at the battlefield. He does not wish to usurp Bailey Tumming's designated roommate. Secondly, Kane requires solitude, as his consciousness is unguarded when entering the paradise space. Following the snake demon incident, Kane had a disconcerting experience when his consciousness was forcibly pulled from the paradise space by Sister Hong during a visit to the office. Though it did not cause harm, the profound unease stemming from the depths of his soul heightened his vigilance. Since then, Kane has refrained from entering the paradise space in any location other than his bedroom. Therefore, although it is not a necessity, he yearns for a private room of his own within the year. The third and most crucial point is that Kane needs to begin preparing for the operational plan against the masked squad, and now is the most opportune moment. After seeing Lin Xie enter the chosen dormitory, Kane turns to Instructor Hong. Excuse me, is there a single room available? Hong Hao crosses his arms and narrows his eyes. What do you want? Should I arrange a room in the instructor's quarters for you? If possible, I would appreciate it. Hong Hao's eyelid twitches. He has encountered many unruly recruits in his time as an instructor, yet this is the first time he has met such a polite one. Even thanking him, Hong Hao firmly declines, stating, no, you new recruits must be treated equally. It's the rule. It also fosters a sense of collective awareness. Kane persists. Can't there be any flexibility? This isn't a decision I can make. Hurry and choose a dormitory. I need to register. After contemplating, Kane slowly speaks. After 3 days, when the training begins, will there be a major event? Hong Hao looks at him. What are you getting at? Kane shrugs. I heard from the seniors in the team that there is usually a significant event at the start of the training camp each year. Whoever wins the championship receives a reward. Hong Hao chuckles. Which fool said that? What an exaggeration. Kane does not answer him directly, but continues. If I were to win the championship, could I arrange for a single room? Hong Hao places an arm around Kane's shoulder, speaking earnestly. I'll let you in on a secret. There is indeed a big event in 3 days, but I'm afraid you won't win the championship. No one will. Because this isn't a competition, and there are no first or second places. What is it then? An assault on you. Hong Hao grins. Kid, tone it down. The Night Watch's new recruit training camp is not a place where one can casually show off. Kane gazes at him calmly. Then may I inquire, who will be assaulting us? You? At that moment, Hong Hao felt a chill. The deep blue of Kane's eyes felt fathomless, akin to an imposing ice mountain shrouded in twilight. Relax, kid. Hong Hao pats Kane's shoulder. The one who will beat you isn't me. There will be experts to handle that. Kane asks, if I manage to defeat that expert, will you fulfill my request? Huh? Hong Hao is both amused and exasperated. This lad is utterly oblivious to the rules of the training camp. However, as he gazes into Kane's eyes, his amusement fades. Kane is serious. Hong Hao's expression turns grave. Regardless of your reasoning, I cannot grant you this exception. Not even I can violate the rules here. Very well. Kane glances at the dormitory and strides towards an empty room on the first floor. Hong Hao breathes a sigh of relief, thinking the unruly one has finally conceded. But the very next moment, Kane's voice echoes in his ears. Please consult the individual who can grant exceptions. Just say, if I can defeat that expert, consider granting me a single dormitory. Thank you. Chapter 39. The sky of this world is truly beautiful. Did he really say that? Indeed. In the chief instructor's office, Yuan Gang turns to Hong Hao, chuckling. He even said thank you. This kid has good manners, don't you think? But chief, I feel he is quite earnest in negotiating with us. Hong Hao hesitates. I'm pondering whether he has some unspoken difficulties and genuinely requires special accommodation. Yuan Gang raises an eyebrow at him. If you're saying that, during the training process, some people can't sleep without air conditioning. Should we also grant them exceptions? Forget I said that. My apologies, chief. Hong Hao's expression sharpens, and he quickly lowers his head. Interesting. Yuan Gang stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the dormitory buildings. After a moment's reflection, he raises a finger. Hong Hao, go tell him. In 3 days, if he can defeat the strongest among the experts, I might consider granting him a single room. Hong Hao is taken aback. Chief Yuan? This. Enough chatter. Go quickly. Yuan Gang waves his hand impatiently. Do you not believe in Wang Mian's strength? A lad like this will behave after one beating. Besides, if he truly possesses that capability, what's wrong with granting him a single room? It might even stimulate the combat spirit of other recruits. Go. Understood. Hong Hao departs. Yuan Gang returned to his desk, picking up a fountain pen to continue reviewing documents. However, after a moment's thought, he instead reached for his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Captain Wang Mian. It's me, Yuan Gang. In the dormitory, Kane had made his bed, raising his head to wipe his face. The accommodations were quite rudimentary, lacking air conditioning or fans, and even power outlets were absent. The ceiling merely bore a simple light fixture. Although it was somewhat Spartan, it was relatively clean. He resolved to take some time later to disinfect the place with alcohol. Hey, Lin Xie leaned against the dormitory door, hands in his pockets, regarding Kane with a peculiar expression. You actually dared to request a single room. Do you really not want to share with anyone? Kane glanced at him, having already mentioned his introverted nature. Noting Kane's reluctance to delve deeper into the matter, Lin Xie decided not to press further, as he wasn't particularly sensitive. Do as you wish. Are you done tidying up? Lin Xie inquired. Almost, Kane replied. Since there's nothing else to do, shall we head to the training ground? Kane raised an eyebrow. Weapons. Lin Xie responded, exasperated. No weapons, just fists. Let us go? Unless absolutely necessary, their exchanges were always succinct and efficient, often leaving others bewildered by their brief exchanges. Even members of Team 136 sometimes struggled to fully comprehend them. For instance, a peculiar dialogue once unfolded in the Peace Affairs office. Kane, training ground empty, fists? Lin Xie, tired. Kane, face? Lin Xie, no? Kane, Lance Hao? Lin Xie, let us go? Team 136. After making their arrangements, the two arrived at the center of the training ground. Kane removed his trench coat, leaving only a white shirt underneath. This wasn't their first bout. In terms of practicality, the coat didn't hinder his movements, but out of consideration for Lin Xie's pride, Kane maintained a demeanor of reassurance, suggesting that every match between them was taken seriously. As Lin Xie warmed up on the opposite side of the field, Kane glanced at the instructor's office, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. He then addressed Lin Xie. As usual, while it's still light, I'll exert only 20 of my strength. No. Today I want to try 25, Lin Xie countered. Understanding Kane's extraordinary physical prowess and reflexes, Lin Xie knew that Kane typically held back during their sparring sessions. Initially, Lin Xie felt a bit irritated, but after one instance where Kane unleashed his full strength, he learned his lesson, not to challenge a monster in a battle of strength, as that would only lead to self-inflicted hardship. In truth, Kane genuinely enjoyed sparring with Lin Xie. During their fights, Lin Xie's fluctuations in his mundane divine realm would be significant, greatly enhancing his efficiency in repairing seals. Lin Xie, eager to test his limits, always made gradual progress with each encounter with Kane. With 3 days of free time ahead, Kane was determined to seize the opportunity to train with Lin Xie. Moreover, Kane had just provoked a group in the training camp, and as the chief instructor, Yuan Gang was likely aware of this incident. Kane speculated that Yuan Gang might inform the masked team, which could result in him receiving special attention from them, a scenario Kane found appealing. The best outcome would be a one-on-one confrontation with Wang Mian, while the worst could involve a collective assault by the masked team. Given the pride of special teams, the latter was unlikely but still a possibility. In anticipation of this, Kane mentally prepared himself to train with Lin Xie more vigorously, aiming to optimize his physical condition. Therefore, when Lin Xie made his request, Kane nodded in agreement. All right, don't cry. Rebound. Rebound, ineffective. Bang. In the next moment, both of them lunged towards each other. Bang, 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 bang. In that instant, fists and feet moved like shadows, their figures transforming into 2 gusts of wind that collided rapidly in the training ground. From a distance, Yuan Gang stood at his office window, observing the two engaged in combat. Humph, is this all they are capable of? They seem merely like ordinary troublemakers. Yuan Gang chuckled and shook his head, but minutes later, his smile gradually faded. Something was amiss. The heroic spirit agent wasn't exerting his full strength, while the seraphim agent appeared to be struggling somewhat. Yuan Gang frowned in contemplation. Throughout the history of the Great Xia, there had never been a heroic spirit agent, although heroic spirits did exist. Yet, no matter how powerful a heroic spirit might be, they remained human. While a heroic spirit might possess strength comparable to that of a deity, could they truly surpass a god endowed with the power of laws? Was the entity he represented truly a heroic spirit and not some divine being? However, the records stated that this heroic spirit had bestowed upon him several forbidden items sealed with the power of unknown deities. Coupled with the heroic spirit's request for him to save the world, could it be that this figure behind him had indeed slain a god? Boom. 5 minutes later, the sparring session concluded with Lin Xie's defeat. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Xie lay on his back, gasping for breath. Kane sat beside him, hands braced on the ground, gazing up at the vast sky. They spent several moments in silence. What are you thinking about? After finally catching his breath, Lin Xie weakly inquired. The sky in this world is truly beautiful. Kane stared into the clear sky, his gaze distant, seemingly drifting into some far-off memory. Lin Xie turned his face upward, contentedly closing his eyes. Indeed, it was quite beautiful. Hey, Kane. At that moment, Hong Hao's arrival shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Come over, I have something to tell you. Chapter 40 not bad, the project will be retained. What did they say? Moments later, Lin Xie sat on the training ground, watching Kane return. After training extensively with Kane and Chun Mai, Lin Xie's recovery had significantly improved, and he would soon be back to full strength. Kane pondered before speaking. He said that among the group coming to confront us in 3 days, if I can take down the strongest one, the higher-ups will consider arranging a single dormitory for me. Lin Xie was speechless. He actually agreed. You could try as well. Forget it. I'm afraid of being targeted. Don't worry, I've got your back. Get lost. After their training, Kane and Lin Xie went to the supply station to collect some food before heading back to the dormitory. As they approached, they heard a commotion coming from Lin Xie's dorm. Hey, young master, this place is in such disarray. We might as well go back to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Get lost. I'm staying here. None of you can persuade me. Whose luggage is this? It's occupying young master's space. I'm taking it all away right now. Looks like your roommate has arrived. Kane glanced at Lin Xie, whose expression was in a rather delicate state. Go get to know him better. I won't disturb you. With that, Kane returned to his own dorm. After a light meal, he stepped out again, intending to familiarize himself with the camp's layout for future operations. However, as he passed by Lin Xie's dormitory, he caught a glimpse of Bai Li Tu Ming sitting on the floor and Lin Xie, looking bewildered, surrounded by a pile of gifts. Ah, the project has been retained. That's good. Kane said nothing, merely turning away quietly. Come back. It's not what you think. Unexpectedly, Lin Xie chased after him, grasping the corner of Kane's trench coat. Kane turned to look at him, harboring the thought that he understood the situation well and believed he was not that kind of person. If you believe it, that's enough. Lin Xie wiped the cold sweat from his brow. His tone indicated that he would keep this matter confidential. Kane was reliable, honest, and kind. He was the chief poster boy of the Peace Affairs Office and the stunning flower of Team 136, a consensus among the team. At that moment, Bailey Tumming poked his head out from the dormitory, his eyes lighting up as he approached with a gift box. "Hey, brother. Nice to meet you. I'm Bailey Tumming. You can call me Bailey Fatty. This is a local specialty from Guangshan, a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. And I hope for your guidance in the future." Kane accepted the gift box, knowing what it contained without needing to open it. "Thank you. I'm Kane." He accepted the gift without hesitation and turned to leave. Wow, this guy's gaze is quite intimidating. Bailey Tumming wiped his sweat and glanced at Lin Xie beside him. "Xie, how about you take a whiff of mine?" Lin Xie's murderous intent began to rise. The next day, the number of new recruits at the training camp gradually increased. Kane rose early, had a light breakfast, and continued to wander around the camp. His crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, and in a state of heightened awareness, he meticulously recorded the details of all the buildings and terrain in his mind. Although it wasn't strictly necessary, Kane was always cautious, believing that more information was better. Furthermore, he had a knack for remembering things quickly, which didn't come at a high cost. After surveying the entire camp, upon returning to the dormitory, Kane discovered that his second roommate had also arrived. It was a young man with black hair and black eyes, roughly the same age as Lin Xie. However, judging by the carefree and unrestrained manner in which he unpacked, this young man seemed to possess quite a bit of pride, appearing somewhat rebellious. Kane frowned as he watched him toss his clothes carelessly, but refrained from commenting. Lying on his bed with his hands resting on his chest, he closed his eyes to rest. He needed to conserve his energy for an afternoon encounter with Lin Xie. After a moment, Kane felt a gaze assessing him and promptly opened his eyes, locking eyes with the arrogant young man, creating an awkward silence. "Is there something you need?" Kane inquired. "Oh, what's up with your hair?" The young man pointed at Kane's white locks. "It's natural," Kane replied before shutting his eyes again. The young man's lips twitched. Wow, this guy is incredibly aloof. He clicked his tongue in frustration. "Hey, what's your name?" the young man asked with a frown. Kane opened his eyes, slowly sat up, and stared into his eyes without uttering a word. The intensity of Kane's azure gaze made the young man uneasy. "Are you going to answer me?" "Kane, what about you? Are you mixed blood?" "You still haven't answered my question." The tension was palpable, and the young man found it difficult to maintain eye contact, but averting his gaze would make him seem weak. "Shin Qingzhu." "Oh, hello?" Kane nodded, then asked, "Is there anything else?" Shin Qingzhu was momentarily stunned. No. Good." Kane lay back down and closed his eyes once more. Shin Qingzhu's eyes widened, seemingly incredulous. "What? Is this white-haired guy really that arrogant?" Shin Qingzhu had always been surrounded by a group of petty thugs who revered him. He had never been treated this way. His anger flared up, and he almost snapped his fingers, but he held back. "No, I must endure. I'm here to serve, not to pick fights." How unfortunate to encounter such a foolish roommate. Shin Qingzhu shot Kane a fierce glare before turning back to finish unpacking. Kane had no intention of engaging with this roommate. After surveying the terrain of the camp, he truly needed some quiet time to organize his thoughts. Upon learning about Shin Qingzhu's background, he felt even less inclined to engage. This guy was notoriously proud before undergoing any trials. Given Shin Qingzhu's attitude, Kane felt an urge to strike him at the moment he asked for his name. But restraint kept Kane from acting on it. If he wanted to establish a good relationship with Shin Qingzhu, he believed there were only two ways, to either submit to him or to overpower him. There was no need to deliberate on this. Kane was disinclined to partake in futile conversations. Regrettably, Shin Qingzhu's urge to snap his fingers went unfulfilled. Otherwise, they might have become good friends today. On the third morning, "Come on, comrades. I'm Bailey Tumming from an ordinary family in Guangshan. And here are some local specialties. Don't rush, everyone will get their share." Kane silently observed the ruckus outside the dormitory, shaking his head in disbelief. Among the new recruits, many did not rush forward to snatch the items, instead standing on their respective balconies, watching the commotion with various emotions. Kane secretly committed their appearances to memory, comparing them to characters in the books he had read. Just then, Instructor Hong stormed in, grumbling loudly. "What is all this noise? What is happening here?" A few booming shouts instantly silenced the crowd. The new recruits scattered like the tide, leaving Bailey Tumming standing in place with the items in hand. Moments later, he dropped the items and lay on the ground, muttering, "You can't see me. You can't see me. You can't see me." Instructor Hong pursed his lips, suppressing his irritation. "I just don't understand. Why are all the new recruits this year so talented?" After a round of scolding from Instructor Hong, the new recruits finally settled down. Kane then headed to the supply station to collect his new military uniform. It was the standard combat camouflage uniform issued by the army. However, In terms of practicality and aesthetics, it could not compare to his distinguished uniform. Kane assessed the military attire, weighing its pros and cons, not in terms of attractiveness. As he held no bias against the Siam military uniform, he planned to wear it for drills in the future. He was merely contemplating. Would donning the distinguished uniform for the training camp opening ceremony garner more animosity? The more animosity he attracted, the greater the fluctuations of forbidden ruins he could absorb. Although Kane was cautious, he understood the duality of opportunity and risk. Acting prudently is fundamental, but relying solely on caution would yield no rewards. After 10 seconds of contemplation, Kane made his decision. He would let the masked squad witness the craftsmanship of the greatest fashion designer from the former civilization. Chapter 41. I refused to comply. In the afternoon, on the training field, 240 new recruits stood in uneven lines. Above them, 20 instructors stood tall, forming a stark contrast with the disarray below. Resembling proud pines against a backdrop of chaos, Kane stood at the end of the crowd, arms crossed, surveying the instructors on stage. They exuded a chilling aura reminiscent of Chun Mai. These were elite survivors from the true battlefield, not to be underestimated. As the most conspicuous presence, Kane attracted many curious glances from the new recruits, some filled with suspicion, astonishment, and doubt, while most were filled with hostility. Lin Chia stood beside him like a wooden post. Don't disturb me, he thought. Though Kane was generally perceived as reliable, there were times when he acted unpredictably, such as inexplicably showing Honging a knife or confessing to her, an act that surprisingly succeeded. Then there was his request for a single room, and now, attending training without wearing the military uniform. Although the instructors pretended not to notice, Lin Xia could distinctly sense the twitching of the lips of each instructor on the stage, particularly that of the oldest one at the front. His eyes were fixed on Kane, seemingly ablaze with fury. Such disarray and lack of discipline. Not even wearing a uniform. How could this be tolerated? Lin Xia had lost the desire to inquire further, as Kane would merely provide a dismissive response. He could only imagine how arduous Kane's future days would be. Thankfully, he resided separately. Otherwise, he might have been affected as well. On the other side of the line, Shen Qingzhu gazed in astonishment at Kane's attire. Goodness, he had encountered many impressive individuals, but this was the first time he had seen someone even more audacious. To not wear a uniform and swagger in like that? He wouldn't dare do the same. Who exactly is this person? Is his background formidable? Or is he merely putting on a facade? Silence. Suddenly, an instructor at the back erupted with a thunderous shout. The lethal undertone of his voice struck heavily upon the hearts of the new recruits like the tolling of a bell. The previously chaotic group swiftly quieted down. Although they were not perfectly aligned, at least they ceased their chatter. In front, Yuan Gang's gaze swept over the slightly disordered recruits, taking a deep breath to calm his rising anger. After a prolonged moment, his deep, resonant voice began to resonate. I am Yuan Gang, the chief instructor of your training session. I understand that you are all prodigies hailing from various parts of Daxia, endowed with talents and capabilities that evoke envy in others, regardless of your abilities or backgrounds. Upon entering this training camp, I discerned a commonality among you. That commonality is trash, worthless, feeble, utterly lacking. Look at your state. Not only are you poorly aligned, but some of you aren't even wearing uniforms. Do you truly resemble soldiers? Do you deserve this military attire? Dyeing your hair? Why not ascend to the heavens instead? Kane raised an eyebrow. While the initial remarks were tolerable, the final two were rather offensive. Yuan Gang should be aware that Kane's hair was dyed. Thus, it seemed he was merely engaging in personal attacks against Kane. Such remarks wouldn't incite Kane's ire. Later, he would let Judy Kara unleash a barrage at him. Uffed. Bai Li Tuming quickly covered his mouth. Huh. Yuan Gang's sharp gaze landed on Bai Li Tuming. New recruit. What are you laughing at? Bai Li Tuming stammered. Report, instructor, I just let one slip. A wave of laughter erupted among the recruits. What are you laughing at? Stand at attention. Another thunderous command from the instructors silenced the crowd once more. I know you are all discontent. Yuan Gang inhaled deeply, narrowing his eyes. But in my eyes, you are nothing but a bunch of useless trash. Do you believe that even if you become Klein one day, you would be anything more than Klein-level waste, utterly inconsequential? I don't believe it. At that moment, the young man with an unbuttoned collar and a backward cap spoke up. Yuan Gang smiled faintly. New recruit, what is your name? Shen Qizhu. Very well. Who else is dissatisfied? I am. So am I. Me too. Among the recruits, many were exceptionally talented individuals, unaccustomed to such indignity. A considerable number were already incensed by Yuan Gang's words. Hey, Kane. Bai Li Tuming suddenly nudged Kane's sleeve. Kane looked at him. What is it? Why aren't you protesting? Oh, I almost forgot. Thanks for the reminder. Kane raised his voice, I am dissatisfied. Bai Tuming was taken aback, casting a questioning glance at Lin Xie. Lin Xie maintained a stoic expression, signaling him not to inquire or stare. He knew nothing. Oh, fine. Bai Tuming pondered for a moment, about to speak. Then I am satisfied. Ah, is that so? Then if you are satisfied. Yuan Gang observed the emotionally charged recruits with a slight smile. Good. Since so many of you are dissatisfied, I shall grant you an opportunity to recognize your true selves. Having said that, he produced a walkie-talkie and calmly stated, proceed to the next phase. Following this, the radio fell silent. He gazed upward at the cerulean sky. The recruits followed his gaze, yet saw nothing, leading to murmurs among them. Kane squinted at the sky, gradually discerning 7 black dots plummeting swiftly from a great height. 10 seconds later, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Look! Someone is falling from the sky." The black dots gradually enlarged into 7 figures. Clad in gray cloaks and carrying black boxes, each individual wore a distinct mask. Kane vaguely heard a scream. He recalled that the individual was named Vortex, who would later wish everyone a happy new year. As they neared the ground, the recruits gasped. They are from the mask special team among the 4 unique squads. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, just as the 7 were about to hit the ground, the man wearing the balanced mask lightly raised a finger, nullifying their momentum, and they floated gently to the ground. Kane narrowed his eyes. A subtle aura of divine authority enveloped the area around Wang Mian. Kane could sense that while the rate of imprint restoration had significantly improved under the influence of the dual divine ruins, he noted that 6 of the 7 individuals focused their gazes entirely on him, especially the man wearing the Wang mask, whose piercing eyes seemed to pierce through him. It appeared that Commander Yuan had effectively conveyed Kane's intentions to Wang Mian. Next, Kane needed to contemplate how to survive a little longer. It was previously mentioned that 6 of the 7 individuals were fixated on Kane. As for the remaining individual, thud, before the captain, Wang Mian, could utter a word, that individual suddenly knelt on the ground. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Kane tilted his head, apathetically observing the scene. This too was a reserved action. That. Vortex hesitated for a moment, slowly clasping his hands together in salute to the new recruits. I am Vortex from the Mask Special Team, wishing everyone a happy new year. He quickly stood upright, exuding an air of pride. Chapter 42. It wasn't originally like this, but now it is. The scene was deathly quiet. Bai Tuming queried, Chia, do you think the higher-ups couldn't secure the mask team, prompting them to invite a cheap imitation instead? Absolutely not. This is the genuine special team. Lin Xie lifted his gaze towards Wang Mian on the training ground. Similarly, the latter felt the divine ripples emanating from him. Their eyes clashed, seemingly igniting sparks. However, Lin Xie sensed something amiss in Wang Mian's gaze. He appeared to be quite angry, and that ire was not solely directed at Kane, but also at him. Kane noticed Lin Xie's gaze and asked, "What are you looking at?" Lin Xie suspiciously replied, "Did you drag me into this?" Kane sighed. "It wasn't the case initially, but now that you've spoken to me, you'll likely be targeted as well." Lin Xie was left speechless. At that moment, Wang Mian on the training ground slowly uttered their introduction. "We are the Mask Special Team." A collective intake of breath echoed throughout the crowd. Yuan Gang smiled faintly, and his voice resonated once more in the ears of all present. "Since you all refuse to comply, all 240 of you must employ whatever means necessary to unmask any member of the masked squad. Should any of you succeed, I shall concede your prowess, and you need not undergo this year's training. You will graduate tomorrow. However, if you fail, I am afraid you must feed your so-called pride and self-respect to the dogs. For the next year, regardless of how harsh our commands may be, you will have but one choice: unconditional obedience." These words ignited a fervor among the recruits, and soon protests erupted. The masked squad consists of Chuanjing or Haijing levels. The masked squad will suppress their abilities to Zhanjing. With equal footing, 240 against 7. Do you dare to accept? Upon hearing this, the recruits' breaths quickened. 240 against 7. How could we possibly lose? If we can merely unmask one member of the masked squad, we could forego this arduous training. Excellent. I agree. Let it be decided. But do not renege. At that moment, Wang Mian, standing on the training field, spoke calmly. Against you, we need not 7 individuals. 5 will suffice. Upon hearing this, many recruits were incensed, unleashing a barrage of insults and taunts toward the 5 individuals on the training field. They are all prodigies. Who fears whom? Amidst the chaos, Kane turned to Lin Xie and said, "When the fight begins, you take the fatty and leave first. I will join you later." "What do you intend to do?" "I'll stay behind to cover your escape. Fear not, I have my ways to catch up with you." "Very well." Although Kane occasionally acts erratically, He never shirks from serious matters, a trust cultivated over their days together. Huh, what are you discussing? Li Pang asked curiously. Lin Xie replied, it's nothing, just lie down. All right. But they are so arrogant. They believe 5 can defeat all of us? No, they are playing it safe. Lin Xie explained the rules of the contest and the true intent of the masked squad to Li Pang, who suddenly had an epiphany. Li Pang exclaimed, among the 7, there are strengths and weaknesses. So they are leaving only the most proficient attackers while concealing their vulnerabilities? Precisely. Lin Xie scanned the surroundings. We may be numerous, but that does not equate to an advantage. The 5 of them are a sharpened sword, while we are but scattered grains of sand. The key to victory lies in whether we can unite the clever minds among us. At that moment, Kane slowly raised his hand. Yuan Gang noticed Kane, his voice resonating across the training ground. That white-haired fellow over there, do you have a question? The previously chaotic recruits gradually quieted, all eyes fixed on Kane. Sensing the silence, Kane crossed his arms and gazed intently at the 5 on the platform. Since you have restrained your strength to Zhangjing, does that imply that should you unleash power beyond Zhangjing, you would be considered defeated? You may interpret it as such. The one responding to Kane was Wang Mian, whose eyes beneath the mask scrutinized the audacious white-haired youth, coldly stating, are there any further questions? Very well. Allow me to offer a warning. Within the first minute of the duel, I shall unleash a rather astonishing attack. I implore you to evade with all your might. During that minute, even if you resort to powers exceeding Zhangjing, it will not count as a disqualification. I shall do my utmost to show restraint. As these words left his lips, expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of both the recruits and the instructors. Who is this person? So formidable? He isn't even wearing a uniform and yet behaves so arrogantly? Dare you to face me? In an instant, Kane became the target of scorn. Yet, he returned to his silence, unperturbed. Are you planning to use that technique, Heavenly Fire? Lin Xie frowned. He had witnessed the devastating power of that move and believed even those special squads would struggle to withstand such overwhelming flames. This is merely a contest, not a slaughter. Kane shook his head, casting Lin Xie a reassuring smile. I've mentioned, this is an opportunity crafted for you. Rest assured, I have other means. Kane had no desire for the contest to end so swiftly. This feast known as the Forbidden Ruins Oscillation, he intended to savor in its entirety. Very well. Lin Xie had grown accustomed to Kane's enigmatic nature and ceased his inquiries. Wang Mian smiled slightly, now intrigued by Kane. Fear not. We shall not employ power exceeding Zhangjing throughout the battle. Unleash whatever abilities you possess. Kane inclined his head slightly. Truly, the special squad possesses remarkable confidence. However, I am afraid, even with all your might, you may still find it challenging to withstand her assault. Observing that the atmosphere was conducive, Yuan Gang spoke again. Your weapons can be found in the armory over there. The next 7 hours belong solely to you. Do not concern yourselves with damage. Unleash your full potential. Reconstruction is but a trivial matter, and we can restore whatever structures may be destroyed. Now, let me witness how far you can truly go. With that, Yuan Gang turned and departed alongside the other instructors, as did the remaining 2 members of the masked squad. Ultimately, the 240 recruits stood face to face with the 5 members of the special squad. The recruits eyed the 5 with ill intent, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves fixating on sheep. Naturally, it was uncertain who the wolves and who the sheep truly were. So when do we begin? At that moment, a hand was raised among the recruits. The figure on the platform smiled slightly, extending a finger toward the recruit. Puff! In an instant, it felt as though the recruit's chest had been struck by a heavy hammer, sending him flying far away. Did the instructors not mention? 7 hours. From 2 in the afternoon until 9 in the evening. Wang Mian stated calmly, the contest has already commenced. As soon as the words left his mouth, the scene erupted into a dazzling display of extraordinary abilities. Flames, frost, storms, a myriad of attacks surged toward the 5 on the platform. Move. Hey. Where are you going, Brother Xie? Lin Xie grabbed hold of by Li Pang, who had intended to join the fray, and turned to flee. Kane stood silently in place, as recruits rushed toward him in waves. He remained steadfast, like a solitary rock amid a surging tide. He was fixated on Wang Mian, who returned the gaze. Time and space seemed to freeze, their eyes locked solely on one another. However, the next moment, a colossal, deep purple vortex blossomed before the masked squad, resembling a purple rose, absorbing the onslaught of attacks. Following this, a gigantic pink hammer surged forth, expanding to the size of a 2-story house. Give me. Smash. Rose stepped forward, swinging the massive hammer, sending recruits soaring through the air. In the next instant, the vortex sneered, flicking its fingers, as the enormous purple whirlpool loomed ominously over the recruits. Not good. The recruits suddenly realized the precariousness of their situation. Just as they attempted to flee, it was too late. You cannot escape. In an instant, frost and flame. Countless attacks previously absorbed by the vortex were now returned in full. Ugh. The new recruits were struck by their own assaults, their cries echoing. In mere moments, half of the new recruits had been eliminated. Kane's eyes had transformed into a crimson hue without anyone noticing. The 7 thunders of purification materialized in his left hand, while his right hand drew his blade. Crack! The black thunder crescent cleaved through the fireball above his head, splitting it in two and igniting 2 bursts of sparks around him, a torrid wave of heat lifting the hem of his attire. Wang Mian furrowed his brow. Concealed weapons beneath the trench coat? A spatial type forbidden object, perhaps? Hey! Below the towering 3-story hammer of Rose, a compressed wave of air surged, casting a colossal shadow over Kane. At that moment, Kane clenched his left fist, a surge of red lightning swirling around it. He murmured softly, "Roar, Kurakara." Chapter 43, Kurakara. Roar. With a resounding dragon's roar, the once clear sky darkened ominously, eerie crimson lightning flickering among the clouds. A terrifying, immense pressure instantaneously filled the entire training ground. The new recruits, fleeing towards the warehouse, halted in their tracks, their eyes widening in disbelief. They beheld a black and red dragon soaring majestically, effortlessly swatting away the towering hammer. Bai Li Pang watched in awe, exclaiming, "What on earth is that?" Lin Xie's eyes widened, and after a moment, realization dawned upon him. Such a grand commotion, who else could it be but him? In the underground base, Yuan Gang had just entered the basement, not yet having the chance to remove his coat, when he heard chaos erupting in the monitoring room. He frowned and stepped inside. What on earth is happening? Yet in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy. This fluctuation, is it the boundless realm? Commander, look at the big screen. Yuan Gang's gaze finally returned to the surveillance feed, his eyes gradually widening. What is that? Rose, having finally regained her balance amidst the backlash, gazed in astonishment at the red-black dragon in the sky. Wang Mian's expression beneath his mask was equally captivating. This energy, peak of the sea realm? No, it's the boundless realm. Summoning a being of the boundless realm. Is this what he referred to as an astonishing attack? Well, he somewhat regretted not agreeing to lift the 1-minute restriction back then. This is far beyond what a few lamp realms can contend with. Roar. Kurakara hovered in the air, its maw agape, brewing crimson lightning within its throat. Release. Wang Mian bellowed, and the members of the masked team instantly transformed into shadows, scattering in every direction. Boom. In the next moment, the crimson lightning breath struck down, its formidable electromagnetic force disintegrating the ground of the training field into atoms. Kane had previously instructed Kurakara not to kill. Thus the dragon's breath was not unleashed with full force, merely a powerful spittle. It wasn't even instantaneous, allowing the masked team some reaction time. After all, Kane's intention was to create opportunities for combat, not to take lives. Nevertheless, Kurakara's breath still carried a modicum of the law's authority, capable of breaking down objects to a certain degree. The 7 thunders of purification in Kane's grasp could achieve a similar feat, but only at the 0-rated power. Under normal circumstances, the 7 thunders could only enhance cutting power through the accompanying lightning and to replicate the authority of the law of thunder. The 0-rated power had to be employed. Thankfully, due to the presence of old Zhao, this blade spirit. The 7 thunders could also unleash a weaker version of the annihilation flash moon under normal conditions. All in all, it had been bolstered. The members of the masked team dispersed rapidly. Wang Mian, sprinting at full speed, spoke into his earpiece. Zhou Ping, can you bring that dragon down? No. It seems to be surrounded by a magnetic field. We can't bring it down without using full strength. According to that kid, the years of camaraderie within the masked team allowed them to divide tasks in an instant. Damn it, let us go all out against it. Rose gritted her teeth. Leaping into the air from a height of over 10 meters, her hammer swelling to the size of 5 stories. Roar. Kurakara flapped its wings, sending a gust that gently blew Rose back down to the ground. As she landed, she looked up at the sky. Though her expression was unreadable, she sensed from the dragon's slightly upturned lips an implicit meaning. Kurakara. Rose, damn. If I could open the realm, you would already be finished. If you're capable, come down here. Don't think for a moment that I can't handle you. Watch this hammer. Wang Mian felt a headache coming on. Sister, that's the boundless realm. Even if you open the realm, you wouldn't stand a chance against it. However, and even preserve the masked team's dignity, an obligation Wang Mian now owed Kane. Afterward, He would seek an opportunity to repay this favor. Wang Mian gripped the hilt of his blade, intending to unleash a slash to aid Rose. At that moment, a pair of chilling blue eyes silently appeared behind Wang Mian. He drew his blade in a swift arc. Clang! The sound of a massive clash of metal reverberated around them, a gust of wind swirling outwards from their center. The blade of the seven thunders of purification, entwined with lightning, scraped against the blade of the forbidden object, Yuan, sparking a flurry of flames. The sparks illuminated their faces, bringing Wang Mian and Kane's expressions into sharp relief, mere inches apart. They gazed at one another, no words necessary. It was time for battle. After a brief contest of blades, the two sprang apart, then instantly charged at each other. Clang, 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 clang. In a moment, their blades clashed numerous times, their stances shifting fluidly with each strike. Within mere seconds, Wang Mian felt the immense force transmitted through the opposing blade. Such strength. Yet Kane's power exceeded even his. Was this the physical prowess of the lamp realm? Moments later, Wang Mian's movements suddenly blurred into a series of afterimages, as fierce blade auras intertwined into a web, striking towards Kane's face. Time Divine Ruins allowed him to accelerate his own time, unleashing numerous attacks in an instant. However, this state only lasted for 3 seconds, followed by several seconds of cooldown. In that instant, Kane's azure eyes turned crimson. He gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand while pressing down on the back of the blade with his left, horizontally blocking. Clang, clang, clang. Kane was pushed back 5 or 6 meters by the impact of the blade auras, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground, while the earth behind him bore the scars of the residual blade auras. Yet he remained unscathed. Wang Mian was astonished. This blade could actually withstand Yuan's blade auras? No, no, no. This kid's reaction speed is abnormal. He can keep up with Time Divine Ruins? Could it be a Forbidden Ruins ability? What kind of Forbidden Ruins could match the speed of time? After deflecting the blade aura, Kane wasted no time, closing in on Wang Mian, unleashing a furious slash with the 7 thunders of purification. The blades clashed violently, and sparks erupted as the two resumed their fierce battle. Kane had practiced countless times in the training room of the office's Forbidden Ruins, now able to evade the majority of bullets with his eyes closed, achieving a terrifying level of bodily reflexes. If paired with the heavenly insight, even with Wang Mian's Time Divine Ruins, he could predict the trajectory of Wang Mian's strikes and react optimally in advance. Now, the only threat to Kane comes from the forbidden object, Yuan, in Wang Mian's possession. Yuan, classified as a forbidden artifact of the 301st sequence, condenses its speed into a blade aura. The faster the speed, the stronger the blade aura. Although this forbidden object is not of high danger level, in the hands of Wang Mian, who possesses the Time Divine Ruins, the blade aura unleashed carries the formidable power akin to that of the Chuanjing. Just now, Kane could barely fend off several strikes of the blade aura, relying solely on his exceptional physical prowess and the solidity of the 7 thunders of purification. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated long ago. After exchanging blows for a few moments, Wang Mian kicked off the back of Kane's blade and leaped several meters away. In that instant, the sounds of the wind, the chirping of birds, the roar of Kaliki Luo, and the angry shouts of Rose all slowed down. Kane's movements froze in that moment of defense. In this near stillness, Wang Mian's gaze deepened as the overwhelming divine might of the god of time descended upon the mortal realm. Radiance flowed, and a terrifying pressure emanated from the edge of his blade. With another swing, a black blade aura intertwined and took shape before Wang Mian, instantly coalescing into a massive and dense web of blades, yet it lingered in front of him at an extraordinarily slow pace. With a snap, the black blade returned to its sheath. The slow world resumed its flow. In an instant, the fierce blade light shot forth from Wang Mian, swiftly sealing off all avenues of evasion for Kane. Wang Mian narrowed his eyes. Can you not defend yourself? Dozens of blade auras, comparable to the Chuanjing, wove into a net. You cannot block it, nor can you dodge. Nevertheless, Wang Mian deliberately avoided Kane's vital points, targeting only his limbs, allowing for recovery with subsequent treatment. The battle had yet to exceed half a minute before Wang Mian was compelled to unleash a fragment of the divine might of the god of time. Wang Mian acknowledged that, in the same realm, this young man indeed possessed the ability to deliver a beating. But that would be the limit. However, in the next moment, Wang Mian heard a light shout from behind the blade aura. Chapter 44. Divine Judgment of Heavenly Fire. Hand cannon mode crack. A massive thunderous crescent slashed through, tearing apart the blade aura as a black moon descended. What the hell? The annihilation flash moon? Wang Mian swiftly dodged to the side. Boom. The enormous black moon cleaved past, leaving a 10-meter-long, gaping chasm beside his feet. Simultaneously, the dense web of blades that Wang Mian had unleashed was breached by this black moon, grazing Kane's body as it flew backward. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, numerous blade scars appeared on the ground beside Kane. Yet, akin to the projection of sunlight, the area behind him remained intact. Kane exhaled a breath of turbid air, gazing at Wang Mian in the distance. That last annihilation flash moon was not the zero-rated power of the seven thunders of purification. It could merely be considered a full-force strike. The razor-sharp crescent of the annihilation flash moon, combined with the enhancement of lightning, not only broke through the Yuan blade aura but also allowed for a counterattack. Up until now, Kane had yet to reveal any of his trump cards. Kaliki Luo did not count as a trump card. Kane had never considered her within that category from the start. After all, this was not murder but a trial. Her sole purpose had always been to lure away the other members of the masked team, creating a one-on-one scenario between Kane and Wang Mian. Once Kaliki Luo vanished, Rose might come over to gang up on him. Given Wang Mian's formidable nature, Kane could potentially face the risk of immediate elimination. However, he had gained a more intuitive understanding of Wang Mian's power. Without invoking the heavenly fire, it was feasible to engage in a duel, but winning would be exceedingly challenging. In the original narrative, Lin Xie had barely managed to contend with Wang Mian after sealing the forbidden object to Yuan, relying solely on the Starry Night Dancer. Kane, however, accelerated by the time divine ruins, had already reached a terrifying level. The age-old adage remains: danger coexists with opportunity. This sumptuous feast, Kane could not afford to miss. Moreover, the divine might that Wang Mian had just invoked had yielded a delicious aura. His savior rating increased by 0.5 percentage points to 18.5, a substantial gain. Continuing to engage further bore no significance. It was time to withdraw. Thus, Kane drew the heavenly fire divine judgment from his waist, aiming it at Wang Mian. Wang Mian, is that a four-dimensional windbreaker? Just how much has he concealed? Bang! A massive flame surged forth, the heat wave even ruffling Wang Mian's hair. Damn it! Wang Mian stepped aside, as the flames left behind charred craters in their wake. Bang! 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 Within these 5 seconds, Kane fired no less than 10 flaming explosive rounds. The resulting explosions forced Wang Mian to keep his distance, dodging continuously. For the final shot, Kane spun the heavenly fire divine judgment around his finger, reminiscent of an old-fashioned shotgun reloading. As he grasped the gun's handle again, the barrel separated from the main body. Blooming like a flower, the muzzle's radius expanding to half a meter, revealing a sun-like energy core. With a high-pitched charging sound, the deployed components of the heavenly fire divine judgment erupted in blinding golden light. Wang Mian's pupils instantly constricted to the size of pinholes. Boom! In the next moment, a robust beam of flame shot forth, the extreme heat instantly melting the ground beneath it, culminating in a tremendous explosion at Wang Mian's position. In an instant, thick smoke enveloped the training ground. Seizing the cover of the smoke, Kane retracted the heavenly fire divine judgment and reached toward the sky. The next moment, a colossal dragon's claw grasped his hand, lifting him into the air. Swish! A massive blade aura slashed through. The black smoke parted, scattering apart. Wang Mian sheathed his blade, silently gazing at Kane, who was riding the dragon away. Although his clothes were somewhat singed, he emerged unscathed. Captain, are you all right? Rose landed before Wang Mian. Yes, I'm fine. I apologize, Captain. I was unable to stop that dragon. Rose lowered her head in shame. This is not your fault. No one anticipated he could summon a being of the boundless realm. Moreover, as he said, he indeed showed restraint. Wang Mian had discerned Kane's intentions. Not donning military attire was to attract hostility, and summoning the flying dragon was to create chaos. Every preparation was aimed at executing a one-on-one beheading operation. Each step of the plan was meticulously executed, only to find the beheading unsuccessful, prompting a decisive retreat before being surrounded. Such thoroughness, such meticulousness. In less than a minute, he had already cornered 2 members of the masked team to such a state. It's merely a single room. Is it really necessary? Wang Mian mused that for this, being beaten by a rookie would be a loss. Regardless of the outcome, Wang Mian intended to propose to Yuan Gang to grant him a single room, as he indeed possessed that capability. Yet, even so, Wang Mian remained curious about the limits of this heroic spirit representative. With that thought, Wang Mian patted Rose's shoulder. Come on, don't be disheartened. Let's continue to hunt down the rookies. Inform the others not to concern themselves with that white-haired lad. He is someone I can deal with. With a flap of her wings, Kaliki Luo soared into the sky, dissipating into countless specks of starlight after a few seconds. The timing was exceedingly precise, ending the battle just as they departed the training ground. Yet, before vanishing, Kaliki Luo swung her dragon claw, flinging Kane far away. The howling wind swept Kane's hair back as he adjusted his posture midair. With a thud, he landed safely on the rooftop of the armory. As Kaliki Luo faded, the previously overcast sky transformed back to clarity. He stood, dusting off his windbreaker, glancing at the heavenly fire divine judgment. The brief release of energy allowed for the firing of a powerful flame beam. However, the heavenly fire divine judgment required a brief recharge of 15 seconds post-firing before it could unleash any energy projectiles again. This was a hidden function Kane had discovered during his familiarization with the heavenly fire divine judgment in the paradise not long ago, known as the hand cannon mode. In practical application, the effect was satisfactory, except for the recoil. Indeed, it is quite substantial. Kane's arm still feels somewhat numb. It is only manageable for Kane. For an ordinary person, the recoil could potentially shatter their arm. Additionally, the immense recoil contributes to the inherent inaccuracy of the heavenly fire hand cannon. The 15-second cooldown, in the rapidly changing theater of war, can seem exceedingly protracted. It appears that the heavenly fire hand cannon cannot serve as a reliable means of attack. It is merely suitable for striking stationary targets or as a decisive tool for close-quarters execution. After contemplating these matters, Kane unsheathed the seven thunder of cleansing sin, cleaving a triangular aperture in the roof of the armory before leaping down. Simultaneously, Lin Xie and his companions had gathered at the entrance of the armory. Trouble loomed. Lin Xie gazed at the colossal iron door of the armory, his expression grave. "My forbidden realm lacks extensive destructive capability. I cannot open this door." "Hey, what is your forbidden realm?" Li Pang replied with conviction. I do not possess a forbidden realm." The last time he heard a similar response was not long ago. Lin Xie sighed, glancing upward. "It seems our only option is to enter from the roof." Li Pang hesitated. "Well, actually, I..." "Step aside." At that moment, a cool, feminine voice emanated from behind them. Li Pang turned to look. A tall girl stood behind them, her hair a vivid shade of crimson, and even the camouflage uniform could not obscure her graceful form. She cast a dispassionate glance at the two, brushed her long hair aside, and strode directly to the warehouse entrance. "Who are you?" Lin Xie squinted. He recognized her. Earlier that morning, amidst the commotion, this woman had stood at the corridor of the girls' dormitory, regarding Li Pang with disdain, as if he were refuse. They had exchanged a brief glance. The girl's commanding and aloof demeanor left a lasting impression. "Molly," she answered coolly, her pale palm resting against the warehouse door. Just as she was about to activate her forbidden realm, a clicking sound echoed from within, and a small opening appeared in the massive door. Molly and the person who opened the door locked eyes. "Oh?" Molly froze. "Isn't that the reckless white-haired one from the training ground? When did he arrive here?" "Oh, you've already come." Kane spotted Lin Xie behind Molly and promptly swung open the side doors. Perfect timing. "Come in and select your weapons." Molly regarded Lin Xie with confusion. "Do you know each other?" Lin Xie closed his eyes, his emotions complex and ineffable. "One could say we are acquainted." Chapter 45. The side effect is the consumption of melanin. Underground base. The instructors sat before the screens, observing the images displayed. Silent and pensive, Yuan Gang stood behind them, his gaze profound, lost in contemplation. "Chief." Hong Hao leaned closer to Yuan Gang's ear. "Should we investigate Kane's origins further?" Yuan Gang glanced at him, and Hong Hao understood, turning away. One of the instructors looked solemnly at Yuan Gang. "Chief, there is a mysterious presence of immeasurable realms in the training ground. Regardless of whether it is a forbidden realm, this is a significant matter. We must report it." Another instructor chimed in. "Indeed, the mysterious entity summoned by that heroic spirit agent at the Candlelight Realm is already immeasurable. Given time, as he ascends in rank, to what terrifying level could that entity rise? I am well aware. It is not difficult to surmise." Yuan Gang began slowly. "If the entity he summons increases in power alongside his rank, then when he reaches the Klein realm, that dragon could very well be at the apex, perhaps even a deity." Silence enveloped the underground base. An unspoken tension coursed through the hearts of those present. They could only feel relief. Relieved that they discovered this so early. Relieved that he is a night watchman. If this heroic spirit agent were to be recruited by the ancient god church, it would spell doom for the great Xia. Artificial deity. Those four words echoed in the minds of the instructors in unison. However, it is premature to draw conclusions. Yuan Gang pondered. Powerful forces are often accompanied by equal costs. The use of such an unprecedented, high-risk forbidden realm must surely have other side effects, whether it consumes life or imposes extremely strict time limits. Instructor 1. Currently, it appears that the activity time of this entity is indeed limited to 1 minute. Instructor 2. If we assume this is an entity summoned at the cost of his lifespan, it seems to explain the cause of his white hair. Instructor 1. Yet he appears quite youthful. Perhaps the side effect is the depletion of melanin within his body? Instructor 3. Is that even possible? Enough of this fruitless speculation. Yuan Gang halted their conjectures. We will confront him personally after the duel. Furthermore, this matter must be classified as top secret. All new recruits who have seen that dragon and night watchman below the hall level must undergo the dream whisper cleansing afterward. Understood. Yuan Gang resumed his gaze upon the screen. In the surveillance footage, Kane leaned against the wall of the armory, silent and stoic. Heroic spirit, dragon slayer, god slayer. 2 forbidden items, 1 dragon. Who exactly are you? Suddenly, Yuan Gang's eyes narrowed. In the footage, Kane lifted his head, locking eyes with him. Kane glanced at the monitor but did not engage in any peculiar actions. Instead, he returned his focus to the interior of the warehouse. The appearance of Yuri Kiro would undoubtedly attract the attention of the higher-ups. There was no avoiding that. However, Kane had already devised an excuse to placate them. It would not pose a significant issue. He wordlessly observed as Lin Xie selected a straight sword while Molly emerged from the corner, wielding a massive wild katana. After a moment of silence, Kane spoke slowly. Do you have any questions for me? Bai Li Pang Pang, who had been fidgeting, scratched his cheek and tentatively inquired. I just wanted to ask, was that magnificent dragon of yours? Kane regarded Bai Li Pang Pang. First, she is not magnificent. She simply vanished once the summoning time expired. Second, she belongs to me. Any further questions? Bai Li Pang Pang appeared contemplative, gesturing with his hands as if to mimic a little chick taking flight. So your forbidden realm is summoning a dragon? That is a fair interpretation. If the opportunity arises, may I ride it next time? No. Why not? I asked her, and she said she would not be pleased. Molly, listening to their exchange, glanced up at the triangular opening in the warehouse ceiling, deep in thought. Lin Xie approached her, his expression peculiar. So is it true then? Your forbidden realm can summon dragons? Kane shrugged. If you say so. Lin Xie, impressive. Molly, hey. Kane turned to the red-haired girl. She stood confidently, her sword over her shoulder, and nodded at Kane. Should we collaborate? Reasons? I am classified as high risk, and it seems you should also be high risk. Molly stepped forward, meeting his gaze. I am Molly, Forbidden Realm Sequence 076, Vibrational Frequency. Capable of controlling the vibrational frequency of any object that directly or indirectly interacts with me within the realm. Those special squads are formidable, without cooperation. We may not stand a chance to win. Kane turned to Lin Xie. What do you think? Molly eyed the two with curiosity. So who among you is the leader? Lin Xie contemplated. The 5 members of the masked squad included 1 god realm and 3 high-risk individuals, all seamlessly coordinated. If our high-risk individuals do not collaborate, the opportunity to win may indeed be slim. Molly scrutinized Lin Xie with a sidelong glance. You? Also high risk. I am not. Oh. Molly remained expressionless. I am an agent of the Seraphim. Molly's eyes widened. You are a divine agent? Indeed. Lin Xie pointed at Kane. He is an agent of the heroic spirits. An agent of the heroic spirits, I see. Molly immediately comprehended, nodding in understanding. No wonder. Lin Xie, puzzled, asked, What? Do you understand? Just then, Bai Li, plump and jovial, approached solemnly and extended his hand to Molly. Hello, Miss Mo. I am Bai Li Tuming. Born into an ordinary family in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. It's a pleasure to meet you. Molly frowned, casting a disdainful glare at Bai Li Tuming before turning away. Stay away from me. I detest people like you, the rich second generation. Bai Li Tuming quickly interjected. No? You misunderstood. I really come from an ordinary family. My father is a civil servant. My mother is a laid-off worker. Wait, where's your weapon? Lin Xie inquired curiously. I can't use any of the weapons here. So I didn't bring one, Bai Li candidly admitted. At that moment, many new recruits had already arrived at the armory, beginning to select their preferred weapons. It became apparent which among the new recruits had restrictions. Most with restrictions tended to choose cold weapons like swords, daggers, and spears, while those without restrictions leaned towards automatic rifles and other firearms. It is worth noting that some with restrictions may also be adept at using firearms. But that is a discussion for another time. Kane lifted his gaze to the gaping hole in the ceiling he had created, furrowing his brow slightly. If time was calculated correctly, the mass team should already be surrounding this area. Wang Mian would likely arrive soon. A chaotic battle was inevitable. and Lin Xie and the others would seize the opportunity to break free. In the plan, Kane intended to engage Wang Mian alongside Lin Xie, taking the chance to absorb the divine fluctuations caused by their confrontation. However, as the sun had yet to set, Lin Xie's Starry Night Dancer had not activated. Recklessly challenging Wang Mian would only hinder him. It was not yet time for a decisive battle with Wang Mian. First, they should break through together with Lin Xie. Hey, let's go. Lin Xie patted Kane's shoulder. Kane looked at him. Go? Where? Lin Xie frowned. Out. To discuss what to do next. We can't leave. Kane shook his head. They have already arrived. Chapter 46. Just a vortex, not much to gain. In the next instant, Lin Xie's pupils contracted sharply as he swiftly drew his knife and hurled it towards the door where Molly stood. Clang. The straight blade grazed past Molly, heading for her back, only to be deflected by an unknown force with a crisp sound. Molly, sensing the danger, immediately rolled forward a distance. Turning back, she drew forth a massive katana, the blade emanating a terrifying vibrational frequency as she struck downwards with force. Bang! The blade's energy howled, creating a powerful shockwave that carved a deep gash in the warehouse wall. Damn, that was close. A beam of moonlight coalesced in the corner, silently vanishing into the void. Damn it, he can turn invisible, Molly exclaimed, both shocked and furious. Had it not been for Lin Xie's warning, she would have been eliminated without a trace. The new recruits rushing out of the warehouse also witnessed the scene, instantly becoming alert, standing back to back as they guarded against their surroundings. Lin Xie seized a straight knife from a nearby rack and dashed out of the warehouse, his golden eyes scanning the area. In the next moment, he lunged towards a patch of emptiness, his knife slicing down without hesitation. Clang! A short sword emerged from the void, blocking his blade. The man's figure materialized from the moonlight, his expression behind the mask somewhat peculiar. You can actually see me? By chance, Lin Xie smiled slightly before suddenly diving down. In the next instant, a large hand shot out from behind Lin Xie, covering the masked figure's face. Just as the hand was about to forcefully remove the mask, it transformed into a moonlight illusion, dissipating into the void. What a pity. Kane observed the disappearing moonlight, his expression tinged with regret. Once I find him, he can't escape. Lin Xie leaned against Kane, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Molly's eyes were filled with astonishment. Without uttering a word, they shared an effortless synergy. Were they brothers? No. The contrast of their hair colors, one white and one black, suggested otherwise. It was more akin to a grandfather and grandson dynamic, albeit the grandfather appeared somewhat youthful. Kane's gaze swept around, his crimson pupils scanning the area. The vast detection range afforded by his heavenly insight allowed him to notice something Lin Xie had overlooked. In his line of sight, a sneaky figure was lurking atop a streetlight. Kane drew the heavenly fire divine judgment and aimed at the streetlight. Bang! Just as everyone was on high alert, the heavenly fire divine judgment unleashed a torrent of flames, instantly piercing through the top of the streetlight. Ouch! The figure of the moon ghost appeared on the road, looking disheveled, with numerous scorched patches on his body. What on earth is that thing in your hand? Is it a cannon or a gun? The moon ghost cursed angrily, having been caught off guard by Kane's attack. But in the next moment, he fell silent. His surroundings were filled with new recruits. The new recruits glared fiercely, their murderous intent condensing into palpable flames. Brothers, let's take him down, Wiley shouted. And the new recruits charged forward with a roar. Boom, boom, boom. The forbidden domains, the gunfire, everything that could be found as a weapon, was unleashed in a merciless barrage. Amidst this frenzy, the moon ghost skillfully maneuvered, utilizing his ability to transform into moonlight, evading the relentless assaults. If it weren't for his own ability to turn his mask into moonlight, those explosions would have certainly ended this contest. The moon ghost regretted coming here. It was easy to guess that if his mask were removed, he would become a laughingstock for years to come. The captain was right. That guy, no. Those two maniacs could probably only be dealt with by the captain, who was a divine agent. Yet, despite this, he had expected a team effort. Where were you guys? If you don't show up soon, I'll be beaten to death. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kane and Lin Xie simultaneously noticed a figure appearing on the roof to the east. Zhou Ping observed the battle below, clapping his hands as he declared, change of stance. Bang! A fiery explosive shell whizzed past. Zhou Ping struggled to stand up, brushing off his singed hair. Damn, does this guy not give anyone a casting delay? Kane's expression remained composed as he raised the heavenly fire gun and pulled the trigger once more. Bang! 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 Change of stance. Zhou Ping dodged the explosive shells, gritting his teeth as he activated the forbidden domain. In an instant, everything, including the new recruits, lost gravity, and began to float. Double gravity. Zhou Ping clapped his hands again, and everyone in the warehouse felt an unprecedented weight pressing down on them. Many nearly toppled over, and once they steadied themselves, they found it nearly impossible to move. Those with poorer physical conditions even appeared pale, suffering from a lack of blood flow to the brain. Meanwhile, countless metal fragments and debris floated in the air, their sharp ends pointing downward, as if entering an infinite sword domain, blocking everyone's escape route. Phew! The moon ghost hastily withdrew from the encirclement, sighing in relief. One more second, and he would have truly been done for. Useless moon ghost, you're far too weak. The vortex arrogantly appeared at the entrance of the southern warehouse, making it obvious what expression lay beneath his mask. Suddenly, the vortex jumped back warily, guarding his chest with his hands. Hey, what do you want to do? Kane pondered for a moment before gently setting down the celestial flame's sacred judgment. He was aware that the vortex of the forbidden ruins could absorb shockwaves and return them in kind. In the original narrative, the vortex was even capable of absorbing the massive explosion caused by Lin Xie detonating an arms depot, given Kane's current strength. Although the fiery explosive projectiles launched from the celestial flame's sacred judgment were powerful, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be absorbed. Perhaps the celestial flame hand cannon could break through, but what would be gained from destroying merely a vortex? It would cost him a 15-second cooldown. Once again, he reminded himself that the battlefield was a realm of constant flux, where even a second's error could spell life or death. A prudent course of action indeed. On the surface, the vortex appeared to be handling the situation with ease, yet there was a hint of trepidation within. That fellow's gaze was truly unnerving. Just then, a figure appeared to the west, wielding a colossal hammer. Upon seeing her, the crowd felt a shiver run down their spines. She hunched over, the immense hammer towering 3 stories high resting on her slender shoulders as she emerged from around the corner. An invisible aura of lethal intent surrounded her, and her hair moved as if stirred by an unseen wind, with faint wisps of breath visible beneath her mask. What a dreadful omen. Rosa straightened her back, tilting her head back to reveal her eyes ablaze with fury beneath her mask. This was the first time in her life that she had been mocked by a beast, and she was powerless to retaliate. No matter, if I can't crush that dragon, can I not defeat a mere heroic spirit agent? Rosa, remain calm. Wang Mian appeared atop a northern rooftop, his left hand resting on his blade as he coldly surveyed the new recruits below. You may eliminate the others. Leave the heroic spirit agent to me. The new recruits exchanged glances, bewildered. For a powerful divine agent to utter such words. Who could this heroic spirit agent be? Unlike the instructors, the recruits were not privy to the records of all personnel. Yet, none among them were fools. Realizing the implications, their gazes quickly turned to the silent white-haired figure in the crowd. Kane silently sheathed the celestial flame's sacred judgment and drew his sword, the cleansing thunder. Chia, what now? Chapter 47. Wang Mian. You haven't fled. Instead, you're approaching me? Lin Xie shot him a sidelong glance. Are you asking me? Don't you have a plan? You are the divine agent. I shall heed your command. Kane was earnest and straightforward, yet Lin Xie inexplicably felt an urge to strike him. Lin Xie's golden eyes scanned the surroundings, his mind racing. Molly, wielding a wild blade, had a sharp gaze. We have the numbers. Let us engage them head-on. With our strength, we cannot prevail. Lin Xie turned to Kane. Can you summon that dragon again? Once every 3 days, lasting 1 minute. Kane was forthcoming. Lin Xie found his response somewhat peculiar. It felt oddly off. He glanced at the vortex and then at the furious Rosa. He had intended to rally the others to attack Rosa while leading his companions toward the vortex. But given Kane's recent actions and the evident fury emanating from Rosa, it was clear no one would dare provoke her. Thus, Lin Xie turned to Kane, exchanging a knowing look. Kane nodded, drawing the celestial flame's sacred judgment once more, holding a gun in one hand and a sword in the other. In a low voice, Lin Xie instructed by Li Tu Ming and others, you too, follow my lead. By Li Tu Ming and Molly exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They realized that their scattered assaults would be disadvantageous. It was better to charge in unison toward a single direction to enhance their chances of breaking through. This time, Lin Xie raised his voice so that all could hear clearly. When they engage, we will all charge southward with great force. The new recruits listened intently, quietly summoning all their strength. The balance struck his hand. Thousands of fragments fell simultaneously, akin to a torrential rain of swords. Hey! Molly clenched her silver teeth, gripping her blade tightly, stepping forward with resolve as the terrifying hum of the wild blade resonated. Heavenly slash. The powerful blade energy swept through the trembling air, scattering the myriad fragments. All the new recruits, fueled by determination, pressed forward toward the vortex in the south. Wait, why are they coming at me? The vortex was taken aback, hastily unleashing a massive purple whirlpool. In that moment, the previously restrained energy of the forbidden ruins erupted explosively. The new recruits were not to be underestimated. They unleashed their own forbidden ruins powers, and in an instant, a kaleidoscope of vibrant energies exploded like colorful fireworks. At that moment, the remaining four also sprang into action, the encirclement tightening. To the east. Move. Hiding at the back of the group, Lin Xia bellowed. And Molly and Bai Li Fatty immediately understood, racing eastward. However, Kane did not join them. Instead, he advanced toward Wang Mian in the north. Oh, not fleeing in other directions, but approaching me instead? Wang Mian's masked face curved into an appreciative smile. In the next moment, he swiftly sidestepped. A massive fiery explosive projectile whizzed past him. Bang, bang, bang. As Kane moved, he aimed his gun, firing explosive projectiles to suppress Wang Mian. Wang Mian evaded, employing his agility to dodge through the smoke while his brow furrowed. Typically, opting to break through toward the melee specializing Wang Mian instead of the three with extensive suppression abilities would pose no issue. Alas, Kane was facing Wang Mian. Time's divine ruins, activated, time slowed. Wang Mian's figure transformed into a streak of lightning, and several blade energies manifested before him. Clang! In an instant, the immense blade wave cut through the air toward Kane. Yet the next moment, Kane leaped into the air, his body nearly parallel to the ground. He spun midair, maneuvering skillfully through the gaps between the intersecting blade energies. Wang Mian narrowed his eyes. Although this wave of blade energy was not as impenetrable as the last, it was still densely packed. How could Kane find a gap to evade? Upon landing, Kane knelt on one knee, the components of the celestial flame's sacred judgment extending. The energy core emitting a high-pitched charging sound. Wang Mian, seeing this, swiftly moved to the side. However, this time, Kane did not immediately fire the hand cannon. Instead, he turned to aim at the balance. Wang Mian's pupils constricted as he shouted, "The balance! Get out of the way!" Upon hearing their captain's roar, the balance, who was preparing to manipulate debris to block Lin Xie and the others, momentarily froze, turning to look. In his line of sight, a magnificent beam of fiery light loomed larger. What the? The balance's hair was blown back by the heat wave, and astonishment filled his eyes. He barely had time to raise a pitiful concrete slab before him. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed. Flames soared into the sky. Everyone engaged in battle could not help but be drawn to the commotion. What in the world is happening? However, time's suspension lasted only a brief moment, and the new recruits in the vortex exchanged glances, unleashing a burst of multicolored energies once more. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Kane slipped eastward, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, many in the group began to react, attempting to break through in various directions. The result was that the west was occupied by the furious Rosa, the south by the unleashed vortex, the north by the formidable Wang Mian, and the elusive moon ghost within the field. Aside from the 90 new recruits breaking through from the east, the remaining dozens were swiftly eliminated. As for the east, several members of the masked squad rushed into the smoke-filled ruins, concern etched on their faces. The balance. Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine. Seeing the balance struggle to rise from the rubble, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, that beam just barely grazed me. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble. At that moment, the balance was charred and disheveled, his hair slightly singed. Is my mask all right? Fortunately, there are merely a few cracks that do not affect the overall situation. Ah, how infuriating. Once again, it is that spirit agent. Rose stomped her foot in frustration. Captain, I request to concentrate our forces to encircle this white-haired individual. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Mian acknowledged this notion. To be frank, he had indeed contemplated it. Judging by Kane's demonstrated abilities, this spirit agent should not be underestimated. The uniquely designed pistol in his hand possesses formidable firepower, and the black longsword that can unleash the essence of life and moonlight is equally potent. In close combat, he can contend with Wang, who wields the bow of Yi Yuan, for several rounds. In ranged combat, he can even momentarily suppress Wang Mian. Furthermore, it appears he is no longer acting alone. Beside him are a divine agent, an ultra-high-risk forbidden domain, and a liability? 2 agents, one of high danger. Even Wang Mian must treat this situation with utmost caution. Proud as the masked team may be, they would set aside their arrogance when necessary. Kane's strength has already been acknowledged by Wang Mian. Thus, Wang Mian nodded. I have previously tested him, and it remains true, apart from me. None of you should confront him alone, lest you risk a disastrous failure. Had he previously acted alone, we might have had the opportunity to eliminate him. But now he has a team, which significantly complicates matters. Therefore, we shall proceed as planned to the dormitory building and eliminate any new recruits we encounter. Zhou Ping, Xianhua, do not stray from the group, especially you, Xianhua. Only you possess the ability to counter the spirit agent's pistol. Yugui, proceed to scout the dormitory location and pinpoint the positions of those two agents. But remember, do not engage in prolonged combat. Understood. Yugui nodded, her form dissipating like moonlight. Wang Mian squinted towards the distant dormitory building. Let the hunt commence. In the training camp area, Kane's figure landed at a fork in the road. He surveyed his surroundings and addressed a nearby thicket. Come out, the Haven-T followed us. From the bushes emerged Lin Xie and two others. Bai Li Tu Ming immediately jumped to Kane's side, giving him a thumbs up. Wow, brother, you were absolutely incredible just now. My admiration for you flows like a ceaseless river. Thank you, that will suffice. Kane waved his hand, signaling Bai Li Tu Ming to tone down the flattery. Both Lin Xie and Kane possessed mental detection abilities. When Kane opened his eyes, he could engage in a degree of mental communication with Lin Xie. This understanding had gradually developed during their training in the forbidden domain, although they were still somewhat unpracticed. Nevertheless, both Kane and Lin Xie were astute individuals. Even if the information exchanged during their mental dialogue was brief, they could accurately grasp its meaning. Within the encirclement, Lin Xie and Kane exchanged the following mental signals. Lin Xie, strike south, hit east. Kane, I strike north. Lin Xie, why? Kane, feign movement, artillery strikes east. Lin Xie, cover me. Kane, coming from behind. Lin Xie, understood. Though seemingly brief, their eye contact facilitated a substantial exchange of information. Of course, Kane remaining behind was not solely for the purpose of feigning an attack on Wang Mian, but to position himself closer to absorb the extensive fluctuations of the forbidden domain emanating from the south. Regrettably, these fluctuations, while appearing vast, were of lesser quality than anticipated. Far inferior to the confrontation Kane could have with Wang Mian. It seemed that a stark divide existed between the divine domain and standard forbidden domains, a chasm that quantity alone could not bridge. It was uncertain how the Wang domain would perform. At that moment, Molly approached, an odd expression on her face. How many more abilities are you concealing? Kane glanced at her, retrieving the heavenly fire saint's judgment and the seven thunder of purification from his waist. The spirits granted me these two forbidden items, controlling fire and thunder, known as the heavenly fire saint's judgment and the seven thunder of purification. And there is also the dragon of the infinite realm, named Kurikara, which can only exist for 1 minute. Lastly, my forbidden domain, Tianhui, allows me to open my eyes, akin to Lin Xie, both of us possessing mental detection types. But remember, my detection range is greater than his. Lin Xie, that last statement is unnecessary. Kane, she asked me not to withhold anything. Molly, all right, I understand. Molly turned to Lin Xie. So, what should we do now? Lin Xie pondered for a moment, crouching down to sketch with a twig on the ground. If I were Wang Mian, after witnessing Kane's power, I would undoubtedly not allow such a dangerous individual to escape. I would first send a scout to locate Kane's position and then gather forces to encircle him. However, the primary purpose of this mission is to establish authority over the new recruits. I cannot devote all my energy to hunting Kane. Therefore, I would prioritize eliminating the greatest, most troublesome target. Lin Xie placed a stone in the center, directing a twig towards the distant dormitory building. The dormitory building is the most complex terrain in the camp, the most suitable for ambush. The remaining 90 new recruits, if they are not foolish, should choose to set up an ambush there to strike at the massed team. In a direct confrontation, we are no match for them. Only through ambush can we hope for victory, except for you. Lin Xie looked at Kane, his gaze peculiar. I was just wondering if you made such a commotion at the beginning to challenge their captain to a duel? Yes, but I ran away before the duel could occur. Kane crossed his arms, sighing. Molly's eyes widened in disbelief. Bai Li Tu Ming had already informed them of Wang Mian's abilities, and she now felt that as long as Wang Mian wielded the bow of a yuan, he was nearly invincible. Yet this fellow claimed he initially sought to challenge Wang Mian. Wait, I have a question. Molly rubbed her forehead, raising her hand to speak. Since you summoned the dragon of the infinite realm, why didn't you command it to end the battle immediately? Kane regarded her calmly. Firstly, this is a competition, not a slaughter. Secondly, if I were to unleash my dragon's full power, how many individuals do you think would survive in this camp? Thirdly, if my dragon were to defeat the massed team, the training would be cancelled, and the new recruits would scatter. You, I, and Lin Xie might be able to protect ourselves due to our formidable forbidden domains. But what about those who are eliminated early? Do they possess abilities akin to ours? Ending the training so hastily, would that truly benefit them? A barrage of questions left Molly speechless, her lips moving without sound. In truth, Kane's primary objective was to prevent this grand feast of the forbidden domain from concluding prematurely. Even if that were not his goal, he could not permit Kurakara to act recklessly. Should things escalate, the best-case scenario would be Wang Mian breaking through to protect himself. The event would then conclude, leaving Kane with nothing while incurring the wrath of numerous individuals. Although others might perceive Kane as exceedingly arrogant, he believed that offending Yuan Gang and a particular special team to such an extent was not worth it. However, it was undeniable that Lin Xia's reasoning held merit. Kane had already become the foremost enemy of the masked team, and they would likely prioritize him for elimination. Among those present, besides Kane, only Bai Li Tu Ming and Molly stood a chance against the masked team in direct combat. With nightfall approaching, Lin Xia's Starry Night Dancer had yet to activate. Sending Lin Xia into battle now would be tantamount to seeking death. A decisive confrontation with the masked team must await the cover of night. For now, both Kane and Lin Xia shared the same thought, to proceed to the dormitory building and lie in wait for the opportune moment to strike. All right, both of you. Cease this squabbling. We are on the same team. Bai Li Tu Ming has chosen to act as a mediator. Lin Qi also intervened, stating, Brother Kane makes a valid point. This competition is merely a trial. There is no need for lethal force, at least not for him. For the rest of us, however, if we do not give our all, we will undoubtedly face elimination. Very well, I have no objections. Emoli raised her hands in surrender. What shall we do now? Kane inquired, looking towards Lin Qiyi. Lin Qiyi pondered for a moment before responding. Brother Kane has undoubtedly been marked as a primary target by the masked squad. Our immediate priority is to find a place to conceal ourselves, allowing the masked squad and the remaining recruits to exhaust each other, after which we can seize the opportunity to strike. Agreed. Chapter 49. Are you alright? Kane often found himself puzzled. Why was the Black King's annihilation, as depicted in the texts, so formidable, yet in his memory? It seemed that the earlier moments of Chao Yuan's prowess were rather limited. Now he understood. The Chao Yuan who had awakened the Black King was devoid of reason. Within the dilapidated dormitory building, in the hallway, Kane evaded slashes while musing. Hee. Across from him, an ominous darkness blazed fiercely. The Chao Yuan, engulfed in black flames and bare-chested, glared with ferocious red eyes, incessantly swinging a straight blade. Yet, no matter how he swung, Kane remained untouched. Here is the situation. After devising a strategy with Lin Qiyi and the others, they concealed themselves near the dormitory building, waiting for the masked squad and other teams to wear each other out before attempting a surprise attack. However, after witnessing Wang Mian unleash dozens of blade auras, obliterating several dormitory buildings while the recruits within remained unscathed, Lin Qiyi abandoned the idea of a sneak attack and instead ventured into the ruins to rescue people. As for Kane, he chose not to follow Lin Qiyi. After the skirmish at the warehouse, he realized that the quality of the forbidden ruins was inconsistent, far inferior to the divine ruins. Kane believed it was unnecessary to squander his energy fighting everywhere. It was wiser to conserve his strength and wait until nightfall to rendezvous with Lin Qiyi and confront Wang Mian. This time, Kane sought to challenge the complete form of Wang Mian alongside Lin Qiyi, seizing the opportunity to absorb 2 divine ruins, coupled with the fluctuations from engaging a pseudo-high-risk forbidden ruin. However, the straight blade in Lin Qiyi's hand was as fragile as paper against a yuan. Thus, Lin Qiyi must possess a weapon formidable enough to withstand a yuan's might. This was not a concern, as Kane had a weapon available for him. Yet, while Kane was cleaning the blade of the purifying since 7 thunder, for some inexplicable reason, the passing Chao Yuan caught sight of it. Upon seeing the sword, he suddenly lost control and brandished his straight blade in pursuit of Kane. Kane, bewildered, questioned the rationale behind this. Was it envy of old Zhao's beauty? That seemed unlikely. Moreover, logically, Chao Yuan should have been engaged in combat with Zhou Ping at this moment, not here at the dormitory. It appeared that a change in the direction of the breakout had caused a temporal discrepancy. Such matters were trivial, nothing to worry about. Hey! Chao Yuan executed a downward slash, aiming the blade at Kane's face. Kane deflected the blade with the hilt of the purifying since 7 thunder, stepping forward to deliver a slap to Chao Yuan's face. With a sudden burst of force, bang! Chao Yuan was sent flying, crashing through several dormitory walls, landing amidst the dust. To be candid, while Chao Yuan's movements in the Black King state were erratic, his innate talent was undeniable. If he could master the Black King, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. Kane approached the ruins, waving his hand to disperse the dust for a closer inspection. Hee. Bang. Kane delivered a punch to Chao Yuan's face. Hee. Bang. Another punch followed. Hee. Bang. Bang. Bang 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 bang. After a brief interval, ouch. Chao Yuan, cradling his head. I did not anticipate losing control. My good friend, are you unharmed? Did I cause you any injury? I'm fine, but what about you? You're not hurt, are you? Chao Yuan found himself somewhat taken aback. It was the first time he had been the subject of concern, as he had always been the one inflicting harm when in his darkened state. I'm fine. Thank you for your assistance earlier. Not at all. Kane unsheathed the purifying Sin 7 thunder, drawing and sheathing the blade repeatedly before stating, Chao Yuan, puzzled, asked, what are you doing? Testing. What kind of test? Completed. Kane examined the purifying Sin 7 thunder. You have not lost control. It appears that was merely a coincidence. Very well. All is well now. Kane turned his gaze skyward. The sun dipped below the horizon, twilight descending, with several stars faintly visible in the east. It was time to find Lin Chiyi. Farewell. Kane turned to depart. Wait. Chao Yuan hurriedly scrambled from the ruins, pursuing Kane. What is it? Kane turned back to face him. Ba. May I inquire if you are the spirit agent? Chao Yuan clasped his hands together. Thank you for saving the lives of many from my grasp. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chao Yuan. Kane. Kane nodded, glancing into the distance. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Well, it is a pleasure to meet you. Take care. Chao Yuan smiled, his face radiating warmth. As Kane walked away, he muttered to himself. Where could Lin Chiyi be at this moment? Suddenly, Chao Yuan trembled. With 2 trees forming a forest, the 8 gods shall come to one. 10 years into the night, I shall guide humanity. Lin Chiyi. Chiyi. The Lin Chiyi he spoke of was the nobleman the master had mentioned. Brother. Wait. Chao Yuan lunged forward like a famished tiger. Kane turned around, delivering a kick to his face, halting Chao Yuan's charge abruptly as he fell to the ground. What are you doing? Kane frowned at him. No, you misunderstand. Chao Yuan hastily rose, wiping the blood from his nose, his joy barely concealed. Is this Lin Chiyi your friend? Could you take me to meet him? Kane scrutinized him for a moment, recalling that this fellow was an ardent admirer of Lin Chiyi. Fine, if I can find him. Thank you. Kane discerned the direction and, from among the distant collapsed dormitory buildings, heard the loudest sounds of the forbidden ruin exploding. It seemed that was indeed the right place. Kane surged forward, his form darting like a cannonball. Hey, wait for me. Chao Yuan, startled by the speed, hurriedly followed, though he lagged behind, moving faster than the average person. As Kane approached the battlefield, his eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. Heavenly insight awakened, granting him an expansive view of the battlefield. It was as he had anticipated. Several high-risk individuals were engaged in fierce combat with their respective members of the masked squad. Imoli radiated murderous intent, wielding an enormous wild katana, sending terrifying shockwaves cascading through the air, only to be met with Rose's excited counter using a heavy hammer. Vortex clashed with Xinqing Zhu, their explosive energies colliding in a vibrant display of purple whirlwinds. Meanwhile, Li Pang was strenuously pulling someone from the debris. Brother Kane, you've arrived. Come help me. I can't pull this person out. Li Ming shouted. As a result, all members of the masked squad turned their gazes towards Kane, their eyes gleaming with a predatory green light, akin to wolves poised to pounce on their prey. Kane thought, am I arriving at an inopportune moment? What are you looking at? Imoli bellowed, stomping her foot, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that surged towards the ruins. Rose's masked face contorted with a mix of emotions. Though she yearned to crush that heroic spirit agent with her own hands, she couldn't help but acknowledge that this alluring lady was far more enticing. With a deft movement, Xianzhu evaded the explosion, brushing off the black smoke from her attire. Adjusting her hat, she wore a confident smile, warning that distraction could lead to dire consequences. Standing at the center of the arena, Wang Mian narrowed his eyes. He had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. Kane refrained from charging in immediately. Instead, he cleared away a mass of concrete debris to rescue new recruits trapped within the ruins. At that moment, Lin Chiyi approached with a blade in hand, calmly observing Kane. I thought you would hide until the end, Lin Chiyi remarked, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, signaling the final dance, one that could not be missed. A subtle smile graced Lin Chiyi's lips as he turned his gaze toward Wang Mian at the heart of the arena. I want to strike him, he admitted. Indeed. Kane replied, but the weapon in your hand is perilous. We must find an opportunity to seal it. No need, Kane interjected, handing Lin Chiyi the purifying 7 thunders. This blade can withstand the onslaught of your weapon. Lin Chiyi rolled his eyes. That sword is effective in your hands, but can my physique endure it? Kane fixed his gaze upon Wang Mian. Do you not wish to test the limits of your abilities? Not particularly. Really not. Well, that does sound tempting. Lin Xie shrugged. Non-committal. However, if I utilize the purifying seven thunders, what will you employ? Those two guns. No, I will use this. Kane unsheathed the sword of heavenly fire, merging the core of the divine key from the safety lock. In an instant, the heavenly fire converged, blazing brilliantly. The monstrous sword, emblematic of annihilation, descended upon the world like a sun emerging in the night. Chao Yuan, who had just arrived, was instantly captivated by the sight. Is that the light of Buddha? Wang Mian squinted, realizing that those two guns could indeed merge into a grand sword. He sensed an unprecedented pressure of destruction emanating from it. This gift from the heroic spirit was indeed bountiful. The unfolding situation had grown increasingly intriguing. All eyes in the vicinity were drawn to the radiant golden light. What is that? The sun? Wait. No, it's a sword. Wow, what a magnificent sword. The next moment, the golden light swiftly retracted, and the aura of destruction subsided. The golden blade radiated a faint heat, its menacing presence now diminished. In Kane's grasp, the sword radiated an intense warmth. The act of combining the dual guns into the sword of heavenly fire was merely a precursor to its actual deployment. The great sword itself could serve as a melee weapon. Kane had previously experimented in the paradise, finding that it could unleash catastrophic destruction without environmental limitations. However, he had paid dearly for it, sustaining serious injuries. Thus, the sword was originally a double-edged weapon, indifferent to friend or foe. Kane also attempted to unleash the full power of the zero-rated output within the confines of the paradise. In Honkai Impact 3, the minimum display of the Sword of Heavenly Fire could obliterate the entire city of Jerusalem, while its maximum potential could incapacitate the finality ruler. From the results, Kane's full deployment of the zero-rated output could indeed annihilate the entire Tsangnan district. However, the sole drawback of utilizing the Sword of Heavenly Fire was the toll it exacted on his vitality, threatening his very essence. In simpler terms, Kane was unworthy of wielding the complete might of the Sword of Heavenly Fire. Destroying 20 of Tsangnan City was not the sword's limit, but it was certainly Kane's. The absurdity of the Sword of Heavenly Fire stemmed not only from its formidable power, but also from the vast amount of destruction energy it wielded. Presently, Kane could, through sheer will, suppress the predetermined output of the zero-rated power while ensuring that the molecular thermal motion reached a rate commensurate with a ruler's level of heat. This allowed him to contain the destruction within the blade itself, transforming it from a weapon of explosive force into a more controlled instrument of power. The efficiency of energy utilization surged, amplifying the slashing force while minimizing collateral damage to allies. Due to his inherent limitations, Kane could not unleash the full potential of the Sword of Heavenly Fire, which paled in comparison to Siegfried Castellana's feats in the comics. Nevertheless, it sufficed against Wang Mian, who was suppressed to the Zhangjing realm, as well as the other members of the masked team. Though the Sword of Heavenly Fire was typically cool to the touch, its temperature escalated dramatically at the moment flames were unleashed. Kane possessed the Pavani factor, yet his activation level was insufficient. He could not manipulate the cold. Upon his initial unfettered wielding of the flaming sword, Kane sensed a force suppressing the searing heat's burn upon him, a cost offsetting its effects. This implied that until the Savior unlocked its coldness, entering the form of the Sword of Heavenly Fire would equate to expending a weekly opportunity. The cost offset lasted for an extended duration, approximately an hour. After that period, or once Kane unleashed the Sword of Heavenly Fire, the effect would dissipate. Following this battle, once the Savior restored to 20 and unlocked its coldness, Kane would no longer need to rely on the cost offset to merge the Sword of Heavenly Fire. He could endure the sword's intense heat without the weekly limitation, albeit with a slight reduction in usage time. All depended on the performance of Lin Xie and Wang Mian's divine fluctuations that night. Having just witnessed Kane's display, Lin Xie found himself somewhat exasperated. So, you intend to resolve the battle with that heavenly fire attack? That is merely a last resort. Kane planted the Sword of Heavenly Fire into the ground, ruffling Lin Xie's hair. Before that, I must engage in a proper duel with you, correct? Ugh. Lin Xie swatted Kane's hand away, glancing at the purifying seven thunders in his grip. Even so, I cannot wield such a long blade. It is of no use to me. You need not know how to use it. It will adapt to you. Before Lin Xie could respond further, he widened his eyes in astonishment. The blade of the purifying seven thunders gradually shortened, straightening into the form of a star blade. This newly manifested star blade, however, was deep purple, adorned with crimson patterns on its sheath. As Lin Xie held it, he could faintly hear the rumble of thunder. The transformative ability of the purifying seven thunders had long been a mystery to Kane. According to the lore, the fifth heroic spirit, Veilwei, who bore the mark of Spiral, had designed 7 different appearances for the purifying 7 thunders while crafting the 3rd divine key, including but not limited to a sniper rifle, a katana, and a slingshot. In the hands of different wielders, the purifying 7 thunders exhibited various forms. When Kane allowed Zhou Ping to temporarily wield it, it transformed into an ancient-style longsword. According to the current sword spirit, Zhou Ping, it could also become a lighter, a makeup box, a fishing rod, among other things. Its potential for transformation exceeded 7 varieties, including the Night Watcher's Starblade. Kane pondered how the unique material of Honkai's soul steel was unparalleled in the world. These tiny nanobots embodied a form of abstract conceptualization. Yet, thus far, Zhou Ping could only actively control 3 transformations: the Starblade, the longsword, and the initially manifested katana. Perhaps this limitation was tied to Zhao's compatibility with the divine key. Once that compatibility improved, he might be able to transform into other forms, such as a high-dimensional sniper rifle that malfunctioned after a single shot. This was merely a temporary loan. It had to be returned after use. Kane grasped the celestial fire greatsword and patted Lin Xie on the shoulder. Let him shine in your hands once more. In the depths of his consciousness, Lin Xie felt that broad hand resting on his shoulder again. Although his spiritual perception revealed no one behind him, this time it was not an illusion. Lin Xie genuinely sensed it. Faintly, he seemed to hear that person whispering in his ear, "Don't hold back, just strike him down." A smile graced Lin Xie's lips as a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. With a swift motion, he drew his sword. The blade emitted a sharp whoosh as it sliced through the air, revealing a shadowy moon enveloped in thunder. Truly magnificent. Holding the hilt with one hand and the blade with the other, Lin Xie advanced towards the king. "Let us go, strike him." Kane brandished the celestial fire greatsword, walking alongside Lin Xie towards the king. The king was growing impatient. "Have you finally reached a decision? Are you planning a 2-on-1? Kane and Lin Xie exchanged glances. Kane asked 1. Lin Xie replied 5. Kane nodded. Lin Xie addressed the king. "If possible, we would like to attempt a 2 against 5. The 2 of us against all of you." Kane remained expressionless, while Lin Xie was clearly a bit overzealous. But it was harmless. A youth without fervor is hardly a youth. Accompanying his madness was a sense of camaraderie. The 4, tipping scale, Vortex, Moon Ghost, and Rose. Molly and the others had yet to grasp the situation when they saw the faceless team flash back to the king's side. Rose, hefting a massive hammer, stretched her neck. "Ah, these new recruits, while lacking in many aspects, their arrogance is commendable. Wouldn't you agree, Vortex?" Vortex chuckled darkly. "Indeed, I even questioned whether my ears were malfunctioning." Tipping Scale crossed his arms confidently, asserting, "I believe there is no need for the captain to intervene. I could handle them both on my own." Moon Ghost clenched his fists. "Captain, what do you say?" "No, without my command, none of you are permitted to act." The king pressed his blade forward, stepping alone towards the 2. His eyes, blazing beneath the mask, scrutinized them. "I am curious. What drives you to challenge our entire team? Confidence? Pride? Or perhaps that fleeting infinite dragon?" Lin Xie rolled his neck. "I cannot speak for my companion, but I wish to exert my utmost effort and test my limits. Furthermore, I have some inquiries about the divine emissaries." The quintuple enhancement bestowed by the Starry Night Dancer rendered him unusually nimble. Although Lin Xie's strength paled in comparison to Kane's, his enhanced reaction speed, bolstered by spiritual perception and exceptional dynamic vision, allowed him to respond slightly quicker than the unseeing Kane. If Kane could spar with the king, then Lin Xie could too. As a fellow divine emissary, he had numerous questions for the king, and he would not let this opportunity slip away. "Very well, after this battle, regardless of the outcome, you may pose your questions to me." The king nodded and turned to Kane. "And you?" Kane leaned on the celestial fire greatsword, speaking slowly. "I desire a private room. Nothing more." Chapter 51. 2 against 1. The king immediately regretted his inquiry. He was intrigued by how this individual, with a strikingly serious visage, could utter such absurd words. The most perplexing part was that the king did not perceive that Kane was joking. He seemed genuinely earnest about wanting a private room. Just moments ago, he had dramatically merged dual pistols into a grand sword, exuding an aura of heroism, only to suddenly express such a desire. It conveyed a sense of worldly weariness, yearning for simplicity and a return to authenticity. Had Kane delivered a few harsh words, the king would have been eager to draw his blade against him. But upon hearing this, the king's fighting spirit evaporated instantly. Sighing, Lin Xie accepted the situation. "All right, shall we? Go ahead." As his words fell, Lin Xie transformed into a mere shadow, swiftly lunging at the king. Clang! The blade of a Yuan collided with the 7 thunders of cleansing, sparking a tremendous display of fire. The king deflected the 7 thunders, activating the time god ruins, while Yuan effortlessly unleashed a blade aura. Lin Xie's golden eyes flared with brilliance as his outstanding dynamic vision caught the nearly imperceptible trajectory of the strike. Clang! Lin Xie angled the sword over his head, the blade aura veering along the edge, carving a mark into the ground beside him. The king frowned, perplexed. What has happened today? Why is everyone's reaction speed so extraordinary? It would make sense for a heroic spirit emissary to keep pace with time, but how can you, a divine emissary, match it as well? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xie had undergone intense training under Kane and Chen Mai, and his close combat skills had greatly improved. Under the Starry Night Dancer's influence, his reaction speed even surpassed Kane's slightly. After deflecting Yuan's blade aura, Lin Xie swiftly slashed forward. But the king blocked it with his vertical blade. Instead of pursuing, Lin Xie rolled sideways, evading the confrontation just as Kane stepped forward, spinning the celestial fire greatsword around him before striking at the king. It was a straightforward diagonal slash. Unlike the fiery onslaught from earlier, the king sensed no destructive energy emanating from the sword, which appeared dull and ordinary, as if it were merely a heavy weapon. Based on combat experience and Kane's physical strength, the king believed that with a simple shift, he could execute a beautiful counterattack. Clang! However, when the blade of Yuan clashed with the edge of the celestial fire greatsword, the king's pupils narrowed to pinpoints. This, whoosh! The greatsword swept through the air with a low, thunderous sound, a gentle wave of heat rushing forth from the blade's edge. In the distance, the members of the faceless team, who were merely spectators, struggled to keep their eyes open against the onslaught of this heat. Cough, cough, cough. What is that? Rose waved her hand dismissively at the wave of heat. Ugh. Vortex intently observed the unfolding battle. Why did the captain suddenly leap so far back? The white-haired youth's horizontal slash, while seemingly impressive, should have been easily blocked by the captain, given his prowess. It's a shame you're still a special team. You can't even see through this. The faceless team glanced at the red-haired girl, Molly, who squinted her eyes. That great sword appears ordinary, yet it conceals terrifying energy. If he were to take that strike head-on, the consequences would be dire. Molly's unique ability, the myriad phenomena resonance, allowed her to manipulate vibration frequencies to unleash energy, and her expertise in close combat granted her the sharpest perception of energy among the new recruits. Thus, she could discern some underlying truths. It wasn't that she was more knowledgeable than the special team. It was simply a matter of specialization. Oh, Rose raised an eyebrow, grinning as she leaned closer to Molly. Could you enlighten me about the situation here? Molly rolled her eyes, avoiding her gaze. Do I know you well enough for that? How can you say such a thing? We just had an in-depth exchange, didn't we? Hey, let go of me. Stay away. Hee. I want to let go. In the distance, Shen Xingzhu furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Kane, who was fiercely battling the king. He was not pleased. Very displeased. Yet, he could not help but acknowledge the truth. This individual was far stronger than him, possessing formidable prowess. No matter how much he disliked it, he had to admit that he was the strongest among the new recruits. Damn it. Shen Xingzhu spat out the gum from her mouth, tucked her hands into her pockets, and turned to leave. Suddenly, an astonishing clash of swords erupted in the arena. Wang Mian surged forward, delivering a powerful downward strike that forced Lin Xie back. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a mere shadow. The pressure of the god of time descended, a terrifying aura forming as the densely packed sword energy was unleashed. Time resumed its flow, and a massive sword net, impenetrable and lethal, surged toward Lin Xie with ferocious slashes. Yet, Lin Xie swiftly pivoted, allowing Kane to take his place. Kane wielded the heavenly fire greatsword with one hand, executing a simple yet effective upward slash. A deep, resonant sound of slicing air echoed as the sword energy, comparable to the river boundary, was cleaved in two, halting the advance of the sinister blade marks. Kane then spun, delivering another diagonal strike with the heavenly fire greatsword. However, Wang Mian evaded the slash with a deft movement, positioning himself behind Kane, who was left wide open. He struck with a forceful chop. Yet, Kane, bearing the weight of the greatsword, managed to block the surprise attack with his broad blade. In that instant, Wang Mian felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively ducked. In the next moment, a dark moon, enveloped in thunder, whisked past his neck. Wang Mian swiftly retreated from the duo, intending to catch his breath. However, the blade of the cleansing Thunder 7 struck forth in an instant. The blades collided violently. The reaction speed of the Starry Night Dancer allowed Lin Xie to perfectly keep pace with Wang Mian's peak of the sea boundary strength. Seconds later, Wang Mian's speed again transformed into a fleeting shadow, and multiple sword energies materialized before Lin Xie. The distance was such that Lin Xie found no means to evade. He could only brace himself for the impact. In less than half a minute, Wang Mian had fully grasped the terrifying nature of this combination. He was at a complete disadvantage from the outset. The speed of Lin Qiye, paired with Kane's strength, exerted immense pressure upon him, particularly Kane's golden greatsword, whose seemingly simple movements made Wang Mian reluctant to confront its edge directly. The one time he did make contact, he sensed the horrifying force contained within the blade. It was akin to a tsunami lurking within an abyss, appearing tranquil on the surface, yet erupting with terrifying power upon contact. He discerned that while Lin Qiye could withstand the sword energy unleashed by Yi Yuan, it took considerably more effort than it did for Kane. Hence, Wang Mian devised a strategy to first eliminate the weaker Lin Qiye before concentrating his efforts on Kane. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. In the next moment, time flowed onward, and sword energy cleaved toward Lin Qiye. His golden eyes widened as he maximized his dynamic vision, perceiving the sword net as if it moved in slow motion. At last, he detected the sole gap amidst the dense net through which he could evade. In a split second, he executed a backward fall, the sharp sword energy grazing past his nose and soaring behind him. However, the next instant, the golden greatsword shattered the net, and the white-haired man charged forth. Just as Wang Mian sought to evade, Lin Qiye, lying on the ground, widened his eyes in surprise, momentarily caught off guard by the overwhelming might of the seraph. This was a critical mistake. Wang Mian regained his composure as Lin Qiye rolled aside, the terrifying golden greatsword descending upon him. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself for the impact. With a resounding crash, the golden blade struck the ground, causing cracks to spiderweb across the earth and generating a slight tremor that nearly toppled the onlooking recruits. However, Wang Mian still managed to evade the lethal blow. Kane pulled Lin Qiye back to his feet, brushing the dust from his head. Lin Qiye irked, swatted Kane's hand away and glared at Wang Mian and Yu Gui in the distance. It was unfair. Hadn't they stated it would be a 2-on-1 contest? Wang Mian gestured for Yu Gui to release him and stepped forward solemnly. It seems I was mistaken, gravely so. You possess the qualifications to challenge us all. He beckoned, and the remaining members of the faceless team swiftly gathered by his side, forming an attacking formation. Zhou Ping stood at the back, Vortex in the center, while Rose and Yu Gui flanked the sides, with Wang Mian positioned as the spearhead at the forefront. Here, on behalf of the faceless team, I extend my apologies. With a slight bow, he straightened his back and drew Yi Yuan once more. Zhou Ping, it appears our journey today has not been in vain. Indeed, Captain. Zhou Ping replied, his voice filled with satisfaction. I can see that the night is no longer prolonged. The sun is beginning to rise. The members of the special team no longer felt anger at Kane and Lin Qiye's provocation. Instead, they were filled with pride and reassurance. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback. Their reaction was not what he had anticipated. Kane remarked, the special team is not merely defined by extraordinary talent and strength. One's disposition and demeanor must also be of the highest caliber to be worthy of the name. After pondering for a moment, Lin Qiye nodded in understanding. So, what now? Shall we continue with the 2-on-1? No, Wang Mian replied calmly. To express our apologies, the entire faceless team will give their utmost. But the match is not over. The rules remain in effect. We shall not employ powers beyond the lawn boundary, and you need only unmask one of us to claim victory. At this stage, the act of unmasking had become insignificant. The recruits were already awestruck by the power demonstrated by the combination of Lin Qiye and Kane. 2 against 1 had kept the formidable Wang Mian firmly at bay. Now, the situation had escalated to 2 against 5. 2 new recruits against 5 seasoned veterans. In the underground base, Yuan Gang observed the scene on the screen as the 2 faced off against 5. Though he maintained a solemn exterior, inside, he was brimming with excitement. Zhou Ping's words resonated deeply within him. The night was no longer prolonged. The sun was beginning to rise. It was time to establish the 5th special team of the Night Watch. With a roar, the heavenly fire greatsword ignited in golden flames. A gentle heatwave enveloped the surroundings, transforming the once cool night into a sweltering atmosphere. Kane leaned on his sword, twisting his neck. All right, let's do this. In their recent skirmish, salvation had reached 19.5. A few more exchanges, and it should surpass 20. Lin Qiye gazed at the blazing greatsword. Are you planning to finish this with a single strike? Not quite. I've merely infused it with a touch of magic. He had no intention of ending the fight quickly or losing so soon. He had just unleashed a fraction of the power of the heavenly fire, ensuring it remained within safe limits. Kane gestured toward Lin Qiye's blade. Yours can do the same. Lin Qiye looked curiously at the cleansing Thunder 7, and with a thought, he activated its power. Crack. In an instant, a layer of lightning enveloped the blade, and Lin Qiye's eyes turned violet. The clear starry sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, and distant thunder rumbled ominously. Wang Mian squinted at the sky, noticing the unnatural phenomenon. It seems the artifacts you wield are quite extraordinary. Kane explained, gifts from our spirits. Very well, Wang Mian pondered. Unable to comprehend how a spirit could bestow such remarkable gifts, dragons, great swords, and dark blades alike. Why had T. Kronos given him anything of the sort? Lin Chia examined the hilt of his blade, feeling the surging power within. He was reluctant to part with it. It was simply too effective. He turned to Kane. Shall we proceed? You first. You go first. Fine. Bang. In the next moment, Kane shattered the ground beneath him and charged fiercely towards the masked team. Wielding his golden greatsword engulfed in heavenly flames, striking down with fury. The masked team dispersed, but instead of facing the kingly visage, he was met by a vortex. Hey! The vortex unleashed its forbidden domain, a purple whirlpool blossoming in the air, attempting to absorb the might of the heavenly fire sword. Crash! Kane exerted his strength, and the brilliant flames instantly ruptured the purple vortex. What? It can break my vortex! The vortex exclaimed in shock, hurriedly darting to the side. Whoosh! The fiery blade swept past, nearly igniting the hem of the vortex's attire. Gravity doubled. From afar, the balance pressed down with its fingers. Kane plummeted to the ground, his body becoming exceedingly heavy. Simultaneously, the purple vortex unleashed its power again, one hand absorbing the residual flames around, while the other extended towards Kane. Hey! Alongside the flames came the 3-story-high hammer wielded by Rose. Meanwhile, the kingly visage and moon ghost confronted Lin Chia. Although Lin Chia possessed the enhancements of the Starlit Dancer and the cleansing 7 Thunders, he found himself at a disadvantage against the exceptional martial skills of the two masters. While he did not fall immediately, he struggled considerably. In mere moments of contact, the 3 members of the masked team had effectively surrounded the two. The trio, wielding immense suppressive power, restrained the formidable Kane, while the remaining 2 melee specialists aimed to eliminate the weaker Lin Chia before turning their focus back to encircle Kane. Their battle strategy was nothing short of flawless. Indeed, compared to the years of tacit understanding among the 5 members of the masked team, the pair's cooperation felt somewhat strained. Even though Kane could take on 5, he could not withstand Lin Chia's imminent defeat. This is sufficient. A fierce glint flashed in Kane's eyes. He gripped his sword with one hand and stepped forward, the weighty heavenly fire sword colliding violently with the heavy hammer. Clang! The massive hammer was sent flying by the strike of the heavenly fire sword, the powerful recoil almost causing Rose to stumble. Rose was utterly astonished. What? It deflected my hammer with a single sword strike? At the moment of contact, she felt an overwhelming force akin to a tsunami radiating from beneath her hammer. Not only that, but a molten sword mark was also carved onto the hammer's surface. Could this sword be a powered weapon from a science fiction novel? Then, Kane twisted his waist and spun, the heavenly fire greatsword swirling around him. The flames shot from the vortex were entirely absorbed by the heavenly fire greatsword, which once again erupted in golden brilliance. In that instant, Kane's eyes blazed crimson as his gaze traversed past the kingly visage and moon ghost, locking onto Lin Chia. Kane, cover your retreat. Lin Chia, flank Rose. Kane, understood. After a brief exchange, Kane stepped forward and executed a horizontal slash. The formidable fiery blade swept across the battlefield, aimed at the distant moon ghost and kingly visage. Captain, be careful, Rose called out after dodging the sword's trajectory. At that moment, the kingly visage and moon ghost, their backs turned to the flames, swiftly separated to evade. However, Lin Chia did not retreat. Instead, he charged straight towards the fiery blade. He leaped up, performing a daring leap over the blazing sword, rolling on the ground before charging at the nearest Rose. Rose noticed Lin Chia's approach and was about to swing her hammer when suddenly, a pair of chilling blue eyes appeared silently behind her. Whoosh! The greatsword swept horizontally. Having long battled on the brink of life and death, Rose's reflexes were remarkable. She rolled sideways, narrowly avoiding the sweeping attack. But as she regained her footing, Lin Chia's blade was already at her front. What the? Are these two for real? How do they coordinate so well? Gravity reversed. The balance exerted its power once more. Lin Chia's incoming blade suddenly lifted, barely grazing Rose's bangs. Kane and Lin Chia were drawn upward by the gravitational pull. Their eyes met once again. Lin Chia, it's difficult to win. Kane, draw the sword. Lin Chia, flash moon. Kane, agreed. Kane seized Lin Chia's blade, and without any leverage, he hurled Lin Chia towards the balance and the vortex, while he himself was propelled back several meters by the reaction force. Gravity doubled. The balance exerted its influence again, significantly reducing Lin Chia's momentum, causing him to land on the ground. Yet, this time, Lin Chia did not pursue but knelt, raising his straight blade. In the sky, purple thunder rumbled ominously. The colossal purple phantom reappeared behind him. Meanwhile, after landing, Kane made no unnecessary movements, allowing Rose to create distance. He gripped the heavenly fire greatsword with both hands, the symbolic flames of destruction once more igniting, the terrifying pressure steadily rising. From afar, even the kingly visage sensed the immense pressure and involuntarily halted. This power. They, the recruits, the instructor from the underground base, all witnessed the purple thunder phantom and the sword that resembled a blazing sun. The harbingers of judgment and destruction appeared simultaneously in the night. Yet, the flames surged only for an instant. In a flash, the golden light converged, the raging inferno drawn back into the blade. The heavenly fire greatsword returning to its previously unadorned form. However, the energy coursing through the sword felt like the pent-up wrath of a deity, even more oppressive than before. In the next moment, Kane raised the greatsword, while Lin Xie held his straight blade aloft. The heavenly fire was drawn forth. Chapter 53, The Heavenly Fire Drawn. The moon of annihilation in that instant, the suppressed divine wrath was finally unleashed. Accompanying the downward strike was the blade of judgment from the heavens. What the hell? The vortex exerted all its might, expanding the purple whirlpool in an attempt to block the descending strike. Yet, all efforts were in vain. The black crescent, radiating with thunderous light, effortlessly sliced through the purple vortex. On the other side, the kingly visage reflected the blazing golden greatsword. The towering flames seemed poised to consume everything. Resplendent, terrifying, blinding like the scorching sun. Unyielding, there was no place to hide. Just as the inferno was about to engulf the kingly visage and moon ghost, a magnificent divine power enveloped the surroundings. Time pressed the pause button. In the next moment, the spreading sea of flames receded like a tide, and the thunderous strike returned along its original path. Time rewound to 3 seconds prior, at the moment when Kane and Lin Xie were poised to strike. Lin Xie's eyes widened in shock. This strike, I clearly executed it. Why is my body uncontrollably reverting to the previous action? The recruits present noticed nothing amiss, still wide-eyed in awe at the extraordinary power. Only the members of the masked team, along with Kane and Lin Xie, remembered what had just transpired. That's enough. Kane lowered his sword and patted Lin Xie's shoulder, his gaze fixed on the distant kingly visage. Cease hostilities, no more fighting. Lin Xie glanced at Kane, sighed, stood up, and sheathed his blade. Within the underground base, Yuan Gang stared incredulously at the screen. Time has reversed. The kingly visage activated. Time rewind. But this is a forbidden domain ability that only Chuanjing can invoke, right? The kingly visage has tapped into power beyond Chuanjing? Could it be that he realized the previous attack could not be withstood by Zhanjing? Does this mean we have lost? Cough, cough. Logically, only they should know what transpired. And since the mask was not removed, we have not lost yet. But isn't this just cheating? All right, that's enough. Yuan Gang waved his hand to quell the instructor's disputes. Glancing at the clock, it's 9 o'clock, the battle is over. Chief, how shall we assess the outcome? Yuan Gang cast a glance at him. Regardless of the circumstances, the training must proceed. It is merely a matter of methods and approaches. This has nothing to do with winning or losing or saving face. It is solely for the safety of these children. He issued a directive, instructing that Kane be summoned to his office tomorrow at a later time. On the battlefield, Captain. Yu Gue leaned closer to Wang Mian, a hint of concern in his voice. Shu. All members of the masked squad remember precisely what transpired just now, and thus, everyone remains enveloped in that peculiar atmosphere. The terrifying techniques utilized by Kane and Lin Xie were far beyond what Zhanjing could withstand. Particularly the vortex, the shadowy blade was nearly cleaving his head in two. And even breaking through the realm would have been a struggle for survival. In the distance, Lin Xie gazed mournfully at Wang Mian, his eyes resembling those of a small wolf cub robbed of its bone. Kane, however, displayed no outward emotion. He silently split the heavenly fire holy judgment into two and reinserted them into the holsters at his sides. Just moments ago, the divine ruins, rivaling Chuanjing, had activated, allowing Savior to break through the 20 threshold. Kane could distinctly feel the super variable factors within him becoming increasingly active. A faint chill began to emanate from his body, and frost gradually formed at his feet. Suddenly, Lin Xie shivered, looking at Kane with confusion. Why did you just blow cold air in my direction? I didn't tea. Kane observed his palm and clenched his fist. A strange force coursed through him. His body temperature had plummeted, although he couldn't determine precisely how low. It was likely not yet below freezing. Yet, regrettably, Kane found himself unable to control his temperature. Wait, something is amiss. Lin Xie noticed something. You broke through the realm? Well, sort of, Kane replied, glancing at Lin Xie with a faint smile, reaching out as if to ruffle his hair. But in the next moment, his expression shifted, and he slowly withdrew his hand. Lin Xie furrowed his brow, wondering if Kane had intended to pat his head again only to retract his hand. Yet, it was undeniably cold. Was it Kane's temperature that had dropped? At that moment, Wang Mian approached the two. You. Lin Xie began to speak. But Wang Mian hurriedly gestured for him to be silent. All right, Lin Xie. I admit, we just lost, but the training must continue regardless. So please do not make a fuss about it. After speaking, he shivered involuntarily, questioning why it was so cold here. Lin Xie's expression was peculiar. So, you mean we should pretend we didn't see anything and let it go? Wang Mian nodded. Yes, more or less. But rest assured, the higher-ranking instructors witnessed your performance tonight, and they should provide some compensation. Lin Xie replied, I'm sorry, but I am a person of principles. Kane interjected, so? Can I have a private dormitory? Lin Xie covered his face, realizing that Kane had not forgotten this matter. Wang Mian's face beneath the mask twitched wildly. Of course. I will request it from the instructors and arrange it according to their standards. Does that sound acceptable? That works. Kane crossed his arms, falling silent. Cough, cough. Lin Xie cleared his throat. Let me reiterate, I am a person of principles. Shortly, you will receive 500,000 in your account. Consider it a hush money. No, I am a person of principles. They might even gift you a protective artifact. Lin Xie glanced at the sin-cleansing 7 thunders in his arms, and then at Wang Mian. Wang Mian's gaze darted away. It shouldn't be worse than this, and in addition, you can receive a favor from me. As the captain of the special squad, consider it a debt I owe you. All right, deal. Cough. Kane extended his hand toward Lin Xie. Lin Xie blinked. What are you doing? That item is not yours. Just let me borrow it for a few days. Kane lightly flicked Lin Xie's forehead, reclaiming the sin-cleansing 7 thunders. As it returned to his grasp, it transformed back into the double-edged long sword. Lin Xie touched his forehead, speechless. However, he noticed that Kane's fingers felt particularly cold, like ice. Indeed, his body temperature had changed. What was happening? Was this normal? All right, time's up. The duel has concluded. All new recruits, gather at the training ground. The voice of Yuan Gang resonated through the intercom. Brother Xie, Brother Kane. Bai Li Pang Pang rushed over from a distance, pointing at the single lens glasses on his nose. Incredible! You won't believe what I just saw. Lin Xie quickly covered Bai Li Pang Pang's mouth, dragging him into a corner as if abducting a blossoming maiden. Kane did not follow. He extended his hand, gazing at his palm. It trembled slightly. This sensation felt off. Within the sea of consciousness, the snow-colored sword-shaped imprint flickered uneasily. Why was the savior, imprint, rejecting him? No, it seemed to be a form of obsession. The obsession of savior? In the next moment, an overwhelming and heavy consciousness flooded into the sea of consciousness. Kane was caught off guard, submerged by that weighty awareness. At this time, Wang Mian also sensed that something was amiss with Kane. His breath was erratic, as if he were battling something. Moreover, why was it so cold nearby? Hey, what's wrong with you? In the next instant, Kane slowly raised his gaze to meet him. Upon locking eyes with him, Wang Mian's pupils constricted. You. I ask you. Kane grasped Wang Mian's wrist, white frost creeping up Wang Mian's arm. Why do birds fly? Chapter 54. Because they must soar into the sky. In an instant, time froze once more. The new recruits supported one another, maintaining a dejected demeanor. Yu Gui extended his hand, attempting to lift the vortex. The Rose looked sorrowfully at the departing Molly, her expression beneath the mask filled with reluctance. Chao Yuan approached Lin Xie, appearing as if he had something to say, yet hesitated. Lin Xie, however, wore a vigilant expression, suspecting that Chao Yuan might be a homosexual. All these actions were suspended in that moment. Wang Mian broke free from Kane's grasp, swiftly distancing himself. His right hand was encased in a layer of white frost, rendering him temporarily immobile. Wang Mian glanced around, bewildered, realizing that he seemed to be the only one capable of movement. This is a barrier? No, a domain? Wang Mian pondered for a moment, sensing something was off. This place was not the real world. Rose, Yu Gui, Tian Ping. He called for his teammates, but none responded. Kane, what have you done? Wang Mian's eyes widened in shock as he shouted. Tell me, why do birds fly? Kane slowly stepped toward Wang Mian. Kane, what is wrong with you? Speak in human language. Wang Mian gripped the yuan tightly in his left hand, feeling an overwhelming fear emanating from Kane. He sensed that he could not feel Kane's presence. Kane was right before his eyes. Yet it felt as though he had never existed, or perhaps existed everywhere. Because they must soar into the sky. As the final star fell in the Cretaceous, only the free birds could escape the predetermined demise. Kane spoke with a slow and heavy tone, seemingly not posing a question, but rather stating a fact. What are you saying? What does that mean? Crack. At that moment, immense cracks appeared in the surrounding space. resembling shattered mirrors. With each step Kane took, the space shattered, and boundless void surged forth. Seconds later, the void reassembled, and light returned. Time resumed its flow. Ouch! Li Pang fell onto his rear, grimacing in pain. Yet, in the next moment, the surrounding chill made him sneeze. Achoo! Oh dear! It is so cold. What is happening? Where am I? Is this still within the borders of our homeland? The recruits and members of the masked team regained their consciousness, and as they surveyed their surroundings, their eyes widened in astonishment. Ice and snow. Pristine, untouched snow. All around them, an expanse of ice. They found themselves standing upon a frozen lake. Beneath the ice, a flawless azure shimmered, faintly revealing flowing lights. Above, the sky was a deep blue, with several colossal celestial bodies suspended, while meteors streaked across the heavens. Space and time seemed to have come to a standstill. Encased in frost. Everything was cold and piercing, yet dreamlike and ethereal. Where is this? Li Pang scratched his head, then noticed Kane in the distance. Brother Kane! Brother Kane! We are here. Don't come over. Lin Xie gripped Li Pang's shoulder, his golden eyes fixed intently on Kane before them. His mental senses were exceptionally alert, and his spirit energy was in full operation. He could see Kane, but his mental probing insisted. There was nothing there. In a psychiatric hospital, a woman in a black dress, leisurely gathering flowers in the courtyard, suddenly halted, her flower basket falling to the ground. She turned to gaze at the sky, her beautiful eyes filled with sorrow. Donatus! Donatus! My child! Where have you gone? Why can't I feel you? Oh no! What is wrong, Grandma? What is happening? In the distance, Li Yifei, dressed in caregiver attire, rushed over. Tripping along the way but rising to endure the pain in his knee as he limped to Nike's side. Grandma! What has happened? It is Donatus. I cannot feel his soul. It seems his spirit has departed from his body. The woman covered her mouth and wept, My child, do not leave me. Do not leave me. The divine pressure surged uncontrollably, and Li Yifei gritted his teeth, trying to soothe Nike's. Grandma, stay calm, it's all right. I will find a way to reach him. After racking his brain for a moment, he realized he seemed unable to contact Lin Xie. Captain, the members of the masked team also reacted, gathering around Wang Mian, their gazes fixed warily upon the distant figure of Kane. As the vice captain, Zhou Ping inquired, Where are we? What is happening? If I am to venture a guess, this place must be some form of mental space. Mental space? Wang Mian nodded, his focus unwavering on the figure of Kane. Traditionally speaking, this should be Kane's heartscape, though why we have been drawn into it, I cannot say. Nor do we have time to deliberate. What can be confirmed now is that this entity before us is both Kane and yet not Kane. He embodies this heartscape itself, and, moreover, our adversary. Wang Mian had once been fortunate enough to meet one of humanity's pinnacles, Master Chun. From him, Wang Mian had gleaned knowledge about heartscapes and had personally experienced the Master's own. He had also encountered relevant mental control mysteries and held a profound impression of such foes. Within a heartscape, the master of that realm is nearly invincible. To conquer it, one must rely on external forces to extricate everyone from the heartscape. Yet, the current situation was such that Wang Mian had no way to contact Yuan Gang outside. He could only pray that Yuan Gang would soon notice something amiss and send someone to deal with Kane. But for now, everyone was isolated and helpless. Kane stood 10 meters in front of Wang Mian, lifting his gaze to regard them. It was then they noticed the complete lack of light in his eyes. Heavy, lonely, cold, and filled with murderous intent. A multitude of profound emotions emanated from him, stunning everyone present. Wang Mian turned back, sweeping his gaze over the masked team and their youthful faces. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, Masked team, all members, draw your weapons. Clang. In the next moment, the masked team broke through their limits. An overwhelming aura enveloped the surroundings. 4 warriors of the river realm and one of the sea realms stood ready. Wang Mian gripped the blade tightly, declaring, Everyone, listen closely. We face a formidable unknown enemy. By the authority vested in me as the captain of this special team, I command all recruits to withdraw immediately. Do not look back. Masked team. Fight until the last man. No retreat. Yes. The masked team responded in unison. Wang Mian did not know if they would perish here today. Yet, regardless of the outcome, he could not allow Kane to harm this group of hopeful recruits. The recruits realized the gravity of the situation, pulling their companions to retreat further. Lin Xie, though reluctant, understood that the current crisis was beyond their capability to intervene. Indeed, Kane closed his eyes and continued his slow soliloquy. To prevent the sun from setting, I shall soar to the skies, seizing your radiance. In doing so, I will melt and plunge into the sea. But to reclaim it, you all must ascend higher than I. Wang Mian's eyes widened gradually. In his gaze, Kane's form began to transform. It was not about choice. White hair billowed, and a pair of white horns sprouted from Kane's crown. It was not about survival. Ice blue flames surged. Behind him, a broken wing of deep azure unfurled, and his cloak became tattered. In that moment, the aspirations of the masses coalesced into a singular grand desire. Kane extended his hand as golden flames ignited, forming a bizarre molten sword in his grasp. A terrifying pressure descended instantly. Far off, the retreating recruits were unable to withstand it, pressed down to the ground. Ugh! Lin Xie knelt, struggling to resist the overwhelming force. Brother Kane, what has happened to you? Kane slowly opened his eyes, his azure gaze sharp as a sword. Stepping forward, he declared, "This is the inscription of salvation." Chapter 55, Salvation. You are the invader. Puff. Blood spewed forth from the vortex, sending one flying far away, lying motionless on the ground. The vortex. No one had witnessed how Kane had struck. The mass team had already lost one member. Gravity reversed. Gravity doubled. Zhou Ping clasped his hands and unleashed his forbidden realm. But in the next moment, the face beneath Zhou Ping's mask fell into utter shock. His forbidden realm was utterly ineffective against Kane. Suddenly, half a meter before Kane, the moon ghost was forced to materialize. He was horrified to discover a wave of terrifyingly low temperature spreading along the blade towards him. The moon ghost instinctively attempted to transform into moonlight again. But in the next moment, pure white frost surged rapidly. In the eyes of the moon ghost, filled with extreme fear, his body, along with the dissipating moonlight, transformed into an ice sculpture. Moon ghost. The rose, filled with grief and rage, leapt into the air, her heavy hammer swelling to the height of 5 stories. You shall die. Boom. The good news was that her hammer struck true. The bad news was that her hammer, along with her body, turned into white ice flowers, shattering into countless fragments. Rose. Wang Mian's eyes blazed with fury as the time-forbidden realm activated once more. Oh, this time, Wang Mian, at the peak of the sea realm, unleashed a magnificent blade aura, each blade towering 5 stories high. Yet it was useless. These formidable blade auras were halted and dissipated by an unseen force just half a meter from Kane. Captain. Zhou Ping grasped Wang Mian's shoulder. His gaze mingled with despair and a flicker of determination. There are no other options left. Wang Mian was undoubtedly aware of what he was saying. Silently, he drew the ghostly god's token from his bosom. In the distance, Lin Xie's pupils constricted and his heart plummeted. He recognized that object. Captain Wang Mian was prepared to fight with all his might. Today, I shall stand before the multitude, wielding my blade against the abyss, staining the heavens with blood. Wang Mian roared, driving the ghostly god's token into his body. In the next instant, his aura surged violently, breaking through the shackles of his cultivation and officially stepping into the boundless realm. Kane. Wang Mian's eyes brimmed with fury as the temporal divine ruins operated at full capacity. The black feathered sword unleashed a blade of energy as colossal as a mountain. Gravity reversed. After the balance pierced the ghostly god's token, his realm surged to the ocean realm. He clasped his hands together, attempting once more to manipulate the gravity surrounding Kane. Yet this time, a profound despair enveloped his heart. His attempts could not be deemed futile, but rather, utterly ineffective. Even when Captain Wang Mian's blade of energy, fueled by his burning essence, struck Kane, the outcome was scarcely different from before. They all recalled the 8 words, to strike a stone with an egg, a mantis attempting to shake a tree. Kane gazed at the 2 figures before him, silently raising the otherworldly blazing sword in his hand. The fierce flame soared, the overwhelming aura of annihilation extinguishing the last flicker of hope. With a casual sweep, the immense flame sword energy surged forth like a tsunami, crashing down upon the surviving Wang Mian and his companions. Cough, cough. Wang Mian leaned on his sword, half kneeling on the ground, despair written all over the face beneath his mask. He was utterly spent. The enemy before him far exceeded his expectations. Aside from death, it seemed they had no other choice. At that moment, a figure shielded him. You, Lin Xie? Wang Mian was taken aback. But there was no time for reprimands. Wang Mian's body was failing, and the flames had already swept towards them. Lin Xie opened his arms, standing protectively in front of Wang Mian. The surging heat lifted his bangs, yet his gaze remained unyielding. The hope of survival was now entirely gambled on this audacious bet. A miracle, let it appear. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and shouted, Kane, tonight, I invite you to enjoy instant noodles. There, the heat wave held by, yet the excruciating pain of being consumed by flames did not manifest. Lin Xie opened his eyes to behold a familiar silhouette. His hair was as white as snow, his blue eyes as deep as the sea, and his black and white trench coat billowed elegantly. In his hand, he held a golden sword ablaze with fire. The white-haired man turned back, casting a glance at Lin Xie. No regrets allowed. Lin Chia froze for a moment, then a look of joy blossomed on his face. I knew you wouldn't be so easily controlled by that thing. Kane surveyed his surroundings. He beheld the vortex lying on the ground, the moon ghost encased in ice, and the roses scattered about. Kane sighed. Is this the embodiment of the Savior's mark? Truly despairing, I almost succumbed to your overwhelming force. However, thanks to Lin Chia, you shall no longer have the chance to suppress me. This is my dreamscape. I am its sovereign. And you, Savior, are the invader. Snap. With that, Kane snapped his fingers. A gentle radiance enveloped the bodies of the masked squad. Hooah! What is happening? The vortex leaped up, brushing itself off. Astonished to find itself unscathed, the moon ghost sat up, mirroring the vortex's reaction. I was just frozen, wasn't I? Ah! The roses sprang up, glancing around. Spotting Captain Wang and Kane? Two Kanes? Wang Mian stared in astonishment at his own hands. The essence consumed by the ghostly goddess token was replenishing, and vibrant life force surged within him. Yet, his realm did not remain in the boundless, but gradually shrank back to the pinnacle of the ocean realm. Is this time reversal? Is Kane reversing everyone's time? Captain Wang, what is happening? How can there be two Kanes? The members of the masked squad returned to Wang Mian's side. Exchanging glances, they approached Kane. Kane, what is going on here? Kane shook his head, apologizing for involving them in this place. Rest assured, I shall ensure your safe passage out, and this memory shall transform into a vague dream for you. I hope you can forgive me. Wang Mian intended to say more. But in the next moment, a flash of golden light appeared, and his figure vanished from the spot. Subsequently, the members of the masked squad, along with the new recruits in the distance, disappeared one by one. Amid the flickering gold, Lin Xiao observed that solitary silhouette, resolutely nodding. You must return alive. Sister Hong Ying is still waiting for you. Kane paused, then gently nodded. Ding. At last, the final person was sent away. Within the heartscape, only Kane and the Savior remained. Kane raised his sword, pointing it at Savior. You invaded my soul, altered my emotions, harmed my friends, Savior. What exactly do you intend to accomplish? The moment Kane was awakened by Lin Chia, he comprehended everything. This space could be regarded as Kane's heartscape, or a dream of his own, a dream that was both real and illusory. The will of Savior utilized Kane's body to fabricate this dream. The souls of the masked squad had been forcibly drawn into this dream by Savior. Kane did not understand how the Savior's mark possessed such capabilities akin to the Lawkeeper's. However, it appeared that Savior did not exert deep control over this dream. Thus, when Kane realized it was merely a dream, the tide of the situation reversed. Although the instigator was Savior, ultimately, this was Kane's dream. He was the master of the dream, the sole sovereign. Therefore, Kane could resurrect the masked squad and send them away. Kane was eager to know why Savior would undertake such actions. However, Savior merely observed Kane in silence, saying nothing, doing nothing, as if rendered mute. Kane could not help but feel perplexed. It seemed there was no intention to attack him, nor any desire for negotiation. What is the meaning of this? Visitor, it seems you have encountered the embodiment of the Savior's mark. At that moment, an elegant voice echoed in his ear. A single Bodhi leaf floated down gracefully. The refined figure appeared behind Kane. Su? Kane furrowed his brow. You know all of this? The intricacies of cause and effect are simple. A single Bodhi leaf sown will yield a corresponding fruit. Su closed his eyes and approached Kane. The appearance of the Savior here undoubtedly has its cause. Its cause? Kane mused. The Savior's mark has been restored to 20, so I should be able to gain some ability. Could it be that I must undergo some sort of trial? No. From the moment you entered this world, you have already borne the Savior's mark. No trials are necessary. Kane was even more puzzled. Then why would Savior still engage in such actions? Su stepped in front of Kane, pointing to his heart. What prevents you from accepting Savior is yourself. Chapter 56. Inward Reflection Myself? Kane was momentarily taken aback. Su calmly stated, when the heart is bound, the will becomes chaotic. When the will is chaotic, the body cannot act freely. Within your heart lies an unresolved knot, an unfulfilled wish. It is this very restraint that subconsciously causes you to reject the Savior's gift, and Savior seeks to attempt to break this restraint with external force. However, the method has indeed been rather crude. Kane pondered, reflecting on Su's words. The heart nodded. Does intent lead to chaos? Suddenly, the surrounding scenery began to shift. A rainy night, the old city, a narrow alley. A silver-haired man stood in the rain. Before him, a strikingly handsome youth cradled a gasping middle-aged man. Kane, do you know what I despise most about you? You lie. You are undeniably far more handsome than I. After uttering this final sentence, The middle-aged man breathed his last. The silver-haired man quietly bent down, closing the unblinking eyes of the deceased. No, in this world, no one surpasses your beauty. A flash of purple light occurred. The middle-aged man's soul was drawn into the palm of the silver-haired man. Kane silently observed this memory, a unique feeling welling up within him. Suddenly, the Kane within the scene spoke. You should know, there are more than one way to save Zhou Ping. Kane's pupils constricted. He slowly turned his head, his calm gaze seemingly penetrating all. You could have moved forward immediately, directly slaying the ghost-faced king to save Zhou Ping's life. Yet you chose not to. To ensure Lin Qiye joined the Night Watchers, you employed the most cautious, yet the most ineffectual method, allowing Zhou Ping to perish before Lin Qiye. You believe that intense emotional impulses and humanity are far more effective than the counsel of others. And to atone for Zhou Ping, you temporarily preserved his soul within the 7 thunders of atonement, while also using the death of the ghost-faced king as a form of compensation. Kane remained silent for a moment, then inquired, Who are you? A manifestation of the Savior? No, I am you, the true you deep within your heart. After a brief silence, Kane replied, I know what I did back then. I am aware of what I owe him. I have promised him I would help him reconstruct his body in the future. Kane shook his head, but you know this is futile. In the struggle between reason and emotion, you chose the former. Yet after reason prevails, you suffer the torment of conscience. This deep-seated self-loathing and denial is precisely why you reject the Savior, because you believe that this hypocritical self does not deserve the Savior. Kane fell silent. The figure approached Kane, extending a hand, summoning the 7 thunders of atonement. You stood by as Zhou Ping died, yet afterwards salvaged his soul, promising him resurrection, and made him your pawn. Do you not wish to hear his true thoughts? At that moment, the scene shifted back to the frozen world. The true self vanished. The Savior remained at a distance, quietly observing the two. In the next instant, the unclaimed 7 thunders of atonement transformed into a stream of light, instantly condensing into Zhou Ping's body. Damn it, old Kai. You just scared the life out of me. Do you know that? I was just playing go with Sue. Suddenly the whole paradise hall shook, and then Sue said it was time, and then he vanished. What the hell happened? Did we encounter a powerful enemy? Wait, why does that monster over there look just like you? Gazing at the worried expression of Zhao, Kane turned his gaze away. Old Zhao, there is something I must confess. Huh, what is it? Zhou Ping's eyes widened. Did you break up with Hong Ying? No, it's about you. Me? What could possibly be about me? Kane stated. A month ago, when you faced the ghost-faced king, I actually knew in advance that you would sacrifice your life there. However, for certain reasons, I chose not to save you, but rather, after your sacrifice, I confined you within the 7 thunders of atonement, hoping to compensate you in some small way. Yet I was wrong. No matter how much I compensate, the shadow within my heart remains. Subconsciously, I have always believed that the one who killed you was not the ghost-faced king, but me. I am sorry, old Zhao. I deliberately allowed you to die, leaving you to your fate. Zhou Ping remained silent for a long while, then quietly asked, May I inquire about the reason for your inaction? To allow Lin Qiye to join the Night Watchers, Kane replied. At the time, I thought that was the most effective method. However, upon reflection, there were many ways to prevent your sacrifice. Yet I still watched you perish, imprisoning you within this blade, stripping you of your freedom. You need not forgive me, but I will still find a way to restore your body, so you may reunite with your family. When you are revived, you may do as you please. If you have something to say, speak of it later. For now, I must expel this enemy before us. Indeed, the Kane of that time approached the dilemma with pure rational thought, neglecting emotional factors. Yet with the restoration of the true self, certain dormant feelings were awakened. He realized he had consistently overlooked old Zhao's feelings, treating humanity and emotion as tools to be manipulated. Perhaps this was due to the weight of the Savior. Or perhaps it was his own character, compelling him to think with absolute rationality from the very beginning. But now, with a touch of humanity restored, Kane recognized that his past actions were unworthy of the Savior. Wait, Zhou Ping roared. Kane halted. Old Zhao, with a fierce demeanor, approached, grasped Kane's shoulder, and turned him around. Then, with a gathered fist. Oh. Old Zhao clutched his hand, bending over in pain. Damn it, why is your skin so thick? It hurts like hell. Kane watched him in silence. You. Zhou Ping grabbed Kane by the collar, gritting his teeth. Do you know why I am so fond of you? Is it because I am handsome? Well, that is one reason. There are several others. You are reliable. You possess a strong sense of justice. But above all, you infuriate me. What? You keep your worries to yourself. You never speak. You like to bottle it all up. What good does that do? Isn't the inner turmoil only hurting yourself? You have friends. You have a partner. Would it kill you to speak a few heartfelt words? At the very least, you could talk to me. I won't tell anyone, will I? Except for little Su, he doesn't count as anyone. He has family. In the distance, Su turned his face away. As for your inaction during my peril, I will remember it. Zhou Ping released Kane's collar, fuming as he straightened his attire. The enemy you mentioned, it's that thing over there that looks just like you, right? Humph. It's clear it's no good. Look at how poorly dressed it is. Is it trying to woo some young lady? Listen well. This time, I want to help you. I'll let you face death alone once, and we'll be even. But if you dare to die here, I swear, you will owe me a life forever. Kane gazed at Zhou Ping's face, quietly closing his eyes, whispering, "Thank you, old Zhao. You young rascal." Zhou Ping huffed, his form gradually dissipating in delight. "I'm leaving. Remember, only win, do not lose. That kid's decade still awaits us." Indeed, Zhou Ping returned to the paradise space. Yet the blade of the seven thunders of atonement remained in Kane's grasp. "It seems Mr. Zhao still holds you in high regard." Su approached Kane. "Your heart's knots have loosened considerably. Are you ready to accept the gift of the Savior?" Kane gazed into the distance at the Savior, who was likewise observing him. "To be honest, I still do not believe I am worthy of the title that belongs to the Savior. I am not Kevin. I cannot bear the hopes of humanity as he does. I am merely Kane, a mortal, imperfect in my existence, wishing only to utilize this power to mend some of life's shortcomings." Su smiled and said, "There is no perfect person in this world, and Kevin is not without flaws. It is precisely this imperfection that renders life so vibrant and extraordinary. He believes in your imperfect self, as does Alicia, and so do I. Go forth, for all that you cherish and for the beauty that exists in this world. Step forward and embrace the gift of the Savior." As he spoke, Su's form transformed into a leaf of Bodhi, merging into Kane's being, enveloping him in a radiant glow. In the frozen expanse, only the Savior and Kane remained. The Savior raised the great sword of heavenly fire, pointing it gently at Kane. "Friend or foe, choose." Kane met the Savior's gaze, his tone steady and calm. "I will strive not to disappoint you." "Very well," the Savior mused, retracting the great sword and slowly dissipating. Before vanishing, his voice echoed around them. "This is not about the ideals of the masses or the hopes of humanity. This time, I shall place my life in the chamber of the gun and await your transcendence." Chapter 57. Is this how it is to be? Wang Mian inquired, placing a hand on Kane's shoulder within the training camp. Kane glanced at his hand, noting that it had not been frozen by frost. "It's nothing. More importantly, shouldn't we assemble?" "All right. But by the way, have you broken through?" "Just by luck. A breakthrough before battle? Your potential is indeed commendable. Keep up the effort." Wang Mian nodded, patting Kane's shoulder before turning to leave. However, in the next moment, Wang Mian sensed something amiss. Had he forgotten something? It was not just him. The new recruits and the instructors of the underground base felt the same odd sensation, as if a segment of their timeline had been forcibly excised and seamlessly stitched back together. Only Lin Xie detected a slight disturbance. Yes, there was a strong sense of dissonance that made him extremely uneasy. In his memory, it seemed he had never spoken related words to Kane. When had he promised to treat him to instant noodles? Half an hour later, at the training ground, the instructors stood proudly on the platform, while the members of the masked team stood coldly behind them. Yuan Gang's gaze swept coldly over the recruits below as he spoke calmly. 7 hours, from afternoon to night. 240 against 5. Yet, in the end, aside from a few, the vast majority could not withstand even 5 seconds before these 5. "It appears my assessment of you is correct. You are nothing but a bunch of trash. Useless. All show with no substance. Based on your performance today, should you find yourselves on the battlefield, you would merely be a hindrance." Pausing for effect, Yuan Gang pointed at a white-haired figure in the crowd. "You. Step forward." Kane raised an eyebrow and stepped out of the line. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he walked onto the platform, facing the crowd. Yuan Gang continued, "From today onward, you must cast aside your so-called pride and dignity. Forget your past. Immerse yourselves wholly in training. All commands from the instructors must be followed without question. There can be no disobedience. And this individual is your counterexample. Disorganized, undisciplined, disobedient, by the rules. He should be stripped of his qualification to be a night watchman starting today. However, I have chosen not to do so, not because he is one of the few recruits who can encounter the masked team, but because he shall have the same living conditions as the instructors for the next year. Perhaps you wonder why, among so many recruits, I would grant him this exception. That is because, in the coming year, without hindering training, regardless of time, place, or means, as long as you can shave off his white hair, you shall receive the same privileges." The recruits looked at Kane in astonishment. Even Lin Xie narrowed his eyes slightly. On the platform, the faces of the masked team members behind their masks were struggling to contain laughter, marveling at the audacity of youth. Though it did not mean they would not revel in his misfortune. "You thought you were superior with that white hair? How the mighty have fallen." Nonetheless, this was the first time in the history of the Night Watchman that a recruit had received such special treatment from an instructor. This heroic proxy would surely be recorded in history. Kane's expression remained impassive. Very well, so this is how it is to be. It seems you have forgotten the realm of my Ka. Especially with that divine proxy and several other high-risk entities, they would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to create chaos. Although Kane did not shy away from battling extraordinary beings, this arrangement was in direct contradiction to his initial intentions. Director Yuan, I have a suggestion. Oh. Yuan Gang turned to Kane. I tend to wake up on the wrong side of the bed. While I am sleeping, I do not wish to be ambushed. I kindly request that you define the hours from midnight to 6 in the morning as my uninterrupted time. Oh. A hint of amusement danced on Yuan Gang's lips. You might want to ask them what they think? The recruits began to curse. What the hell? Why do you get a single room while we are stuck in a dormitory? If you have the guts, don't use those forbidden items. Let us settle this with our bare hands. Though most had been suppressed by the masked team and had witnessed Kane and Lin Chia's remarkable feat of 2 against 5. But we certainly won't shy away from a recruit. We all carry the same burden, and while one of us might not match you individually, we are 239 strong. After this lesson, we will only grow more united. Furthermore, most believe that Kane's power largely depended on the heavenly fire and the 7 thunders of purification. Without those weapons, Kane was merely a skilled melee and ranged fighter. Yet only Lin Chia understood that those forbidden items could only unleash their true potential in his hands. Even without them, Kane's inherent strength far surpassed that of these recruits. Kane closed his eyes, his tone tranquil. Very well, I shall refrain from using forbidden items, but do not come to regret your decision. The recruits responded, What? You really think we fear you? Silence. The instructor bellowed again, and the recruits, ready to retort, immediately fell silent. This time, they were genuinely subdued. Yuan Gang continued. Although he enjoys the same privileges as the instructors, he too must train alongside you. This training session will be divided into 2 parts. The first part is the purest form of physical training. In this upcoming period, we shall employ various methods to immerse you in absolute despair. Meanwhile, we will utilize a forbidden item to seal the extraordinary powers you take pride in, rendering you entirely ordinary. Even if you are akin to mud or rotting wood, you shall be forged into steel during this half-year. The latter half will focus on targeted training regarding your forbidden areas. I shall explain the related training in 6 months. Now, cherish this last night, for tomorrow you shall encounter true hell. With that, Yuan Gang cast a glance at Kane before turning to leave. All dismissed. At the instructor's command, the recruits felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and began to converse in hushed tones. Ah, to think there is even physical training. Bailey Pang touched his little belly, a look of utter disbelief on his face. Lin Chi said, No, more importantly, we should contemplate where to stay tonight. What do you mean? Have you forgotten? Our dormitory collapsed half an hour ago. What? Speaking of which, Lin Chi raised his gaze towards the training platform. Kane was not mingling with the new recruits. He turned and followed the instructor away. In that brief moment of turning, the corners of Kane's mouth subtly lifted into a barely perceptible arc. Lin Chi nearly exploded with anger. You white-haired dog. You won't be able to sleep for the next year, just so you know. Chapter 58. The solitary shadow of the Savior. At this moment, it was already 10 o'clock. The moon hung high, and the stars were sparse. Kane first returned to his dormitory, neatly organizing his belongings, before making his way towards the distant instructor's quarters. Although the new recruit's dormitory had been reduced to ruins by Wang Mian's blade, he had utilized time reversal to restore it afterward. Fortunately, Kane had little luggage, and it was a simple matter to pack up and leave. Hey, just as Kane was tidying up, a youthful voice came from outside the door. Kane looked up to see Xin Qingzhu standing at the entrance. What is it? Kane inquired. The young man seemed a bit hesitant. Adjusting his hat to shield his eyes, he spoke softly, Be cautious tonight. Someone will come looking for trouble. After saying this, he turned and departed. Kane watched him leave without uttering another word, somewhat admiring the energy of these new recruits. After a long day of training, instead of resting, they were still scheming. However, it was surprising that Xin Qingzhu chose to share this information with him. It seemed he had left a rather deep impression on this proud young man. Nevertheless, these matters were of little consequence. Kane was more interested in understanding his current state. This savior, imprint, was no longer as unstable as before. It resembled an ancient frost, quietly drifting in the depths of the sea of consciousness. Beside it was the pale green, heavenly insight, emanating a soft, gentle glow. Above the savior, a pink crystal flower imprint shimmered vibrantly. Though it was only at 5, it flickered energetically, seemingly trying to illuminate the other 2 imprints. One could glean a great deal about the character of the imprint's owner from this arrangement. Previously, Kane had been suppressed by the obsession of savior. only awakened by Lin Chiye's promise of instant noodles. However, without the true self, to preserve his humanity, he would not have heard Lin Chiye's call. It could be said that without the true self, Kane would have been entirely possessed by his savior. Clearly, he owed a debt of gratitude to both Hong Ying and Alicia. The single room assigned to him by Yuan Gang was not located within the instructor's quarters, but rather in the corner of the new recruit's dormitory. There, a vacant two-person room had been expanded and refurbished to meet the standards of the instructor's quarters, complete with electrical wiring. It featured a private bathroom, a sturdy wooden bed, a small desk, a lamp, and a full-length mirror. Although it still lacked an electrical outlet, the communication device could be used once a week, rendering it somewhat unnecessary. It appeared that Colonel Yuan was indeed a man of his word, having truly provided him with a single room. After packing his belongings, Kane changed out of his elite uniform into camouflage training attire. Standing before the full-length mirror, he adjusted his collar and donned his military cap. In his previous life during military training, he had worn a similar outfit. I wonder if Kevin, as a new recruit joining the Flame Moth, looked like this too? Once he had arranged his appearance, Kane neatly folded his elite uniform and placed it in his portable wash basin. If memory served him correctly, Instructor Hong would blow the whistle for assembly at 3 o'clock in the morning. Those who failed to arrive at the training ground within 3 minutes would be subjected to the punishment of running 10 laps. Thus, Kane decided to remain in his training attire without changing again. He had no intention of entering the paradise space at this moment. According to Shinchiju, there might be new recruits planning an ambush tonight. Therefore, he resolved to assess his abilities within his room, turning off the light to set up a counter-ambush. Taking a deep breath, Kane summoned the strange yet familiar power within him. The super-variable factor, Paravani, was activated. An intense chill surged through his body, coursing through his veins. Beneath his feet, pure white frost began to spread. Kane could feel his body temperature plummeting. He opened his eyes, his azure gaze flickering with a faint glow in the darkness. Crack! In the next moment, dozens of ice spikes erupted from around him like a blooming crystalline lotus. Kane reached out to touch one of the ice spikes. It felt comfortably cool, yet it was remarkably hard, akin to steel in texture. Ordinary flames would likely struggle to melt it. The first ability of the Savior imprint, the solitary shadow of the Savior, allowed him to manipulate frost and lower the temperature within a 30-meter radius. With the enhancement from True Self, the radius expanded to 33 meters, and like heavenly insight, he could freely control the affected area. To avoid damaging the furniture, Kane only tested within a 1-meter radius. The smaller the range, the lower the temperature he could achieve. The theoretical maximum drop was absolute zero. However, even with the enhancement from True Self, Kane could typically only lower the temperature to -5 degrees Celsius within the maximum radius, with the extreme being over -20 degrees. If restricted to a 1-meter radius, Kane could instantly drop the temperature to -40 degrees. In addition to this, Kane could release water vapor through the Paravani factor and instantly freeze it, thus exercising his control over frost. This command over extreme cold could rival the powers of the Flame Ruler, capable of freezing the flames of the divine judgment of fire. Kane's initial battle as a frost-type fusion warrior, directly defeating the Flame Ruler, demonstrated that the danger of ultra-low temperatures surpassed that of ultra-high temperatures. Of course, this was merely Kane's conjecture. There was also the possibility that it was not the divine judgment of fire but rather Paravanti or Vantion that had elevated Kevin's capabilities. Instead, Kevin might have forcibly raised the limits of these two through his innate talent, and Kane, being an ordinary person, was merely a shadow of his potential. As an incomplete fusion warrior, his strength was pitiful, and to compare him to the Flame Ruler was indeed an overestimation. As for human-induced collapse, Kane did not even dare to entertain the thought. The Abyssal Demon was a form Kevin had acquired only after undergoing the Chimera Project. Kane currently lacked the hundreds of corrupted beast factors that constituted Vantion. He only had the initially activated Paravani. He sensed he could undergo a human-induced collapse. But whether it was controllable remained uncertain. Kane's human-induced collapse and Kevin's were entirely distinct concepts. The Abyssal Demon exhibited by Kevin in the game was the result of 5 millennia of accumulation, containing the power of the apocalypse. At the very least, the Abyssal Demon Kevin could traverse the pantheons of gods within the realm of divine slaying without sustaining injuries. As for Kane's human-induced collapse, it was difficult to gauge his strength. Preliminary estimates suggested it would be the intensity of an early-stage fusion warrior breaking through their limits. In any case, he would leave those matters for the paradise later. He didn't want to dwell on them for now. However, compared to Kevin, Kane possessed an advantage. He could independently control his body temperature. This ability was granted to him after fully embracing the gifts of Savior. In the past, Kevin could no longer embrace his beloved after becoming a fusion warrior, but Kane could embrace Hong Ying in the past, present, and future. The solitary shadow of the savior. The term solitary no longer seemed accurate. Perhaps it should be called the dual shadows of the savior? That sounds unappealing. Never mind, the name is not important. What truly matters is that he could kiss Hong Ying from now on, and that was enough. As Wang Mian had previously unleashed the divine ruins in his dream, Savior now stood at 22, Heavenly Insight at 23. 5, and True Self remained at 5. With the enhancement of his powers, Kane's Heavenly Eye now possesses an extended detection range of 60 meters, with the duration of its maximum reach significantly increased to 40 minutes. He has achieved the ability to maintain the Heavenly Eye continuously, with the color of his eyes remaining unchanged, although the effective detection radius is limited to approximately 15 meters. Meanwhile, the cooldown period for the Eden instance has concluded, allowing it to be reopened. Within the Eden space, the stirrings of the elite have once again emerged. However, it is not the opportune moment to commence the instance, for within Kane's line of sight, several furtive figures stealthily approached his dormitory door under the cloak of darkness. Chapter 59. Drawing little pigs on their faces in the dead of night. A sharp whistle pierced the stillness, instantly illuminating the new recruit's dormitory. Lin Xia awoke with a start, glancing at his Rolex watch. 3 o'clock in the morning? Are these people truly this terrifying? He swiftly got out of bed, donned his training uniform, and picked up a pair of slippers, playfully slapping them across Bai Li's face. Wake up. It's time to assemble. Molly. I like Miss Molly. Bai Li murmured, lazily turning over. Lin Xia took a deep breath and stepped out of the room, uttering in a low voice as he closed the door. Actually, Molly prefers women. What the heck? Bai Li jolted upright, nearly performing a fish leap off the bed. He sat there, staring blankly ahead, cold sweat trickling down as he recalled the bizarre dream he had just experienced. In the dream, he had confessed his feelings to Molly, only for her to reveal her preference for women. Heartbroken, he had resolved to undergo gender reassignment surgery. Fortunately, he awoke just as the doctor was about to proceed. He checked himself, still intact. But where was Lin Xia? A few seconds later, Bai Li noticed the commotion outside and suddenly realized. Wait, I haven't been asleep long. Xia, wait for me. With the quintuple boost from the Starry Night Dancer, Lin Xia swiftly distanced himself from the other recruits, racing to the training ground. However, upon his arrival, he found himself momentarily taken aback. The training field was occupied not only by 3 impeccably upright instructors but also by a figure in military attire. He was not clad in the striking black trench coat, but instead wore an army camouflage uniform, his snowy white hair adorned with a military cap, exuding the aura of a true soldier. He stood tall, hands resting naturally against his trousers, gazing ahead. Lin Xia jogged up to Kane's side and muttered, "You're quite fast." Kane remained silent, choosing not to reveal that he had not slept at all. By now, several new recruits had begun to arrive at the training ground. Instructor Hong Hao, stopwatch in hand, awaited their arrival. However, as the drowsy recruits formed their ranks, he furrowed his brow. Why are 3 of them missing? Late on the first day of training? Do they not understand the consequences? At that moment, Kane spoke up, reporting. Hong Hao's eyes lit up. Proceed. Those 3 attempted to ambush me, and I dealt with them accordingly. They should still be unconscious. The recruits exchanged bewildered glances, murmuring among themselves. Lin Xia was not surprised. Given Kane's prowess, it would be astonishing if he had been taken down by anyone. Oh, Hong Hao was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that the recruits would be so audacious as to attempt an ambush immediately after their match. They seem quite lively. I suppose I'll have to discipline them properly later. Hong Hao inquired, where are those 3 now? Kane pointed to a secluded corner of the training ground. Hong Hao squinted, following the direction of his finger. In the dim starlight, he discerned the scene. Instantly, his expression turned strange. Beneath the faint glow of the stars, the 3 unfortunate recruits hung naked from a tree, bound by ropes, swaying gently in the breeze, resembling a scene from a horror film. Though not exactly hidden, it was inconspicuous enough that Hong Hao would have missed it had he not looked closely. Several recruits, possessing keen eyesight, also spotted the scene, sending chills down their spines. Some even recognized the trio, having been complicit in the planning. These 3 were elite members of the former Special Forces, adept in stealth and various military techniques, and had somehow acquired implements of torture. But now, those implements had become instruments of public humiliation. This white-haired fellow looks serious, yet his methods are rather ruthless. Kane cast a casual glance at Lin Xia, who silently averted his gaze. The 2 shared an unspoken understanding, reaching a unilateral ceasefire agreement. Kane's intentions were straightforward. Since this group refused to comply, he would employ limitless violence to achieve strategic deterrence. See, this is my morning temper. For those who dare to defy, come forth. I'll take one down for each challenge. As for the female recruits, it's simply a matter of knocking them out and drawing little pigs on their faces. No need for further punishment. If word gets out and reaches Hong Ying, it would not bode well. Ah, old Kai, you truly are something, remarked Zhao Kongcheng, who had not been seen for some time, drifting over to Kane with a smirk. Back in my day at the training camp, I had never encountered someone as audacious as you. Well, now you have. Is there really a need for this? I am merely reserved. Get lost. Hong Hao gestured, and two instructors promptly rushed over to untie the unfortunate recruits, contacting the infirmary simultaneously. Hong Hao bellowed, all present, stand at attention and align to the right. Following a brief assembly, Hong Hao's stern gaze scanned the crowd. Although today marked the first day of training, the recruits had already provided him with quite a surprise. Their energy surpassed his expectations. Very well, when training concludes, I expect you to maintain this level of vigor. The first lesson of this training camp will be about discipline. From this day forth, regardless of what you are engaged in, upon hearing this whistle, you must gather at the training ground within 3 minutes. Now, anyone failing to arrive within 3 minutes will automatically step out. Reporting, one recruit spoke up. Proceed. What if we are unsure of the exact arrival time? Then go by your instincts. I will have records of everyone's arrival times here. You may wager and see if you exceed the time limit. If you guess correctly, there will be no consequences. If you guess wrong, the training load will double. I will repeat. Those who are late, step out. Gradually, recruits began to emerge from the ranks. Bali wore a conflicted expression, uncertain of how long it would take him to arrive. However, seeing several recruits quicker than him stepping out, he gritted his teeth and joined them. Hong Hao nodded approvingly at those who stepped out. Once everyone settled, he pointed to several recruits. You, and you. Step out. Stand at the back. The selected recruits appeared apprehensive as they moved to the rear. Those who stepped out, put on weighted vests and run 10 laps around the field. For those I have called out, 20 laps with weights. Those who arrived within 3 minutes, take a rest in place. The late recruits grumbled in discontent, yet intimidated by the instructor's authority, complied and donned the weights. Beginning their laps around the field, Kane spoke again, reporting. Hong Hao looked at him. How about those three? Late or early? The recruits exchanged peculiar glances. Hong Hao's lips twitched. Dressed inappropriately, arriving early does not matter. They will still face punishment upon waking. Ah, Kane replied, expressing no dissent. Those who exceed the time limit face punishment, while those who meet the standards enjoy the privileges of victors, retreating to the side to rest. At that moment, a nearby resting individual suddenly exclaimed, I can no longer feel my forbidden ruins. Me too. What is happening? Kane sat beside the track, meticulously sensing the engravings within his body. The abilities bestowed by heavenly wisdom and savior remained intact, while true self continued to joyfully emit a radiant pink light. Appearing quite pleased, it had always been this way, and Kane could not discern the source of her joy. These skills were unaffected by the Forbidden Ruins tablet. One could understand that the engraving abilities were, in essence, blessings conferred upon the fusion warriors. They did not inherently belong to the Forbidden Ruins. The term Forbidden Ruins was merely a public declaration. Particularly regarding the solitary shadow of the Savior, Kane wielded it with utmost ease, even more so than heavenly wisdom's opening of the eyes. Furthermore, the town ruins tablet itself possessed the resonance of the Forbidden Ruins. For Kane, remaining in the training camp also enhanced the efficiency of repairing the Forbidden Ruins. Kane, at that moment, Hong Hao called out, "Come with me. Chief Instructor Yuan is looking for you." Chapter 60. The heroes behind me. Not just one. Kane followed Hong Hao along the path illuminated by street lamps within the camp. At this time, the damaged camp had been completely repaired while the recruits rested. It was uncertain what methods the night watchman employed to carry out such a vast undertaking with such swiftness and secrecy. Even Kane's keen senses could only faintly detect the sounds of the earth cracking and soil consolidating. "This is Chief Instructor Yuan's office. You may enter alone." Hong Hao led Kane to the office of the chief instructor on the 5th floor of the administrative building. "Thank you." Kane nodded and was about to push the door open. "Wait a moment. Do you have something else?" Hong Hao stopped Kane, scrutinizing him with an unusual expression. "I was just about to ask, where is your trench coat?" "It's being washed." "What is the matter?" "Ha ha ha. I thought it was your prized possession. That you would never part with it." Hong Hao rarely laughed heartily. "All right, it's nothing. You may go in. The chief instructor is waiting for you." "Okay." Kane knocked on the door. "Enter." Upon receiving permission from the office's owner, Kane stepped inside. His eyes were met with an office that was starkly simple, featuring a pair of desks and chairs, with 2 red flags standing in the corners. It was already past 3 in the morning, and Yuan Gang had not yet gone to sleep. He stood by the window, his back to Kane, observing the young recruits drenched in sweat on the training ground. Chief Instructor Yuan, you called for me? Kane approached the desk, saluted, and then stood straight with his hands clasped behind his back. Yuan Gang glanced back at Kane. This white-haired man stood quietly, his demeanor restrained and sharp, his presence far from that of a mere recruit. He resembled a seasoned warrior. I heard you just defeated 3 recruits and hung them up naked on a tree? Yuan Gang took a seat behind the desk and gestured to the chair in front of him. Yes. Kane pulled the chair closer and sat down, maintaining a straight posture. You said they could ambush me, yet did not prohibit me from retaliating in any manner, so I deemed my response entirely appropriate. Haha, relax. I did not summon you for reprimands. Yuan Gang smiled faintly. As long as no lives are lost, you may use any means to counterattack. I will not impose restrictions on you. Thank you. In addition, how do you find the single accommodation we arranged for you, according to the instructor's standards? It's excellent. It would be even more perfect if I weren't ambushed. Leaders are indeed leaders. They never straightforwardly reveal their intentions when calling for a discussion. Kane could somewhat guess what he wanted to inquire about. In these few exchanges, Yuan Gang also realized that Kane was quite astute, rendering further probing unnecessary. You have surprised me. Yuan Gang directly broached the subject. Let us not discuss the fact that having an ethereal agent in the history of Great Xia is unprecedented. Simultaneously granting forbidden ruins, forbidden objects, and an infinite realm summoning beast is unparalleled even among divine agents. I am curious about the source of these powers. Are they truly from that ethereal being? Rest assured, I mean no harm. I merely wish to understand a little more. If it is too inconvenient to divulge, that is perfectly acceptable. Being overly conspicuous would attract attention. The power of Korikara was astonishing, and it was normal for higher-ups to summon him for discussion. I have more than one ethereal being behind me. More than one. Indeed. Kane continued, there are a total of 13, but as of now, only 3 have acknowledged me. 13? Yuan Gang was taken aback. Are you distributing them like goods, or forming a team? Divine agents have never simultaneously represented more than 2, and only 3 have recognized you. 3 ethereal agents? Just 3 and you are already so formidable. If all 13 recognized you, would you not be able to slay gods and vanquish immortals? Save the world? Yuan Gang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. All right. I roughly understand. You should not disclose this information, although you are already quite conspicuous. I have ensured that everyone who has seen your dragon has undergone the cleansing of Dream Whisper. Remember, concealing your capabilities is an essential skill for survival in this world. Ahem, but even so, I still wish to inquire about the names of these ethereal beings. Rest assured, I promise not to disclose them. Kane pondered for a moment. Just like the powers of several deities within Lin Xia, Kane's ethereal abilities could not be concealed. To be honest, Kane found it quite bothersome. The explanation process was lengthy and exhausting. But now, he decided to simplify it with terms that Commander Yuan could comprehend. It is a little-known history. Their achievements are extraordinary, yet their endings are not glorious. Their true names have long been forgotten by the world, and their legends lie buried in the mythological epics of various regions. They call themselves the 13 Ethereal Flames, united by a common belief, adhering to their respective maxims. A group of human heroes who have dedicated their lives to preserving human civilization. They have chosen me as their successor and bestowed upon me the maxim of savior. If my abilities can meet their individual requirements, they will grant me power. The weapons I possess and that infinite realm dragon are gifts from the ethereal beings. As for the names of the 3 ethereal beings currently acknowledging me, I can reveal them. One is Kevin, bearer of the savior, Maxim. Another is Alicia, bearer of the true self, Maxim. And the last is Sue, bearer of the heavenly wisdom, Maxim. Yuan Gang stroked his chin thoughtfully. The 13 ethereal flames. Kevin, Alicia, Sue. These are indeed unfamiliar names. However, is it not a bit too generous to directly bestow an infinite dragon? Is this truly something that ethereal beings can offer? Forgive my abruptness. I merely wish to know, what exactly is the origin of that dragon? Indeed, Yuan Gang was concerned about this. Summoning an infinite being as an extraordinary entity was somewhat alarming. Kane replied, that dragon is named Kurikara. What? Yuan Gang abruptly stood. His expression one of astonishment. The immovable deity from Indian mythology? Are you saying an ethereal being gifted you a divine avatar? This was precisely why Kane despised speaking the truth. Explaining this to the indigenous people who slay gods was genuinely exhausting, whether it is a deity or not. I am uncertain, it simply bears that name. Thus, surrendering to the situation became the only choice. I am merely a successor of the ethereal beings, aside from savior. I know nothing else. For the reasons behind it, you may inquire with Raiden Mei. After all, she is the one who named it. At that moment, Yuan Gang felt a sense of dread. To be able to offer a divine avatar as a blessing to an agent, how extraordinarily formidable must these ethereal beings be? At this moment, Yuan Gang finally comprehended the significance of the terms God Slayer and Dragon Slayer, as referred to by Kane. These 13 individuals might well represent the most formidable humans in the annals of history, their prowess comparable to that of the 5 pinnacle figures in the current Great Xia. It was imperative that he return to meticulously examine the Night Watchman archives. Such extraordinary capabilities could not possibly go unnoticed. As Kane returned to the training ground, those subjected to punishment training had already completed a substantial portion of their laps. Bringing up the rear were by Li and Shin Qizhu, one utterly exhausted, tongue lolling, and the other with a disgruntled expression, moving sluggishly. Kane joined the group resting on the sidelines, settling beside Lin Xie and taking a sip from his water bottle. "What did the chief instructor want with you?" Lin Xie inquired. "Just a few questions, nothing significant," Kane replied casually, casting a glance at Lin Xie. After a moment, he reached out to ruffle the boy's hair. "TSK, are you not annoyed?" Lin Xie irritably swatted his hand away. It was tolerable, the temperature was manageable, and he could still touch the boy's head. Kane thought to himself that if he could not touch Xie's head, life would seem rather bleak. Retracting his hand, he asked, "Lin Xie, have you ever seen a dragon?" You mean a winged dragon? Have you seen one?" "No. Why are you acting strange again?" "Just asking." Kane shifted his gaze. It appeared that Yuan Gang was indeed correct. The new recruits had already undergone a baptism of dream whispers. Kane also realized that he had perhaps been overly conspicuous. Although his actions were deliberate to repair the engravings, the presence of Zhiliqiang had undeniably attracted considerable attention. Kane recalled that within this training camp, there were several undercover agents from the ancient God Church. Even though Yuan Gang had reacted swiftly and implemented confidentiality measures immediately, it was difficult to guarantee that information had not already been leaked. In a few months, during the Spring Festival holiday, Kane and Lin Xie would undoubtedly be closely monitored by the ancient God Church. In the original narrative, the church dispatched a formidable force to hunt down Lin Xie, including 2 formidable sea-level experts in addition to Medusa's agent. Now that Kane was an unforeseen variable, one could only speculate how immense the church's forces would be by that time. If the information regarding Zhiliqiang had indeed been disclosed, one could only hypothesize. Were Kane in the position of a high-ranking member of the ancient God Church, he would undoubtedly deploy experts of immeasurable realms to deal with Zhiliqiang. However, given the multitude of reckless individuals within the church, it could not be ruled out that their arrogance might lead them to underestimate the situation. Nevertheless, one must always prepare for the worst. Confronted with such high-level extraordinary beings, the only 2 countermeasures Kane could presently conceive were the unleashing of heavenly fire and summoning Zhiliqiang. Both were formidable techniques, yet if the adversary was not foolish, they would surely devise methods to evade. Such ultimate techniques must be employed only when absolute certainty was guaranteed. With several months remaining, it was evidently unrealistic to elevate his strength to the requisite levels during that time. However, should he encounter a formidable foe, Kane would not choose to confront them alone. He had his girlfriend, a reliable group of comrades. At present, Kane possessed 3 engravings: Savior, Heavenly Wisdom, and True Self, granting him the ability to manipulate extreme cold in addition to mental perception. He needed to find time to conquer the Eden dungeon once again to see if he could unlock another heroic engraving. If memory served, this first afternoon, the new recruits would undergo their inaugural extreme cross-country training. Frankly, Kane was not particularly interested in it. The heightened activity of the super-variable Pafani had further enhanced his physique. What the new recruits viewed as extreme training felt to Kane akin to a mere outing. He planned to expedite through the extreme training in a brief period, saving time for himself at the finish line to tackle the dungeon. Kane had no intention of returning to the dormitory to engage in Eden. This notion was largely thanks to dear old Yuan. When Yuan Gang uttered that remark on the training ground, Kane genuinely regretted not summoning Zhiliqiang earlier to unleash his wrath upon him. However, Kane was not one to harbor grudges. Since Yuan Gang had not specified the manner in which Kane should retaliate, it implied that, aside from the God Key, the lone shadow of the Savior was permissible to use. Given its extensive coverage, it would be entirely reasonable to inadvertently freeze an entire instructor's office building. Should a nighttime ambush occur, Kane would freeze them once, freezing them until their annoyance reached its peak, thereby prohibiting new recruits from engaging in private duels. Would serve as a strategic intimidation tactic through limitless force. This was Kane's form of counterattack. Soon, at dawn, the eastern sky began to glow with a pale light. After concluding the training, Kane leisurely lingered at the rear of the new recruit line. He did not return to the dormitory, but instead washed his face at the communal sink on the first floor. Squinting, He noticed at least 4 pairs of eyes watching him from the shadows of the dormitory building, as 4 new recruits gripped their scissors, preparing to pounce. A chilling wave of extreme cold swept over them. In an instant, their feet became encased in frost. What is happening? Why are my feet frozen? At that moment, Kane strolled leisurely before them, his azure eyes glimmering with a hint of cold light. The new recruits gasped in horror. Is this the Forbidden Ruins? Is your Forbidden Ruins not suppressed? Yes, and what of it? With a crack, Kane emerged from the shadows, glancing skyward. The weather was splendid, quite refreshing. Regrettably, time was of the essence, otherwise he could have taken down 4 more. As the whistle blew, Kane pivoted and hastened toward the training ground like an arrow loosed from a bow. Meanwhile, in the corner, 4 ice sculptures stood silently, their expressions animated, their poses varied, resembling comical performance art. On the training ground, the new recruits lined up once more in front of the training platform. Hong Hao's gaze swept across the crowd, offering a slight nod of approval. Aside from those who fainted, there are now more who have arrived here than before, and the lineup is more orderly. Yes, this is how it should be. When my whistle blows, regardless of what you are doing, you must all arrive at the training ground within 3 minutes. Now, you have 20 minutes to eat in the cafeteria. In 20 minutes, I want to see all of you back here. Report. Kane spoke again. Speak. For individuals will not be able to make it. Why? They have caught colds in the corner of the dormitory courtyard. Hong Hao's lips twitched, clearly understanding what caught a cold implied. No, in such a short span. 4 more have gone down? Do these new recruits have an intense desire for single rooms, or are they simply envious of Kane's looks? That is none of your concern. The timer has begun. Tend to your own matters. The new recruits exchanged glances, and the next moment, all of them bolted toward the cafeteria. Roar. Li Tuming, shedding his earlier exhaustion, surged forward with astounding speed from the back of the line, being the first to arrive at the cafeteria. Kane sauntered leisurely at the rear, the last to reach the cafeteria. The first meal at the night watchman training camp consisted of raw beef and steamed buns. Except for a portion of recruits from the special operations team, everyone else was pinching their noses while consuming the raw meat, resulting in a chorus of complaints. However, Kane also spotted several familiar figures in the cafeteria, the members of the masked squad. Even without their masks, Kane recognized them immediately. Their meals included fragrant roasted meat and chicken stewed with mushrooms, forming a stark contrast to the recruits' raw beef and white buns. Wang Mian also noticed Kane. To his surprise, Kane was not wearing that flamboyant trench coat today, but was instead dressed modestly in military attire. Kane took a seat beside Lin Chiye, deliberately asking, "Was this seat saved for me?" Neurotic. Lin Chiye vehemently denied, while Kane inconspicuously smiled and took a bite of raw beef. At that moment, Kane sensed 2 hostile gazes. He looked up, only to see Bailey Pang Pang and Chao Yuan immediately lower their heads. Kane squinted slightly, sensing trouble. Am I the main consort now? Just then, Wang Mian suddenly recalled something and waved to the 2. Come over, let us share a meal. Chapter 62. Vortex. No, right? Swish. All the new recruits gnawing on raw meat turned their heads, fixating their bloodied gazes on Lin Chiye and Kane, their expressions reminiscent of a pack of wolves. Kane and Lin Chiye exchanged a look, then picked up the bowl of raw beef and sat at the table of the masked team. Don't eat this. Have something better, Wang Mian instructed. Vortex, stop dawdling. Bring them 2 pairs of chopsticks. Rose, help them with their food. All right. Moon Ghost, pass me the bowl. Wang Mian efficiently attended to the pair. Lin Chiye hastily waved his hands. No need. I just wanted to ask a few questions. You need not be so courteous. I'll stick to the raw meat, thank you. Kane, however, did not follow suit and readily accepted the bowl of rice that Rose handed him. Lin Chiye's expression darkened. How could you be so ungracious? Kane replied, you'd better eat a bit. Otherwise, you might struggle through today's training. Wang Mian chuckled. No worries. Eat up. You can trust Sun Lao's cooking. No, I'll stick to the raw meat. Lin Chiye ultimately could not match Kane's audacity. In truth, for someone with Kane's current physique, raw meat and cooked meat were not vastly different. It was merely a matter of taste. After all, fusion warriors would often consume corrupted beasts for energy during missions, a flavor Kane had yet to experience, likely far more unpalatable than raw meat. Wang Mian addressed Lin Chiye. So, you wish to inquire about the divine agent? Yes. All right. Ask away. I shall answer without reservation. Kane was well informed about the divine agent matters. Thus he refrained from participating in their discussion, quietly focusing on his meal. After finishing the cooked food, he also devoured the raw meat in his bowl. At that moment, Wang Mian glanced at Kane, who was engrossed in his meal. Don't you have any questions? Kane asked him, have you encountered the heroic spirit agent before? No. Then I have no questions. Kane resumed his meal. Rose, cradling her face, furrowed her delicate brows slightly. I actually have something I'd like to ask you. I had a dream last night where you transformed into a particularly terrifying monster and killed all the members of our masked team. Yet in the end, it was you who came to our rescue. It felt so strange. Upon hearing this, the entire masked team, including Lin Chiya, momentarily froze. Wang Mian frowned. Don't say that. I think I had a similar dream. I dreamt that Rose was shattered by Kane, Moon Ghost was frozen solid, and Vortex was eliminated right at the start. Vortex was dumbfounded. What? Captain, why was I so weak in your dream? Zhou Ping nodded. I seem to have had a similar dream as well, where Vortex was the first to be taken out. Moon Ghost echoed. Me too. Vortex was eliminated first. Rose chimed in. Same here. Vortex exclaimed, you guys, damn. Lin Chiya looked at Kane. I think I had a similar dream too, where I mentioned treating you to instant noodles. Kane, do you recall? Kane surveyed the group. I also dreamt that I wiped out an entire special team with just a few moves. Isn't that bizarre? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Why did his statement feel so incongruous yet believable? It was as if he truly could single-handedly annihilate the entire masked team. Lin Chiya felt it was strange. After returning home last night, he heard the calls from the psychiatric hospital. When his consciousness entered, Nyx was crying, pleading for Danaus not to leave him, subjecting Lin Chiya to 8 rounds of divine cleansing. Subsequently, Li Yifei informed him that Lin Chiya's soul had been uncontactable for several minutes, during which he held only a vague and dreamlike memory. But when did this dream occur? Was there a connection between that disconnection and this dream? Beep. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Kane set down his utensils and dashed out without a backward glance. Lin Chiya, seeing Kane's swift reaction, was not to be outdone and sprinted after him. The new recruits gnawing on raw meat were left bewildered. What? It hasn't even been 10 minutes yet. Why is the whistle blowing? But recalling the punishment for tardiness, whether full or not, they all discarded their food and raced towards the training ground. Wang Mian observed the retreating figures, sighing. We were just like that back then. Though those days were tough, they were also quite joyous. Moon Ghost, with an odd expression, remarked, Captain, are you longing to relive the life of a recruit? We VE graduated. Who would want to repeat that? Wang Mian gazed at a distant tuft of white hair, his eyes filled with profound meaning. He harbored immense curiosity about Kane. He was not only the first heroic spirit agent in history, but also possessed numerous inexplicable abilities. More importantly, there were those bizarre dreams and the inexplicable sense of dissonance. However, now was clearly not the time to dwell on such matters. There were more pressing missions awaiting their completion. All right, comrades, the holiday is over, Wang Mian declared, pulling out the Wang mask from his pocket and donning it, simultaneously securing the black box on his back. It's time to depart and execute our mission. Understood. On the training ground, Kane sat among the crowd, watching the new instructor demonstrate close combat techniques. If Kane recalled correctly, this instructor's surname was Han, a master of melee combat among the Night Watchers, possessing such rich battle experience that he could exchange blows with Chao Yuan, who was possessed by the Black King, for several rounds. Throughout the morning, he primarily taught everyone sword techniques. However, no amount of theoretical instruction could compare to the efficacy of practical combat. Suddenly, after witnessing the capabilities of Bailey Pang Pang and Lin Chiya, Instructor Han pointed at Kane. The white-haired one over there, come up. Kane raised an eyebrow. In the original story, he should have called Chao Yuan at this juncture. Was it because Kane's white hair was too conspicuous? Never mind, it made no difference. Kane stood up and approached the stage. Instructor Han picked up 2 wooden swords, handing one to Kane, and announced to everyone, pay attention. The enemies of the Night Watchers are ever-changing mysterious beings, so our combat strategies must not be rigid. Take the standardized Stellar Blade's universal techniques as an example. The same offensive move can have various counter-strategies. Now come at me. Kane glanced at the wooden sword in his hand, pondering how to attack. Attack however you wish. All right. Kane raised his hand and delivered a casual chop. Instructor Han narrowed his eyes, lifting his wooden sword to block Kane's strike. The next moment, a crisp cracking sound echoed. Kane's wooden sword struck Instructor Han's head. Instructor Han! Instructor Han! Wake up! Surrounded by the crowd, Instructor Han gradually regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he bolted upright, surveying his surroundings with astonishment. What happened? What is going on? Apologies, Instructor Han. Kane stood beside him, calmly stating, I didn't hold back my strength and accidentally knocked you out. I'll be gentler next time. Instructor Han stared blankly at Kane's handsome face. Wait. What do you mean you didn't hold back your strength? Even without the Forbidden Ruins, I possess a physique befitting a warrior of the Sichuan realm. Can a mere rookie possibly knock me unconscious? With nothing but a wooden sword? Wait a moment. White hair, blue eyes. Instructor Han's expression suddenly became intriguing. Are you the heroic spirit who faced off against the Seraph's agent in a 5-on-1 battle? Chapter 63. Are you feeling better? Kane did not deny it. Instructor Han rubbed his head. Well, it's no wonder. I suppose I should have anticipated this, choosing the most conspicuous one. Ahem. Instructor Han rose, dispersing the crowd. All right, everyone, settle down. I shall continue the lesson. Kane returned to his previous position, glancing at his hands. Thanks to the enhancement from the Savior, imprint, and the further activation of the Parvanti factor, Kane's physical strength had indeed increased significantly. He needed a little time to adjust to this sudden surge of power. For now, engaging in practical combat was out of the question. Even against the rookie who attempted a nighttime ambush, Kane could not afford to be too aggressive. In fact, last night, he had cautiously broken a few bones of those 3 rookies, as his control over his strength was still lacking. Entering the Eden Space Dungeon could not be delayed. Speaking of which, tomorrow is Tuesday. According to Hong Ying, the training camp would distribute communication devices on that day, if they could issue mobile phones. I could conveniently express my gratitude to Hong Ying. Would it be a bit abrupt to express my thanks without warning? After all, Hong Ying is unaware of the circumstances. Suddenly, Kane felt a gaze upon him. He turned to find Shin-Chin Zhu hastily averting her eyes. Kane squinted slightly. Why have I been so popular among the boys lately? In every conceivable sense. Instructor Han's explanation of close combat continued. Yet, despite the thorough explanations of these skills, only through practical experience can one truly grasp their depth. This time, Instructor Han was clever, avoiding the obvious choices. Oh, this one will do. He meticulously scrutinized the students and selected a seemingly frail, unremarkable rookie who exuded an air of harmlessness. You, step forward. Chao Yuan pointed to himself, confused. Yes, you. Come here. Oh. Chao Yuan approached Instructor Han, who tossed him a wooden sword, and then commanded, attack me. Slap. Unexpectedly, Chao Yuan did not reach out to catch it, allowing the sword to collide with him. Instructor Han was puzzled. Why didn't you catch the sword? Chao Yuan apologized, saying, I'm sorry, Instructor, I cannot hold a sword. But this is just a wooden sword. A wooden sword is still a sword. I cannot touch anything sword-shaped. Huh. Instructor Han chuckled. What? Are you afraid that you'll lose control if you hold a sword? Yes. I fear that you may not withstand my strength and might die. Hee. Instructor Han scrutinized Chao Yuan with interest. They say this year's rookies are full of anomalies. Kid, have you trained with a sword before? Train. I haven't really practiced systematically. I just fear that if I take up a sword, you might die. Chao Yuan shook his head. Do you possess the strength of that white-haired fellow? No. Then it's settled. Pick up the sword. That's an order. The rookies continued to watch the spectacle, intrigued by why this individual refused to draw his sword. Due to the fluctuations of time, Chao Yuan had skated through the duel, not participating in the battle against the masked squad. Thus, among the rookies, only Kane had witnessed Chao Yuan's Black King's annihilation. In truth, the benefits Kane had received from the Black King's annihilation were substantial, albeit inferior to the benefits from the Divine Ruins. Moreover, in the original narrative, Kane recalled that within the training camp, Chao Yuan was not suppressed by the forbidden ruins that could contain forbidden objects. He would lose control the moment he picked up a sword. Forget it, I might as well offer a reminder. Kane spoke up. I can attest that he indeed cannot hold a sword. Should he do so, he will go berserk, and you may not be able to stop him. Chao Yuan cast a grateful glance at Kane. What peculiar attribute is this? Instructor Han became intrigued. As a master of close combat with comprehensive skills, he had always been fascinated by such berserk attributes. Is it due to the forbidden ruins? Yes, my forbidden ruins are uncontrollable. The moment I touch a sword, I will go mad. No worries. Currently, everyone's forbidden ruins have been suppressed. Nothing will happen. Come on, I want to witness how insane you can truly become. Instructor Han seemed confident in himself and the Night Watcher's capabilities. He could hardly believe that the white-haired one was a monster. Could it be that this inconspicuous kid is also a monster? How unfortunate would it be for me, Han, to be so unlucky? Chao Yuan hesitated for a moment, contemplating. Now that everyone's forbidden ruins had been subdued, he could still sense the existence of the Black King's forbidden ruins within him. However, under this suppression, it should not emerge, right? Thus, Chao Yuan finally sighed. Fine, I shall give it a try. Chao Yuan bent down and picked up the wooden sword. In that instant, Instructor Han's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. Black malevolence surged forth once more, and towering black flames erupted. A sinister grin spread across Chao Yuan's face. A terrifying pressure descended. The rookies below were left in shock. What on earth is this? Has he gone berserk? Hee. Chao Yuan cackled. The wooden sword ablaze with flames, lowering his stance and charging at Instructor Han. What the heck? Instructor Han immediately discarded the wooden sword and grabbed a real weapon from the rack. Just before Chao Yuan's flaming wooden sword could reach him, the blade was drawn. Fortunately, the darkened Chao Yuan was still somewhat weaker in physique than Kane, and with a twist of his wrist, Instructor Han neutralized the stronger strike. Having been a night watcher for many years, upon seeing the black flames, he immediately recognized the nature of this forbidden ruins. Damn, I should have anticipated this lethal element. No matter what, I cannot allow him to harm the rookies. Instructor Han bellowed. Everyone, evacuate the training ground. Let me handle this. But at that moment, a figure leapt onto the training platform. He reached from behind and seized Chao Yuan by the neck, lifting him up and slamming him down. Bang! Chao Yuan's flame-ensconced head was forcefully driven into the ground. Are you feeling better? Amidst the dust, Kane inquired. Hee. Bang! Kane delivered a heavy punch. Are you feeling better? Hee. Bang! Hee. Bang, 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 bang. Kane stood above Chao Yuan, his fists raining down like a heavy machine gun, each blow packed with immense force, resembling a superhuman assault on a wasteland wolf. However, after every few strikes, Kane would pause to check if Chao Yuan had returned to normal. If he had not, he would continue his onslaught. In truth, Kane need not intervene soon. Lin Qiye would also return Chao Yuan to his original form. Kane was also absorbing the fluctuations from the Black King's annihilation. While not as substantial as the divine ruins, it was still nourishment worth taking. Moreover, returning Chao Yuan to his original form was a trivial matter for Kane. More critically, Kane also wished to demonstrate to the rookies why he was entitled to a single room in the training camp. Regardless of whether you are a high-risk entity or a being from the divine ruins, I will not hold back. So, do not disturb me at night. My morning temper can be quite formidable. The rookies and Instructor Han were indeed left in a state of shock. Especially those 3 rookies who had been stripped and hung from a tree. They felt fortunate. They had merely suffered a few broken ribs while being exposed. But this one, his head was actually driven into the ground. In hindsight, Kane not driving their heads into the ground was a tremendous act of kindness. Many who had planned to ambush Kane that night secretly abandoned their plans. This gentleman certainly had the qualifications for a single room. After a moment, the black flames surrounding Chao Yuan dissipated, and he groggily rose from the ground. Kane expressed concern. Are you all right? I'm fine, and once again, I thank you. Chao Yuan clasped his hands together, reciting Amitabha. Kane nodded politely before turning to Instructor Han. I apologize, Instructor Han. Please continue your lesson. Instructor Han's lips twitched in irritation. Continue teaching? Damn it. I quit. Chapter 64. I have a girlfriend, you do not in the end. Instructor Han did not abandon his post and, under the persuasion of several other instructors, returned to the training ground. Throughout the morning, he instructed the recruits in various close combat techniques with cold weapons, including, but not limited to swordsmanship, marksmanship, and dual-wielding knives. He introduced nearly all 18 categories of weaponry. Kane silently memorized these techniques, planning to practice them later in the sanctuary with Zhao Kongqing. Regardless of their immediate utility, it was prudent to retain as much knowledge as possible. As Instructor Han spoke until his throat was parched, noon arrived without surprise. The cafeteria served the new recruits the usual fare of raw meat and steamed buns, but this time, a dish of pickled vegetables was added. As everyone pinched their noses and gnawed on raw meat with buns, a booming voice resonated from the cafeteria entrance, capturing everyone's attention. Hong Hao surveyed the crowd and slowly announced, "This afternoon, you will face your first extreme training." After lunch, everyone gathered at the back of the cafeteria. Do you all understand? We understand. The recruits responded in unison, their voices unified, devoid of the earlier arrogance. Listen closely. Wily Fatty, eager to respond, was suddenly choked by a bun. With a resounding thud, Kane slapped his back, causing the bun to fly onto Chao Yuan's face. Hong Hao's lips twitched, but he feigned ignorance and said sternly, I advise you to finish all the food on your table, because this afternoon's extreme training will mark the beginning of hell. With that, he and several other instructors turned to leave. Extreme training? Wily Fatty looked at Lin Qiye. What does that entail? Do you have any idea? Brother Qiye? Lin Qiye pondered. It should be akin to the extreme cross-country challenges portrayed in Special Forces television shows. Traversing an uninhabited area on foot without any supplies within a set time limit. What? Wily Fatty's expression fell. Running a few laps this morning nearly cost me my life, and now this? They truly wish to push me to my limits. Lin Qiye, do me a favor. Kane suddenly interjected. Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow, surprised. You actually want my help? Kane replied, I'll lend you the 7 thunder of cleansing sin for a few days. Lin Qiye countered, half a month. Kane replied, 3 days. Lin Qiye insisted, 7 days. Kane conceded, 5 days. Deal. Kane looked outside the cafeteria. This afternoon, I will be the first to complete the extreme training. I might faint from exhaustion, so when you reach the finish line, protect me. Don't let anyone cut my hair. Lin Xie frowned. What are you up to? And why are you so sure I'll be the second to finish? What if I'm not? You will. Kane gazed at Lin Xie, entrusting him with the protection of his hair. With a sigh, Lin Xie relented. Fine, just this once. Thank you. In the original narrative, the mountain designated for extreme training had been transformed into an impenetrable maze by forbidden objects, aimed at honing the recruit's will amid despair while fostering camaraderie. If Kane recalled correctly, this extreme training had seen no one pass except Lin Xie. However, to be cautious, Kane decided to take this insurance. Lending the seven thunder of cleansing sin for a few days was a small price to pay. Chao Yuan and Bai Li Fatty observed the two, and suddenly Bai Li Fatty spoke up. Kane, what is your relationship with Brother Xie? Good friends? Kane replied. He is my junior brother. Lin Xie, puzzled, interjected, let us clarify. Who is our master? Shen Mai. Seems I started training before you, doesn't he? I joined the ranks before you. And so what? I'm more handsome. With that white hair of yours? I can fight better. I shoot better than you. I have a girlfriend. Shut up. Lin Xie, flustered, buried his head in his meat. Kane smiled subtly. Chao Yuan and Bai Li Fatty stifled laughter, their mouths full of buns and meat. The cafeteria was filled with a jovial atmosphere. In the afternoon, the recruits boarded several black buses and arrived at Jinan Mountain. According to the text, this mountain, located in the southeastern plains of the Great Xia, stood at an elevation of 4,000 meters, comparable to the average altitude of the Tibetan Plateau. Upon witnessing the actual situation, Kane estimated the altitude to be less exaggerated, around only 1,000 meters. The mountain peak was shrouded in mist, with sunlight breaking through the clouds, creating a spectacular Tyndall effect amidst the fog. From this magnificent vista, several cable cars could faintly be seen connecting the summit to the foot of the mountain. However, the group was not at the scenic entrance but rather in a desolate area. As the vehicles came to a halt, Instructor Hong Hao stood up and commanded all personnel. You will undergo your first extreme training. Do you see the mountain behind me? Soon, each of you will be strapped with a 35-kilogram load. Your task is to traverse this mountain before dawn tomorrow. Of course, this is not merely a simple load-bearing trek. With a sinister chuckle, Hong Hao produced a remote control and pressed a button. A swarm of drones erupted from the last bus, and Kane squinted to see that each drone was equipped with a small shooting barrel beneath it. The weights you carry are equipped with satellite positioning. 10 minutes into the training, these drones will enter the mountain to hunt you down. If you are hit by the paintballs they shoot, it signifies failure, and the consequences of failure are quite severe. Newbies, trust me, you want to experience that punishment. As he spoke, Hong Hao seemed to recall something amusing, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, but he quickly regained his seriousness. However, there are several rules you must adhere to during this extreme training. After Hong Hao outlined the rules, Kane raised his hand. Report. Speak. Can we not form teams? Of course. Hong Hao's cruel smile widened. Kane, I know what you're thinking. Rest assured. Instructor Yuan specifically instructed that your load will be 5 times that of the others. Any issues? None. Kane's expression remained impassive. Ah, dear Instructor Yuan, I have received your affection. Thank you for your targeting. Tonight, I shall freeze your office building. Had this been before, a 175-kilogram load for a long-distance trek might have posed a slight challenge for him. However, now it was inconsequential. After singling out Kane, Hong Hao bellowed, Did everyone understand? Understood. Excellent. Now, step forward to collect your loads. With a single command from Hong Hao, the recruits lined up to receive their burdens, each given a tactical dagger. Yet, when it was Chao Yuan's turn, the instructor responsible for distributing the daggers discreetly hid the weapon behind his back and instead produced a spoon. Chao Yuan stared in disbelief. The instructor patted his shoulder, saying, Make do with this. It's for the safety of others. As for Bai Li Fatty, he had his free space and several other prohibited items confiscated by Instructor Hong, entering the mountains in a state akin to vulnerability. Kane was bound with hefty weights on both hands and feet, equivalent to the burden of 5 individuals. Due to the excessive load, it took him longer than the others to prepare, and only when all the new recruits had entered the mountains did he manage to get himself ready. Kane inquired, Instructor Hong, is there any reward for the first person to reach the finish line? Chapter 65, have you reached Chapter 9? Hong Hao raised an eyebrow. Kane, what are you plotting now? Aren't you satisfied with your single room? I suffer from insomnia. If new recruits keep ambushing me every night, it will inevitably agitate my mood. And when I'm agitated, I struggle to control my strength. Kane stated, Thus, I would like to have a truce for 2 days on the second Tuesday and Wednesday of each month. At all other times, the recruits may ambush me as they wish. Hong Hao chuckled, a look of schadenfreude on his face. All right, I won't count you as the first. But if you can reach the finish line, I will consult with Chief Instructor Yuan about this matter. Very well. I hope you do not embellish your promises. Kane did not express his gratitude this time and took a step forward. Bang! The ground beneath him suddenly cracked, and Kane's form transformed into a streak of lightning, plunging into the mountains. Hong Hao stared blankly at the figure that resembled a cannonball, a sense of ominous premonition flooding his mind. Heavens! Am I falling for another trap? Swish! Kane sprinted rapidly through the mountains, maximizing his perception. Indeed, the terrain was continuously twisting and changing. It might not be apparent up close, but from a distance, it became clear that the mountain was intentionally luring travelers to remain within its confines. Simultaneously, the forbidden item, Town Ruins Tablet, emitted waves from the mountain's peak, indicating that the sentinels were determined to keep the recruits trapped within the mountain. Behind Kane, several drones were relentlessly pursuing him. Yet, Kane moved like a nimble phantom within the forest, maintaining an unyielding speed. Even at full throttle, the drones could only marginally outpace him. However, whenever Kane made a sharp turn, the drones that had just caught up would be left far behind. It was a futile chase, making precise targeting nearly impossible. This is troubling. Within the tactical tent, Hong Hao observed the rapidly moving red dot on the screen. His brow furrowed. Instructor Han exclaimed, "Instructor Hong, it seems he is unaffected by the forbidden items, running at such speed, and he hasn't changed direction." Hong Hao pondered carefully, realizing that this young man was indeed hiding his true capabilities. Previously, he had sent someone to find the 4 recruits who had caught colds, discovering that they had been frozen solid. Fortunately, they thawed in time and were not in life-threatening danger, but they had indeed suffered high fevers. This implies he is akin to Chao Yuan. His forbidden ruins have not been suppressed. Nevertheless, even so, in recent years, only Wang Mian had successfully completed the extreme training. And that was on his 5th attempt, with a map considerably simpler than Jinan Mountain. Despite Kane's extraordinary abilities, Hong Hao could not believe he would succeed on his first attempt. Could it be that he memorized the entire mountain's terrain? Indeed, Kane had taken a leave to visit Jinan Mountain 2 weeks prior. Thanks to the physique and memory of a fusion warrior, he memorized the entire terrain in just 2 days, marking certain conspicuous locations with symbols only he could interpret. Thus, even if the forbidden items altered the landscape, Kane could still navigate accurately using these symbols. After all, Jinan Mountain was the only place that left a significant impression on him from the original narrative. As Hong Hao's eyes widened in astonishment, the brightest red dot on the screen completely broke away from the main group wandering in the mountains and charged directly towards the finish line. Bang! At the moment Kane reached the finish line, he collapsed onto the ground, feigning exhaustion. The medical personnel who had been waiting at the finish line immediately rushed over to relieve him of his burdens. They were taken aback as they realized the weight he bore, 175 kilograms, to reach the finish line in 2 hours. This was an unprecedented feat in the entire history of extreme training. A true anomaly. Everyone felt a sense of relief, thankful that such an extraordinary individual was on their side. Kane lay with his eyes closed, peacefully resting on the stretcher, feeling the gentle swaying. He finally allowed himself to retreat into the paradise space without worry. As the light shimmered, upon entering the paradise hall, Kane did not see Zhao Kongqing's figure. "Old Zhao? Old Zhao?" He called out several times, but there was no response. Where could he have gone? Surely he wasn't still sulking? "Visitor, you have arrived." "Oh, it's you, Su." Kane was pleasantly surprised to see Su in the paradise hall. "Su, have you seen Zhao Kongqing?" "Mr. Zhao." Su's expression turned peculiar as he pointed towards a corner of the resting hall. "He is over there." Following Su's, Kane's expression also became strained. Old Zhao was curled up in a corner of the hall, in a very concealed position. Wah, wah. He faced the wall, his shoulders gently shaking. "What's wrong?" "Wah." Old Zhao lifted his head, his eyes glistening with tears, embodying profound grief. "Old Kai, what has become of this world? I have died, and yet, it hurts me once more. Even playing a game, is this brutal? Is there no justice left? A game?" Kane seemed to catch on to something, his expression becoming strange. Have you reached chapter 9? "Indeed." Old Zhao cried, even harder. Hersher, sacrificed herself to protect Kiana. This is just like me. I too sacrificed myself to protect Lin Chia's family. Why must I endure this again?" Suddenly, Old Zhao realized something. Standing up to grasp Kane's shoulders. "I remember you saying before, the story has a happy ending, right? Hersher, she will be resurrected, right?" Looking into Old Zhao's hopeful eyes, Kane silently averted his gaze. "Let us consider it a return." "Oh, that is good. Zhao Kongqing sighed in relief. "Hersher is my favorite character. If she doesn't come back, I will definitely smash the headquarters of this Maheu." Kane stared directly into Zhao Kongqing's eyes. So what do you like about her? She has a great figure, excellent physique. Old Zhao blurted out, but then quickly added. Of course, there's also her final lesson to Kiana. Kane suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, as what Zhao Conqing said was indeed true. In the early game, Hersher was quite accessible on the bridge, and her high affection dialogues were truly, ahem. Unfortunately, that is no longer the case. Alright, gather your emotions, let us head into paradise for a while. Zhao Conqing wiped his tears, a bit excited. So, are we really in for a fierce battle this time? Yes, if all goes as expected, there will be several fierce battles. Kane extended his hand towards Zhao Conqing. Help me out? Sure. Zhao Conqing readily grasped Kane's hand, and in the next moment, his body transformed into the blade of the Seven Thunder of Atonement. Su approached Kane's side. Are we ready to depart? Yes. Kane inserted the heavenly Fire Judgement into his holster and turned to Su. Su, can you assist me? Sorry. This trial belongs to you. I cannot intervene. Su shook his head. Go forth, for that lady has been awaiting you in the paradise for quite some time. Chapter 66. Re-entering the paradise instance, radiance flowing. Kane opened his eyes and found himself once again in the ethereal city suspended amidst pale pink clouds. Although he had visited this place numerous times, he always took a moment to admire its scenery. However, this was clearly not a time for leisure. With one hand drawing his gun and the other unsheathing his blade, Kane coldly regarded the gaping spatial rift before him. From within the rift emerged a snow-white thigh, belonging to a reaper lady wielding a scythe. Yet, this reaper appeared taller, clad in red attire, and moved with a swiftness greater than before. She was an advanced version of a standard reaper, a sentinel reaper. More rifts opened, and an increasing number of reapers stepped through. Kane squinted and counted, approximately 60. Including 10 sentinels, 47 standard reapers, and 2 loyal martialist reapers. Among them was a delicate figure with bare white feet, her white dress fluttering. Floating in the air, a slumbering reaper. Even such elite creatures of this caliber had begun to appear. The difficulty had escalated considerably compared to a month prior. It seemed that the challenges within the paradise dynamically adjusted according to Kane's growing strength. Goodness, I recognize these ladies. Aren't they the scythe-wielding reapers from the game Honkai Impact 3? How could the antagonists from the game manifest here? Old Zhao's astonished voice echoed in Kane's ears. Is it possible? Old Zhao. Kane raised the celestial Fire Judgement, aiming at the slumbering reaper at the back of the group. We are currently within a game. What? Boom. The celestial Fire Judgement unleashed a torrent of flames, and the fiery explosive projectile whistled through the air. The slumbering reaper entered a phasing state, allowing the flames to pass through her translucent form without inflicting harm. Simultaneously, she brought her hands together in a lotus shape toward the sky. In the next instant, a web-like energy field appeared beneath Kane's feet. Within this field, Kane felt a significant increase in his weight, while the other reapers accelerated with newfound vigor. Indeed, it was just as it was in the game. The slumbering reaper could phase through attacks, while simultaneously providing control and support. However, Kane had transformed significantly since then. A chilling gust swept through the area, causing the temperature within a 20-meter radius to plummet to -30 degrees. The reaper ladies found their steps encased in pristine frost, which swiftly crept up their thighs and soon encased their entire bodies in ice. Bang, bang, bang. Kane showed no mercy, using the celestial Fire Judgement to systematically dismantle the reapers encased in ice. Old Zhao, unable to bear it any longer, remarked, "Oh dear. Oh my, old Kane, you truly show no mercy whatsoever. If only you understood the background of these enemies, you would not utter such words." With that, Kane executed a swift strike with the Purging Thunder 7 blades, severing the arm of a loyal martialist reaper that had teleported behind him. He then raised the celestial Fire Judgement and fired a shot directly at the loyal martialist reaper's head. Bang! The martialist lady's skull burst open, and she crumpled to the ground. These are all deceased individuals. You may interpret my actions as a form of absolution. In moments like this, if I were to show concern, it would be I who would be dismantled. With that, Kane stepped forward once more, swinging his blade. The black crescent, enveloped in lightning, instantly bisected a large number of reaper ladies, including the towering sentinel reapers. Old Zhao conceded. All right, since you insist, I shall say nothing more. Keep chopping. In fact, I find the sensation of cutting through these girls quite delightful, akin to slicing through tofu, though a bit colder than the snake demon offspring from a fortnight ago. After transforming into a blade spirit, Old Zhao's peculiarities had become increasingly bizarre. He assumed Kane was oblivious, yet sometimes he would secretly seek out Yuri Kira, not for any other reason but to relive the experience of the Hadger Dragon's grand whirlwind. In any case, he seemed to be losing his grip on humanity. This could not continue. A way must be found to extricate him from the Purging Thunder 7 blades. With the support of 3 seals and 2 divine keys, Kane managed to absolve all the Reaper ladies in just over a minute. It had only been a month since Kane had traversed into this realm, and he had already acquired 2 divine keys and unlocked 3 seals. Today, he might unlock another seal. If fortune favored him, he could even obtain another divine key. At this rate, Kane felt he would soon breach the mist and obliterate the divine nation. He might even eliminate that whatever it was. Of course, this was merely an ideal scenario. In reality, progress would slow significantly after reaching the 20 mark on the seals, as the number of unlocked seals increased. The repair speed of the seals exhibited a multiplicative decline. It appeared that the fluctuations of the forbidden ruins were distributed among the various seals. Currently, Kane was still unaware of how to allocate the acquired forbidden ruin fluctuations, excluding the true self, for Alicia despised the forbidden ruins. She preferred to watch Kane and Honging engage intimately. Furthermore, the precision supply box required increasingly more energy to meet each replenishment demand, correlating with Kane's rising strength. There are no free lunches in this world. One must always toil to reap rewards. After clearing the first layer, Kane took a brief respite before stepping into the second layer. The types of enemies in the second layer were largely similar to those in the first, albeit with greater numbers, including 2 slumbering reapers and a dozen martialist reapers, among which were the melee-focused swift martialist reapers. However, Kane, proficient in both ranged and melee combat, concluded the battle within 3 minutes, aided by the extreme cold of salvation. The third layer also featured an increased number of enemies, following a similar pattern. By the fourth layer, intensity began to rise. The primary vanguard of the Honkai beasts, made their appearance, arriving in 2 waves. The first wave consisted of dozens of charge-level Honkai beasts soaring through the air, diving and crashing down, their flight speed surpassing Kane's understanding from the game. As he dodged, Kane unleashed a barrage from the celestial Fire Judgement, combining it with the strong control of Salvation's extreme cold, systematically eliminating the charge-level Honkai beasts. The second wave comprised a formation of Knight-level Honkai beasts, led by a massive Paladin-level beast, with 5 Knight-level beasts executing a coordinated charge, demonstrating the cavalry's superiority over infantry. The armor of these Knight-level Honkai beasts was significantly denser, while the celestial Fire Judgement's bullets could melt their armor. It was less efficient than the blade strikes of the purging Thunder's 7 blades. Thus, Kane temporarily abandoned the range suppression of the celestial Fire Judgement, opting instead to sever the legs of the mounts, beheading the knights atop their steeds. Seizing the opportunity, Kane leaped onto the back of the leading Paladin-level Honkai beast, once again utilizing the celestial Fire Judgement for close-range execution. Having reached the 4th level and vanquished such numerous foes, the precision supply box had only amassed enough for the 4th draw. The difficulty of this instance increased with each layer. Kane, seated upon the corpses of the Honkai beasts, took a moment to rest before standing and preparing to advance to the next layer. At that moment, Kane abruptly drew his gun, pointing it behind him. "Is this your belated gift to our meeting, Kevin's heir? Or should I call you Kane?" "My apologies," a reflex reaction. Kane holstered the celestial Fire Judgement, realizing that she was the lady Sue had spoken of, the one who had been waiting for him for so long. The girl possessed a stunning visage, her eyes sparkling like stars, yet her gaze seemed shrouded in frost. Adorned with a headband embellished with mechanical gears, her chestnut hair framed her elegant features, while her Victorian-style deep brown magical gown could not conceal her alluring figure. She gracefully removed her magician's hat and bowed to Kane. "It is a pleasure to meet you, the 5th of the Blaze heroes, Spiral, Velvety, at your service." Chapter 67, Queen of Thunder. The 5th of the Blaze heroes, Spiral, Velvety. The principal designer and creator of the Divine Key weapon possesses 8 distinct personalities, granting her exceptional mastery across nearly all domains. As the youngest master of the Spiral Workshop, she is the developer of Kevin's armaments, the sorceress of the Twilight Era, and the overseer of the stars. The epitome of genius, the pinnacle of versatility. Kane speculated that among the illustrious figures who could be referred to as Lady by Sue, only Eden, Mobius, and Vilvi might qualify. However, Vilvi appears to be only slightly older than Sue, and referring to her as Lady might not please her. So Kane opted for a more casual address. "Greetings, Miss Vilvi," Kane nodded. "You have arrived earlier than I anticipated. I expected to witness some marvelous magical displays. Perhaps the miraculous resurrection of the Hersher's beasts here." Vilvi crossed her arms and replied, "I do enjoy performing magic, but that is merely a welcome ritual favored by another aspect of myself. The version of me standing before you prefers a more efficient and straightforward approach. You are an expert. It seems you are already well acquainted with me, which is convenient. We can skip the tedious and lengthy explanations and get straight to the point." Expert Vilvi glanced at the Purification 7 Thunder in Kane's hand. Is this the third divine key? Indeed. How did it come to this? A great many events have transpired. May I have a look? Of course. Kane handed the Purification 7 Thunder to Vilvi. Zhao Kongqing hovered nearby, observing Vilvi. What a beautiful girl. Hey, old Kai. Are all the 13 heroes as lovely as her? Most of them are, though there are some boys as well. Oh. She seems to have a personality similar to yours, appearing rather cold. Perhaps so. Expert Vilvi examined the Purification 7 Thunder for a moment and nodded. I see. There resides a soul within. Have you incorporated someone's consciousness into it? Kane responded, it is merely a temporary lodging. Once I find a way to restore his body, I will remove him. Vilvi shook her head. No, you must extract him now. Now, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time, hoping you would assist me in reclaiming the core consciousness of the third divine key. Vilvi stated, however. The vessel for recovery is currently occupied. We must free the space within. Kane glanced at old Zhao. He hesitated. I have no objections. But after he leaves, where will I reside? I won't be left as a soul adrift, will I? Kane explained to Vilvi. His soul seems unable to persist within the paradise space. Without a body to attach to, he may dissipate. Do not worry about that, Vilvi assured. As a pair of deep brown, dexterous arms extended from behind her, revealing a small black cube nestled within her palms. This is a soul steel body. Of my own modification. It can encapsulate consciousness and transform it into a humanoid form. Originally intended as a birthday gift for Alicia, she deemed it insufficiently adorable. So I reclaimed it. Since that is the case, let your friend utilize it for now. Kane turned to old Zhao. I must temporarily inconvenience you to switch locations. It's no trouble at all. Zhao Kongqing waved dismissively. Once accustomed to a blade, a box feels no different. It's not much of a change. With a flash of purple light, a faint silhouette wafted from the Purification 7 Thunder's blade into the soul steel. Upon entering, he was awestruck. Wow, I can feel it. My body, it's returning. Gradually, the soul steel expanded, grew, reshaped, and solidified, transforming into a pitch-black longsword. I, Zhao Kongqing, am back. The longsword exclaimed, but soon he sensed something amiss. What is happening? Why am I still a sword? Miss Vilvi, is this normal? Kane felt a sense of foreboding. Logically, Zhao Kongqing should now be in human form. Wait a moment, let me take a look. Vilvi inspected the blade for a moment. I believe I understand. So what is the situation? A cognitive issue, nothing to worry about. It will resolve itself in due time. Vilvi tossed the black sword back to Kane. Now, please hand me the third divine key. Kane relinquished the Purification 7 Thunder. At that moment, it reverted to the original form of the great sword he had drawn, and upon being returned to Vilvi, it transformed into a sleek black cube. The third divine key shall remain in my custody temporarily. I still need to conduct some necessary adjustments. Once I encounter the core consciousness, I will reclaim it and return it to you. Vilvi secured the black cube behind her and proceeded toward the entrance to the next level. Kane, holding the black sword that was once Zhao Kongqing, took a moment to feel its essence. The sword's design remained unchanged, with a black-purple blade and crimson tassel. However, the authority of judgment had vanished, leaving only the keen edge of the soul steel, the omnipotent soul steel within the world of Honkai Impact. Unfortunately, Kane had drawn over 20 times, yet none yielded a soul steel weapon, most being the Saisha Muramasa. Otherwise, Kane would not have temporarily housed old Zhao's soul within the Purification 7 Thunder. After assessing the situation, Kane sheathed the sword and followed Vilvi's lead. Upon entering the next level, the difficulty escalated once more. This time, several Saint-class Herrscher's beasts coordinated with several Knight-class Herrscher's beasts in a concerted charge against the two. Kane was just about to draw his sword to engage when he heard Vilvi lightly snap her fingers. Clamor armament, resounding palm. Boom. 3 deep brown. Intricate rotating machine guns descended upon the ground, their barrels spinning rapidly in unison, resembling a whirlwind. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Shell casings clattered to the ground as torrents of fire poured forth, with armor-piercing rounds from the pre-civilization raining upon the Knight-class Herrscher's beasts, swiftly penetrating their heavy shells. Nevertheless, one Saint-class Herrscher's beast managed to push through the gunfire and reach their front lines. In the next moment, Kane's figure blinked to the top of the machine gun, drawing the black sword. With a swift arc, the massive black crescent sliced through the enemy's battered armor, severing the mount of the Saint-class Knight. Bang, bang, bang. Next, the heavenly Fire Judgement unleashed a barrage. The Saint-class Knight, now without her mount, was left bewildered. Vilvi observed Kane's movements, seemingly lost in a recollection. Though their combat styles differed, the efficiency remained unchanged. This is the successor you have chosen. Indeed, more courteous than you. With that, she snapped her fingers again. Clamor armament, silence. A towering, intricate heavy mortar descended from behind, the resonant charge echoing through the space. Boom. The shell descended, and a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the realm. With Vilvi's assistance, the enemies of this level were dispatched in under a minute. Kane was taken aback to discover that the Hersher's beast slain by Vilvi transformed into energy, converging into a precise supply box. This counted as his own tally. Thank you, Miss Vilvi, Kane said. There is no need for miss. Simply call me by my name. Very well. Kane gazed at the scattered corpses of the Hersher's beasts. Following the previous heavenly wisdom, windfall, it seemed this time with Spiral, he might also receive a generous boon? No. Perhaps the recovery of the third divine key consciousness is, in itself, Vilvi's trial? At that moment, Kane pondered and inquired, Vilvi, why was the core consciousness of the divine key not present when I first obtained the Purification 7 Thunder? There is no other reason. She fled. Fled? Indeed. Vervi remarked. Just as a bird in a cage longs for freedom, the essence of the key of God was once the core of the arbiter. Though it has been implanted with artificial intelligence, over time, it has inevitably been influenced by negative emotions. Its excessive personification has led it to desperately seek to escape this bondage. Therefore, as soon as an opportunity arose, it fled from the key of God. Vervi spoke lightly. Yet Kane sensed there was more to the story. However, Vervi chose not to elaborate, and he refrained from pressing further. Kane inquired, where shall we seek the consciousness of the third key of God? Vervi replied, there is no need for a dedicated search. I have just adjusted the resonance frequency of the key of God, which will attract her. Is that so? Kane nodded, acknowledging her expertise and feeling enlightened today. When will she arrive? She has already arrived. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure descended. Kane turned abruptly to see a girl with purple hair, clad in a black sailor outfit and adorned with a purple bow, descending from the sky. She floated above, her back adorned with a massive purple wing formed by lightning, while purple lightning coiled around her long black stockings, as if celebrating the return of the Queen of Thunder. Her enchanting purple eyes fixated on the two below, brimming with suppressed fury. Kane squinted. Old Zhao, after playing Honkai Impact 3 for so long, do you recognize her? Old Zhao. Throat dry, responded, if I am not mistaken. Her name is Raiden Mei? No. Kane drew his dual pistols, merging the Arbiter core into one. The brilliant flames surged once more. The ultimate cold of Savior operated at full capacity, suppressing the high temperatures from the backlash of the great sword. Kane gazed intently at the figure, his expression grave. She is the Queen of Thunder. Chapter 68. Kane versus. The 7 thunder of purification. Thunder rumbled and winds howled. The skies over the paradise were shrouded in dark clouds. Kane's mood was somewhat heavy. They had come to retrieve the consciousness of the third key of God, yet they had not anticipated facing an arbiter. The manifestation of the consciousness of the 7 thunder of purification bore an uncanny resemblance to the third arbiter form displayed by Raiden Mei in the manga within Shiyu Academy. If she were a true arbiter, Kane would have little choice but to flee or unleash the full power of his flames. However, the pressure from this arbiter was not particularly great. It appeared she was not in her complete form. It was even debatable whether she was truly an arbiter. He sensed a possibility of combat, yet his curiosity lingered. Why did the consciousness of the key of God take on the form of an arbiter upon escaping? This was a pure data space. From where had she obtained a body? Vervi gazed up at the Queen of Thunder and said, you have caused enough chaos. It is time for you to return. I will never go back. The Queen of Thunder gritted her teeth, her eyes ablaze with anger. However, should you dare to do anything to my body again, I will not let you off easily. Kane's curiosity piqued. What had Vervi done to provoke such fury from the 7 thunder of purification? Vervi maintained her calm demeanor, stepping back to Kane's side. Since it has come to this, I will have to resort to some forceful measures. Kane, buy me some time. Kane stood before Vervi, leaning on the blade of the heavenly fire sword, his coat billowing, his gaze icy. Do you think you can stop me? The Queen of Thunder looked down upon Kane as if he were an insignificant insect. Kane remained composed. You could try. You are nothing but a trivial creature. Begone. Crack. A bolt of purple lightning struck down before him. Kane's eyes narrowed, gripping the heavenly fire sword tightly as flames erupted uncontrollably. He swung the sword in a sweeping motion, dispersing the lightning. Boom. The sound of collapse echoed as a structural pillar nearby was severed by the waves of lightning and flames. Crashing down. Oh. The Queen of Thunder sensed a familiar power emanating from the heavenly fire sword. Could it be a kindred spirit? Her fury intensified, and the surrounding lightning surged more violently. using our corpses to wield our powers and parading under the guise of justice, shamelessly indulging in your own desires. You humans are truly despicable. Crack. Another massive bolt of lightning descended. Kane swung his sword. The enormous fiery blade cleaved the lightning in two. The residual purple lightning scorched the ground, creating a charred pit. With parts of the soil disintegrating, Kane furrowed his brow. Within her lightning lay a hint of judgmental power. The sword energy unleashed by the heavenly fire could counter it. If he used the blade itself, he could likely withstand it, but not for long, as the blade would eventually be pierced. Although it could self-repair, that level of damage would take an indeterminate time to mend. Crack. Crack. The colossal purple lightning continued to rain down. Kane advanced, single-handedly swinging the great sword to carve a wall of flames before him. The purple lightning struck it, but could not deter Kane from approaching the Queen of Thunder, seeking death. The Queen of Thunder scoffed, raising her left hand to conjure a purple lightning longbow. Drawing to its full moon, the bow aimed its lightning arrow at the advancing fiery chariot. Boom! The lightning arrow shattered the barrier of the fiery chariot, the bolts and sparks dispersing into the void. Yet beneath the flames, Kane's figure was nowhere to be seen. Sensing something, the Queen of Thunder looked up sharply. At an unknown moment, Kane had leaped dozens of meters into the air, positioning himself directly above the Queen of Thunder. The resplendent flames illuminated the sky obscured by dark clouds. Heavenly fire. Kane raised the heavenly fire sword high, descending with it, enveloped in golden flames, resembling a comet descending upon the earth. Slash. Boom. The flames and lightning collided fiercely, creating shockwaves that enveloped the surroundings. In the distance, Vervi felt the gust and sighed. She had no choice but to momentarily set aside her work, cupping her hands in a trumpet shape, shouting toward the battlefield. Kane, just hold her off. There's no need to defeat her. Huff. Kane landed on the ground, looking up at the Queen of Thunder before him. Huff. Huff. The Queen of Thunder was driven into the earth, her chest heaving, the surrounding purple lightning appearing significantly weakened. The electromagnetic field enveloping her provided defensive capabilities, repelling attacks while disintegrating all approaching objects into molecules. However, Kane's previous full-force attack had disrupted a significant portion of that field. After the earlier probing, Kane had confirmed one thing. She was not an arbiter, nor even a pseudo-arbiter. She was merely the key of God cloaked in human form. Without the specially designed body Vervi had created for her, her power had diminished considerably. Kane felt that there was no need to unsheath his weapon to deal with her. Huff. Huff. The Queen of Thunder glared at Kane with fury. If you have the capability, do not use that sword. Let us engage in a fair duel. Kane remained silent for a moment, then plunged the heavenly fire sword into the ground and advanced unarmed. As you wish. Not only the Queen of Thunder, but even Vervi was taken aback. Kevin's chosen successor seemed overly confident. He did not appear foolish. Could he truly be swayed by such a clumsy provocation? No, wait. He seemed to have a plan? Ha! The Queen of Thunder laughed heartily, astonished that her opponent was such a fool. Pick up that sword, and you might stand a chance against me. But now, you have no opportunity left. Die. Crack. A massive bolt of purple lightning struck down once more. A cold light flickered in Kane's eyes as an extreme chill descended. Snow-white frost rapidly spread and grew, with countless ice spikes breaking through the ground, coalescing into a wall of ice just a few meters in front of him. Boom! Purple lightning struck the thick frost, sending a flurry of ice shards flying as the heavy frost was instantly shattered. Yet Kane stepped forward, relentlessly approaching the Queen of Thunder. Die! The immense power of the purple lightning continued to shatter the ice wall. Kane moved slowly, but with each step he took, another ice wall formed mere meters ahead of him. The wall cycled between destruction and reformation. But the difference was that Kane was drawing closer and closer to the Queen of Thunder until he was within 10 meters of her. You. The Queen of Thunder's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling gravely underestimated by this human. Once more, she summoned a massive lightning longbow in her hands. Crack. The lightning arrow was loosed. At this distance, the arrow could almost strike Kane the moment it left the bowstring. However, a fierce crimson glow ignited in Kane's eyes as he pushed his body to its limits. He sidestepped as if teleporting, the lightning spear barely grazing his afterimage. Then, the earth cracked. Bang! Kane's form shot towards the Queen of Thunder like a cannonball. The Queen was taken aback. She could only hastily generate an electromagnetic shield around her. Crack! Kane encased his arms in a layer of snowy white ice armor. With a single punch, Kane conjured a layer of snow-white frost armor on his arms. Then, with a single punch, he broke through the electromagnetic field surrounding the Queen. With a fierce shoulder charge, he slammed into her, the force of the impact sending her flying far away. Boom! The Queen of Thunder was violently knocked down. He waved dismissively, causing the frost to dissipate and ward off the corruption of judgment authority. Stepping forward, he approached the swirling dust. Cough. The girl collapsed weakly, glancing at the frost armor dissipating into molecules on his arm. He waved his hand, the frost vanishing and shielding him from the encroaching powers of judgment. Kane stood before her, gazing down in silence. Friend or foe? Decide. Chapter 69. It's a girl thing, the third lawbringer. The black stockings beneath her skirt were torn in several places, revealing a strikingly delicate white, appearing frail beyond measure. Kane approached her, calmly gazing down at the girl. Friend or foe? Choose. Chapter 69. A secret between girls. The third lawgiver, an incarnation of the consciousness of the third key of God, appeared to possess great intimidation, yet was fundamentally hollow. Although it was unclear where the third key had acquired this form, or how it had obtained a core-like substance, it was evident that neither the body nor the core was a proper lawgiver's essence and could not support a substantial flow of energy. Having discerned her true nature, Kane felt emboldened to abandon the holy judgment of heavenly fire and engage her in an equitable one-on-one confrontation. Of course, Purifying Seven Thunders sneered. Humph? Planning to heal me with words? Tell me, I want to fall for it. Regardless, losing is losing. Put me back in that dark. He aimed not only to conquer her physically, but also to assert his dominance psychologically. However, if it weren't for that sword you used earlier, I wouldn't have been defeated by you. The Purifying Thunder sneered, turning her face away in defiance. Still unwilling to concede. Never mind, it was unimportant. Kane regarded her. May I inquire about the reason for your escape? The Purifying Thunder scoffed. Humph? What? Planning to use words to sway me? Let me tell you, I'm not swayed by that. Regardless, a loss is a loss. Just send me back. Back to that dark, lightless corpse. That would have captured you long ago. Of course, this is merely speculation. Whether correct or not, only you understand. Still staring at the ground, Purifying Seven Thunders remained silent. Kane asked, is the land of bliss enjoyable? She did not respond. Fine, go then. Without looking back, Kane departed. Clap, clap, clap. In the distance, Wilhelmina applauded elegantly, a smile curling her lips. Bravo, inheritor of Kevin. You've delivered a performance worthy of applause. Kane, I should have expected it. I suspect she genuinely wishes to return a measure of freedom to you. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how an escaped consciousness of the key of God would fortuitously find a body possessing an energy core, and how conveniently it had been hiding deep within the paradise for so long. Your strength could only ensure your survival within the paradise. Otherwise, at least here in the land of bliss. And the lonely youth finally gains the spiral's approval. Looking back, Kane noticed, when had Purifying Seven Thunders left? You know in your heart. The Purifying Thunder remained silent, her head bowed. Kane queried her, was the paradise of the past enjoyable? She did not respond. If it were later Kevin, It seems that Kevin in his savior state didn't fare well among the strong ones. Kane's successor, you have delivered a spectacular performance. Applause is in order here. Kane replied, I should have guessed. The Velvy before me has always been you, the great magician. Velvy responded, no, I just arrived. The one who was with you before was always the expert. Kane remarked, do you think I believe that? Velvy chimed, ding dong. The time has come, the show has concluded. No matter how splendid the magic, it cannot be performed twice before an audience. And you, my dear Kane. But the despair brought by the catastrophe led him to choose another path, burying his gentleness and bearing everything alone. Perhaps he wasn't a qualified leader. And the lonely boy has finally earned the spiral's acknowledgement. Kane looked back. He noticed that at some point, the consciousness of the Purifying Thunder had departed. If it were Kevin facing this situation, what would he do? In certain moments, if it were the previous Kevin, his choices would likely mirror yours. What should be done with this Purifying Seven Thunders? Leave it empty? Wilhelmina shrugged. Empty is fine too. Even someone as magnanimous as Alicia once directed a sharp remark at Kevin, asking, will your tears freeze? However, disliking him does not equate to the valiant rejecting Kevin. Kevin had the potential to mature into a gentle, yet powerful leader akin to Optimus Prime. Yet the despair brought by the collapse led him to choose another path. Burying his gentleness and shouldering everything. He may not be a qualified leader, but he is undoubtedly a worthy savior. Kane inquired, I am curious. What exactly did you do to the Purifying Thunder that incited her wrath? Velvy placed a finger to her lips, smiling enigmatically. To borrow Alicia's words. This is a secret between girls. Very well. Kane glanced at the small black box in Velvy's hand. With the consciousness of the key of God gone. At least the jackpot system has shut down due to the departure of the key of God as consciousness. I have reset your permissions, as long as no consciousness exists. You can freely switch its forms. Kane expressed surprise, is that so? It seems I have the opportunity to use that sniper rifle that breaks down after one shot. No. I will not allow you to tamper with my body at will. Velvy and Kane turned simultaneously. There stood the purifying thunder from a distance, coldly observing the two of them. Why are you back? I am no longer bound. I can go wherever I please. The purifying thunder approached Kane, looking up, glaring at him in a huff. Human, can you venture into the real world? Indeed, I can. I have grown weary of this paradise. Now, I wish to accompany you outside. Uttering such capricious words while wearing Raiden, May's visage feels rather peculiar. And perhaps this is due to her prolonged stay within the Hersher's core. By the way, old Zhou. Kane coldly gazed down at the judgment of sin. Is this how one approaches a favor? Do you truly believe I would acquiesce? The judgment of sin's expression twisted in conflict as she stole a glance at Verway. Verway smiled gently, her eyes radiating warmth, reminiscent of a mother observing her daughter. Kane took a leave to visit Zhao Kongqing's home. At Zhao Kongqing's request, Kane refrained from intruding and merely observed his family from a distance. I cannot hear you. Please take me outside. Is that satisfactory? Foolish human. Upon shouting this, she quickly covered her mouth. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Old Zhao smacked his lips. This girl is so obedient in the game, yet in reality, I find her much more unruly, far more difficult to manage than my own son. Firstly, she is not Raiden Mei, and perhaps this is due to her prolonged stay within the Hersher's core. By the way, old Zhao. Suit yourself. After a brief exchange with Zhao Kongqing, Kane turned his attention to Verway. You are the designer of the divine key, and this matter should require your consent. Sigh, looking at this girl makes me start to think of my son again. Before entering the training camp, Kane took a leave to visit Zhao Kongqing's home. At Zhao Kongqing's request, Kane refrained from intruding and merely observed his family from a distance. However, I must caution you that freedom does not equate to absolute indulgence. Only within the confines of moderation can I guarantee you true freedom. I understand. I understand. The judgment of sin muttered impatiently. It's just a matter of obeying your commands. As she spoke, the girl's body slumped, her eyes losing their sparkle. In the next moment, the small black box in Verway's hands emitted a vibrant purple glow once more. Now, suit yourself. After a brief exchange with Zhao Kongqing, Kane turned his attention to Verway. You are the designer of the divine key, and this matter should require your consent. Free will ought not to be constrained. If she wishes to go, let her go. Verway smiled slightly. Although the term growth may not aptly describe a divine key, I have a girlfriend. That would lead to misunderstandings. Then consider her a stepdaughter. Chapter 70. You are more courteous than someone else. The violet light shimmered. However, I must caution you that freedom does not equate to absolute indulgence. Only within the confines of moderation can I guarantee you true freedom. I understand. I understand. The judgment of sin muttered impatiently, it's just a matter of obeying your commands. As she spoke, the girl's body slumped, her eyes losing their sparkle. In the next moment, the small black box in Verway's hands emitted a vibrant purple glow once more. Now, in the name of the master of the spiral workshop, I declare, the third divine key, judgment of sin, has been restored to its entirety. Verway cradled the judgment of sin in her hands, beaming as she presented her to Kane. Now, dear Kane, please accept her, and remember to treat her as a daughter. I have a girlfriend. That would lead to misunderstandings. Then consider her a stepdaughter. Chapter 70. You are more courteous than someone else. The violet light shimmered. But why does she lack proper decorum? According to Verway, Kane is your adoptive father. You should address me as Uncle Zhao. The judgment key retorted, dream on. The pale purple blade glimmered with a red hue, subtly revealing the presence of lightning swirling within. What a magnificent sword. Old Zhao marveled, but the next moment, he realized something, asking softly, Hey, old Kai, you want to just use her and abandon me, will you? Kane replied, Not at all. You are still more comfortable to wield. The judgment key exclaimed, You there, human. It was you who resided within my body, correct? Zhao Kongqing gasped. What the hell? She can hear me. The judgment key continued. Humph. Although I despise you, given your earlier compliments regarding my appearance, I shall spare you for now. If you utter a few more flattering words, perhaps I shall show mercy and waive your rent. Zhao Kongqing questioned, not to be rude. But why does she lack proper decorum? According to Verway, Kane is your adoptive father. You should address me as Uncle Zhao. The judgment key retorted, dream on. Don't push your luck. Foolish human. After residing in my body for so long, I have yet to settle the score with you. Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, You. Bestow upon you the mark of the spiral. There should be applause here. Clap, clap, clap. Kane clapped symbolically. In the next moment, if these two lively spirits were to bicker incessantly in his mind, he would be unable to think at all. Well then, the performance has concluded. And now it is time for the much-anticipated segment. Verway removed her magician's hat and produced a small gear from within. This is a gift from the spiral. You have proven yourself. Now please accept it. Thank you. Kane accepted the small gear. Phew, the most crucial task has been accomplished. Now it is time to utter the farewell words that Alicia requested of me, a hymn. Verway cleared her throat, spreading her arms as if addressing a multitude of invisible spectators. Create the unreal through the real. Invert meaning through contradiction. Only by creating opposition can one achieve unity. I, Verway, in the name of genius, bestow upon you the mark of the spiral. There should be applause here. Clap, clap, clap. Kane clapped symbolically. In the next moment, adding a bit of noise to his mind without significantly enhancing his abilities. In the 6th layer, Kane summoned Kurakara and swiftly vanquished those collapsed beasts in one breath. In the 7th layer, Kane unleashed the full power of the heaven fire right from the start, as he could not withstand the charge of hundreds of night-level collapsed beasts. Fortunately, the precise supply box had met the requirements for a tenfold summon, so he withdrew. Kane glanced back at the deployment device of paradise. On the dark spatial interface, a light brown butterfly-shaped mark had been illuminated. Spiral, repair progress, 20. Unlocking the mark, reverse spiral. Mark skill, miraculous magic. The effect of this skill is quite simple. The 7th layer has truly reached its limit. Kane wiped the sweat from his brow. The combined onslaught of the 6th layer's advanced collapsed beasts, heavy artillery collapsed beasts, and night-level collapsed beasts had indeed overwhelmed him. Although the addition of the judgment of sin had rendered him complete, it merely introduced a capricious consciousness of the divine key. There is a 15% chance that Xiao Yuan will receive 2 punches from Kane. Each day, there are 2 opportunities for a guaranteed trigger, and after a triggered event. In the 7th layer, Kane unleashed the full power of the heaven fire right from the start, as he could not withstand the charge of hundreds of night-level collapsed beasts. Fortunately, the precise supply box had met the requirements for a tenfold summon, so he withdrew. Kane glanced back at the deployment device of paradise. On the dark spatial interface, a light brown butterfly-shaped mark had been illuminated. Spiral, repair progress, 20. Unlocking the mark, reverse spiral. Mark skill, miraculous magic. The effect of this skill is quite simple. To be frank, it offers a considerable enhancement to Kane. When miraculous magic is activated upon hitting a target, there is a 15% chance of dealing a second full-powered attack. For instance, if Kane strikes Xiao Yuan with a punch, there is a 15% chance that Xiao Yuan will receive 2 punches from Kane. Each day, there are 2 opportunities for a guaranteed trigger, and after a triggered event, hereinafter referred to as the Oblivion Flash Moon, is also viable. In other words, the spiral imprint greatly enhances Kane's close combat capabilities. Of course, this is not absolute, or even 5. This is merely speculation, as the upper limit of attempts remains an enigma. However, this is not a conceptual level ability. It comes with limitations. Firstly, attacks that exceed the damage threshold of the entity cannot trigger this effect. Secondly, non-entity attacks that exceed a distance of 2 meters cannot activate this effect either. The 0-rated power is the first to remove itself from the group chat, followed by the twin guns of heavenly fire. This is because both the 0-rated power and the twin guns of heavenly fire operate well within these 2 restrictions. However, the heavenly fire greatsword in its ordinary state, along with close-range shots from the twin guns of heavenly fire, should suffice. The standard attack of the 7 sins of purification, known as the Dark Blade of Zhao, hereinafter referred to as the Oblivion Flash Moon, is also viable. In other words, the spiral imprint greatly enhances Kane's close combat capabilities. Of course, this is not absolute. The second restriction states that non-entity attacks exceeding a distance of 2 meters cannot trigger the effect. The Savior's Extreme Cold is an attack initiated by Kane's entity. No need for formalities. You left a fine impression on me, as you are far more courteous than someone else. This method does not violate the restriction. Until now, Kane has not employed this mode of attack. With the twin guns of heavenly fire in hand, the extreme cold of Savior serves more as a means of defense and control. However, with the enhancement from Spiral, ice spike attacks might be utilized as a surprise tactic. It seems that further practice of the extreme cold ability is warranted. It appears you have adapted to this new imprinting ability. At this moment, Veilwee suddenly appeared behind Kane. Kane glanced back at her. Veilwee's expression appeared somewhat languid and dispirited. Neither the expert nor the Grand Magus. He could not recognize who she was, but it was of little consequence. They were all Veilwee. A highly useful ability. Thank you, Veilwee. Kane expressed his heartfelt gratitude. No need for formalities. You left a fine impression on me, as you are far more courteous than someone else. Veilwee produced a piece of black soul steel from behind her and handed it to Kane. This is, like your friend's soul steel. This is a modified soul steel body. Actually, it is the very body that the judgment key had just occupied, which I reclaimed. Veilwee placed the soul steel body in the palm of Kane's hand. If the 7 sins wish to venture out, you can allow her consciousness to enter the soul steel. As you see fit. If it is inconvenient, then forget it. 7 sins? Kane paused for a moment before realizing this referred to the 7 sins of purification. It is rather perplexing. Should it not be called 7 thunders? Regardless, Veil Wei is her creator, so the naming is her prerogative. By the way, I have another question for you. Kane suddenly recalled something and asked seriously. In my understanding, corruption grows alongside the progress of civilization in this world. Trigger some corruption disasters. But do not worry. Someone is shielding you from the arrival of corruption. No matter how much commotion you cause, nothing will happen. Feel free to pursue your desires. Chapter 71. You refine. When Kane awoke once more, he discovered he was stripped of his clothing. Am I truly free from repercussions for recklessly wielding corruption energy weapons in this world? Logically, as long as civilization exists, corruption will too. According to the nature of the imaginary tree and the quantum sea, such a world should not escape the trials of corruption. Of course, the god-slaying world is not situated on the imaginary tree. But now that Kane has arrived here, will his actions attract the attention of corruption? If so, Kane might need to restrain the use of the god key. Veil Wei regarded him for a moment and sighed. Normally, your ostentatious activities would, in reality, trigger some corruption disasters. But do not worry. Someone is shielding you from the arrival of corruption. No matter how much commotion you cause, nothing will happen. Feel free to pursue your desires. Chapter 71. You refine. When Kane awoke once more, he discovered he was stripped of his clothing. Immersed in a green medicinal bath. The green essence seeped into his body, nurturing his meridians. He surveyed his surroundings. This was his single dormitory. However, it was still light outside, indicating that the extreme training had not yet concluded. It seems the Night Watchers had returned this anomaly, who had cleared the initial challenge. Back to the training camp ahead of schedule and subjected him to a clothing removal and medicinal bath process. Lin Chiye was too slow. He failed to uphold the promise of guarding Kane's hair. Thus, Kane would not lend old Zhao for his amusement. What a pity. However, Kane noted one thing. During his transport, he had not sensed any intrusion upon his body. He glanced at the clock on the table. An hour had passed since he entered the paradise and returned to reality. This meant that once the paradise instance was activated, he was entirely disconnected from the outside world for at least 1 hour. During this time, his body was left completely defenseless. An hour of vulnerability. Far too long. If an enemy were to attack during this interval, it would be certain death. It appears that the monthly paradise instance must be approached with utmost caution, ensuring a foolproof state before engaging. As for the accumulated 10 consecutive draws, one can only say that good fortune does not come at all times. This time, but given your current demeanor, I feel you are not yet ready for the real world. The Noida of the Severed Light. While it does not compare to the God Key weapons, it is still a significant piece of equipment. The primary weapon of the God-slaying armor, Shadow Knight, Mu Wheel. It sacrifices almost all defense to maximize attack and punch speed. This synergizes well with the Spiral, imprint skill. Once donned, Kane's punch speed experienced a substantial boost. At extreme attack speeds, the probability of triggering amazing magic could reach 100%, if necessary. It could also serve as a surprise tactic in close combat. Hey, human, when will you let me out to play? You promised me. At that moment, which bore a resemblance to the law of knowledge. Kane did not mind letting her witness the beauty of the human world, the prerequisite being obedience. However, but given your current demeanor, I feel you are not yet ready for the real world. Could you please let me out to play? The girl's voice was soft and light, murmuring. Later, not now. Kane's decision to allow the 7 sins of purification into the real world was also based on his own considerations. Firstly, the 7 sins of purification, like the Golakara. A faint phantom emerged from Kane and merged with the soul steel on the ground. Subsequently, a purple light blossomed. Although their time together was brief, Kane had discerned that the nature of the 7 sins of purification was not malevolent, only somewhat headstrong and willful, which bore resemblance to the law of knowledge. Kane did not mind letting her witness the beauty of the human world, the prerequisite being obedience. However, manifesting in the training camp, having such a large girl appear in his room, even if he later explained that it was a gift from a noble, would inevitably lead to rumors. If Honging found out, it would be difficult for Kane to explain. Moments later, Kane rose from the medicinal bath, dried himself off. Is this soul steel body only capable of assuming this one form? No, it can transform into many shapes, but I prefer this one. A faint phantom emerged from Kane and merged with the soul steel on the ground. Subsequently, a purple light blossomed. Human, is this your dwelling? How shabby. At least it is better than the dim core of the God Key. The 7 sins of purification twitched her eyes and decided to ignore this bothersome human. She spotted the bed and leaped onto it, burying her face into Kane's bedding. Such a hard bed. Is this what you usually sleep on? Kane gazed thoughtfully at the sin-cleansing seventh thunder. Is this soul steel body only capable of assuming this one form? No, it can transform into many shapes, but I prefer this one. I feel as though I can already envision your life with Hong Ying after having children. You would undoubtedly embody the strict father figure. She could still manage some semblance of sleep. All right, I will commandeer this bed. Kane narrowed his eyes. I let you out merely to catch some fresh air. I did not intend for you to linger in this realm. The seventh thunder sat up, clearly agitated. Hey, you can't go back on your word. You said you would let me out. I never said you could stay the night here. Return. You. Go back. The seventh thunder bit her lip, shooting Kane an indignant glare, her violet eyes brimming with grievance. I dislike you. Human. In a flash of purple light, the girl vanished, transforming into a small black cube. Kane picked up the soul steel cube and stored it back into the paradise space. TSK, old Kane. I feel as though I can already envision your life with Hong Ying after having children. You would undoubtedly embody the strict father figure, while Hong Ying would likely assume the role of the nurturing mother. Merely managing a headstrong young lady, how could you extrapolate so much from that? Kane retorted, stepping out of the dormitory. Where are you off to now? To the office to find Yuan Gang. Upon arriving at the instructor's office, however, Kane found that Yuan Gang was absent. According to the secretary, the old director had returned to the capital for some business and would not be back until the following day. The young lady was still sulking. Kane proposed a condition. If you tell me what forms you can take, I might consider releasing you right now. And as the spirit of the seven sins, her presence in the training camp should be permissible. He had promised the seventh thunder to take her out for some fun. And naturally, he would not go back on his word. Yet, it could be said that Yuan Gang had narrowly escaped a predicament. Don't sever the connection. I will transform. With a flash of purple light, a petite figure less than 1 meter tall appeared before Kane. You mentioned that your soul steel body could transform into more than just this form. What other shapes can you assume? Kane inquired through the mental realm while walking along the empty camp roads. There was no response from the mental realm. The young lady was still sulking. Kane proposed a condition. If you tell me what forms you can take, I might consider releasing you right now. Be obedient. Ugh. Floating nearby, Zhou Ping crossed his arms, shaking his head and clicking his tongue. You claimed you wouldn't take care of a child. Kane pondered, taking out the soul steel body. Come forth. I wish to see you as a child. Are you joking? Wait. The instructors and the remaining recruits had not yet returned, leaving very few personnel at the training camp. In this rare moment of leisure, it was a youthful version of Raiden Mei, around 5 years old, complete with her signature bow and attire, merely resized to fit a child's form. Be obedient. Ugh. Floating nearby, Zhou Ping crossed his arms, shaking his head and clicking his tongue. You claimed you wouldn't take care of a child. Was it due to her childlike form? Or perhaps a lack of energy from activity? The latter seemed more plausible. Kane took the childlike form of the sin-cleansing seventh thunder for a stroll around the camp. The seventh thunder curiously observed her surroundings, and after touring the training camp, nearly everyone immersed themselves in the night watchman's medicinal baths. Yet, some who had been eliminated early from extreme training, having conserved their energy, attempted to seize the opportunity to ambush Kane. For these persistent intruders, Kane naturally followed through with the necessary procedures. Thus, when the assembly convened the next day, there was nothing else to commend. The seventh thunder yawned, her eyelids growing heavy. Her tiny figure swayed precariously, and Kane swiftly caught her. Tired? He asked. The girl murmured softly, leaning against Kane's shoulder and drifting into a deep slumber. Kane was unsure of the reason behind the key of God feeling sleepy. Lin Xie and Bai Li were paired together, while Kane faced off against the knife-wielding Chao Yuan. The Black King Chao Yuan grinned menacingly, swinging his wooden sword with the ferocity of a tempest. Kane remained calm, effortlessly parrying all of Chao Yuan's strikes with his wooden sword. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, some resting female soldiers enthusiastically surrounded a delicate little girl. Little sister, what's your name? I have candy here. Would you like some? You're so adorable. Attempted to seize the opportunity to ambush Kane. For these persistent intruders, Kane naturally followed through with the necessary procedures. Thus, when the assembly convened the next day, a few boys were found hanging from the southeast branch, and several girls bore marks resembling small turtles on their faces. Today's training focused on close combat. Noticing her gaze, Kane sighed, stepped forward, and swiftly knocked Chao Yuan to the ground, delivering a fierce beating until Chao Yuan stumbled out of his Black King state. Then, Lin Xie and Bai Li were paired together, while Kane faced off against the knife-wielding Chao Yuan. The Black King Chao Yuan grinned menacingly, swinging his wooden sword with the ferocity of a tempest. Kane remained calm, effortlessly parrying all of Chao Yuan's strikes with his wooden sword. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Some resting female soldiers enthusiastically surrounded a delicate little girl. Little sister, what's your name? I have candy here. Would you like some? You're so adorable. Come here and cuddle with me. The child version of the sin-cleansing Seven Thunders sat in a girl's lap, bewildered and at a loss. Kane had informed Yuan Gang about this arrangement, which allowed him to release the sin-cleansing Seven Thunder. However, he had underestimated the degree of cuteness her childlike form possessed. It appeared she was quite popular among the others. Hong Ying should be able to accept her presence. As night enveloped the camp, stars twinkled above. Kane raised his hand to report. Instructor Han, those female soldiers have rested long enough, haven't they? Instructor Han twitched his lips, pointing at the group of female soldiers. Retrieving the phone he had just acquired from the supply station. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Kane pressed the button to initiate a video call. Beep. Transforming into a radiant purple light, returning to his side. Kane picked up the soul steel and stored it back into the paradise space. Instructor Han approached, his expression peculiar. Guess what I'm doing? Kane pondered for a moment. Are you taking a bath? Splash. A sound of water splashed from the other end. It appeared she was quite popular among the others. Hong Ying should be able to accept her presence. As night enveloped the camp, stars twinkled above. I wasn't peeking, I was looking openly. Go to hell. After some light banter, they transitioned into discussing their recent lives. So, retrieving the phone he had just acquired from the supply station. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Kane pressed the button to initiate a video call. Beep. Beep. Click. Hello, Xiao Kane. As soon as the call connected, the melodious voice of Hong Ying resonated through the phone. However, the video revealed not her face, but a pristine white wall. Good evening, Kane replied. What are you doing? Why can't I see your face? He got so drunk yesterday, it was unprecedented. He even said that you two are the best students he has ever taught. Hong Ying chattered on, followed by someone frantically retrieving the phone from the water. How did you know? Just a random guess. Pervert. You're peeking at a girl while she's bathing. I wasn't peeking, I was looking openly. Go to hell. After some light banter, they transitioned into discussing their recent lives. So, how's life in the training camp? It must be quite exhilarating? It's all right, I suppose it's bearable. Suddenly, Kane came to a halt. He had arrived at his destination, beside the instructor's office building. Directly above him was Yuan Gang's office. Its lights still aglow as the old general was working overtime. Kane glanced back at the path he had taken. He got so drunk yesterday, it was unprecedented. He even said that you two are the best students he has ever taught. Hong Ying chattered on. Kane listened quietly, occasionally responding and teasing her just enough to elicit her giggles. Kane. Hong Ying's voice turned somewhat somber. When can we meet? It'll be over soon. Kane softly reassured his lover. A biting chill radiated from him. Crack. In an instant, everything within a 20-meter radius was blanketed in a pristine layer of frost, resembling a realm of ice and snow. Caught off guard in his office. Suddenly, Kane came to a halt. He had arrived at his destination, beside the instructor's office building. Directly above him was Yuan Gang's office. Its lights still aglow as the old general was working overtime. Kane glanced back at the path he had taken. The areas not illuminated by the streetlights were engulfed in darkness. Yet, in that shadowy corner, several silhouettes had followed Kane, armed with chains and scissors. Yuan Gang's voice still echoed. I think I heard someone calling. Is that you? No, it's just a dog barking. It'll be over soon. Kane softly reassured his lover. A biting chill radiated from him. Crack. In an instant. What's wrong? What do you want to say? Kane looked at the screen, the words thank you almost escaping his lips. Yuan Gang was frozen by the sudden frost. The next moment, he broke free from the ice, but the lingering cold made him shiver uncontrollably. What is happening? What is going on? Disrupted while concentrating on his work, Yuan Gang was nearly furious, but the next instant, he realized something and rushed to the window, shouting in exasperation. She had just emerged from her bath. I'm not wearing any makeup now. I look terrible. This is all I can show you. Later. Yuan Gang's voice still echoed. I think I heard someone calling. Is that you? No, it's just a dog barking. At that moment, Kane's gaze sharpened, and he turned to look back. What's wrong? What happened? Kane furrowed his brow slightly. What's wrong? What do you want to say? Kane looked at the screen, the words thank you almost escaping his lips. Yet he swallowed them back. I want to see your face, is that all right? Chapter 73. Come, let us say together, Alicia is truly remarkable. The phone screen went black for a moment, and when it lit up again, only half of Hong Ying's face was visible, judging by her damp hair. She had just emerged from her bath. I'm not wearing any makeup now. I look terrible. This is all I can show you. Later, I'll send you a selfie. Thank you, Hong Ying. Silly, why say thank you? Just send me a selfie later. You silly white-haired girl. All right. At that moment, Kane's gaze sharpened, and he turned to look back. What's wrong? What happened? Kane furrowed his brow slightly. This palpable and potent divine presence emanated from the highest powers of the night, causing the speed of his forbidden realm's restoration to surge dramatically. Oh, I almost forgot. Today is Nick's day of release. Kane turned back to focus on his phone. Never mind, where were we? Oh, you want to use my selfie as your avatar? Absolutely not, I don't agree. Narcissist. Who wants to use your selfie as an avatar? On the other side, atop the dormitory building, a beautiful woman clad in a black veil dress emerged, fixating her gaze intently in one direction. What's wrong, mother? Lin Chia asked curiously. I sense the power of faith. Faith? Yes, various forms of faith. Nix replied, somewhat puzzled. Strange. This power of faith seems to emanate from different pantheons, yet converges into a single individual. Lin Chia was astonished. Faith from different pantheons converging into one individual? What in the world? Is it a deity manifesting across different pantheons? Mother, can you locate him? This power of faith originates from beyond, yet seems rooted in this world. It's complex and vast. I cannot pinpoint it accurately. Nix shook her head. Donatos, pay close attention to your surroundings. This fellow is nearby, very likely right beside you. Lin Chia pondered deeply. The next moment, his expression turned somewhat strange. It wouldn't be such a coincidence that it's him again, would it? January, the harsh winter had arrived. The biting cold air from the north brought snow and chill to this southern city. In the training camp, the new recruits, clad in thin black short sleeves, formed neat rows, braving the fine cold wind as they ran laps around the training ground. Zhou Ping sat at the side of the training field, observing the group of humans, her purple eyes shimmering with a lively glint. Her cheeks were puffed, a lollipop gifted by a female soldier nestled in her mouth. Kane remained indifferent to these antics. As long as she was polite to others, how she treated him was inconsequential. Throughout these 5 months, Kane had also ventured into the Paradise instance 5 times. Unfortunately, he had drawn quite poorly on those occasions, acquiring little of value, making her appear like a little dumpling. Over the past 5 months, Zhou Ping had become the mascot of the training camp. She was obedient and well-mannered. And Giant of 100 Hands prototype was drawn by Wei. Kane felt that, apart from the third holy relic which slightly piqued his interest, the rest seemed rather insignificant. The progress on several engravings restoration was painfully slow, even slower than before. For 5 months, Kane had not encountered a single hero. Only when alone with Kane would this girl display her spoiled nature, referring to him solely with terms like stupid human or disgusting human, throwing tantrums and demanding various whims. Kane remained indifferent to these antics. As long as she was polite to others, how she treated him was inconsequential. Throughout these 5 months, as time passed, the pangs of longing grew more intense. During this period, Nidhogg's wing claw, energy translocator, electromagnetic hand cannon, third relic, and a heavy artillery piece, Giant of 100 Hands prototype, energy translocator, was drawn by Lao Zhao, and Giant of 100 Hands prototype was drawn by Wei. Kane felt that, apart from the third holy relic which slightly piqued his interest, the rest seemed rather insignificant. The progress on several engravings restoration was painfully slow, even slower than before. For 5 months, Kane had not encountered a single hero. This seemed to corroborate Kane's initial hypothesis. The fluctuations of the Forbidden Ruins were indeed distributed. To enhance the efficiency of restoration, it appeared that reliance on our true self engraving was essential. Despite the 5 months of long-distance interaction, the bond between Kane and Hongying had not cooled. Rather, as time passed, the pangs of longing grew more intense. During this period, Hongying also learned about the existence of the cleansing 7 thunders and expressed great enthusiasm for the divine key, the little girl. The socially anxious young lady was initially reluctant to speak, but gradually lowered her defenses under Hongying's gentle persuasion. Now, the restoration percentage of the true self had reached 13. Countless relationships faltered during this process. Kane remained rational throughout, fully aware of what actions were appropriate at each stage, and thus had never succumbed to impulsive desires. Of course, the engraving would unlock a new ability, to multiply the harvested fluctuations of the Forbidden Ruins by the number of engravings excluding the true self and distribute them evenly among all engravings. In other words, once this ability was unlocked, Kane would receive 3 times the fluctuations of the Forbidden Ruins for the restoration of 3 engravings. Unlocking 4 would yield 4 times the benefit. Apart from the inability to actively distribute the acquired fluctuations, the true self engraving was indeed a divine selection of heroes. In short, Alicia was truly remarkable. Although Kane and Hongying were in the throes of romance, even the most fervent passion would eventually wane. Kane preferred to take his time with Hongying, When the flames of romance dimmed and sweetness faded, what awaited them was a steady, enduring companionship. Countless relationships faltered during this process. Kane remained rational throughout, fully aware of what actions were appropriate at each stage, and thus had never succumbed to impulsive desires. Of course, he harbored feelings and genuinely wished to meet. He simply exercised restraint over his emotions and rarely revealed his true self. In the words of Zhou Ping, unleashing a frosty savior that left them with a refreshing cold. Of course, General Yuan was a tough nut. Managing to enforce a rule prohibiting new recruits from engaging in private duels from midnight to 6 in the morning. Kane's struggle had borne fruit. Moments later, it's freezing. This wind is truly cold. Kane jogged leisurely at the back of the line, burdened by heavy weight strapped across his body. The reason for the added weight was self-evident. Running at the rear also served to deter ambushes. Over the past 5 months, new recruits had frequently attempted to surprise him. It's time to eat. Chapter 74, The Invincible Him, with a weakness humph. The cleansing Seven Thunders, with a sugary demeanor, stretched out her arms toward Kane. Most new recruits approached Kane politely, carefully inquiring, "Hello, may we ambush you?" Embracing a spirit of helpfulness, Kane led them to the area beside the instructor's office, unleashing a frosty savior that left them with a refreshing cold. Of course, General Yuan was a tough nut. Managing to enforce a rule prohibiting new recruits from engaging in private duels from midnight to 6 in the morning. Kane's struggle had borne fruit. Moments later, Kane placed his hand on the little girl's head, shaking it gently in exasperation. "She is not a toy. She is my beloved. Let go of me." The others quietly and methodically made their way to the dining hall. Kane did not join them. Instead, he removed his weights and approached the little girl. "Let's go. It's time to eat." Chapter 74, The Invincible Him, with a weakness humph. The cleansing Seven Thunders, with a sugary demeanor, stretched out her arms toward Kane. Expressing her desire for a hug, Kane sighed and obliged, holding her close. The cleansing Seven Thunders pouted. "It's stuffy here. I want to go outside." Kane replied, "With everyone here to play with you, how can you feel stuffy? I'm bored. When can we go out?" "Soon. You said that yesterday and the day before. And the day before that. Be patient. I want to go out to play with your girlfriend. She seems like so much fun." Kane placed his hand on the little girl's head, shaking it gently in exasperation. "She is not a toy. She is my beloved. Let go of me." The cleansing Seven Thunders swatted Kane's hand away, her little face puffed in indignation. Before they reached the dining hall, the absence of the instructor's watchful eye allowed several female soldiers to gather around them. "Little sister, we haven't seen you out in a while. Will you play with your sisters? We have tasty treats." The little girl blinked her sparkling eyes at Kane, seeking his permission. Kane sighed silently, letting her down. "All right, go play with your sisters for a bit." "Yay." The girls enveloped the little girl once more. Training life was monotonous, and such a sweet and adorable little girl was like a balm for their weary souls, even if she wasn't human. Her cuteness was enough. Kane went to fetch food and sat beside Lin Chia. Lin Chia looked at him oddly. "You're starting to look more and more like a father." Kane responded, "If you call me that again, I'll be delighted. Get lost." At that moment, Bailey Pang suddenly spoke up. "By the way, isn't the Spring Festival approaching?" Upon hearing this, Kane paused momentarily. The Spring Festival was indeed near. Unbeknownst to him, the time had come. The anticipated attack on the training camp was finally looming. If the timeline remained consistent with the original narrative, at the moment Bailey Pang uttered those words, Chen Mai, the captain of Team 136, had already issued a warning to Yuan Gang in his office. If all went as expected, this afternoon, everyone would be granted a 4-day holiday for the Spring Festival, with the stipulation that they could not leave Songnan City. The true purpose was to disperse the new recruits and instructors, making it difficult for the enemy to locate their targets. In the original story, attackers during the Spring Festival included criminals who had escaped from the monastery and mercenaries affiliated with the ancient god church, and several ground-to-ground missiles that would descend upon them the moment they exited the camp. These were not the primary concerns. What truly troubled Kane was the ancient god church's ultimate weapon for harvesting. The original narrative mentioned 2 sea realms. One remained unnamed in the original text. He was responsible for restraining Songnan City's only sea realm, General Yuan. The other was Han Xiaoyan, the former captain of the Suzhou City Night Watch and now the 13th seed among the followers. He was the true harbinger of doom. This harbinger was intercepted by the members of Team 136 and ultimately thwarted by Shen Xingzhu. Now, with Kane and his weapon, the Kuroshio, it remained uncertain whether the ancient god church's true trump card was still these two. In due time, he would need to capture a prisoner for a thorough interrogation of enemy intelligence. However, in the original narrative, Qingyu's rat swarm was already taking shape. Could he possibly inquire about the enemy's intelligence from him? That was a possibility, but it was imperative to find a way to contact him. At that moment, Bailey Pangang sighed. The new year. I wonder if the new recruits training camp will grant us a holiday. Lin Chiye shook his head. We are in a closed training program. It's already generous to provide you with communication devices once a month. You expect a holiday? Bailey Pang scratched his face. True. But after the training ends, you all must come to Guangzhou and Shenzhen to play. I'll treat. All right. Lin Chiye pondered for a moment before agreeing. He had never left Songnan City in his life, and a rare opportunity to see the outside world was tempting. Kane remained silent. Sorry, you can't leave. The moment you do, the miraculous existence of Songnan City will vanish. In the afternoon, a sharp whistle sliced through the heavy silence of the air. All 240 new recruits departed from the dormitory building and gathered at the training ground, forming neat rows in less than 3 minutes. A solemn atmosphere prevailed. And the once innocent fledglings had shed their naivety, now possessing the wings to soar. Instructor Hong stood on the platform, scanning the crowd with a piercing gaze as he began to speak. Well, it seems that the past 5 months of rigorous training have not been in vain. You have all begun to take shape. However, I have called you here today to convey an important message. Our instructors have decided to conclude the 6-month physical training ahead of schedule. The session originally planned for this afternoon is also canceled. Moving forward, we will initiate targeted training in firearms and forbidden zones. Upon hearing this announcement, the eyes of the recruits sparkled with a remarkable brightness. It is finally over. The nightmarish ordeal of the past 5 months has been unbearable for all the recruits. At long last, the beloved extraordinary power and Kane, that cursed white-haired man. The humiliation and torment endured over the past 6 months shall be repaid in kind. You better be prepared to face your demise. Kane lowered his eyelids. Remaining silent, he could sense the subtle killing intent emanating from the surrounding recruits. This meant that in the coming 6 months, Kane's advantage in physical prowess would no longer be as pronounced. He would have to confront the ambushes in the forbidden zones. Many of the recruits who had previously been submissive to him might seize this opportunity to reclaim their pride. This was not a grave matter. For Kane, it represented an excellent opportunity to mend his engravings. Although the preliminary processes of hanging branches and drawing little pigs might prove to be somewhat troublesome, it was merely a minor inconvenience. There is one more thing. Hong Hao continued. After discussion, we have decided to grant everyone a short leave before the next phase begins. From today until the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, a total of 4 days. The previous announcement had merely brightened their spirits, but this news sent the recruits into a frenzy of jubilation. 7 nights, did you hear? They are really giving us a break. Bailey Pang exclaimed excitedly, shaking Lin Chiye's shoulder, a flush of excitement brightening his round face. Chao Yuanren was equally astonished. Wait, are we really getting time off? Lin Chiye glanced at Kane. This fellow still wore his icy expression, betraying no signs of joy or sorrow, as if the prospect of a break held no significance for him. Perhaps he, like Lin Chiye, had sensed something amiss. At that moment, Lin Chiye's eyes sparkled with a thought, and he whispered, Finally, I can meet Sister Hong Ying. Are you excited? Kane's gaze flickered as he glanced at Lin Chiye, who revealed a triumphant smile. Over the past 5 months, the only thing capable of breaking Kane's frosty facade was the mention of Hong Ying. This invincible man indeed possessed a vulnerability, albeit one Lin Chiye could scarcely exploit. Kane also turned to head towards the dormitory. They must not keep the captain waiting. Chapter 75. Breakthrough. Half an hour later, the recruits gathered in the training ground, each laden with their belongings. Kane carried little, just a black travel backpack. Lin Chiye, too, wore a lightweight bag containing a few changes of clothing. We will gather in the training ground in half an hour. Vehicles will transport you out. Did you hear clearly? Understood. Dismissed. The crowd dispersed, and the recruits hurried towards the dormitory, their faces alight with excitement. Though they could not return home, the confinement of the past 6 months had left them yearning for a breath of fresh air. Who would choose to remain here? Let us go. 7 nights. Pack your things. Bailey Pang tugged at Lin Chiye's sleeve, brimming with enthusiasm. Don't dwell on the trivial. Let us hurry. Kane also turned to head towards the dormitory. They must not keep the captain waiting. Chapter 75. Breakthrough. Half an hour later, the recruits gathered in the training ground. Yet not entirely impossible. Lin Chiye nodded thoughtfully, given the instructor's recent training methods. Having resided at Hong Ying's home for the month prior to entering the training camp, with most of his essentials there, Bailey Pang, empty-handed, planned to purchase new clothes and supplies once they were out, embodying the spirit of indulgent wealth. As the group assembled downstairs and proceeded to the training ground, several black buses awaited them. Beside the vehicles, stacks of black long boxes were arranged neatly. Lin Chiye squinted slightly. He could guess what these items were, and the other recruits shared his suspicion. This vacation seemed to entail more than mere leisure. He gazed out the window at the distant skyline. As expected, the ambush was imminent. In the original narrative, 5 ground-to-ground missiles were launched. Yet not entirely impossible. Lin Chiyi nodded thoughtfully, given the instructor's recent training methods. The training camp resembled a box of expired chocolates. One could never predict the absurdity and torment of the next session. Hong Hao stood before the recruits, raising his voice. During this break, everyone must carry their star blade. Unless absolutely necessary, it is strictly forbidden to use it, even in special circumstances. You must avoid the civilians. We cannot incite panic. Is that understood? Understood. Good. Everyone is accounted for. Step forward to collect your blades. The recruits formed an orderly line. I have finally reached the pool realm. Ha! The recruits rejoiced. Kane quietly observed his hands. In stark contrast to the sudden release of pressure felt by the recruits, he experienced no extraordinary sensations. Instead, a subtle discontentment dissipated, leaving him feeling remarkably refreshed. As for his abilities, salvation within an 80-meter radius, thanks to Lin Chiyi and Yuan Gang, resulting in no casualties within the training camp. Of course, it was also due to Hong Ying's fiery gun that intercepted the missiles aimed at the bus. Otherwise, those on board would have had no chance. Kane felt no need to intervene at such a moment. He could comfortably remain seated in the vehicle, relishing the dark fluctuations emanating from the forbidden zone. Nevertheless, one must not be complacent. Just then, a commotion erupted within the bus. I broke through. I did it. Me too. What is happening? I have finally reached the pool realm. Ha! The recruits rejoiced. Kane quietly observed his hands. In stark contrast to the sudden release of pressure felt by the recruits, he experienced no extraordinary sensations. Instead, a subtle discontentment dissipated, leaving him feeling remarkably refreshed. As for his abilities, salvation within an 80-meter radius, heavenly wisdom within a 150-meter radius, and the attack stacking count for spiral remained unchanged, merely increasing the occurrence rate to 20%. This moment should be upon us. In the far-off heavens, 5 white dots trailed long white smoke as they hurtled toward them. Kane surmised he should also have reached the pool realm by now. At that moment, Instructor Hong rose from the passenger seat and addressed the group. Silence. Rookies. You must all have sensed it, right? Do you think we employed that precious forbidden artifact merely to suppress your forbidden zones? Not at all. While suppressing the forbidden zones, your mental strength will also be greatly hindered. Over the past 5 months, your mental fortitude has been honed beyond your awareness. Once this oppression vanishes, the surge of mental power will naturally facilitate your breakthroughs. This is a reward from the training camp for each recruit. Congratulations, rookies. Trailing a long plume of fire was aimed directly at the bus. Kane did not attempt to intercept it, for in the very instant he leapt from the window. This moment should be upon us. In the far-off heavens, 5 white dots trailed long white smoke as they hurtled toward them at great speed. Look! Unleashing a violent surge of fragments and shockwaves toward the bus. Just then, a thick, inky darkness spread from the bus, enveloping everything around and covering Kane within. An airstrike. Everyone lie down, roared Hong Hao. 3 missiles soared over the rooftops, whistling as they hurtled toward the training camp behind the convoy. Boom! A massive flash ignited, and dark clouds billowed upward. A powerful shockwave swept through the surroundings, scattering debris and shattering the car windows, plunging the interior into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Kane rolled out of the vehicle, summoning the ephemeral moon of oblivion from the realm of bliss, positioning himself beside the vehicle. At that moment, a missile, trailing a long plume of fire, was aimed directly at the bus. Kane did not attempt to intercept it, for in the very instant he leapt from the window. A fiery crimson spear, ablaze with rose-colored flames, shot forth from the jungle nearby, striking the missile like a red meteor. The missile detonated in midair, unleashing a violent surge of fragments and shockwaves toward the bus. Just then, a thick, inky darkness spread from the bus, enveloping everything around and covering Kane within. The debris and shockwave halted just a foot away from him. The overwhelming energy from the abyss of shadows remarkably enhanced the restoration of Kane's seals by an astonishing 0.1. However, Kane's focus was elsewhere. His gaze was fixed upon a graceful figure. Flames erupted in the air. Her black hair billowed, her phoenix-like eyes sparkled, and a faint smile graced her lips. She wore a white inner garment beneath a vibrant pink short coat, while her long legs were encased in fitted jeans. Her feet adorned with pink canvas shoes. Bathed in the flames' glow, she appeared as a victorious Valkyrie returning from battle. A second later, the night receded like a tide, and General Yuan from the training camp were not among them. Thus, during this critical moment when Lin Chiyi fainted, Kane resolutely forbade anyone, aside from those 3 and Team 136, from approaching the bus. He believed that Team 136 in the original narrative would have acted similarly. They're all here. Don't worry, the captain ordered us to stand by outside the camp. All right, since Lin Shi has fainted, you take him away first. Chapter 76. Hong Ying, I love you. Kane could not recall the traitors mentioned in the original text. He only remembered that Instructor Hong, Instructor Han, aside from those three and Team 136, from approaching the bus. He believed that Team 136 in the original narrative would have acted similarly. It was merely Kane who was now executing that role. Kane. At that moment, Hong Ying rushed over, her face etched with concern. Is everyone okay? I'm fine. But Lin Shi is not. Only then did Kane shift his gaze from the sergeant to Hong Ying. Is it just you? What about the others in our team? Like harbingers of doom, streaked through the sky, trailing a fiery tail that signified destruction, an embodiment of humanity's technological prowess, the pinnacle of long-range strikes, unleashed upon mere agents. I'll follow shortly. No, this attack was aimed at both of you. The captain ordered you to come with us. Kane remained silent for a few seconds before nodding. Fine. Their reunion was devoid of excessive words, as they both understood this was not the time for idle chatter. Kane sheathed his blade, boarded the bus. Hong Ying was left without her specialized weapon, and thus retrieved the star blade from Lin Shi's black box to stand guard. Suddenly, Kane halted, like harbingers of doom, streaked through the sky, trailing a fiery tail that signified destruction, an embodiment of humanity's technological prowess, the pinnacle of long-range strikes, unleashed upon mere agents. Kane surmised the enemy's intentions. However, regrettably, the current JLG Lu was no longer a trump card. With the existence of the complete purification Seven Thunders, JLG Lu, the dragon, resplendent in red and black, soared into the sky. In that moment, it opened its maw, watching the terrifying divine incarnation in the sky, secretly breaking into a sweat. Damn it. Thankfully, Kane's JLG Lu was here. Yuan Gang spent days and nights poring over the records of the Watchers, again and again, nearly driving himself mad. Yet he found no mention of the 13 heroes of fire Kane spoke of in any historical texts. These 13 individuals seemed to have never existed, with no records whatsoever. During that time, Yuan Gang had approached Kane multiple times to inquire about these heroes, but Kane's responses were consistently, I do not know. For a fleeting moment. Yuan Gang even considered using the truth ring to compel answers, but he ultimately dismissed the notion. Everyone has their secrets. Seizing the missile launch base to fire such a barrage of missiles, all in an effort to force JLG Lu into action. In the coming 3 days, Kane and Lin Shi would undoubtedly find themselves in grave danger, and this peril would not only stem from external threats. Yuan Gang descended the stairs, returning to his office, and picked up the phone. Hello, Captain. It's me. Outside the training camp, the howling winds continued. Kane and Hong Ying took refuge behind a tree as the shock waves surged past them. What is this? A mystery? An unfathomable realm that you summoned? A quintessential example of this was the infamous Otto. Undeniably, Otto possesses not only extraordinary power, but also the most formidable intellect, knowledge, and means within the realm of collapse. Hong Ying was unaware of JLG Lu's existence. How could he have hidden such a powerful asset? Kane did not respond, but furrowed his brow slightly, sparing no expense to seize the entire missile launch base. The sheer volume of missiles fired left Kane envisioning the hellscape that the launch base, hundreds of kilometers away, had become. In a world of extraordinary chaos, the supremacy of individual power led to such consequences. Those without moral compasses no longer regarded themselves as human. To them, a mortal's life was merely a disposable commodity. Killing one person held no more significance than slaughtering hundreds. His ultimate objective is not to plunge the world into chaos, which distinctly sets him apart from the archetype of a pure villain. However, during certain exceptional circumstances, his disregard for human life is akin to that of a malevolent individual. Kevin, who executes the Stigmata Project, shares this trait, as does Kane, who has only recently traversed into this realm. Now, with his newfound humanity, Kane is no longer solely governed by pure reason. He is acutely aware of this fact. If he were still dominated by rationality, his mind would not incessantly replay the image of Hong Ying shooting down a missile with a single shot. How peculiar. Previously, it had left him unmoved, yet in that moment, Hong Ying appeared exceptionally beautiful, causing Kane's heart to race uncontrollably. Standing beneath a tree. Why aren't you responding to me? Kane felt a tap on his shoulder. I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? He acknowledged that his interactions with Hong Ying were relaxed and enjoyable, and he was quite willing to engage in physical contact with her. In his previous life, he had indeed gone on dates with girls, but the feelings he experienced were mostly akin to the aforementioned, relaxed, pleasant, and open to contact, with nothing more. He had believed this constituted affection. Yet now, Kane felt an overwhelming desire to draw close to her, to embrace her, to inhale her fragrance, to kiss her lips and neck, ultimately to possess her. Clearly, this was not a mere whim or instinct. Kane had come to a realization just moments ago. He had truly fallen for Hong Ying at first sight. Hey. Hong Ying had once felt that Kane might simply be toying with her, yet she could not help but long to see him every day. And today, those three simple words, spoken from his lips, held an extraordinary weight. Joy, confusion, surprise, and fear for the future. An unprecedented complexity of emotions flooded her heart. He had confessed, and now what? Should she respond to him? Wow. Kane, I didn't expect you to be so proactive in confessing. Chapter 77. You fool. I love you too. Hong Ying was taken aback, and in the next instant, a blush spread across her face. What? What are you suddenly saying? She lightly punched Kane, turning away, her hands cradling her flushed cheeks. Although they had been together for quite some time and had somewhat established their relationship, until now, their exchanges had been filled with ambiguity, lacking any genuine confessions. Hong Ying had once felt that Kane might simply be toying with her, yet she could not help but long to see him every day. And today, those three simple words, spoken from his lips, held an extraordinary weight. Joy, confusion, surprise, and fear for the future. An unprecedented complexity of emotions flooded her heart. He had confessed, and now what? Should she respond to him? Wow, Kane, I didn't expect you to be so proactive in confessing. Lao Zhao floated over and nudged Kane's shoulder. But I feel like this isn't the right time for a confession, is it? Is this part of your plan? Or have you fallen so deep in love that you've gone mad? I find it hard to believe the latter, as I cannot imagine you, the epitome of rationality, being swayed by emotions. No, Lao Zhao, I am indeed in the latter situation. Kane realized the moment he uttered those three words. In that fleeting instant, he had allowed himself to be overtaken by what one might call emotional impulse. Now, he was somewhat calmer. Observing Hong Ying's reaction, it was evident that the moment was poorly timed. Despite having been together for 5 months and having shared 5 conversations, Hong Ying's fondness for Kane had grown significantly. However, the timing of this confession was tragically flawed. Such heavy words left little room for a response. What kind of feelings could one possibly convey in reply? Kane sighed silently, gazing up at the sky. The dragon, Kurakara, sensed his presence and descended, flapping its wings as it landed gracefully before Kane. The duration of Kurakara's activity had now extended to 1 minute and 10 seconds. Yet Kane noticed a substantial enhancement in its operational capabilities. The 1 minute and 10 seconds was contingent upon entering combat mode, which consumed energy rapidly. In non-combat situations, Kurakara could remain active for even longer. Even at full speed, it could persist for 20 minutes. With a gust of wind, Kurakara's landing stirred a whirlwind of leaves and dust, causing Hong Ying to squint involuntarily. You just asked me if this dragon belongs to me. Kane approached the dragon's wing. Walking to its back, the sharp scales on Kurakara's back gradually flattened, creating a space suitable for seating. My answer: yes, this is a gift from the heroic spirit. Kane settled into that space, securing Lin Chiye on the dragon's back before extending his hand toward Hong Ying. Time is of the essence, come up here. And let us take Lin Chiye to safety first. Me? Hong Ying hesitated, eyeing Kurakara. Kane calmly stated, 50 years from now, when you reflect on this life, will you regret not having boarded this dragon with me? His deep blue eyes were calm, yet resolute. Hong Ying bit her lip, no longer hesitating, as her delicate hand rested atop his larger one. Hey! With a sudden tug, Kane pulled Hong Ying into his embrace. With a roar, Kurakara raised itself and took to the skies. Hong Ying, caught off guard by the inertia, inadvertently collided with Kane's chest. Sorry. It's fine. As Kurakara soared into the clouds, the sunlight shone brilliantly above the sea of clouds, while the fierce winds blew. However, Kurakara generated a force field around them, shielding them from the strong gusts. Hong Ying leaned against Kane's chest, silent. His chest was broad and firm, a testament to 5 months of training. Despite having had a chance to speak once a month, seeing Kane in person made her feel as though his demeanor had changed significantly, becoming colder and deeper than before. Hong Ying's heart raced. She was primarily flustered by Kane's sudden confession. Logically, she should have been elated, yet for some reason, she felt a twinge of fear. Fear that once she responded, she might never encounter him again. Lin Chiye was staying at your home, right? Which direction is your house in? Kane suddenly inquired. In the east of the city, Hong Ying answered, somewhat dazed, but then recalled something. Wait, won't people see this dragon? No, she can bend light through magnetic fields. We must ensure Lin Chiye's safety first and contact the captain afterward to gather at your house. Pausing, Kane leaned down, whispering softly in Hong Ying's ear, moreover, I can hardly wait to be with you. The gentle breath made a flush creep to Hong Ying's earlobes. You fool, don't say such things now. Lin Xie is right beside us. Lin Xie had exhausted his mental energy and would not awaken for a while. Kane tightened his embrace around Hong Ying, his hand resting gently on her abdomen. It's been 5 months. You've become even more captivating. Hong Ying retorted. Why do you shower me with sweet talk the moment we meet? Let go of me. Why are you holding me so tightly? I'm merely checking your health. Do you have a little belly? Don't be ridiculous. I do not have a little belly. Then what are those layers of flesh? Michelin tires? Stop it. Don't move. You might fall. Kane held on tightly to the struggling Hong Ying. As for those 3 words, there is no need for you to respond so soon. Hong Ying's body trembled slightly. Kane softly murmured, whenever you feel ready to respond. It will not be too late. For now, this is sufficient. Yes, this is enough. He felt the strength of his own grip through Kane's hands. Hong Ying finally discerned a hint of Kane's inner turmoil. He was in a state of panic, fearful of losing her. Was this the reason for his confession? Did he lack a sense of security? Was it due to the constant confrontation with parting and death that the Watchers faced? Or was it something else entirely? After a brief hesitation, Hong Ying said, I also. Shoo. Kane gently silenced her. No need for that now. Let's wait until I propose to you before you answer. For now, let me hold you like this, just for a while. Hong Ying understood why she was so easily captivated by this man. Just being with him provided a profound sense of safety and comfort. It is vast enough to accommodate many things. Really? Why didn't you mention this earlier? That means you could bring more items into the training camp. Kane gazed into Hong Ying's sparkling eyes, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Have I dug a pit for myself? Hong Ying's villa was her inheritance from her parents. Zhou Ping descended into the small courtyard of a villa, the fierce wind scattering snowflakes, causing the large red lanterns in the street to sway. Kane first helped Hong Ying dismount, then carried Lin Xie on his back, leaping down from the dragon's back. You've done well. Go rest now, Kane said as he turned to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping, with a reluctant nuzzle against Kane, transformed into a flash of crimson lightning, returning to Kane's side. Hong Ying curiously observed Kane. How strange. Where do you keep such a large dragon? In the personal space gifted by the spirits. It is vast enough to accommodate many things. Really? Why didn't you mention this earlier? That means you could bring more items into the training camp. Kane gazed into Hong Ying's sparkling eyes, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Have I dug a pit for myself? Hong Ying's villa was her inheritance from her parents. Externally, it showcased a common modernist style with hints of Bauhaus influence. The interior was not lavishly decorated, containing only essential furnishings like a sofa and a few chairs. Previously, she lived there only with Si Xiaonan, and it was not until 6 months ago that Lin Xie joined them. Kane settled Lin Xie in his room, tucking him under the covers. Hong Ying looked at Lin Xie lying on the bed and shook her head. Ah, poor little Xie. Since he joined the Watchers, it seems like he is always caught in dangerous situations. Why does trouble always find him? Kane replied, his identity attracts the attention of enemies, which is only natural. Hong Ying shot him a sidelong glance. And your identity is not special? Kane met her gaze. Let us step outside and allow him some rest. Exiting the room, the 7 Thunder of Penitence wrinkled her nose at him, beginning to inspect the decor of the room. A nice place, much better than your shabby dwelling. Kane, I'll call the captain and let them know to gather at my place. All right, Kane replied, surveying the living room. This was his first visit to Hong Ying's home. Regrettably, he had not brought any gifts due to the sudden nature of the visit. Suddenly, he felt a pang of realization. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Kane summoned the soul steel body from the land of bliss, and with a flash of purple light, the diminutive figure of the 7 Thunder of Penitence appeared in the living room. Upon her arrival, she placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Kane with indignation. You detestable human. Did you truly forget about me if I hadn't reminded you? My apologies. The situation was urgent, and I couldn't attend to everything. Just excuses. The 7 Thunder of Penitence wrinkled her nose at him, beginning to inspect the decor of the room. A nice place, much better than your shabby dwelling. Kane, I just heard a girl's voice. Who is she? Hong Ying returned from her phone call and immediately spotted the 7 Thunder of Penitence in the living room. Upon seeing Hong Ying, the girl instantly adopted a demure demeanor, hands clasped in front of her skirt, toes turned inward, resembling a well-mannered little girl. Hello, Sister Hong Ying. I am the 7 Thunder of Penitence. You are little 7 Thunder? Hong Ying exclaimed in delight, rushing over to scoop her up and affectionately nuzzle her nose against the little girl's. At last, I get to see you. I've dreamed of meeting you. Me too. Sister Hong Ying is even more beautiful in person than in the videos. Ha! Little 7 Thunder, you are quite the charmer. Come here and give your sister a hug. Hong Ying beamed, rubbing her cheek against the little girl's face. Kane observed their interaction silently, sensing no unexpected developments. However, he felt a peculiar sensation. According to previous assumptions, the concept of true self was related to Hong Ying's fondness for Kane. When Kane had first glimpsed her in the flames by the bus, his instant infatuation had caused true self to surge by 4, reaching 17. In contrast, while his closeness with Hong Ying on the dragon's back had also increased true self, the gain was far less significant than that initial moment. Thus, Kane realized he had been mistaken all along. True self did not reflect Hong Ying's affection for him. Rather, it was intricately tied to his feelings for her. The more he cherished Hong Ying, the more intact his humanity became, and thus, the higher the restoration of true self. Kane let out a wry smile. Alicia, is it your intention to teach me the art of love? Half an hour later, the sound of a car screeching to a halt echoed outside the villa, followed by a series of knocks on the door. Hong Ying, open up, it's us. He has set numerous training camp records. You might not be his match now. Not that I ever was. Kane thought to himself. Wu Shangnan. Long time no see. Chen Mai scrutinized Kane for a moment, his expression peculiar. You really love that coat and uniform, don't you? You changed into it so quickly? I didn't choose to wear it. It's Hong Ying who likes it. Forget I said anything. Please, come in. Kane stepped aside. It's not just that he didn't bring us shame. Team 136 has benefited from him. What is wrong with giving him some praise? Kane crossed his arms. After 5 months, you've bulked up quite a bit. Kane nodded. You too. You look much more spirited than before. Have you improved? When Shima waved his hand dismissively. Oh, what improvement? Don't compare me to you two freaks. At that moment, Hong Ying emerged from the kitchen carrying a platter of fruits, smiling. Shima, don't underestimate Kane. He has set numerous training camp records. You might not be his match now. Not that I ever was. Kane thought to himself. Wu Shangnan. Rarely one to offer compliments. Remarked. Kane, you didn't bring shame to Team 136. You managed to suppress the masked team with Lin Xie 2 against 5. Completed the extreme training with a 2-hour load, and even came out unscathed from the ambush by many new recruits. Chen Mai frowned. Old Wu, it's not just that he didn't bring us shame. Team 136 has benefited from him. What is wrong with giving him some praise? Kane crossed his arms. It was all Lin Xie's doing. I did nothing. Hong Ying nudged his shoulder. If he hears you say that, he'll definitely challenge you to a duel. Si Xiaonan squinted, glancing toward a corner of the living room. Sister Hong Ying, whose little child is hiding behind the door. When did you start babysitting? The others then noticed a delicate little girl hiding behind the kitchen door. Oh, I almost forgot about her. Hong Ying walked over and took the girl's hand, leading her into the room. 7 Sins, please introduce yourself. All eyes converged upon the girl, who timidly bowed to the assembly. Hello everyone. My name is Zhou Ping, and I am. Zhou Ping glanced at Kane and continued. The daughter of Kane's father and Hong Ying's mother. Hong Ying gasped. The members of Team 136 exclaimed in unison. Daughter? Chapter 79. Chen Muyi inquired. When are you holding the full moon celebration? When Chi Mo was taken aback. Wait, you two had a child? When did this happen? Why didn't you invite us to the celebration? Are you out of your mind? How is that even possible? Chen Muyi retorted, pulling at Wen Chi Mo's hair as he turned to Kane. Kane, I recall that your black longsword is named Zhou Ping, correct? Indeed, Kane nodded. She is the personification of Zhou Ping's consciousness, which can be understood as her weapon spirit. Oh, Chen Muyi appeared slightly enlightened, but was still puzzled. But why does she refer to herself as your daughter? I don't know, Kane replied, walking over and playfully flicking the little girl's forehead. In any case, she is not as obedient as she appears. Zhou Ping rubbed her forehead, glaring angrily at Kane before looking up at Hong Ying, her eyes brimming with grievance. Mommy, Daddy is bullying me. Oh, don't worry, Hong Ying comforted, picking up Zhou Ping and shooting a fierce glance at Kane. What are you doing, hitting a child for no reason? Honestly, you don't act like a father at all. Kane noticed the strange look in Hong Ying's eyes. It was a chaotic expression, as if reason had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming emotion. Kane recognized it as maternal instinct. Although he was aware of Hong Ying's fiery temperament, he hadn't anticipated such depth of feeling. Humph. Sweetheart, come with mommy. Let us ignore daddy. Okay. Hong Ying carried Zhou Ping into the house to deepen their mother-daughter bond. Hong Ying was seated on the sofa, holding a little girl in her arms, her gaze filled with delight. Lin Xie recognized the girl. She was Zhou Ping's weapon spirit, with whom he shared a good rapport, and he quite liked the little spirit girl. But Lin Xie slowly awakened. The familiar ceiling came into view, and he was momentarily stunned. Is this Hong Ying's home? In my room? Lin Xie sat up, rubbed his temples, and got out of bed. His head throbbed slightly, but it was manageable. Click. At that moment, the The door opened. Scratching his head in confusion. Why am I here? He turned to Kane. Lin Shi looked at the white-haired figure who had come down with him. Kane explained. The first floor of the villa was bustling with a crowd. Besides Lung Xian, everyone from Team 136 was present, along with Instructor Hong Hao. Lin Shi nodded, and then looked at Instructor Hong Hao. And how did you end up here? After we dropped off the recruits at the designated location, we needed to discuss strategies with Captain Chun. It just so happened that we ended up here. Instructor Hong Hao smiled before his demeanor turned serious. Lin Shi, why were Hong Ying and Ti Zui Lei suddenly so affectionate? Had they met before? As he opened the door, Chi, do you feel better now? Scratching his head in confusion. Why am I here? He turned to Kane. Lin Shi looked at the white-haired figure who had come down with him. Kane explained. You exhausted a considerable amount of mental energy to protect everyone on the bus and fainted. It was Hong Ying and I who brought you back here. Ah, I see. They should be attributed to you. We can't award a dragon, can we? Well, that wouldn't be impossible, Kane thought to himself. Lin Shi, puzzled, asked. We needed to discuss strategies with Captain Chun. It just so happened that we ended up here. Instructor Hong Hao smiled before his demeanor turned serious. Lin Shi, this was the most annoying aspect about Kane, his penchant for being enigmatic. So why did we come under missile attack? Such weapons should be strictly controlled by the military. But the Night Watcher's reward system differs from that of the military, and the award ceremony cannot be widely publicized. You will know when you receive the medal. Oh, I understand. Hong Hao continued, looking at Kane. Kane, you too. If it weren't for your timely interception of those missiles, everyone in the training camp would have perished. He had received a warning. As an agent of the divine, he would inevitably attract the attention of the ancient god church. They should be attributed to you. We can't award a dragon, can we? Well, that wouldn't be impossible, Kane thought to himself. Lin Shi, puzzled, asked. What dragon? What summoned beast? What are you talking about? Kane glanced at him. You will find out, but not now. Lin Shi was left speechless. Why were they fired at the training camp? Was this an attack on the Night Watchers? Not quite, Kane replied. The target was solely you, me. And by Li Tu Ming. You mean the ancient god church? Lin Shi pondered for a moment before arriving at the answer. During his previous meeting with Wang Mian, he had received a warning. As an agent of the divine, he would inevitably attract the attention of the ancient god church. The ancient god church seeks to draw out my trump card, that limitless realm dragon, despite having anticipated this to some extent. Moreover, Kane, whose power was on par with ordinary divine agents and even surpassed that of some legendary agents, had also become a focal point of the ancient god church's scrutiny. Indeed, Chun Muyi nodded, narrowing his eyes, his gaze sharp. I just didn't expect them to take such a risk, attacking multiple missile bases at once. They even acquired the missile keys. You must understand that so many missiles could obliterate a large portion of Chang'an City. What could be their objective? Surely, it can't just be for a few agents. Chun Muyi and everyone from Team 136 witnessed the culprit, the red-black dragon enshrouded by crimson lightning. What no one could have anticipated was that this dragon, the ancient god church, seeks to draw out my trump card, that limitless realm dragon, despite having anticipated this to some extent. Hearing Kane articulate it still prompted a collective gasp. Chun Muyi narrowed his eyes. So, 5 months ago, that minute-long celestial phenomenon was also caused by your dragon? Indeed. Please tell her I apologize for any offense. Chapter 80. You truly like her, Chun Mai continued. So, the ancient god society's attack was aimed at forcing Kane's summoned beast into the open. Does that imply? Kane, does your summoned beast have certain limitations? Kane nodded. Exuding an aura comparable to that of a limitless realm, was summoned by Kane. I shall refrain from questioning how you acquired such a dangerous entity for now. I have only one inquiry to make of you. Chun Mai rubbed his brow. The danger was uncertain, and while he trusted those present, Kane opted for caution and decided to withhold this information. Hong Hao's expression grew serious. The ancient god society has used missiles to draw out your trump card. This means that within the next 3 days, they may take a series of measures against you. Kane, you are facing immense peril. Kane shook his head. Rest assured, instructor, I will be fine as I have a group of trustworthy seniors. This statement resonated perfectly, prompting the entire 136th team to instinctively stand a bit taller, especially Hong Ying, who clearly found Kane's words quite uplifting. Don't worry, little Kane. Your sister will protect you. Kane looked at the girl's confident smile, choosing not to dwell on their age difference, and nodded slightly. Well then, I entrust you with this, senior. Hee hee. Hong Ying beamed. Lin Qian suddenly understood. So, this break is to break up their forces, rendering the ancient god society incapable of deploying large-scale weapons? Hong Hao nodded. Thus, the danger was uncertain, and while he trusted those present, Kane opted for caution and decided to withhold this information. Hong Hao's expression grew serious. The Ancient God Society has used missiles to draw out your trump card. This means that within the next 3 days, they may take a series of measures against you. This prolonged standoff is unsustainable. It is time to confront them head-on. After a brief moment, Hong Hao bid farewell to the group and returned to the training camp, prompting the entire 136th team to instinctively stand a bit taller, especially Hong Ying, who clearly found Kane's words quite uplifting. "Don't worry, little Kane. Your sister will protect you." Kane looked at the girl's confident smile, choosing not to dwell on their age difference, and nodded slightly. "Well then, I entrust you with this, senior." Hee hee. Hong Ying beamed. Lin Xie suddenly understood. So, this break is to break up their forces, rendering the Ancient God Society incapable of deploying large-scale weapons? Hong Hao nodded. "Thus, we ended your physical training early, liberated your realms, and permitted you to carry weapons outside the camp, all to counter their attacks. In short, be cautious these next few days, and try to get out and about." Lin Xie immediately grasped the implication. A decoy? Indeed. Hong Hao's eyes glinted coldly. It has been 5 months. This prolonged standoff is unsustainable. It is time to confront them head-on. After a brief moment, Hong Hao bid farewell to the group and returned to the training camp. The others did not attempt to keep him, as the camp was currently embroiled in an intense internal investigation. Once Hong instructor departed, Chen Mai also rose, suddenly recalling something. He turned to Kane and Lin Xie. "Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Do you two have any plans?" Lin Xie's eyes brightened, but then dimmed as a thought crossed her mind. "None." Kane glanced at Hong Ying. "I will stay here to protect Lin Xie. You all will go with Hong Ying to buy groceries. On New Year's Eve, we will have our reunion dinner at the office, and I will personally cook." Leaving everyone in stunned silence. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the living room, causing all to shiver. The cleansing thunder's expression froze, and it hurriedly jumped from Hong Ying's arms. Kane waved goodbye as he watched the team leader leave. He then turned to Lin Xie. "Shall we visit Bai Li Tuming later?" "Yes, that is my intention." It transformed back into a small box. Kane retrieved the small box and surveyed the group. "Is there any issue with my staying here?" Ultimately, Kane indeed chose to remain. Hong Ying's house was spacious, with an empty room available. Though small, it had a balcony and decent conditions. In that case, tomorrow morning, an extra person would only add to the festivities. Hong Ying chimed in. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Lin Xie replied. "No need, Sister Hong Ying." Chen Mai smiled slightly, then turned to Kane. "You probably won't be going back, right? That house of yours seems to have been empty for quite some time." Deep in thought. In the original story, Bai Li Tuming and Chao Yuan would encounter an explosive attack at the hotel, and after a free fall, Kane waved goodbye as he watched the team leader leave. He then turned to Lin Xie. "Shall we visit Bai Li Tuming later?" "Yes, that is my intention." Lin Xie nodded. As the host of Changnan City, it was essential to pay a visit to his friends, Fatty and Chao Yuan. Lin Xie even contemplated inviting them to join the 136th team for the New Year's dinner. After all, since they weren't returning home, an extra person would only add to the festivities. Hong Ying chimed in. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Lin Xie replied. "No need, Sister Hong Ying. Didn't you hear the instructor? It's an opportunity for us to go out alone. Besides, I am no longer weak." Kane gazed out at the night sky, deep in thought. In the original story, Bai Li Tuming and Chao Yuan would encounter an explosive attack at the hotel, and after a free fall, they would be assaulted by several former night watchmen from the fasting institution. Though the timeline had shifted, the overarching trajectory should remain unchanged. Bai Li Tuming and Chao Yuan were only at the pool realm. Dealing with them should not require the same level of effort as with Kane. They would likely not anticipate that Kane and Lin Xie would visit Bai Li Tuming. The Ancient God Society had resorted to missiles to force out Jiulu Chelua, which suggested that among their enemies this time, there might not be any beings of the infinite realm present. That was too much of a gamble. Intelligence on the enemy was imperative. Kane's first thought was of Qingyu. He should be hiding somewhere in the sewers, conducting undisclosed experiments, and his network should be spread across Changnan City. However, Kane was unsure how to reach him. Furthermore, in the original narrative, Qingyu only alerted Lin Xie to the existence of the Scorpion Group, without mentioning anything else. Never mind. Kane decided to prioritize finding a live source of information first. "Hey, Kane, what are you daydreaming about?" Hong Ying's call jolted Kane back to reality. "What is it?" Hong Ying extended her hand towards Kane. "I've been calling you forever." "Summon her." "Who?" Kane suddenly realized, letting out a resigned sigh. "You truly like her, don't you?" "Of course. I want to get closer to her." "Fine." Kane reluctantly retrieved the small box. With a flicker of purple light, the cleansing thunder leaped into Hong Ying's embrace, tearfully complaining. "Wah, he bullies me." "Oh, dear, don't cry. Mommy is here." Hong Ying shot a fierce glare at Kane as she cradled the cleansing thunder and turned away. as she turned her back. Lin Xie's expression was peculiar. Nothing, just felt like you've added another weakness. Chapter 81. You've added another weakness. Kane maintained a calm demeanor. The cleansing thunder is not a weakness, it is a weapon. Is that so? Lin Xie shrugged. Then you should take her with you instead of leaving her at home. That was Hong Ying's decision. I couldn't argue. Indeed. Lin Xie ascended the stairs. Wait for me to change clothes. We'll be heading out soon. All right. After a brief moment, Lin Xie donned a casual outfit and descended wearing a black fedora. Oh, don't forget to take this, little brother Xie. Hong Ying recalled something and handed Lin Xie the black box containing the star blade. Thank you. Lin Xie replied as he adjusted the brim of his hat and turned to exit. We'll be back, Kane whispered, following closely behind him as they stepped out. With a wave, Hong Ying watched the door close and hurried over to sit beside Dizue Chile on the sofa, grinning as she asked, Little Chile, may I ask you a few questions? Dizue Chile looked up. Sure. Why do you recognize me and Kane as your parents? Dizue Chile blinked. That small single room can't compare to this place. Bai Tuming retorted, do you really think I run a charity? You have to pay to stay here, you know? Hong Ying exclaimed joyfully as she embraced Dizue Chile, playfully ruffling her hair. After a moment, she glanced out the window, confirming that the two men had left, and leaned in closer to Dizue Chile's ear. I want to ask, has Kane gotten close to any girls in the training camp? Dizue Chile blinked slowly, a hint of mischief curling her lips. Yes. In a lavish presidential suite, Bai Tuming hummed a cheerful tune. You must be joking. Chao Yuan pointed to the corner. Isn't there one right there? Bai Tuming turned to look, his face darkening instantly. Damn, there really is one. How did you get in? I thought I booked you a small hotel next door. Chao Yuan, holding a knife, replied earnestly, the door was open, and besides, that small single room can't compare to this place. Bai Tuming retorted, do you really think I run a charity? You have to pay to stay here, you know? A little girl was knocked to the ground by fleeing pedestrians, scraping her knee and drawing blood. Her face turned pale, tears brimming in her eyes as she struggled to stand. But the next moment, a shadow loomed over her small figure. She barely had time to turn around before her blurred into a shadow. Boom. A massive concrete slab crashed onto the street, kicking up a cloud of dust. A man with white hair appeared on the opposite side of the road, kneeling with his black coat billowing. Are you all right? Just wait till I complain about this hotel. Just as he was about to make a call, a loud explosion erupted. Flames engulfed the entire top floor. Boom. At that moment, the girl's mother rushed over in distress, taking her daughter from Kane. Lily, are you okay? Thank you. Thank you for saving my daughter. A little girl was knocked to the ground by fleeing pedestrians, scraping her knee and drawing blood. Her face turned pale, tears brimming in her eyes as she struggled to stand. But the next moment, a shadow loomed over her small figure. She barely had time to turn around before her blurred into a shadow. Boom. A massive concrete slab crashed onto the street, kicking up a cloud of dust. A man with white hair appeared on the opposite side of the road, kneeling with his black coat billowing. Are you all right? Kane asked the little girl in his arms. The girl stared blankly at his handsome face, a blush slowly creeping onto her cheeks. Lily. At that moment, the girl's mother rushed over in distress, taking her daughter from Kane. Lily, are you okay? Thank you. Thank you for saving my daughter. Kane vanished into the dark alley. Such a slacker. Lin Xie shook his head, closing his eyes to summon his mental energy, seeking the flaws in the unguarded domain. Upon opening his eyes, a beam of golden light burst forth. After Kane slipped into the alley, he leapt up. Kane approached him, saying, the enemy is swift, seemingly intent on not giving us a chance to react. This is not the Night Watcher's unguarded domain. Indeed. On the rooftop opposite him stood an elderly man with a receding hairline, his back turned. Who goes there? The old man sensed something and turned abruptly. Lin Xie asked, somewhat surprised. Kane summoned the Mingxing Shunyue with a flick of his left hand, turning to the nearby rooftops. You can breach the unguarded domain on your own. I will deal with the other person. Let us regroup in the unguarded domain later. Whoosh. In the next moment, Kane vanished into the dark alley. Such a slacker. Lin Xie shook his head, closing his eyes to summon his mental energy, seeking the flaws in the unguarded domain. Upon opening his eyes, a beam of golden light burst forth. After Kane slipped into the alley, he leapt up, using the walls of the surrounding buildings to propel himself upward until he reached the rooftop. Phew. Kane stood tall as the Mingxing Shunyue slowly unsheathed, advancing forward. On the rooftop opposite him stood an elderly man with a receding hairline, his back turned. Who goes there? The old man sensed something and turned abruptly. A dark crescent flashed past. The old man suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground, reaching for his gun to retaliate, but in the next moment, he felt a chilling sensation in his knee. Turning around, He saw two severed legs lying a short distance behind him, blood gushing from the stumps. A wave of intense pain surged through his mind, nearly overwhelming him. Kane approached, coldly looking down at him. How many members has the ancient god church sent? Humph. Kane said, Zhou, I need your help. In the old man's shocked gaze, a flash of purple light emanated from the knife in Kane's hand, transforming into a middle-aged man clad in a red cloak, exuding a roguish charm. Are you a human or a ghost? Hey there, old chap. They are criminals from the Abstinence Institute, not from the ancient god church. I know, Kane replied, glancing skyward. In the distance, waves of energy comparable to the ruins of Chuan erupted from the hotel rooftop. That was the instructor battling the assailants. The attackers from Chuan, criminals from the Abstinence Institute, dozens of missiles, and traitors within the training camp. Kane returned his gaze to the struggling old man on the ground. You've made quite the commotion this time. Tell me, how many have come? The old man clenched his teeth, refusing to divulge anything. After a moment of silence, Kane said, Zhou, I need your help. In the old man's shocked gaze, a flash of purple light emanated from the knife in Kane's hand, transforming into a middle-aged man clad in a red cloak, exuding a roguish charm. Are you a human or a ghost? Hey there, old chap. Don't be so ungrateful. The middle-aged man knelt before the old man with a grin, tying it securely before stepping aside. Beside him, Kane drew the heavenly fire Holy Judgement, and a torrent of flames erupted from the barrel, instantly reducing the bag to ashes. I have a slight understanding of methods to make people talk. Don't take offense. In the astonished gaze of the old man, Zhao Kongqing's smile drew nearer. No. What are you doing? No. Within the boundless void, Lin Xie, who had just slain a female archer, suddenly raised his head and gazed into the distance. This inexplicable sense of familiarity, what could it mean? Xie, save me. That Xiao villain has gone mad. I can't control him. Lin Xie's expression tightened, and he had no choice but to gather his thoughts and rush towards the direction of Bailey Tuming and Xiao Yuan. Moments later, in the shadowy corner of an alley, Zhao Kongqing stuffed frozen chunks of meat into a black plastic bag, tying it securely before stepping aside. Beside him, Kane drew the heavenly fire Holy Judgement, and a torrent of flames erupted from the barrel, instantly reducing the bag to ashes. Phew, exhausted. Zhao Kongqing brushed off the ashes that settled on his shoulder and turned to Kane, his expression grave. Old Kai, this is dire. Given the situation, the ancient god church is determined to eliminate you, Lin Xie, and that little fatty from the Bailey family. Kane pondered. In the original tale, Bailey Tuming's head was valued at 800 million. 800 million, a sum that could drive people to desperation. Moreover, a considerable number had come this time. Just the old man knew of 7 from the Chuan realm and over a dozen from the Pool realm. How many from the Sea realm had arrived? It was beyond the old man's knowledge. Kane looked towards the alley's exit. At this moment, Lin Xie and the others' battle should have concluded. However, above the hotel, the battle at the Chuan level led by the instructor was still ongoing. If we could capture a Chuan realm survivor, might we extract some useful intelligence? Old Zhao. Do you want to go take a look? Zhao Kongqing gazed at the fierce battle atop the hotel, his expression peculiar. Damn it, Kane. I think you've truly lost your mind. To engage in a fight at the Chuan level, do you really believe you are invincible? Just one question. Are you going or not? Fine. At the hotel's top floor, amidst blazing flames, clang, Hong Hao's figure emerged within the firelight, his star blade slicing downward with fury. Bear. Clang, 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 clang. Flames soared as the fiery blade clashed against Hong Hao's star blade repeatedly. I can earn several million for a single job, while you. How much do you make in a month? What a foolish endeavor. Hong Hao scoffed, pathetic mongrel. Bore scars upon his face and licked the blood that dripped from his blade, cackling ominously. They say the Night Watchman's star blade technique is unparalleled, but in my eyes, it is merely mediocre. Controlling flames in the forbidden ruins. Hong Hao narrowed his eyes. Why are you igniting this place? The middle-aged man pointed his long knife at Hong Hao. I've never understood why you Night Watchmen willingly bind yourselves, acting as dogs for mere mortals. We transcendent beings ought to rise above them, to act freely, unrestrained, rather than being constantly held back. As a Chuan realm, I can earn several million for a single job, while you. How much do you make in a month? What a foolish endeavor. Hong Hao scoffed, pathetic mongrel. There are things in this world far more valuable than money. For you faithless scum, the sanctuary is your ultimate refuge. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched, his expression darkening. Indeed, the Night Watchmen have always been my greatest disdain. Die. Bear. The middle-aged man unleashed a fiery blade strike. An intense heat enveloped him from behind. Hong Hao rolled aside just in time to evade the sneak attack of the fiery blade while countering with a swift strike. Clang. The star blade met the fiery knife, producing a thunderous clash. Hong Hao's expression grew serious. The instructors were preoccupied, unable to extricate themselves. Nor did he intend to retreat. Rather, he seemed intent on stalling, buying time for someone else. Could it be? Hong Hao's face flashed with anger as a realization struck him. Wretched scoundrel. Clang. The middle-aged man parried Hong Hao's strike, a cold smile on his lips. Heh. Even the sanctuary's members have joined in the ambush? Hong Hao swung fiercely, forcing the middle-aged man back, darting towards the hotel's perimeter. But in the next moment, an intense heat enveloped him from behind. Hong Hao rolled aside just in time to evade the sneak attack of the fiery blade while countering with a swift strike. Clang. The star blade met the fiery knife, producing a thunderous clash. Hong Hao's expression grew serious. The instructors were preoccupied, unable to extricate themselves. If former night watchmen were involved in the ambush, could Bailey Tumming and Xiao Yuan withstand them? Yet, Hong Hao himself felt the strain. The enemy's forbidden ruins not only controlled explosive flames, but also heightened their combat strength in this fiery environment. Any moment of distraction could lead to a counterattack. Must I eliminate him first? At that moment, a chilling wind swept through the inferno. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in astonishment as he quickly distanced himself from Hong Hao. What is happening? The flames are freezing? Chapter 83. Rift in the sky, immaculate whiteness, piercing cold. The frost spread rapidly from the stairway, creeping along the walls and floor. The flames, thick smoke, and even sparks from severed wires were all encased in the eerie frost, frozen. Hong Hao recognized the extreme cold. A few months prior, he had been ensnared by this peculiar frost almost every few days. Although the duration was brief, the experience of being encased in ice was far from pleasant. The instructors had loathed the master of this frost, wishing to tear him limb from limb. Now, the appearance of this frost seemed pivotal in turning the tide of battle. No, turning the tide? That person is at most of the Pool realm. The enemies here are Chuan realm. His presence could only be a hindrance. Who goes there? The middle-aged man yelled furiously, fixing his gaze toward the stairway entrance. There stood Kane, his snowy hair pristine, a windbreaker billowing, coldly observing the middle-aged man. Hong Hao, in a frenzy, yelled, "What are you doing here? Leave. They're not alone." Boom. As soon as he spoke, the wall beside Kane collapsed, and a figure surged forth, delivering a fierce punch to Kane's face. Bang. A mere Pool realm night watchman rookie dared to approach him at close range. He would either be gravely injured or worse. Only to realize that his feet had, unbeknownst to him, become frozen by a layer of pure white frost, rendering him immobile. What is happening? Not far away, the dust settled, and a figure swiftly approached the assailant. What? The assailant's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be? A mere novice in the Pool realm. It was entirely unnecessary. He had initially planned to ambush Hong Hao from the shadows, but now, the spirit agent had caught him off guard. Damn! Hong Hao's eyes blazed with fury, ready to charge forward, but in that instant, the fiery middle-aged man once again obstructed his path. Ha, your opponent is me. Condensing power in his fists, preparing to unleash another explosive strike. However, Kane's piercing punch arrived like lightning, striking the assailant squarely on the left side of his face. In that instant of impact, a second wave of force erupted from Kane's fist, disorienting the assailant completely. At the moment of contact, the gloves radiated a brilliant golden light, only to realize that his feet had, unbeknownst to him, become frozen by a layer of pure white frost, rendering him immobile. What is happening? Not far away, the dust settled, and a figure swiftly approached the assailant. What? The assailant's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be? A mere novice in the Pool realm. Akin to being raked by a machine gun, his body convulsed violently. Ribs, nose, collarbone. Almost every bone in his front was pulverized by Kane's assault. The boxing gloves, known as Broken Light of Nuada, were not merely a weapon. They contained a fragment of the previous owner's skills. Once donned, Kane could enter the eclipse state of the Shadow Knight, moon wheel in an incredibly short time, and unleash Death Strike, shattering the void. In a matter of seconds, this brief interval saw him deliver almost 200 punches to the formidable opponent in the Pool realm. Kane's physique far surpassed that of an average extraordinary being. Each punch was imbued with immense strength, rendering the assailant's lower body immobile while his upper body endured a relentless barrage of heavy blows. Akin to being raked by a machine gun, his body convulsed violently. Ribs, nose, collarbone. Almost every bone in his front was pulverized by Kane's assault. Reducing the assailant to this near-breathless state was sufficient. With the medical skills of the night watchman, such injuries could be interrogated. Kane turned to gaze at instructor Hong Hao. Kane could enter the eclipse state of the Shadow Knight, moonwheel in an incredibly short time and unleash Death Strike, shattering the void. In a matter of seconds, Kane had unleashed nearly 100 punches, coupled with this spiral engraving and the stacking effects of surprising magic. This brief interval saw him deliver almost 200 punches to the formidable opponent in the pool realm. Kane's physique far surpassed that of an average extraordinary being. Relying solely on his physical prowess, he could contend with the oppressive power of a king in the lamp realm. Despite the vast difference in realms, Kane could bridge the gap through sheer physical strength. After 10 seconds, Kane ceased his assault. After all, his goal was not to kill but to capture alive. Reducing the assailant to this near-breathless state was sufficient. With the medical skills of the night watchman, such injuries could be interrogated. Kane turned to gaze at Instructor Hong Hao. Turning, he opened his mouth and expelled a massive fireball. In the next moment, a colossal crescent slice cleaved through the fireball, splitting it in two. Kane, almost falling prey to a strike from his opponent due to his distraction. No, that is a pool realm adversary, no matter how incompetent. Is he truly just a novice? Clang. The dark crescent slashed down fiercely. The blade in the middle-aged man's hand was clearly no ordinary weapon. Even the Death's Shadow Moon, capable of severing steel, merely left a notch on the edge of his 9-ringed knife. Seizing the opportunity, Kane delivered a Spartan kick to the middle-aged man's chest. Puff! The middle-aged man's physical constitution was evidently far superior to that of the previous assailant. Enduring the kick, he didn't even break a bone. In the next moment, he was propelled backward by the force, flying out of the hotel building and plummeting downwards. Hong Hao rushed forward a few steps, stamping his foot in frustration. Kane, why did you kick him away? I was just about to capture him. Wielding the Death's Shadow Moon, charged forward, arriving almost instantaneously before the middle-aged man. What? The middle-aged man was astonished. How could he be so fast? Is he truly just a novice? Clang. The dark crescent slashed down fiercely. The blade in the middle-aged man's hand was clearly no ordinary weapon. Even the Death's Shadow Moon, capable of severing steel, merely left a notch on the edge of his 9-ringed knife. Seizing the opportunity, Kane delivered a Spartan kick to the middle-aged man's chest. Puff! The middle-aged man's physical constitution was evidently far superior to that of the previous assailant. Enduring the kick, he didn't even break a bone. In the next moment, he was propelled backward by the force, flying out of the hotel building and plummeting downwards. Hong Hao rushed forward a few steps, stamping his foot in frustration. Kane, why did you kick him away? I was just about to capture him. I have already secured a live one, so it need not be so troublesome. Kane glanced at him, a flash of red light glimmering in his eyes. In his vision, a small red that was rapidly descending. Kane extended his hand, presenting a device akin to a locator to Instructor Hong. I have placed a tracker on that man. You can use this to pinpoint their hiding spot. But be warned, its effectiveness lasts only 1 hour. After that, it will vanish. Time is of the essence. The live capture I have left barely breathing is also yours to handle. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Not to disclose. You mean, to conceal it without reporting? Yes, just say it was your doing. Hong Hao was puzzled. Capturing a criminal from the pool realm as a novice was no small feat. Are you sure you want to let me take the credit? Consider it your reward. Kane waved his hand dismissively, turning to walk into the corridor, leaving Instructor Hong standing dumbfounded. Always speaking of rewards? Of course, the organization will award you a medal. Then I don't need a medal. Instructor Hong, I would like to ask 2 favors of you. First, please do not disclose my reckless participation in this battle. Second, if any intelligence arises from the interrogation, please inform me promptly. Instructor Hong was taken aback. Descending the stairwell, Kane walked down step by step. After descending several floors, he suddenly leaned against the wall, clutching his chest, and exhaled deeply. Old Kai, are you all right? Old Zhao's anxious voice echoed in Kane's mind. I know you are formidable, but you cannot withstand the strength of the Forbidden Ruins. No matter how weak the enemy, the intensity of the Forbidden Ruins is undeniably that of the pool realm. To take their attacks at such a distance, even a being of the sea realm would be injured. I'm fine, just a bit shaken. Kane steadied the pain in his chest, taking a deep breath. While treatable by the night watchman, would inevitably entail a great deal of agony. Once he endured that pain and regained consciousness, would his mind still be intact? Descending the stairwell, Kane walked down step by step. After descending several floors, he suddenly leaned against the wall, clutching his chest, and exhaled deeply. Old Kai, are you all right? One must not underestimate challenges that cross realms. Throughout his experience, aside from the initial days of training with Team 136, Kane had virtually never faced defeat in actual combat. The intensity of the Forbidden Ruins is undeniably that of the pool realm. To take their attacks at such a distance, even a being of the sea realm would be injured. I'm fine, just a bit shaken. Kane steadied the pain in his chest, taking a deep breath. Upon stepping onto the top floor, the ethereal light enveloped the entire floor. Kane was aware that an assailant was hiding nearby. The moment the assailant made a move, Kane had already conjured a thick ice wall beside him. However, he had not anticipated that the foe's forbidden ruins would be so domineering, capable of forcibly creating an explosion that shattered Kane's ice wall, sending shockwaves that rattled his internal organs. The pool realm, even at its weakest, is still the pool realm. Excessive confidence has led to a certain degree of complacency. This time, the injuries are not severe. Kane can feel his body recovering swiftly, in less than 10 minutes. He should be completely healed. In the future, he must not be so careless when confronting opponents of higher realms. After taking a moment to rest, this was likely due to the short duration of the engagement and the relatively low intensity of the opponent's forbidden domain. They would ascertain the enemy's specific arrangements and provide corresponding solutions. For now, as a precaution, he could explore alternative plans. He attempted to contact Xingyu. Due to the elevator malfunction, Kane descended via the emergency staircase. The ascent took a few minutes, but the descent took him about 10. As the internal injuries in his chest had some effect, even though they were not serious, he wished to take advantage of this interval to allow his body to recuperate. The local fire brigade was responsible for the aftermath in this area, except for the section where a barrier had been established. They were currently rescuing the injured. Each engraving's repair rate had only increased slightly, barely perceptible to the naked eye. This was likely due to the short duration of the engagement and the relatively low intensity of the opponent's forbidden domain. Kane contemplated that he must restore true self to 20, or else such progress would be difficult to achieve again. Noticing the extraordinary firmness of his muscles, akin to striking a steel plate. No need for thanks. Kane surveyed the area. There were numerous injured, and the damage was severe. Debris from the hotel rooftop was still smoldering on the street, given the absence of supernatural phenomena and the presence of numerous witnesses. The local fire brigade was responsible for the aftermath in this area, except for the section where a barrier had been established. They were currently rescuing the injured. Kane observed several firefighters attempting to rescue a victim trapped beneath the rubble, but the concrete was too heavy for them to lift, despite their best efforts. Approaching. All those trapped under the debris were successfully rescued. Due to the timely intervention, apart from a few who had died on the spot, the firefighters seized the opportunity and hurriedly pulled the victim from the wreckage. Thank you, young man. You've got quite the strength. The fire chief patted Kane's shoulder gratefully, noticing the extraordinary firmness of his muscles, akin to striking a steel plate. No need for thanks. Kane surveyed the area. There were numerous injured, and the damage was severe. Where they probably encountered Shinchiju and his little sidekick. At this moment, he decided not to disturb them. Saving lives was of utmost priority. There are still victims in the nearby ruins. I will assist you in the rescue. Thank you. This is a tremendous help. With Kane's assistance. On behalf of the Songnan City Fire Brigade and the citizens you helped rescue, I express our gratitude for your assistance. Kane gazed at the chief's face. Many were swiftly transported to the hospital for treatment. Furthermore, Kane donned a firefighter's helmet, helping the crew manage the high-pressure water cannon to extinguish the blazing power poles, preventing further disaster. Brother, your physical fitness is impressive. You have a knack for firefighting. Have you considered signing up? The fire chief regarded Kane as if he were a natural-born firefighter, believing he would make significant contributions to disaster relief. Apologies, I have my own duties. Please consider me merely a concerned citizen of Songnan City. Kane removed the firefighter's helmet and handed it to the chief before turning to leave. Hey, brother. Is there something else? Kane turned to see the fire chief standing at attention, having removed his hat, his expression earnest as he rendered a formal salute. On behalf of the Songnan City Fire Brigade and the citizens you helped rescue, I express our gratitude for your assistance. Kane gazed at the chief's face, slightly charred from smoke, yet resolute, and nodded gently. It was the least I could do. After walking some distance, Kane paused to look at the sky. Rescued. The original inhabitants of Songnan City had long since vanished. Those diligent firefighters were perhaps merely illusions brought back by miracles. In 6 months, when the divine battle descends, these miracles will fade. Sorrow and anguish will permeate the entire city, and Lin Chiye will surely lose his sanity. At this moment, whether to save or not makes little difference. Moreover, by the end of the story, the residents of Songnan City will still return. But does this mean Kane can stand idly by? He had already done so once before, and the cost was nearly being crushed by that heavy will. Salvation is no simple task. Sometimes it is even challenging to save a single person. However, this is no reason for us to readily concede defeat. Chapter 85. And Xingyu Kane stood on the deserted street, gazing up at the sky. The heavens were overcast, and snow continued to fall. Today was the 29th day of the Lunar New Year, the first new year since arriving in this world. Should he purchase some small gifts to bring back for Hong Ying? Ding dong. Kane checked his phone. It was a message from Lin Chia. Lin Chia, where have you gone? Kane, I'm heading home. I have some matters to attend to. You can return first. No need to wait for me. Lin Chia, all right. Kane put away his phone, closed his eyes, and sighed. Guided by Tianhui's perception, Kane turned and walked to a corner, opening his eyes. The quest for the unknown and the thirst for knowledge are the sources of human progress, and in Xingyu was no exception. Truth, reality. I know you are watching and that you mean no harm. Do not be afraid. I simply wish to make a deal. If you are interested. He faced a minor issue. The foul stench emanating from him was too pronounced, while the meeting place appeared quite upscale. How could he gain entry? You've come. At that moment, the man's voice came from behind him, and Xingyu sighed and turned to face the newcomer. Concealed himself in the shadows near the street, gazing at the upscale complex across the street, letting out a slight sigh. Logically, the two had no connection. Suggest that you are indeed curious about me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kane, and we should have met once 6 months ago. The quest for the unknown and the thirst for knowledge are the sources of human progress, and in Xingyu was no exception. Truth, reality. It is an honor to meet you. Kane nodded slightly before getting straight to the point. He faced a minor issue. The foul stench emanating from him was too pronounced, while the meeting place appeared quite upscale. How could he gain entry? You've come. At that moment, the man's voice came from behind him, and Xingyu sighed and turned to face the newcomer. How is it that you can be even more elusive than I? Kane's nose twitched slightly, and he imperceptibly frowned. Your presence here, against my expectations, suggests that you are indeed curious about me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kane, and we should have met once 6 months ago. Kane replied, locking eyes with Kinjiu. Shall we proceed with the transaction? Kinjiu shook his head. I'm afraid not. Knowledge is something I can pursue on my own, and funding is something I can secure myself. Your offer holds no value for me. I could easily apprehend you here and hand you over to the night watchers. He tucked the booklet and bank card away and produced a piece of white, slightly pink-hued shell. Kinjiu's eyes widened in surprise as he casually glanced at the shell. This, along with research funding totaling 200,000 yuan, sufficient for your expenses. Kinjiu raised an eyebrow. How did you know I was conducting research? That is of little importance. Kane replied, locking eyes with Kinjiu. Shall we proceed with the transaction? Kinjiu shook his head. I'm afraid not. Knowledge is something I can pursue on my own, and funding is something I can secure myself. Your offer holds no value for me. I could easily apprehend you here and hand you over to the night watchers. Kane said calmly, but rest assured, I shall not do so, as it would betray your trust and be detrimental to our friendship. With that, he tucked the booklet and bank card away and produced a piece of white, slightly pink-hued shell. Kinjiu's eyes widened in surprise as he casually glanced at the shell. This, what Kinjiu received was merely a slightly more complex biological structure he had never encountered before. The moment it sparked Kinjiu's interest. This was a shell from a ruined beast that Kane had randomly collected after defeating it in the Land of Bliss. You will understand in due time, Kane replied, crossing his arms. Now, can we finalize our transaction? Kinjiu scrutinized Kane for a moment, in the depths of the man's eyes. Given the urgency of the situation and the limited leverage he had, the only thing that could pique Kinjiu's interest was perhaps the unknown. Therefore, Kane had previously instructed the omnipotent Vervi to fabricate a ruined beast shell using local biomass materials. While the molecular structure was carbon-based, the composition was vastly different from that of the original ruined beast shell, lacking even the capacity to harbor ruin energy. In the end, yet he slowly extended his hand to shake Kinjiu's. Time is of the essence. When can I expect the information today? Right now, Kinjiu replied. Oh. Kane swiftly retracted the ruined beast shell back into the Land of Bliss. How does this leverage suit you? Kane inquired. What was that? Kinjiu's lips felt parched. You will understand in due time, Kane replied, crossing his arms. Now, can we finalize our transaction? Kinjiu scrutinized Kane for a moment, in the depths of the man's eyes. He saw no emotion, only a profound calmness, akin to an unfathomable ocean, concealing his true thoughts. I have but one last question. Why did you come to me for this task? Kane gazed upward at the sky. Because we are of the same kind. Oh. Kinjiu smiled, extending his hand toward Kane. Then I have no objections. The transaction is established. Kane regarded his hand for a moment, furrowing his brow slightly. Yet he slowly extended his hand to shake Kinjiu's. Time is of the essence. When can I expect the information today? Right now, Kinjiu replied. Oh. Kane was somewhat taken aback. No? Kinjiu chuckled softly, pulling out a small note. I've been observing you for quite some time, and can surmise that those outsiders have come for a specific purpose. I must say, your situation, as well as that of your companions, is rather dire. Kane accepted the note, unfolded it, and after a moment's hesitation, nodded. Thank you for your cooperation. I shall place the reward here in 4 days. You may collect it then. Understood. Chapter 86. You prefer the larger one. Is that the meaning? After reaching an agreement with Ankinjiu, Kane departed from the scene. Suddenly, he recalled something and made his way toward the Golden Courtyard community across the street. Riding the elevator upstairs, he retrieved his keys and opened the door to his home. Before him lay an expanse of empty space, long before entering the training camp. If his previous feelings were merely a means to provoke his own humanity, now Kane was resolute in his intention to marry her. Dispensing a bit of hand soap, and meticulously washed his hands until the scent of the drain had vanished, then turned off the faucet. However, upon a fleeting thought, on his way back, he purchased a rose as a small gift, intending to surprise Hongying. Of course, it wasn't just for her. He had prepared for Samayanan, Lin Xie, and even Dazue Chile, aiming to cover all bases. I've returned. It was only in the depths of night that Kane arrived at Hongying's villa. After drying his hair, he dressed anew and gazed pensively at the house. He resolved to tidy it up at some point. Gradually, Kane sensed that the atmosphere felt somewhat off. Hongying sat on the sofa, looking haggard, her eyes red-rimmed, as though she had been crying. Samayanan sat beside her. Is it because I returned too late? Ah, you are finally back, Lin Xie remarked, standing beside Kane with an odd expression. Kane asked him, Lin Xie. On his way back, he purchased a rose as a small gift, intending to surprise Hongying. Of course, it wasn't just for her. He had prepared for Samayanan, Lin Xie, and even Dazue Chile, aiming to cover all bases. I've returned. It was only in the depths of night that Kane arrived at Hongying's villa. Hongying remained silent, staring blankly at the ground. Did Dazue Chile upset you? Hongying averted her gaze, her voice heavy. I know it might be a misunderstanding. Gradually, Kane sensed that the atmosphere felt somewhat off. Hongying sat on the sofa, looking haggard, her eyes red-rimmed, as though she had been crying. Samayanan sat beside her, softly comforting her. Upon Kane's arrival, Samayanan lifted her head and shot Kane an indignant glare. Kane was perplexed. Why are you glaring at me? Is it because I returned too late? Ah, you are finally back, Lin Xie remarked, standing beside Kane with an odd expression. Kane asked him, Lin Xie. Kane surveyed the surroundings but found no trace of Dazue Chile. A sense of foreboding began to settle in. He took a seat beside Hongying and asked, what is wrong? Hongying remained silent, staring blankly at the ground. Did Dazue Chile upset you? Hongying averted her gaze, her voice heavy. I know it might be a misunderstanding, but I can't help but think. I can't control my emotions. I want to dislike you. I want to be angry. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes once more. Kane turned to Samayanan. What exactly has transpired? You can see for yourself. Samayanan retrieved her phone and displayed a photograph. Kane's eyes widened in shock. In the photo, he was lying on a bed in the training camp dormitory, shirtless. His muscular physique radiating virility. Beside him lay a seductive girl with light chestnut hair, clad in a brown bikini, embracing Kane's arm. Furthermore, a faint lip print adorned Kane's face. Kane squinted, recognizing that lip print. It was a prank played by Dazue Chile. At that time. Is that what you meant? I never would have guessed, Kane, that you were so fickle, bringing a girl back to the dorm. Hongying, listen to me. During that period, Kane had been oblivious to the outside world, giving Dazue Chile the opportunity to play her trick. She had assumed Vervi's appearance and left a lip print on Kane's face. Upon returning to reality, Kane had quickly realized it was a prank by Dazue Chile. Naturally, I am not that kind of person. Hongying hesitated. I don't even know which of your words are true and which are false. Sharing this with Hongying was rather excessive. Reflecting on how to manage that blade spirit later, for now, let us first find a way to navigate through this predicament. Akin to the sky or the ocean, devoid of any impurities. He reached into his black trench coat and produced a meticulously wrapped deep red rose. Hongying's gaze sharpened. Kane spoke softly. This marks our first new year together, and it holds extraordinary significance for me. I hope that every new year to come. Kane disregarded Si Xiaonan's outburst, firmly grasping her hand and speaking earnestly. This is merely a prank by the sinful Seven Thunder. I do not mean it in that way. You are the most beautiful and wonderful girl I have ever encountered in my life. I could never fail to cherish you, let alone betray you. Trust me. I am not that kind of person. Hongying hesitated. I don't even know which of your words are true and which are false. My heart is so confused right now. Then please, look into my eyes. After a moment of silence, Hongying turned to face Kane. His azure eyes were remarkably clear. Akin to the sky or the ocean, devoid of any impurities. He reached into his black trench coat and produced a meticulously wrapped deep red rose. Hongying's gaze sharpened. Yes. Hongying nodded, her demeanor somewhat dazed. Thank you. You will be by my side. I apologize for not providing you with enough security, but rest assured, I could never betray you. I have never done so in the past, nor will I in the present or future, because you are my one and only. You. I. Under this barrage of sincerity, Hong Ying felt herself becoming dizzy. She was rather easy to sway, often led by her emotions due to her naivety. Yet her kindness also made her susceptible to reconciliation. Such girls can easily fall prey to deceitful men, as a few small gestures can swiftly mend their hearts. Fortunately, she encountered Kane, his actions neither excessive nor unforgivable. Kane gently supported the back of Hong Ying's head, resting his forehead against hers, his gaze lowered. "Ying, do you trust me?" Yes. Hong Ying nodded, her demeanor somewhat dazed. "Thank you." Kane placed a gentle kiss on her lips before standing and glancing over at Lin Chia and Si Xiaonan, who were pretending to be engaged in other activities. Where is the sinful Seven Thunder? Chapter 87. You are a bad person. Subsequently, the sinful Seven Thunder admitted their wrongdoing and apologized to Hong Ying. However, they did not extend an apology to Kane, whom they considered their adversary. Kane only sought their acknowledgement. Excitedly, Hong Ying dragged the sinful Seven Thunder into the room for a more detailed examination, primarily curious about what else the entity could transform into. As night fell, the snow began to fall heavily. Kane stood on the villa's balcony, gazing at the distant twinkling lights. Today marked the 29th day of the Lunar New Year. In the far-off night sky, brilliant fireworks erupted, the booming sounds making it difficult for Kane to find sleep. On the pathways of the villa community, beneath the streetlights, a family of 5 played joyfully in the snow, colorful fireworks bursting in their hands. By the roadside, a small snowman had been assembled, along with a mercenary group. Among the Pond Realm, there was also a Medusa agent. The Peak River Realm individual was vaguely familiar to Kane, as if the joy of the world had no bearing on him. He wore no winter coat, for this chill was but a mild discomfort to him, almost warm. With everyone having retired for the night, Kane seized the opportunity to organize the intelligence he had gathered that day. The efficiency of the night watchman was astonishing. With the heavenly coordinates provided by Kane, the instructors quickly located the hideouts of the bandits, capturing them all. Just moments ago, with Lin Chia's cousin, the second son of the true lord, backing him, Kane felt it unnecessary to interfere in Lin Chia's trials. He would find an opportunity to advise Lin Chia to protect his family. Kane never forgot who the true protagonist of this world was. Lin Chia needed to grow, along with a mercenary group. Among the Pond Realm, there was also a Medusa agent. The Peak River Realm individual was vaguely familiar to Kane. He recalled from the original text that his name was LV Liang, the 16th seed of the Believers. He attempted to kidnap Lin Chia's family, but was swiftly dispatched by Xiao He, leaving no trace behind. The mercenary group, named the Mad Scorpions, was also monitoring Lin Chia's family in the original narrative, ultimately annihilated through the collaboration of Lin Chia and Lung Xian. Kane had access to this intelligence as well. With Lin Chia's cousin, the second son of the true lord, backing him, Kane felt it unnecessary to interfere in Lin Chia's trials. He would find an opportunity to advise Lin Chia to protect his family. Kane never forgot who the true protagonist of this world was. Lin Chia needed to grow, to undergo trials of blood and fire. Of course, Kane would accompany him, acting as a safeguard alongside Lung Xian and the second son, ensuring Lin Chia's smooth development within this altered timeline. Yet, Kane harbored some doubts. The enemy's numbers and quality mirrored those in the original text. Did they not know their own deployment? This possibility could not be dismissed. Those who would go to such lengths to summon dozens of missiles to provoke Kane must possess more than just this. The enemy likely had contingency plans. One must not be careless. Suddenly, a flurry of snow danced above, and a figure tumbled down. However, she was nimble and managed to flip in midair, landing gracefully on the balcony. Kane cast her a sidelong glance. "What are you doing on the roof at this hour?" After a brief moment of embarrassment, Hong Ying slowly turned, playing with her hair and avoiding Kane's gaze. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I would go to the rooftop to stargaze." Yes, stargazing. She was clad only in a thin pink nightgown, her graceful figure partially obscured. In the night, her alabaster neck and flawless collarbone were visible. Her dark eyes sparkled with a watery sheen, and a hint of blush adorned her delicate face, reminiscent of early spring blossoms. She seemed much improved after resolving their misunderstanding. Kane had noticed Hong Ying approaching his room from the rooftop. He was unsure why she sought him out so late or why she chose the roof over the front door. "Well then, let us stargaze together," he decided. He removed his trench coat and draped it over her shoulders. Though Hong Ying's physique could withstand the cold, she accepted her lover's warmth with a slight pout. "Aren't you cold?" "Not at all. I actually feel a bit warm." "Oh." Kane gazed at the sky, his sight seemingly penetrating the thick clouds to touch the stars beyond. However, Hong Ying's attention was fixed not on the heavens, but rather on Kane's profile. "You're so handsome. You would look lovely in a dress too, I bet. Hee hee. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Hong Ying pouted, nudging Kane's shoulder. I'm a bit cold. Hold me. Kane wrapped his arms around her. Although he could regulate his body temperature, his normal warmth was still notably lower than that of an average person. In his embrace, Hong Ying felt as warm as a furnace. Kane, where is the sinful seventh thunder? Wasn't she in your room? She fell asleep early. And why aren't you sleeping? I find myself in a state of vexation, unable to sleep. Kane fell silent for a moment. Was it due to the mischief of the sin repentance seven thunders? No, I am not so petty. Then what is it? Hong Ying wrapped her arms around his waist, leaning on his shoulder. I simply cannot sleep. So I thought to come see you. You could have knocked on the door directly. Who knew you were also awake? It seems we share an unspoken understanding, even to the point of longing for one another to the extent of sleeplessness. How annoying. Who said we have such an understanding? Hong Ying playfully hit Kane, then lifted her head to gaze intently into Kane's eyes. Her pupils shimmered with a watery gleam, her cheeks resembling blooming peach blossoms. Covered Kevin's mouth with hers. Her black trench coat slipped off her shoulders. Her body was as fiery as a flame, seemingly about to merge with Kevin, melting the ice in his heart. Rose petals dripped with dew, sweet and delicate. I desire nothing less than your entirety. The girl's gaze burned with fervor, as if her reason were consumed by flames. She grasped Kane's chest. The girl's pent-up longing for 5 months turned into a torrent of flames at this moment. Ultimately, under the gentle and charming teasing of the fiery tongue, the ice melted into a fine stream, eventually converging into a fierce spring tide. Under the interplay of ice and fire, the true self-seal slowly rose to 20. The powerful pink light obscured the other 3 seals. The next day, early morning, Lin Qi yawned and came downstairs from upstairs. In the living room, Kevin sat on the sofa, holding a newspaper. Hearing Lin Qi's greeting, he just nodded without lifting his head. Good morning. Lin Qi suddenly noticed something unusual. The girl rose on her delicate toes and sealed Kane's lips with her own. The black trench coat slipped from her shoulders. Her body was ablaze with heat. What kind of mosquito can breach his defenses? Lin Qi looked towards the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, Hong Ying had tied up her long hair, wearing an apron. The ice melted into a delicate stream, ultimately converging into a powerful spring tide. Amidst the fusion of ice and fire, the true self, imprint gradually surged to 20. The intense pink glow obscured the other 3 imprints. The next day, early morning, Lin Xie yawned as he descended from upstairs. In the living room, Kane sat on the sofa, a newspaper in hand. Hearing Lin Xie's greeting, he merely responded without lifting his head. Morning. Lin Xie suddenly sensed something amiss. He noticed a faint red mark on Kane's neck. What is that? A mosquito bite? Are there even mosquitoes in this season? Even if there were, what mosquito could breach his defenses? Lin Xie glanced towards the kitchen. There, Hong Ying had her long hair tied up, wearing an apron, humming a little tune while preparing breakfast. After a night apart, how was Hong Ying so radiant, her eyes sparkling with a hint of romance? She seemed like a dancing flame, a joyful sprite, fully releasing her vitality. Si Shaon and poked Lin Qi. Chia, why is Sister Hong Ying so happy today? Hong Ying touched her cheek, slightly embarrassed. Do I really look so happy? Yes. It's the new year, of course, I am happy. Hong Ying quickly changed the subject. All right, hurry and wake Xiaonan. After breakfast, we need to go buy New Year's goods. Oh. Lin Xie turned away. Deep in thought, he sensed something was off. Last night, something definitely happened between those two. On New Year's Eve, many shops on the street had already closed. However, the vegetable market and supermarkets remained open, with plenty of ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner available in the Cangnan market. Kane and the others left their home, heading to the market, buying a copious amount of ingredients per Captain Chen's instructions. Beef, fish, chicken, an endless array. La. Hong Ying skipped along the road, carrying bags of ingredients, radiating joy as if she were a girl in her 20s. In the white world around her, the festive atmosphere was already quite strong. Wow, it's roast duck. At this moment, Hong Ying's eyes lit up suddenly. Xiaonan, look, that roast duck shop is still open. Really? Kevin Xia, you carry this for us. We're going to queue up. Hong Ying and Si Shaonan excitedly went to get their number and queued up. I didn't see Sister Hong Ying this happy in previous years. Did something delightful happen? Perhaps. Lin Xie glanced at the silent figure beside him. Brother Kane, do you know? Kane, pulled from his thoughts, glanced at Lin Xie, then at the exuberant Hong Ying. Perhaps it's because she received a New Year's gift. A New Year's gift? Lin Xie paused momentarily, his expression peculiar. You mean that rose? Yes. Going back would only put them in danger. I'd better not go. All right, as you wish. Kevin sighed and handed the food bag in his hand to Lin Kui. The aroma of food wafted through the air. The festive atmosphere was palpable. Wow, is that roast duck? At that moment, Hong Ying's eyes lit up. Xiaonan, look, that roast duck shop hasn't closed yet. Really? Kane, Chia, help us carry this. Let us go, Q. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan eagerly rushed off to take a number, leaving Kane and Lin Chia behind in the snow. Lin Chia, don't you want to go home and take a look? Kane suddenly asked. Lin Chia's expression shifted, realizing Kane's implication, gradually dimming. I don't think it's necessary. You should at least take a glance. Kane said, from now on, it may be difficult to see them again. Lin Chia's voice was low. My current identity is special. Going back could easily put them in danger, so I want to go. All right, suit yourself. Kane sighed, handing the bag of ingredients to Lin Chia. Help me hold this. I need to use the restroom. After a while, Lin Chia felt his fingers stinging from the cold wind and had to set the bag down, warming his palms with breath. At that moment, he suddenly felt a piece of paper in his pocket, which he took out and unfolded, his eyes widening in surprise. Moments later, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan emerged from the roast duck shop, each carrying 2 portions of sliced duck, looking pleased. Phew, sorry to keep you waiting, let us go. In stark contrast, Si Xiaonan's expression twisted in agony. Was there really any point in continuing to live? Waving at the 2 girls. You're back. Where's Lin Chia? Hong Ying shook her head. I don't know. Wasn't he with you? Where did you go? To the restroom. I asked Lin Chia to hold the ingredients for a bit. Kane surveyed the surroundings, narrowing his eyes. Did you not see where he went? No. In these unusual times, how could one roam about freely? Hong Ying anxiously scanned the area. Don't worry, I'll go look for him. You 2 take the ingredients back to the office. All right, just be careful. Kane glanced at Hong Ying, gently lifting her chin and brushing his lips against hers. A wave of crimson flushed across Hong Ying's cheeks. Kane whispered, when we return, let us share the New Year's Eve dinner together. Hong Ying bit her lip, nodding absent-mindedly. In stark contrast, Si Xiaonan's expression twisted in agony. Was there really any point in continuing to live? Chapter 89. This path is impassable. Kane released Hong Ying and surveyed the pile of ingredients strewn across the ground. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to summon the sinful 7 thunders. Why? The divine key appeared, clearly still groggy, rubbing its sleepy eyes. After having been schooled by Kane before, it was uncertain what functions Veilwei had imbued in its soul steel body. In any case, the sinful 7 thunders felt a sharp pain in its rear, as if it were being split in 4. Standing was a challenge, its legs trembling. Kane coldly instructed. Help everyone carry the bags back. I need to step out. Do you understand? The sinful 7 thunders pouted. I heard you. Very well. With the response from the sinful 7 thunders, Kane nodded and turned to leave. The sinful 7 thunders glanced at the ingredients on the ground, its expression subtly twitching. Yet, with Hong Ying still nearby, it reluctantly picked up a large bag of food, sweetly saying, Hong Ying's mother, shall we go? Ah, yes, let us go. Hong Ying replied, still lost in the sweetness of their earlier farewell, taking all the bags from the sinful 7 thunders. Liang, a believer holding the 16th seat, stood at the pinnacle of the Chuanjing, a half-step into the sea realm. He was formidable and exceedingly cautious. As a transcendent being and a trusted aide of the ancient God Church, his rise to prominence was not due to mere luck, but rather meticulous prudence. Countless stronger transcendent beings had perished due to arrogance and overconfidence, leaving their graves overgrown. Yet he had survived to this day, relying solely on his caution. Before him lay an ill-fated team facing a lone target, and Liang disdainfully discarded his cigarette. What a bunch of inept fools, short-sighted and lacking in true power. With a scoff, Liang leaped gracefully from the 3-story building, landing silently in the snow. He stretched his neck and, hands in pockets, strode toward the nearby low buildings. The essence of life and death, the extraordinary power bestowed by the heavens, was meant for beings like him. Liang eagerly anticipated the moment he would place his blade to that woman's throat, watching the dual god agent kneel and plead for mercy. Suddenly, he halted. From a side alley, a figure emerged, a man with white hair and blue eyes, clad in a black and white trench coat of indeterminate material, a long, dark blade sheathed at his waist, its blood-red tassel swaying gently. Liang narrowed his eyes, sensing a palpable danger emanating from the white-haired man. Apologies, my friend, Kane said as he stepped into the middle of the road, his left hand resting on his sword, his azure gaze as calm as an icy surface. This path is impassable. Oh, is that so? I recognize you. Liang chuckled. You must be the spirit agent, Kane, correct? Kane replied. He wished to conduct an experiment he had long contemplated, whether killing a transcendent being would enhance the energy of the precision supply box. It seems those fools have divulged everything. With a slow draw, Kane unsheathed his sword, the blade pointing to the ground, his gaze turning frigid. This is your second warning. Liang's gaze settled, scrutinizing Kane before him. Despite the low fluctuations in Kane's spiritual energy, the pressure he exerted felt akin to that of an opponent of equal standing. According to his intelligence, even without the immeasurable summoned beasts, Kane's combat prowess could surpass that of the dual god agent. Liang felt it unwise to engage in battle against this agent, yet retreating without a fight. What severe punishment would the Lord of Whispers impose upon him? Liang dared not contemplate that. After all, he was at the pinnacle of Chuanjing, facing a mere rookie of the Night Watch. The advantage was his. As for Kane, his thoughts were straightforward. He wished to conduct an experiment he had long contemplated, whether killing a transcendent being would enhance the energy of the precision supply box. He left the mercenaries for Lin Xie to handle, while he would gladly accept Liang, the 16th seed of believers. Simultaneously, Kane also wished to test the limits of his own strength. Approaching a formidable opponent for battle did not align with Kane's cautious nature. However, opportunity and risk often coexist. Lin Xie, the son of this realm, was beginning to show his potential. Kane needed to apply pressure on himself to ensure he would not be overtaken by Lin Xie. Even if he could not defeat Liang, with the howling dog backing him, he would face no dire consequences. Indeed, a spirit agent. Once more bringing down the crescent moon, Liang's pupils constricted. Such speed. As a pinnacle of Chuanjing, Liang's reflexes were sharp, and in a heartbeat. And you may yet survive. Otherwise, death awaits you. This is the last warning. Kane gripped his sword, lowering his stance, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on Liang in the distance. Humph. Such audacity. Liang chuckled, shaking his head. Very well, allow me to demonstrate the disparity between us. With that, a glint of lethal intent flashed in Liang's eyes. He summoned a plethora of ghostly green vines from the earth, surging toward Kane. Bang! Kane's foot struck the ground, a chilling gale erupting from him, freezing the vines before they could ever touch him. In the next instant, Kane dashed forward, shattering the frozen vines, his black blade cleaving a massive crescent moon in the air. Bang! Liang instinctively erected a multitude of intertwining vines before him, forming a makeshift shield. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the crescent slashed through the vine shield. Liang stumbled backward, retreating several meters. Kane pressed forward, his figure lunging at Liang, once more bringing down the crescent moon. Liang's pupils constricted. Such speed. As a pinnacle of Chuanjing, Liang's reflexes were sharp, and in a heartbeat, he drew a military dagger to deflect the black crescent strike. Clang, clang, clang. In a split second, Kane's black blade clashed with Liang's military knife multiple times. After just 2 exchanges, Liang felt the immense force radiating from Kane's blade. By the heavens, what kind of physique does this guy possess? Such overwhelming strength, could a rookie truly wield it? Moreover, the intense cold emanating from Kane had lowered the surrounding temperature to a terrifying degree. While it might not freeze Liang, the extreme low temperature continuously hindered his reaction speed. Simultaneously, Liang's proud vines were rendered ineffective by the frigid air. Failing to achieve control, excluding the winter's influence, not only was Liang's ability to wield the forbidden abilities compromised, but he was also outmatched in close combat. Close quarters fighting was not in my favor. I must create distance. Chapter 90. Starburst airflow slash in a flash. Liang twisted his wrist, deflecting Kane's descending blade. Leaping back several meters, summoning a multitude of vines for cover between them. Countless vines surged toward Kane, but upon contact with the chilling domain enveloping him, they withered and froze into icy sculptures. Yet even so, these vines still impeded Kane's movement, forcing him to evade their reach. Humph, you cannot escape. Liang chuckled coldly, clasping his hands together. In an instant, several robust vines erupted from the ground, sprawling across the road like writhing behemoths, surging towards Kane. With a flicker of thought, Kane summoned dozens of icy spikes that shot up before the vines, coalescing into a formidable wall of ice. Bang! Yet, in the next moment, the vines swept through the ice wall with relentless force, their momentum too powerful to be halted merely by temperature manipulation. Kane furrowed his brow, realizing that Liang had adopted a new strategy, aiming to engage in a war of attrition. The expansive domain of the Forbidden Ruins at the peak of the Chuan realm was beyond Kane's current icy dominion. Aware of this, Liang sought to leverage his own abilities to drain Kane's stamina. In the distance, the cacophony of firecrackers echoed, and fireworks soared into the sky, their thunderous booms capable of drowning out everything. Utilizing the sacred fire of heaven should incinerate these vines. However, their sheer size posed a significant risk in the old city. Even if Kane could regulate the output of the sacred fire, a blaze could still result in catastrophic devastation. Ding! With a mental command, Kane enveloped his hands, gripping the black blade in a layer of ebony soul steel gauntlets. The stable rupture energy within him surged into the gauntlets, causing them to radiate a golden glow within moments. He transferred the soul reaver to his right hand, while a strangely shaped long blade appeared in his left. This long blade, shorter yet more ornate than the soul reaver, was adorned with golden engravings on its black and white blade, its snow-white guard resembling angelic wings. The obsidian hilt shimmered with golden light, pulsating gently, as if imbued with life. These motions, while seemingly lengthy, were completed by Kane in the blink of an eye. Faced with the onslaught of encroaching vines, Kane stood resolute, lowering his stance as the blades crossed into a cruciform. The dark blades reflected the cold gleam in his eyes, his concentration unwavering. In an instant, his azure gaze ignited with crimson light, revealing interlocking gears within his pupils. Simultaneously, a terrifyingly low-temperature chill coalesced along the edges of his blades. Heavenly insight, astonishing sorcery, the solitary shadow of the Savior, all were activated. Coupled with the extreme speed of the Shadow Knight's unguarded assault, the Rift Breaker, and enhanced by the warrior's blessing alongside the soul steel weaponry, Kane's reaction speed reached its zenith. In his perception, the writhing vines seemed to come to a standstill, everything slowed to a fraction of its original pace. The only elements maintaining normal velocity were the twin blades in Kane's hands. The black and white blade energies, infused with frost, erupted in that moment. This technique was known as the Starburst Airflow Slash. In the blink of an eye, Kane lunged, unleashing a barrage of over 100 strikes. The white blade light and black crescent intertwined chaotically before him, resembling a human-shaped shredder. As the colossal vines approached, they were shredded into a flurry of icy shards by the ultra-low temperature blade net. Lu Liang's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Could such speed truly be produced by a mere human? This enhancement from the Forbidden Ruins was utterly terrifying. What manner of being was this? Cursing under his breath, Lu Liang placed his hands on the ground, summoning even larger vines to burst forth. Suddenly, he staggered, blood gushing from his shoulder. In the far distance, atop a tall building, Lang Xian pulled the rifle's bolt, ejecting the spent cartridge. A sniper, Lu Liang clutched his wounded shoulder, rage boiling within him. As a peak extraordinary being in the Chuan realm, bullets posed little threat. With a fraction more reflex, he could evade them. Yet, by a cruel twist of fate, this bullet struck just as he was about to unleash the Forbidden Ruins' brief prelude. Although he managed to avert a critical injury by twisting his body at the last moment, the bullet still penetrated his shoulder. For an extraordinary being, this was merely a minor wound. A regular person would have likely suffered catastrophic damage. Yet at this moment, Lu Liang felt the hair on his body stand on end. He hastily dodged aside. In the next instant, a massive crescent blade shattered the ground where he had just stood, sending shards flying like snow. Clutching his wound, Lu Liang darted away, realizing that time was running out. There were more than two opponents, and with his injury, the odds were against him. Lu Liang had mentally prepared for the prowess of the spirit agent, exerting all his strength. Yet, he never anticipated such a dismal outcome. A mere 16th seat of a believer, reduced to fleeing from a rookie. Damn it, he vowed never to participate in the hunt for agents again. The risk was far too great. Kane observed Lu Liang's retreating form, his gaze sharpening. He sheathed his twin blades into the Eden space, retaining only the soul steel gauntlets. Then crack! Golden lightning erupted beneath him, and a tempest of snowflakes swirled in the air. Kane transformed into a streak of golden lightning, akin to a raging dragon, swiftly closing the distance between them. What? Lu Liang's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the swiftly approaching figure, his spirit engulfed by overwhelming shock. This oppressive aura left him no courage to continue the fight. The opponent was not human. He was a specter. There was no way to contend with such might. In the next moment, Kane produced a silver ring from beneath his coat. He raised the energy teleporter, aiming at Lu Liang's leg with pinpoint precision. Bayou. A pale blue quantum laser flashed instantaneously. Ugh. Lu Liang lost his balance, sprawling helplessly across the snow for several meters before finally halting. Ugh. Gritting his teeth, Lu Liang struggled to rise, but the gunshot wound in his calf, coupled with the impact from his fall, left even his peak Chuan physique reeling. Bayou. Boy. Ugh. More pale blue lasers pierced through the remaining limbs. Lu Liang's expression twisted in agony, cold sweat pouring down as the pain in his extremities threatened to overwhelm him into unconsciousness. Gazing at the wounds on his hands, no blood flowed from them. Instead, surrounding flesh seemed to dissipate into flecks of blue energy. What manner of weaponry was this? Was he truly a spirit agent or a forbidden object agent? How could he possess such an arsenal? Confirming Lu Liang's inability to move, Kane stowed the energy teleporter and approached. Lu Liang, now in a state of sheer terror, writhed in desperation. Wait. Kane, no. My lord. Please spare me. Spare my life. Spare my life. Chapter 91. 7 nights, you have returned. Lu Liang panicked, pleading for mercy. The age-old adage rang true. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear for firewood. He feared for his life. Though the Whispering Lord's insinuations prevented him from uttering any words of betrayal against his fellow believers, Lu Liang was confident in his rhetoric. Now was the time to stall, to seek a way out. Kane looked down upon Lu Liang, his azure eyes devoid of emotion, as if he were gazing upon a lifeless corpse. Lu Liang, a 16th seat believer at the peak of the Chuan realm, had reached the precipice of his power. Without the key of the gods, Kane had exerted all his might to confront him. Kane's victory was not solely due to Lung Xian's assistance. The snow blanketed the corpse of the 16th seat believer. Subsequently, his soul transformed into a stream of energy, merging into Kane's precise supply box. Nor had he utilized the key of the gods. This indicated that Kane, without employing the soul steel weaponry, could still contend with an average Chuan-level opponent. If he were to wield the soul steel weaponry or the key of the gods at standard capacity, he could likely contend with the peak of the Chuan realm, which was fraught with high-risk forbidden ruins. The disparity between realms was substantial, and Kane could not ascertain the true nature of higher realms until he faced them directly. He was still merely a rookie night watchman, having traversed into this world for only half a year. Yet, he was already beginning to embody Kevin's shadow. Ding! Kane summoned the Soul Reaver, delivering a decisive slash. Blood stained the white snow, and the severed head rolled away. Lu Liang's eyes widened in terror, his gaze frozen in fear. The snow blanketed the corpse of the 16th seat believer. Subsequently, his soul transformed into a stream of energy, merging into Kane's precise supply box. It seems that not only is it mysterious, but slaying the extraordinary also grants Kane a chance for a reward. One can understand this, after all. Humans endowed with extraordinary powers are, in essence, part of the enigma. However, the peak of the Chuanjing, El Liang, only afforded Kane a mere 4 consecutive draws. Indeed, this fell short of Kane's expectations. It appears not that Kane is overly powerful, but rather that his adversary is simply too weak. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night began to envelop the land, Lin Xia stood upon the snow-covered ground, slightly panting. Kane glanced at the multitude of bodies strewn about and exhaled softly. A chilling gust swept through, and the corpses transformed into white ice sculptures, shattering into countless icy fragments upon contact. Not a trace remained. What a convenient ability. Lin Xia remarked with a hint of envy. Kane retorted. Blood flowed from the wounds of the bodies, leaving vivid splashes of crimson upon the pale snow. These corpses required disposal. Yet Lin Xia was utterly exhausted. Having exhausted his mental fortitude combating several well-trained mercenaries, he turned his gaze toward the window of a modest dwelling, where a busy figure moved about. Happy New Year, Aunt. Ajin. At that moment, a figure gently tread through the snow, approaching Lin Xia, with his left hand resting on the hilt of a black long knife. Snowflakes adorned his shoulders like delicate jewels. It was evident that he had followed in Lin Xia's footsteps. Kane reached out, brushing the snow from his shoulder. How did you get into such a predicament? Lin Xia, too fatigued to articulate a response, stepped onto a nearby stair and sat down to rest. Kane glanced at the multitude of bodies strewn about and exhaled softly. A chilling gust swept through, and the corpses transformed into white ice sculptures, shattering into countless icy fragments upon contact. Not a trace remained. What a convenient ability. Lin Xia remarked with a hint of envy. Kane retorted. As a divine agent, why would you covet the powers of a heroic spirit agent? Abilities are never in excess. Kane chose not to pursue the conversation further, instead directing his gaze toward the distant glow of the low buildings. Having come this far, aren't you going to see your family? No. Lin Xia shook his head, a somber expression clouding his features. The more frequently I return, the greater the danger they face. After a pause, he lifted his gaze to Kane, his demeanor darkening. I say, that note was slipped into my pocket by you. Wasn't he it? Kane feigned confusion. What note? Lin Xia scrutinized Kane's face for a while, but discerned nothing. Never mind, let us head back. As he rose to leave, a voice from behind, belonging to a middle-aged woman, made him pause. Xia, you're back? Lin Xia turned abruptly. His aunt stood in the hallway, waving excitedly at him. After half a year apart, his aunt still radiated vitality, though the lines around her eyes had deepened, and her hair bore more strands of gray. Her apron remained the same faded green pattern from 6 months ago. Warm light spilled from behind her, as if she herself radiated warmth. Aunt. Lin Chie's expression stiffened as realization dawned upon him, and he abruptly turned to Kane, whose expression remained inscrutable. Damn it, you scheming rascal. Why didn't you say you were coming back? His aunt hurriedly grasped Lin Chie's hand, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You've lost weight. Haven't you been eating well in the military? Why are you dressed so lightly? It's freezing out. You'll catch a cold. Aunt, I'm not cold, Lin Chie replied, his smile awkward. Actually, I'm currently in a drill and have no time to greet you. Is that so? It is not, Kane interjected suddenly. You are, his aunt asked, puzzled. She had only heard a knock at the door, but upon opening it, found no one in the hallway, only a fleeting shadow in the distance. As she rushed out, she spotted Lin Chie and Kane, yet devoid of divine status. Yang Jin mused aloud. From the looks of it, he harbors no ill will towards Chie. Xiaotian. New recruits are allowed to return home for the New Year's dinner during their first year. Ushered him into the house. Jin, your brother is back. Hurry. Prepare another set of chopsticks and bowls. Yang Jin turned, a smile gracing his face. Brother, and I shall take my leave. Oh, squad leader Kane, please stay and have dinner with us. No need, my family is waiting for me as well. Farewell. Kane turned to depart. However, at that moment, he caught sight of a penetrating gaze from the window of the modest dwelling. He met that gaze for a few seconds before averting his eyes, maintaining his composure as he left. Inside, Yang Jin watched Kane's departing figure, furrowing his brow. Xiaotian, was that him? Little Black nodded, its forelegs perched on the window. There was a mixture of faith within, reminiscent of an outer god, yet devoid of divine status. Yang Jin mused aloud. From the looks of it, he harbors no ill will towards Chie. Xiaotian. Notify the heavenly lord to keep a close eye on him. Woof. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Lin Chie's aunt, still holding Lin Chie, ushered him into the house. Jin, your brother is back. Hurry. Prepare another set of chopsticks and bowls. Yang Jin turned, a smile gracing his face. Brother. Chapter 92. Happy New Year. On the rooftop of a modest dwelling, Kane stood motionless at the edge, gripping his blade. Snowflakes settled upon the black hilt, blanketing his shoulders and transforming him into a figure of snow. Through the window across the way, a warm and harmonious scene unfolded. His aunt enthusiastically served Lin Chie vegetables and meat, while Yang Jin inquired about life in the military. Though Lin Chie's responses came with some difficulty, the relaxation in his eyes was undeniable. Kane silently observed this tender tableau, remaining wordless. In this world, he had no family. Yet, that did not prevent him from safeguarding the little family of others. For in half a year, the gods would descend, and the miracles of Tsangnan would vanish. He would never see his family again. He believed Lin Chie deserved to bid farewell to his family. With this thought, Kane's grip on the hilt tightened. A belated compensation could hardly be deemed a true recompense. Kane had already stood idly by once. Could Lin Chie's family? You're talking nonsense. Not at all. Kane turned and patted Lung Xian's shoulder. This is his last moment with his family. Let us not intrude. Rest assured. Lung Xian approached Kane, silently sharing in the watch of the radiant lights across the way. You shouldn't allow him to meet with his family, Lung Xian said. His heart is too tender. This reunion will make it difficult for him to return. Kane replied, you underestimate him. One day, he must confront separation. Whether sooner or later, it is an inevitable part of growing from youth to manhood, requiring but a single evening. But the night watchman cannot return home too frequently. It places his family in peril, Lung Xian cautioned. I understand, which is precisely why they should share this final moment. Moreover, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The fragrance of the New Year's feast mingled with the sizzling sounds of oil and fresh meat from the kitchen. I never would have guessed you possessed such rich emotions. I once wrote novels. Is that why your aim is so precise? The gifts of the heroic spirits. You're talking nonsense. Not at all. Kane turned and patted Lung Xian's shoulder. This is his last moment with his family. Let us not intrude. Rest assured. I guarantee he will return by tomorrow. Lung Xian watched Kane's retreating figure and suddenly spoke up. Kane. Yes? It's nothing. After hesitating for a while, Lung Xian ultimately refrained from voicing his question. Kane regarded him for a moment before turning away and continuing onward. Let us go. Everyone is still waiting for us. The snowfall intensified. Kane walked through the dimly lit streets, his solitary silhouette starkly contrasting against the bustling world around him. Upon returning to the office, ding, welcome. As the electronic door swung open, Kane and Lung Xian entered the office together. At that moment, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The fragrance of the New Year's feast mingled with the sizzling sounds of oil and fresh meat from the kitchen, creating the most blissful melody of humanity. Oh, you're back. Hong Ying, seated on the sofa and eyeing the spread on the table, was already salivating. She then noticed the two entering and waved happily. But simultaneously, she sensed something amiss. "Where's Chi-Yi? Why isn't he back with you?" "He went home to reunite with his aunt and will return tomorrow," Kane replied, sitting on a small stool and rubbing his hands in front of the electric heater, exhaling a puff of misty warmth. "Oh, all right." Hong Ying glanced at him, pouted, and tugged at Kane's arm, pulling him close. "You sit here, next to me, hee. Then, like a victorious little bird, she nestled against Kane's shoulder in delight. Emerging from the kitchen, Chun Mai wore an expression of exasperation. "Damn it. Even during the new year, they have to torture me like this. As if I don't have a wife. No, after dinner, I'll call my wife. I miss her." With all the dishes served, laughter and cheer filled the air as they raised their glasses to toast the new year. "Ahem. Everyone, listen to me." Hong Ying, having had a few drinks of strong liquor, felt her cheeks flush slightly. She boldly wrapped her arms around Kane's neck and announced, "I would like to officially declare that Kane and I have been dating for quite some time, which means he is my boyfriend. Apologies for keeping this from you all for so long." A moment of silence swept over Team 136. "Wait, girl, are you really that clueless or just pretending?" "Oh, I see now. Well, that's wonderful. Congratulations to you both. You make a lovely couple." The crowd responded with half-hearted enthusiasm. Hee. Hong Ying was unbothered. As if she had just unburdened her heart, she turned to plant a kiss on Kane's cheek, leaving him with a greasy mark. "Little Kane. Now we can be affectionate openly." Kane pinched Hong Ying's chin, narrowing his eyes as he softly admonished, "Woman, don't go crazy. We're at a New Year's dinner." Seeing the cool blue of his eyes, Hong Ying inexplicably flushed with a hint of anticipation and shyness. Okay. Also, you have grease all over your face." "Sorry, let me wipe it off for you." Hong Ying quickly grabbed a napkin, dabbing the grease from Kane's face. Resembling a newlywed bride, Wu Xiangnan watched in disbelief. "Wait, is this the same girl who used to oppose him at every turn? She seems to have been tamed overnight. How did that happen?" Ding. "Welcome." At that moment, the office door opened again. All eyes turned to the entrance, where a young man stood, snow covering his head and shoulders. He gazed at the familiar faces, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Chi-Yi." When Shima exclaimed in surprise, "Didn't T. Kane say you went home to be with your family?" "Indeed." Lin Chi-Yi walked to the table and took a seat. Smiling gently, "I have more than one home. This place is also my other home." His words resonated, bringing smiles to everyone's faces. Wu Xiangnan patted Lin Chi-Yi, his eyes filled with warmth. Chun Mai surveyed the scene. There were 9 chairs around the table. Wu Xiangnan, Wen Shima, Lung Xian, Si Xiaonan, Hong Ying, Lin Chi-Yi, Kane, and a little knife spirit. Since everyone is here, allow me to reiterate my New Year's wishes. This past year, Team 136 has faced loss, losing comrades, but we have also welcomed newcomers and experienced much together. Yet this time, we have once again safeguarded this city for another year. As the captain of Team 136, I sincerely thank you all, my teammates. The peace of Tsangnan City is indebted to your support. I hope that by this time next year, we can gather once more, all of us. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Chapter 93. Toast to tomorrow at the banquet. Glasses clinked, golden liquids swirling within them, creating a symphony of celebration. King glanced at the empty seat beside him. That spot belonged to Zhao Kongqing. Although it appeared vacant to outsiders, Kane felt the ethereal presence lingering there. Old Zhao looked on, tears welling up, not wishing to show himself, yet participating in spirit. Kane struggled to comprehend Zhao Kongqing's feelings. This middle-aged man seemed to possess an obsessive pursuit of grandeur, and appearing in such a setting felt contrary to his intent of being impressive. Kane asked Zhao Kongqing, "So, during the new year, you truly don't plan to show yourself?" Zhao Kongqing shook his head. The resurrection of the deceased during the New Year's feast brings more horror than joy. Fine then. Since he was unwilling, Kane would not press the matter further. Seated beside him, the knife spirit, Zhu Chile, blinked and raised her juice in a toast. After sitting back down, she curiously looked at Hong Ying. "Hong Ying mama, what is New Year? Why is everyone so happy during this time? Why are there gunshots in the streets?" "Huh." Hong Ying paused, smiling as she patted Zhu Chile's head. New Year is the process of bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. Everyone lets go of the past year and embraces a fresh start, so of course, we celebrate. Zhu Chile still didn't understand. For humans, this is equivalent to aging a year. "Hong Ying mama, are you happy to grow old?" This. Hong Ying's expression faltered. At that moment, Kane interjected, "Time brings not only aging but also joy and happiness. If time were to stand still." All she knew was that the juice was delightful, the food exquisite, and the firecrackers outside were noisy, yet the fireworks lighting up the night sky were beautiful. Laughter resounded. While we cannot predict what the future holds, we can only step forward into tomorrow filled with hope. Well said. Chenmai smiled for once. Time flows without cease, and we ought to be thankful for the past. Without it, we wouldn't have this bond. Little 7, you still have much to learn. Zhou Chile lowered her head, her violet eyes flickering with contemplation. That was beautifully articulated, Kane. Come, let us toast to tomorrow. When Chima smiled and raised his glass, lifting the spirits of everyone around. To tomorrow. Once more, glasses clinked, and the atmosphere reached a new pinnacle of joy. Zhou Chile sat with her juice in hand, observing the faces of the humans radiating happiness. Even the most disdainful of humans, with their icy gazes, softened in this moment. Though she could easily adapt to everyone's moods, as the key of the gods, she struggled to comprehend the source of their joy. All she knew was that the juice was delightful, the food exquisite, and the firecrackers outside were noisy, yet the fireworks lighting up the night sky were beautiful. Laughter resounded, with Hong Ying seeming unable to handle her liquor, becoming tipsy after just a few sips, insisting on displaying affection for that annoying human in public. The lives of humans were rich and vibrant. She found no disdain in this. Kane observed Zhou Chile's contemplative demeanor. Velvy was right. And Lin Xie recalls that when he retired to the basement to sleep, the hall was in disarray, littered with broken bones and empty bottles. Yet, upon waking this morning, at this moment, he was contemplating the events that lay ahead. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, which is tomorrow, the 13th seat of the believers, Han Xiaoyun, is set to arrive in Songnan, and at that moment, Team 136 will engage in a fierce battle with him. The remaining male, Lung Xian, had vanished before Lin Xie arose. Meanwhile, Hong Ying lounges on another sofa, clutching a bottle and giggling foolishly, mumbling incoherently. Kane, you're so naughty, don't play with me there, hee hee hee. Lin Xie wipes the sweat from his forehead. What do you mean by that? Such ramblings are not to be spoken, dear sister. Awake now, Happy New Year, Lin Xie. Chenmai, who had been washing dishes in the kitchen, wipes his hands and steps out. Ah, Happy New Year, Captain. Lin Xie nods and asks, did you and Kane clean this up last night? I merely woke up early. It was mainly Kane, Chenmai replies with a smile. I must say, Kane. The hall is immaculate, as if newly appointed. Lin Xie notices Kane, who is wearing an apron and a headscarf, meticulously mopping the floor, resembling a devoted househusband. Hong Ying suddenly sits up, casting sharp glances around like a lioness. You. Kane casually responds while mopping. Oh, so it's me. Good night, little Kane. Hong Ying, still tipsy, laughs and flops back down. Lin Xie's expression is peculiar. Does this count as a successful proposal? Kane flicks Lin Xie's forehead, saying, you're so naughty, don't play with me there, hee hee hee. Lin Xie wipes the sweat from his forehead, grabbing a broom to begin sweeping the snow at the entrance. Although it is early morning, the sounds of firecrackers continue to resonate throughout the city. Lin Xie furrows his brow slightly. Something about the sound of the firecrackers seems amiss. It is emanating from the Lovers' Hotel. But what kind of firecrackers could produce such thick smoke?